They speculate how Su Yan will manage to escort the inebriated princess from the Fenghua Tower this time. Who knows? All I am aware of is that there will be entertainment to behold. It is said that Li Xie, who vanished over a decade ago, has returned. He is now at the princess's residence. The reason the princess has kept Su Yan by her side is merely due to his striking resemblance to Li Xie. At best, Su Yan is nothing more than a superfluous stand-in. With the real Li Xie back, the princess will undoubtedly squander little time on this substitute. As night envelopes the sky, a gentle drizzle falls. In the capital of the Taixin Celestial Dynasty, Taixin City remains aglow with lights and bustling activity. Many cultivators and pedestrians on the streets are unified in their discussions. Everyone in the capital knows that Su Yan is utterly infatuated with the long princess of the Taixin Celestial Dynasty, Chu Qingxian. His love is all-consuming and pitiful, akin to a dog wagging its tail in eager submission, yearning to remain by her side at all times, regardless of her transgressions. No matter how unreasonable the princess may be, a mere change in her demeanor is enough to summon Su Yan back obediently. As the saying goes, you can rarely find a three-legged toad, but two-legged women are not in short supply. Yet, Su Yan is excessively fixated, determined to hang on to a single tree. Come to Fenghua Tower. I have something important to discuss with you. All right, atop a certain palace, moonlight filters through the hazy drizzle. A tall figure in white attire stands against the moonlight, retracting a communication jade talisman. Strangely, the falling raindrops do not touch him, instead dissipating against an invisible barrier. The outline of the white-clad youth gradually sharpens amidst the misty rain. With an ethereal grace and a visage like jade, complemented by his extraordinary aura, he resembles a celestial being traversing the earthly realm. He is the subject of much discussion in the Taixin Celestial Dynasty. Su Yan, who is also a traveler from the Blue Star, once a part-time male model in nightlife. His primary occupation was that of a professional stand-in. Indeed, he was an expert in his field. Having completed his final assignment, he had achieved financial freedom. However, he unexpectedly encountered a deranged and obsessive individual who even purchased the yacht, insisting on reenacting a love story akin to Titanic, vowing eternal affection until death. Consequently, he met his untimely demise and traversed realms. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, he was compelled to revert to his original expertise, embarking once more on the path of a professional stand-in within the realm of cultivation. As long as sufficient spirit stones are offered, he aids those ensnared by love, helping them rediscover hope and strive for life anew. Although some in the cultivation world refer to him as the thousand-faced demon lord for his nearly impeccable impersonation skills, becoming a stand-in too often can easily render a distinguished thousand-faced demon lord into a mere sycophant in the eyes of others. However, Su Yan remains utterly unfazed by this perception. The ordinary multitude remains blissfully unaware of the myriad advantages their surrogate has accrued, not to mention the countless detours he has avoided throughout the years. Moreover, upon traversing into this new realm, Su Yan unexpectedly acquired a system. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement, believing he had transformed into a protagonist akin to those in novels, destined to become an extraordinary figure. However, he soon realized that his awakening was not accompanied by the typical enhancements associated with signing in or effortlessly cultivating. Rather, his system boasted but two functions. Function 1. Upon fulfilling the tasks delineated in the contract, he could obtain random special rewards. These rewards varied greatly, encompassing martial arts techniques, treasures, and even enhancements to his physique or innate talents related to various paths. Function 2. During his tenure as a surrogate, he could earn identity points daily. Should the target of his mission experience intense emotions towards him, there was a possibility of receiving additional identity points as a reward. The applications of these identity points were extensive, capable of enhancing his strength, physical form, speed, magical energy, lifespan, and even the comprehension of a specific martial art. Furthermore, on certain foundations, he could simulate dreams concerning his acquired identities, potentially yielding unforeseen gains. As a professional surrogate, he excelled in the art of impersonation, The limitations imposed by the system mattered little. As long as his vitality, his essence, was abundant, he could still navigate the world of cultivation with great success. Yet, after accepting numerous assignments over the years, this particular one took an unexpected turn. His surrogate target, Limagia, inexplicably returned. Limagia was the cherished first love of Chu Qingxian, having grown up as childhood companions. He was the name that echoed in her dreams. From the moment Su Yan approached her for the task, Chu Qingxian had made it abundantly clear that she harbored no feelings for him, for her heart belonged solely to Limagia. Many years prior, while exploring a mysterious relic, Limagia had valiantly shielded her from the relic's mechanisms, ultimately vanishing into its depths, never to be heard from again. At that time, Limagia was a renowned talent of the Taishan celestial dynasty. Supported by the imperial court, he possessed both innate talent and a prestigious background, making him highly esteemed by the royal family, which even contemplated arranging a marriage between him and Chu Qingxian. However, when the tragic news of his disappearance reached her, it shattered her spirit, leaving her despondent and emotionally volatile. It was not until 2.5 years ago that she encountered Su Yan, who bore a striking resemblance to Limagia, both in looks and demeanor. This resemblance brought some solace to Chu Qingxian's troubled heart. The reason was simple. Su Yan was exceedingly gentle, always attentive to the minutiae of her needs. He became a compassionate listener, providing meticulous care and comfort to her. Whenever she desired rare, celestial flowers from peerless realms, Su Yan would undoubtedly procure them by the very next day, regardless of the dangers involved. He devoted himself to mastering culinary arts solely to prepare dishes that delighted her palate. For a period, countless female cultivators from various celestial realms envied Chu Qingxian for being accompanied by such a gentle and extraordinarily handsome man. However, not long ago, Limagia, who had vanished for many years, suddenly re-emerged from a mysterious relic. With a simple phrase, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," he completely awakened the emotions that had been sealed for countless years within Chu Qingxian, causing them to surge forth like a torrent. She vowed never to part from him again. As for Su Yan, the stand-in, he naturally became an inconsequential jester. Nevertheless, Su Yan remained unfazed by Chu Qingxian's shift in affection. After all, he was a professional substitute, adept at his craft. Genuine emotional expression was unnecessary. As long as he was given a hint of sentiment, he could portray it convincingly. He engaged solely in transactions of spirit stones, devoid of any romantic entanglements. This was his forte. Having reaped most of the benefits, whether Chu Qingxian lived or died was of no consequence to him. Moreover, it was Chu Qingxian, as the client, who sought to breach their contract. Even if he were to conclude his role prematurely, the client would still owe him his fee. Furthermore, he had gained invaluable emotional fulfillment from this assignment, which compensated for the loss of his own cherished dream. It was a deal that proved highly advantageous. Not long after, Su Yan arrived at the entrance of a luxurious private room in Fenghua Tower. Through the door, he could distinctly hear the sounds of laughter emanating from within. "Princess Qingxian, now that Limagia has returned, how do you intend to deal with Su Yan?" His actions over the years could truly be deemed those of an infatuated man. I believe he merely sought to gain favor through the princess's wealth and status. Since Brother Majia's disappearance, how many men have attempted to impersonate him to draw near to Princess Qingxian? Although Su Yan possesses considerable cunning, it must be said that his acting skills are indeed remarkable. He is the closest one to Brother Majia's likeness in all these years, even bearing a striking resemblance. A mere stand-in, yet he harbored ambitions of marrying the princess. How absurd. A chicken should know its place and not aspire to become a phoenix. It is truly laughable. Since Su Yan has arrived, there is no need for him to eavesdrop outside. He may enter now. Soon, as a cool, melodious voice resonated, the private room fell into sudden silence. Su Yan felt no embarrassment from being discovered. His expression remained calm and composed as he pushed open the door to the room. Chapter 2. Is this about spirit stones? Have you lost your sense of value? Before my eyes lies an elegantly opulent private room, enveloped in a mystical aura by a unique array that conjures a veil of mist, transforming the space into an ethereal paradise. At the forefront of the room, a resplendent glass throne cradles a stunningly beautiful woman, her demeanor languid yet captivating. Her flowing black hair cascades like a waterfall, and she dons a regal gown that exudes grace while retaining an air of sophistication. A glimpse of her alabaster leg peeks from beneath the fabric, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. At this moment, her enchanting brows furrow slightly, an expression of anticipated disarray crossing her features upon failing to see Su Yan. The flicker of compassion and indecision that had been concealed in the depths of her gaze vanishes in an instant, replaced by a resolute determination. Chu Qingxian's crimson lips part gracefully. Su Yan, you have accompanied me for nearly 2.5 years. During this time, you have been attuned to my emotions, offering me your heartfelt care. You have aided me greatly, soothing my worries in the stillness of the night. This kindness has genuinely touched me. Without you, I would have struggled to emerge from the shadows of my past. I owe you an apology. As recompense, I can bestow upon you the title of honorary guest in the Tai Xian Immortal Court, allowing you to continue enjoying its privileges. Additionally, I shall grant you 20 million spirit stones as compensation. Should you desire anything, feel free to voice your wishes, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. However, I must impress upon you this. We ultimately inhabit different realms, and you must relinquish any expectations of me. You are merely a substitute for Mo Xie, and he has returned. Thus, I no longer require your presence. In that moment, silence enveloped the private room. All eyes turned towards Su Yan, eagerly awaiting his response. Many regarded the situation with a sense of morbid curiosity, envisioning Su Yan crumbling under the weight of despair. Disbelief etched across his face, perhaps collapsing to the ground. Heartbroken and unable to rise, even Chu Qingxian herself entertained such thoughts. Yet, she felt no remorse. She had not severed ties completely and had offered Su Yan what could be deemed generous compensation. Su Yan was a man of elegance and gentleness, meticulous in his attentiveness to her, often surpassing Mo Xie in various aspects. However, she recognized that her feelings for him were rooted more in gratitude for companionship rather than love. Her heart belonged solely to Mo Xie, now, then, and forever. Surprisingly, contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Yan remained unexpectedly calm. All right. This singular word resonated like a thunderous echo in the ears of all present. Eyes widened in disbelief. They gazed at Su Yan, who displayed none of the anticipated turmoil or despair, nor any frantic cries of rejection. He appeared remarkably tranquil, as if he had long since made a resolute decision. The only response to their myriad imaginings was the calm, yet somewhat nonchalant smile that graced Su Yan's lips. Yet, deep within, Su Yan's heart was brimming with delight. He felt as if he had struck gold. What a fortunate turn of events. Not to mention the prospect of receiving remuneration from that old man of the Tai Xian Immortal Dynasty. Now, with Chu Qingxian choosing to reward him with 20 million spirit stones, his joy was multiplied. As for the role of a guest, it was unnecessary. I would only remain for another fortnight before departing. If possible, I hope you can convert this condition into spirit stones. In light of our past affections, I shall offer a discount. 15 million spirit stones will suffice. The crowd, including Chu Qingxian, was left in stunned silence. Is this not a deviation from the norm? Surely, one cannot be so consumed by avarice over spirit stones. You would so readily acquiesce to my terms? Chu Qingxian sat up straight, an inexplicable torrent of emotions surging within her. Disbelief, anger, resentment, and an unshakable sense of loss. Why? Why did Su Yan accept her terms with such composure? He ought to be sorrowful, furious, or even on the brink of emotional collapse, cursing her for the years he had devoted to her. After all, had he not cared for her with utmost diligence, only to find that his efforts paled in comparison to even a single hair of Limagia? Yet, astonishingly, he said nothing and simply acquiesced in serene acceptance. Seemingly aware of the tumult within Chu Qingxian, Su Yan, with the intent to comfort his client, continued. From the moment we first met, you made your intentions quite clear, and I am fully aware of my standing. Our acquaintance is In essence, a transaction. You provide me with ample spirit stones and resources, and I furnish you with emotional value. Such is the simplicity of our agreement. As for subsequent matters, let us adhere to our prior arrangements. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, Su Yan turned to depart from the Fenghua Tower. Halt! What does Su Yan mean by such words? Who is Princess Chu? She is the cherished jewel of our entire Tai Xian Immortal Dynasty. You are merely a dispensable substitute, audaciously claiming to offer emotional value to the princess? Such insolence! A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air, halting Su Yan in his tracks. He furrowed his brow and turned to regard the speaker. It was Lu Ruyan, the favored attendant of Chu Qingxian and her personal maid. Despite her unremarkable appearance, she had often wielded her position as the princess's confidant to exert her influence and intimidate others. Had it not jeopardized his mission as a substitute, he would have long since silenced her with a swift blow. Lu Ruyan was astute in reading the room. Noticing that the princess merely frowned without voicing any objections, Lu Ruyan sensed that her actions had received tacit approval from the princess, bolstering her confidence. Well then, you Su Yan? Lu Ruyan, with her hands on her hips, bellowed at Su Yan, berating him with a fierce voice. I used to think you were a decent person, but now I realize how blind I was. You are nothing but a despicable and hypocritical wretch. You are merely a lowly creature unworthy of notice. Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror to see if you deserve to act so brazenly? Suddenly, a sharp and resounding slap interrupted Lu Ruoyan's piercing words. The onlookers barely registered the event, as she seemed to be struck by an invisible force, letting out a cry as she was sent reeling backward. The blow was evidently powerful, leaving one side of her face swollen and causing several teeth to fall out, rendering her disheveled and sprawled on the ground. Clutching her painfully swollen face, disbelief etched across her features, she wondered how he dared to strike her in front of the princess and so many witnesses. Under ordinary circumstances, Su Yan would merely act as a subservient dog to her whims. Whether from pain or rage, Lu Ruoyan trembled, her expression twisted with fury. How dare you strike me? You cur! Just as she resolved to rise and unleash her fury upon Su Yan like a rabid dog, she felt an icy, penetrating gaze filled with lethal intent settle upon her. Following that was Su Yan's cold, emotionless voice. If you dare to speak again in such a manner, I would not hesitate to impart upon you a lesson that will be far more memorable. Lu Ruoyan was truly a foolish woman. She was not his client, nor had she ever offered him any spirit stones. How dare she insult him publicly? It was true that he was a professional stand-in, but he could easily transform into a professional judge as well. Furthermore, when he had first traversed into the cultivation realm, he had undertaken numerous special assassination missions. After all, the art of perfect impersonation was the deadliest dagger in the hands of an exceptional assassin. Thus, he had never failed in his assassination tasks. As he prepared to depart from the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty at the end of the month, he might just send Lu Ruoyan off to meet her ancestors. Indeed, he was a stand-in, but this was a realm where strength reigned supreme, a place where countless lives were lost daily. Coincidentally, he was not one to forget grievances easily. Chapter 3. The stand-in confronts the true master. At that moment, the entire private room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Until now, everyone had tacitly condoned Lu Ruyan's actions, intending to instill a sense of trepidation in Su Yan. However, they were utterly taken aback when Su Yan disregarded Lu Ruyan's identity as the princess's personal maid, delivering a swift and resounding slap to her face in public. The speed was astonishing, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground like a lifeless dog with the force of the blow. In the past, Su Yan would never have dared to act in such a manner, given that Lu Ruyan was a favored attendant of the princess. Many who sought to cultivate a good relationship with Chu Qingxian had to first navigate past Lu Ruyan. Yet now, not only had Su Yan slapped Lu Ruyan publicly, but he also radiated an aura that suggested he would not hesitate to eliminate her if she dared to persist in her insolence. Originally seething with rage, Lu Ruyan, under the cold scrutiny of Su Yan's indifferent gaze, found herself shrinking back, unable to recklessly charge at him. Instead, she could only whimper in grievance. casting a pleading glance toward Chu Qingxian, hoping her mistress would come to her aid. "Princess, you must stand up for me." Su Yan had always been one to feign restraint. How could he actually strike a woman? It was only at this moment that Chu Qingxian emerged from her shock. "Su Yan, how dare you? I understand that you harbor resentment due to my relationship with Limagia. But how can you be so petty as to vent your frustrations on Ruyan? She is, after all, a personal maid to this princess. And you cannot humiliate her in such a manner. Is it because of Limagia's matter that you no longer regard me with any respect?" Su Yan's eyes, which had remained calm and unflinching throughout, now slightly narrowed. What is this? Has the Blue Star version T0 invaded the realm of fantasy? What does it mean to express dissatisfaction in such a way? I have always maintained my composure. Thank you very much. As long as I am compensated with enough spirit stones, what grievances could I possibly have? Moreover, I have long wished to slap Lu Ruyan for her antics. Had it not been for the spirit stones, I would have buried her long ago. Now she re-emerges to provoke me, jumping into the line of fire. If I didn't slap her to death, I have already shown remarkable restraint. However, Chu Qingxian remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Su Yan's mind. Through her keen observation, she had only detected subtle shifts in his pupils and confidently believed she had deciphered his true intentions, thinking he was using this incident to vent his frustrations toward her. "Su Yan, for the sake of our past friendship, I do not wish to pursue this matter further. Apologize to Lu Ruyan, and do not let things escalate into an ugly confrontation," Chu Qingxian commanded. Lu Ruyan secretly reveled in her triumph. Su Yan was nothing more than a dog under her princess's command. Over the years, whenever the princess spoke in such a tone, Su Yan was always compelled to yield. Moments later, Su Yan would never concede without bowing down to herself in humble apology. With a resounding thud, a pouch filled with spirit stones was cast at Lu Ruyan's feet. According to the laws of the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, publicly assaulting another incurs a penalty of 1,000 spirit stones. I, being magnanimous and considerate of a lady's sentiments, shall regard this 3,000 spirit stones as your compensation. No need for change. Su Yan felt a twinge of regret. It was sufficient to afford the client, Chu Qingxian, some dignity. Were it not for the client's standing, he would have merely offered a refund at the original price. Moreover, I have shown you, Princess, a measure of respect. Had this been in the past, someone like Lu Ruyan would have faced dire consequences. As a professional substitute, he adhered to a principle, submissive in the presence of clients, yet striking fiercely before others. With that, Su Yan turned to leave once more, and not a soul dared to impede him. All eyes instinctively followed his departing figure, then shifted to the spirit stones strewn upon the ground. It felt as if this apology bore no sincerity, resembling more a dismissal of a beggar. Lu Ruyan clutched the other half of her swollen face, suddenly jolted from her stupor, her fury igniting. This was not mere disrespect. It was akin to treating her like a beggar. Su Yan was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. Lu Ruyan cast a pleading, aggrieved glance towards Chu Qingxian, hoping the princess would come to her aid. Yet at that moment, Chu Qingxian's pupils widened in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. Why did Su Yan suddenly seem like an entirely different person? Was it due to the announcement she had made today? Had he merely been concealing his emotions, with tumultuous waves brewing within? Yet that did not align. From a moment he heard her words until the end. Su Yan had exhibited an air of indifference that hardly seemed feigned. Furthermore, within just a single day, he had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Far too abnormal. Something must have transpired with Su Yan that she remained oblivious to. Reflecting on the shadow guards she had dispatched earlier, who reported that Su Yan often stayed up late sketching in his room, Chu Qingxian's suspicions only deepened. Meanwhile, a throng of curious cultivators, alerted by the news, had gathered around Fenghua Tower, creating a scene of bustling anticipation. "He is coming out! He is coming out!" A voice cried from the crowd. Instantly, all gazes converged upon the tall, elegant figure clad in white. However, upon realizing that Su Yan was alone, without any companions, the cultivators were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with confusion. This was not right. According to the usual narrative, upon receiving the news, Su Yan would have employed every means at his disposal to extract the inebriated Chu Qingxian from within Fenghua Tower. Even if Chu Qingxian vehemently resists, even irrationally venting emotions upon Su Yan, he remains exceptionally gentle in bringing her back. Yet why is it that this time, Su Yan has emerged alone? So, you are Su Yan? No wonder Sister Qingxian has taken a liking to someone of your caliber. You bear a striking resemblance to me, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. However, a counterfeit can never truly stand on its own merit. At that moment, a jarring and attention-grabbing voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. The gazes of numerous cultivators turned in unison. A young man clad in azure, with striking features, emerged from the throng, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He is Limagia, who had mysteriously vanished many years ago and recently returned. As the crowd of cultivators stood in shock, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Finally, the doppelganger and the original meet. One wonders what sparks might fly from their encounter. Su Yan remained remarkably calm, instinctively glancing up at Limagia. With handsome looks and an exceptional demeanor, he was the epitome of charm. Most notably, Su Yan perceived Limagia enveloped in a haze, coupled with an almost palpable aura of fortune. After disappearing for over a decade within the ruins, returning unscathed was akin to a protagonist favored by the heavens, as depicted in novels. Moreover, it seemed Limagia had truly acquired formidable opportunities during his time in the ruins. He appeared to regard none of the younger generation, exuding an air of arrogance and independence. Su Yan, I ought to express my gratitude to you. Thank you for taking care of my dear Qingxian in my absence. However, now that I have returned, you, the counterfeit, should recognize your place and leave quietly. Of course, if you refuse to heed this. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying pressure of laws radiated from Limagia, sweeping outwards like a torrential wave. The cultivators gasped, feeling a palpable low pressure descend upon them like dark clouds, making it slightly difficult to breathe. Limagia's ostentatious display of his aura revealed his cultivation level, Cave Heaven Realm. It is known that the cultivation hierarchy in the realm consists of body refinement, spirit sea, blood mobilization, cave heaven, divine powers, life and death, reincarnation, Tao body, true king, and emperor realm. To achieve Cave Heaven Realm at such a young age speaks volumes of his terrifying talent and strength. Oh, how impressive you are! Su Yan maintained his calm demeanor, offering a symbolic applause. Mere cultivation, he had already broken through to the divine powers realm months prior. Observing Limagia's earnest display, akin to a peacock fanning its feathers, Su Yan contemplated and, adhering to his professional integrity, decided to applaud in encouragement. Chapter 4. A moment of carelessness, no evasion. However, Su Yan's earnest demeanor was perceived by all, including Limagia, as a blatant disregard, a manifestation of arrogance that belittled him. Limagia, renowned as a formidable talent, felt his face flush with anger. Despite his years of absence, he had returned with significantly enhanced abilities. Su Yan was merely a counterfeit, a mere imitation bearing a superficial resemblance to him. How dare he treat him with such disdain? Enraged, Limagia resolved to take action, intending to teach Su Yan a lesson in front of everyone. Unbelievable! Limagia had lost his mind, daring to unleash spiritual energy within the capital. This was a grave violation of the laws of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty. With Chu Qingxian shielding him, Limagia felt invincible. The onlookers, however, were filled with trepidation, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Just as Limagia was about to unleash his power, Su Yan, who had remained indifferent throughout, revealed a profound golden pattern in his pupils. Suddenly, the tempest of rules conjured by Limagia erupted violently, turning against its master. With a thunderous roar, Limagia was hurled back by the very storm he had summoned, crashing through the doors of Fenghua Tower. This unexpected turn of events left many cultivators bewildered. How could the seemingly composed Limagia be sent flying like a ragged dog? The once proud warrior, now disheveled and covered in dust, realized he had underestimated Su Yan's capabilities. This was a humiliating setback, especially as he sought to establish his reputation upon returning from the ruins. If he didn't reclaim his dignity now, it would be utterly disgraceful. Magia. At that moment, Chu Qingxian, alerted by the commotion, rushed out of Fenghua Tower with a group of individuals. Upon seeing Li Magia, who had sustained only minor injuries, her expression shifted to one of concern. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Originally intending to salvage his pride, Li Magia quickly concocted an excuse. "I'm fine. I was just worried about you and came to find you at Fenghua Tower. I didn't expect to encounter Su Ian outside. I intended to have a cordial conversation, but he attacked me without warning." Hearing this, Chu Qingxian's fury ignited, disregarding the truth of the situation. "Su Ian, you have gone too far." Previously, within the Windhua Tower, the atmosphere was serene and the words were spoken with nonchalance. Yet now, the ire has been unjustly directed towards Brother Emocia. Such pettiness is utterly incomprehensible. This matter pertains solely to us. If you have grievances, let them be aimed at me. To unleash your fury upon Brother Emocia is beneath contempt and reveals a small-mindedness. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers among the cultivators, bewildered by the unfolding drama, erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Could it be that Su Ian is truly such a person? This facade of calmness and righteousness belies a despicable character adept at concealing his emotions. How disappointing! I once regarded Su Ian as a figure of substance, one who dared to act and love fervently. Yet appears he is merely this. As the walls of reputation began to crumble, many male cultivators displayed expressions of mock enlightenment, while the female cultivators were left in a state of disillusionment, lamenting the fall of their idol from grace. Li Emocia, who observed this scene unfold, couldn't suppress a slight smirk. A counterfeit is ultimately just that, a counterfeit. Chu Qingxian, consumed by self-interest, realized she could manipulate Su Ian effortlessly with mere words, without the need for physical confrontation. Given the lack of support from the surrounding onlookers, Su Ian was not taken aback. After all, the prevailing narrative among the masses was that with the return of Li Emocia, Chu Qingxian would be driven to madness by her infatuation. Coupled with Li Emocia's distinguished lineage, belonging to the esteemed Zhenghua government of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, Su Ian was merely an obscure, unanchored rogue cultivator. Only a fool would risk enmity with Li Emocia, who possessed such formidable backing. Nevertheless, Su Ian merely chuckled softly. There exists a saying, one may indulge in all manner of food, but one must not speak recklessly. What do you mean by claiming I launched a sneak attack? It is you who provoked the situation with your caustic words, and now you cannot bear the consequences. If you lack the skill to endure defeat, perhaps you ought to refrain from playing the game. As he spoke, Su Ian casually tossed forth a jade talisman imbued with recording capabilities. The scene depicted therein unfolded as Li Emocia stepped forth from the crowd, deliberately instigating a confrontation, only to succumb to rage and strike at Su Ian. The observers were left astounded. Wait, do you carry a recording talisman with you at all times? What a peculiar inclination. This habit of Su Ian can be traced back to his time on Blue Star. As a highly regarded male model in nightlife, he often encountered particularly demanding clients who would resort to various tactics to ensnare him. Some would even feign accidents, hoping to coax him into providing personal care in a hospital setting. Thus, Su Ian found it necessary to carry a small recording device whenever he ventured out. Even upon traversing into the realm of cultivation, he maintained this practice. After all, in a world fraught with uncertainties, a young man must learn to safeguard himself. As for Li Magia, he immediately sensed the malice directed towards him. Very well, when the end of the month arrives, an opportunity will present itself for him to eliminate this threat. Even if the state protectorate seeks retribution, he remains indifferent. Let us not forget that over the years, he has amassed a plethora of hidden cards. His sorceress sister will undoubtedly intervene. Li Magia, who had been exposed, felt as though he had been slapped multiple times, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson akin to that of a monkey's rear. He had not anticipated that Su Yian would take such an unconventional approach, ultimately turning the tables on him. Apologies, Qingxian. I have heard that you and Su Yan have grown quite close during this period. I just returned and find myself feeling a twinge of envy and jealousy. After all, you know that in the past, you prefer to be by my side rather than with this Su Yan who seemingly emerged from nowhere. Splendid. Li Majie deployed his little green tea scheming card. The man, feigning a cunning demeanor, played the emotional card in an attempt to elicit sympathy from Chu Qingxian. His gaze once again fell upon her. The exquisite features of the woman momentarily paused, and the emotions brewing within her depths only served to affirm the success and sophistication of Li Majie's ploy. Having just completed his internal analysis and critique, Su Yan found his thoughts validated. Indeed, as if to confirm his suspicions, Chu Qingxian's voice soon followed. Su Yan, I do not care about the outcome of this matter, but Li Majie did not intend to treat you this way. Furthermore, setting aside the facts, do you not have any issues of your own? Chapter 5. Can a clap echo alone? Listen, does it resound? Upon hearing this statement, Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, silently giving Chu Qingxian a thumbs up. What a remarkable disregard for the truth. If you choose to ignore the facts, what is there left to discuss? Indeed, as the saying goes, a clap cannot echo alone. If you were blameless, how could matters have escalated to such a degree? Moreover, this is the capital. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone daring to act in the capital must. The earlier two slaps had left Lu Ruyan seething with resentment. Now, with such a splendid opportunity before her, she naturally sought to take her revenge upon Su Yan. Slap. However, with a crisp sound of slap, the onlookers were momentarily dazzled. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, she was sent flying, shattering several tables and chairs in her wake. The uninformed crowd gasped in shock. Has Su Yan lost his mind? That is the princess's personal maid. You can strike at will? Those who had witnessed Lu Ruyan receive 2 slaps in the private room now closed their eyes in discomfort, turning their heads away. Is Lu Ruyan truly unwell? After enduring 2 slaps in the private chamber, she still hasn't learned her lesson. Now, she jumps out to create a scene, and lo and behold, she receives yet another slap. All eyes turned towards Su Yan, who shrugged innocently. You all saw it. She claimed a clap cannot echo alone. I merely presented her with the facts. And look, isn't this quite resonant? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left speechless, pondering whether this was truly the intended use of presenting the facts. At that moment, another storage bag filled with spirit stones was tossed in front of Lu Ruyan by Su Yan. According to the laws of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, one must pay a fine for striking another. This bag contains 1,000 spirit stones. Consider it a penalty. This declaration left many cultivators astounded. Could the law be manipulated in such a manner? Yet, the astute among them discreetly noted Su Yan's words, secretly learning this technique. Of course, should the princess be dissatisfied, she may deduct from my compensation. A total of 35 million spirit stones should suffice, no matter how much is deducted, correct? Upon hearing Su Yan's audacious and unfeeling proclamation, the multitude of cultivators were left speechless in shock. What on earth? 35 million spirit stones. Many among them would never see such wealth in their lifetime. Previously, they had regarded Su Yan as a mere joke, believing him to be a laughable, inconsequential sycophant, destined to be discarded by the princess and left with nothing. Yet now, this professional sycophant had revealed a fraction of his riches, causing everyone to feel as though they had been blind. Some even felt regret. How infuriating, such a splendid opportunity. Yet it did not fall to them. Pray tell, is it too late for them to become sycophants now? Su Yan, Chu Qingxian, trembled with rage. Perhaps it is due to Su Yan's adherence to the laws of the Taishan celestial dynasty, or perhaps it is a consideration of their past connection. That Chu Qingxian refrained from wielding her authority as a princess to confront Su Yan. Setting aside her intentions, she genuinely wished for an amicable parting, where both could retain their dignity. Moreover, the images captured in the jade earlier had left a profound impression on her. She was acutely aware of Li Majie's formidable strength. Yet it was Su Yan, standing steadfast and unmoving, who effortlessly dismantled Li Majie's efforts, leading to a significant setback for him. Contemplating this, Chu Qingxian felt a stir within her heart. She suddenly realized that she had not truly understood Su Yan over these days. She was unaware of his cultivation, his preferences, or even his past. Perhaps it was because Li Maojia had always occupied a place in her heart, which led her to disregard Su Yan's thoughts. Yet in her life, Su Yan had always played the role of a gentle and attentive figure. For reasons unknown, she felt a renewed emotional resonance deep within her. Watching him, holding up an oil paper umbrella and gradually fading into the misty rain, merging into the hazy sight, she felt a profound emptiness within her, an unsettling sensation. Qingxian, surely you must have seen that, at his core, Su Yan is not a commendable individual. In broad daylight, he dares to strike a woman. He must have been feigning the appearance of a gallant gentleman all these years to win your affections. Li Maojia had already regarded Su Yan as a mere substitute, filled with disdain and contempt, a superfluous stand-in. Yet he had the audacity to act so brazenly before him. Apart from sharing a semblance of appearance with Li Maojia, he possessed no background or talent, unworthy even to carry his shoes. Furthermore, having just lost face before Su Yan, Li Maojia naturally sought to elevate himself by belittling Su Yan, diverting attention from the previous incident. Lu Rian was notorious for her opportunism, and upon witnessing Li Maojia's evident hostility towards Su Yan, coupled with her earlier humiliation, she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor to lament. "Indeed, your highness, Su Yan, a grown man, dared to publicly strike me. Such behavior is the hallmark of a petty and narrow-minded scoundrel. This fellow has feigned his demeanor solely to gain your highness's favor for his own gain." Lu Rian's cries were deliberately loud, not merely directed at Chu Qingxian, but intended to inform all surrounding cultivators of Su Yan's true nature, to tarnish his reputation, ideally rendering him incapable of navigating the cultivation world. Her words appeared to be effective, as several incited cultivators began to point and whisper disparaging remarks towards the direction Su Yan had departed. There are always fools and opportunists, and the cultivation world is certainly not devoid of such characters. Lu Rian, enough already. Although it is true that Su Yan's act of striking you was indeed inappropriate, have you not elevated your own significance too highly? At best, you are merely the maid of Qingxian, and even your master has yet to speak. Yet, it is you who continuously emerges to assert your presence. Do you still regard Qingxian as your master? Or has her recent kindness rendered you unable to discern the boundaries of your roles? A woman nearby could no longer contain her emotions and, with a surge of determination, unleashed all her pent-up thoughts. All eyes turned toward her. This woman, who could be described as gentle and serene in both demeanor and appearance, now bore an expression of profound anger. She was Qingliangqin, the daughter of a chancellor of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, of exceedingly noble birth. Renowned for her talents in music, chess, literature, and painting, she was a celebrated lady of the capital and a close confidant of Chu Qingxian. Yet, Qingliangqin had always embodied the essence of grace and elegance, treating others with kindness and rarely displaying anger. It was the first time for everyone to witness such a gentle beauty revealing her fury in public. In recent days, Qingliangqin had maintained a relationship with Su Yan. In her heart, she viewed him as a refined gentleman, equally skilled in the arts and approachable. To be honest, she had often envied her sister Chu Qingxian for having such a celestial companion by her side. However, there must be a line drawn. Su Yan was certainly no despicable character unworthy of regard. Striking another was indeed wrong, but fundamentally, it was Lu Rian who, despite being merely a maid, persistently sought to assert her presence that was at fault. A maid should behave as such. Before her master, Chu Qingxian, had even spoken, she had already jumped in to create a scene. "Miss Guiyan, I only wish to protect the dignity of the princess. How can you say such things about me?" Lu Rian's expression shifted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing quite aggrieved. However, Qingliangqin's words did not sit well with Li Maojia. "Wait, Guiyan, whose side are you on? As Qingxian's close friend, how can you side with that pretty boy Su Yan to criticize Lu Rian?" Li Maojia expressed his discontent. Qingliangqin was not only a friend of Chu Qingxian, but had also played with him in their childhood. What could this mean, aligning herself with Su Yian, the stand-in? I merely speak the truth. Qingliangqin, with an indifferent demeanor, retorted without hesitation. Are you feeling guilty? Am I not allowed to speak? As she spoke, a hint of derision curled at the corners of her lips as she appraised Magia from head to toe. Furthermore, how dare you label others as despicable hypocrites when you yourself are unworthy of such a title? Just consider your recent actions. Can you truly be deemed a gentleman? You attempted to strike Su Yian upon your first encounter, and when faced with defeat, you brazenly accused him of ambush. Ultimately, you even went so far as to call him a hypocrite. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Magia, how was I ever blind to your talent for casting the first stone? How adept you are at feigning innocence. Your expression, resembling that of someone constipated, betrayed his fury. Qingliangqin, uninterested in further engagement, shifted her gaze back to Chu Qingxian. Qingxian, in my eyes, Su Yian has devoted himself to you over the past 2 years. Aside from the stars and the moon, he has strived tirelessly to fulfill your every desire. He cares for your emotions, listens to your thoughts, and treats you with greater tenderness and attentiveness than he does himself. Everything he has said today is rooted in reality. How can it be interpreted as deliberate insult? Qingliangqin's gaze then turned to Lu Ruyan, her eyes flashing with contempt. And as for your personal maid beside you, she has shamelessly exploited your name to engage in affairs beyond her station, reaping countless benefits. While a personal maid to a princess is indeed commendable, she must not confuse her role and mistakenly assume the position of her mistress. A dog must possess the awareness and restraint befitting its station. This statement caused Lu Ruyan's countenance to shift dramatically, prompting her to lower her head, unable to meet Qingliangqin's eyes, all the while cursing her ancestors in her heart. What business did she have interjecting when the princess herself had said little? Did she truly believe that being the daughter of a prime minister conferred upon her any significance? Ruyan, your actions today have indeed violated decorum. Reflect upon them upon your return. Qingliangqin's words seemed to have an impact. Chu Qingxian regarded Lu Ruyan with a frown. Her eyes filled with warning. This caused Lu Ruyan to bow her head even lower, no longer daring to speak. Enough, Guyan. Brother Magia acted out of impulse, not malice. Witnessing the growing crowd of cultivators around them, Chu Qingxian wished to avoid further embarrassment, concerned about the potential damage to her reputation as a princess, and sought to leave promptly. Observing this scene, Qingliangqin could only shake her head with a sigh. It appeared that Magia's image in Chu Qingxian's eyes was far too sanctified. Even so, her heart remained steadfastly inclined toward him. A wave of self-mockery washed over her, not for herself, but out of pity for Su Yian, feeling it was all in vain. Just moments ago, Magia's reckless chatter, deliberately maligning Su Yian, had subtly shaken Chu Qingxian's heart. It even caused her once pristine image of Magia to fragment slightly. After all, in her memory, Magia was truly flawless. He was handsome, charming, exceptionally intelligent, and courteous to all. He often championed justice, aiding the weak and standing up for those who suffer injustice, earning the admiration of many for his deeds. Yet, just now, despite having provoked Su Yian first, he vehemently denied it and even turned the tables to slander Su Yian. Had Magia, who returned from the mysterious ruins after all these years, truly changed? All right, Qingxian, please don't be angry. What just happened was indeed my fault. Magia hastily interjected, having discerned the turmoil within Chu Qingxian through her subtle expressions. You know, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Every time I think of Su Yian, who bears such a striking resemblance to me, laughing and chatting with you, I feel furious and uncontrollably jealous. Can you forgive me this once? I love you too deeply and couldn't manage my emotions. I truly didn't mean it this way. I also recognize that Su Yian has treated you exceptionally well and with great tenderness in recent times. But rest assured, I swear I will do better than him. I will never let you down. In the years he had vanished, the state guard had begun to decline, losing much of its power. To restore its former glory, securing Chu Qingxian was of utmost importance. Who could tell if he was merely speaking empty words? It would be laughable if he ended up doing nothing. Shangguan Geyin could no longer bear to listen and left with a couple of dismissive remarks. Limajia was too hypocritical, too repugnant. In her eyes, he was not even worthy of being mentioned alongside Su Yan. He wouldn't even deserve to hold Su Yan's shoes, were it not for her steadfast principles. Shangguan Guiyin might have already betrayed her dear friend. To miss out on such a celestial man would indeed be a great pity. Qingxian, I believe Shangguan Guiyin is in grave error. As Shangguan Guiyin departed, Limajia began to speak ill of her before Chu Qingxian again. You'd be wise to limit your interactions with her. Despite our long-standing friendship, she chooses to defend an outsider against us. While criticizing Shangguan Guiyin, Limajia had already concocted a plan in his mind. To ensure the success of his scheme, he would find a way to eliminate Su Yan, leaving no potential threat to his ambitions. Shangguan Geyin seemed to harbor an unusual fondness for Su Yan, even going so far as to publicly defend him against her. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate both, deftly framing Su Yan for it, diverting blame, and achieving a dual advantage. Chu Qingxian remained silent, merely letting out a sigh. The words of Shangguan Geyin stirred a multitude of beautiful memories between her and Su Yan, relentlessly tugging at her aching heart. However, under the sweet words of Limajia, the flicker of emotion in Chu Qingxian's heart swiftly vanished, and she obediently followed Limajia away. After all, they were childhood companions with a shared history spanning many years. Although Su Yan had left a profound impression on her in recent days, how could that possibly compare to the radiance of her cherished moonlight? Chapter 7. Once the white moonlight, mending the heart of Dao as the central figure of the event. Su Yan was rather indifferent to the opinions of Chu Qingxian and others. He soon returned to his dwelling. Upon sensing something amiss, his expression abruptly changed, and he hastily rushed to a particular room. Opening the wooden box on his desk, he gazed at the shimmering azure spirit stones and let out a long sigh of relief. He had feared that a thief had intruded. Fortunately, the 500 spirit stones remained intact. Although he was not lacking in spirit stones, anyone who dared to covet his wealth would invoke his ire. There was little choice in the matter. During his most destitute days in Blue Star, he often rummaged through trash to satisfy his hunger. This experience instilled in him a habit of frugality, so that even after traversing to this fantastical realm, despite possessing considerable wealth, he still felt an insatiable desire to accumulate more. After all, who would ever find an excess of wealth burdensome? Though it was true that Chu Qingxian would later compensate him with 50 million spirit stones, until those stones were firmly in his grasp, they remained merely a promise. Su Yan's mind stirred once more, and a system panel, visible only to him, unfurled before him. Name: Su Yan. Realm: 9th level of divine ability. Acquired identities: Snowstorm Swordsman, Bard, Stormy Lyricist. Note: each time the master successfully completes a role and leaves a profound impression on the target, new identities can be unlocked, along with random acquisitions of related physical traits or innate abilities. There is also a chance to obtain treasures and techniques associated with this path. Physique: Clear Sword Heart, gained through the identity of Snowstorm Swordsman. 9 Worms Lingering Heart, gained through the identity of 9 Netherworm Cultivator. Eye of Disillusion, gained through the identity of Heavenly Oracle. Treasures: 9 Nether Sword Box, a growth-type treasure. Myriad Wonders Orb, Heart-Guarding Dragon Scale Armor. Techniques: Return to Immortality Sacred Art. Minor Success. Transcendental Art. Minor Success. Stormy Sword Technique. Major Success. Identity Points: 420. Note: every 5 identity points can enhance 1 attribute. Each dream simulation requires a basic cost of 100 identity points. Identity points can be used for random upgrades or unlocking further abilities of identities. Gazing at his system panel, Su Yan let out a slight sigh. Though the years spent in this fantastical realm had ensured he received at least 5 identity points daily, along with numerous rewards from the system, the truth was that aside from those exceptional physical traits, other cultivation resources paled in comparison to the swiftness with which he acquired them as a stand-in. For him, the system was perhaps merely the icing on the cake. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Fortunately, since embarking on the path of immortality, his energy had seen an unprecedented enhancement. His talent for time management now flourished splendidly in this fantastical world, allowing him to adeptly handle several stand-in roles simultaneously. Before his journey through time, he yearned to amass sufficient wealth to retire early. Upon traversing into a fantastical realm, he similarly aspired to gather ample resources and hidden advantages. While he did not seek to become an invincible entity within the realm of cultivation, he at least desired the capacity to endure, to challenge others, and to possess the qualifications to stand against the formidable. Rubbing his weary brow, Su Ian approached his desk and opened another wooden box. Within, he retrieved a simplistic sketch and a letter. The sketch depicted a woman whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Qingxian. Were one unaware, they might mistake them for twin sisters. However, the woman in the sketch appeared even more youthful and innocent, clad in a simple pale yellow gown, her smile radiant and beautiful. Indeed, during this period, Chu Qingxian had treated Su Ian as a stand-in, and to some extent, he too had regarded her as a substitute. Zhou Qingji, his first love before his transmigration. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had lived in an orphanage since he could remember. To satiate his hunger, he had to compete with other children for food. Being smaller in stature, he often went hungry. It was during this time that he met Zhou Qingji, who volunteered at the orphanage. Whenever he failed to secure food, she would prepare special meals for him and even spend her own money to buy him treats. During festivals, she would always present him with unique gifts, including gaming consoles. On one occasion, after he had scalded himself while fetching hot water, she took a day off from school to visit him, visibly more distressed about his injury than he was. That was his first encounter with the warmth of tenderness. She remained the white moonlight in Su Ian's heart. As he matured and acquired the means to earn, he longed to repay Zhou Qingji's kindness with greater affection. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on him. She perished in a tragic car accident. Even years later, the memory lingered vividly. The cold, empty morgue, devoid of any presence, left him in a daze, staring like a statue at the body shrouded in white cloth. His mind was utterly blank, and he could scarcely recall how he eventually exited the hospital. This event became an obsession for him. Had he possessed sufficient wealth at that moment, he could have taken her to the best hospital for treatment, perhaps preventing her demise. From that day forth, he resolved to earn money, an abundance of it. Though money is but an external possession, its absence could render many things unattainable. Perhaps it was the profound impact Zhou Qingji had on him, or perhaps the deep-seated regret in his heart that led him to see Chu Qingxian, who bore an almost identical resemblance to her, as a means to atone for his greatest youthful regret. He did not wish for it to be this way. Yet at that time, he had no knowledge of cultivation, nor any means to revive the dead. I humbly beseech your forgiveness for my arrogance over the years, as I mistakenly regarded another woman, reminiscent of you, as a mere substitute to indirectly mend the regrets of the past. The more I attempt to sever ties, the deeper the currents of sorrow flow. The more I raise my cup to dispel my woes, the more profound they become. Years have elapsed, and I believe it is time to seize this opportunity to thoroughly forget you and find peace with the past. Suddenly, flames ignited at the tips of Su Yian's fingers, slowly engulfing the two sheets of paper he held. The flickering light of the fire reflected in his obsidian eyes, casting shadows that accentuated his stern features. Those two sheets, once emblematic of his youth, now transformed into ashes, trickling through his fingers and cascading into the depths of forgotten memories. Meanwhile, Su Yian's previously flawed resolve began to find completeness, mended by the ashes of the paper. In the princess's palace, a resplendent, brightly lit abode, shadows within the hall surged with ripples, and from the depths of darkness emerged a figure cloaked in black, seamlessly blending into the shadows. This was a shadow guard of the Taishan celestial dynasty, adept at melding with darkness, appearing and vanishing without a trace. "Princess, I have located the item you requested," the shadow guard announced, presenting a jade stone with projection and replication abilities to Chu Qingxian. She nodded slightly, accepting the stone from the guard's hands. Su Yian's behavior today starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor, leading her to suspect a significant change in him, intricately connected to his recent peculiar actions. With a subtle shift of thought, the jade talisman soon emanated points of fluorescence, which converged and reformed into two ethereal sheets of paper. A wave of unease washed over Chu Qingxian as she felt uncomfortable prying into others' secrets, especially through such surreptitious means. This behavior felt beneath her, yet her insatiable curiosity proved irresistible. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and fixed her gaze on the first ethereal sheet. In an instant, she was struck as if by lightning. The sheet depicted, in a remarkably simple yet vivid manner, a sketch of a young woman, a girl, youthful and beautiful. The striking detail was that this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her, almost as if it were a portrait of her younger self. P.S. Some comments imply that the protagonist is merely a substitute for a lost love, weaving baseless narratives. To clarify, the protagonist's role as a substitute primarily serves the purpose of acquiring spiritual stones and identity points. The reminiscence of lost love is merely incidental, intended to bring greater completeness to her resolve and to serve her own interests. It is a brief mention, not elaborated upon. If someone deliberately seeks to delve deeply, conjuring unfounded notions and deriving entirely non-existent logical constructs, it can only be said that it would be a pity if they did not pursue a career in novel writing. Chapter 8. Is it merely a manifestation of his own perversion? Chu Qingxian's mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts. The foremost among them was the notion that Su Yian's love for her was astonishingly fervent, so much so that he had resorted to depicting her youthful self, keeping the portrait by his side day and night as a constant companion. Yet, this raised a perplexing question. How could Su Yian possibly know what she looked like in her youth? Was it conceivable that Su Yian was a deviant, harboring desires for her even then? Was he now resorting to such base tactics to win her heart and body? A myriad of thoughts surged through her mind, causing her expression to shift dramatically. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, the flames of her anger engulfing her consciousness entirely. Su Yian, how dare you? How audacious to indulge in such fantasies about her, a princess. It was entirely reasonable for Chu Qingxian to entertain such bizarre thoughts, for she had not shared a bed with Su Yian for quite some time. Furthermore, this was not mere vanity. Her beauty was indeed unrivaled throughout the Taishan celestial dynasty, attracting suitors in overwhelming numbers. Such circumstances led her to subconsciously believe that Su Yian's actions were tainted with lewd intentions, perhaps even a desire to pursue a deeper relationship with her. Calm your anger, princess. Chu Qingxian made no attempt to mask her fury. A terrifying tempest of law surged from her, like a deluge unleashed, shaking the very foundations of the palace and causing it to tremble with a resounding roar. The bewildered maids and shadow guards turned pale, hastily kneeling in fear of being swept away by the tempest. It was the first time they had witnessed the princess in such a furious state in recent days. Ever since Su Yian had made his modest efforts to care for her, Chu Qingxian's notorious capriciousness had been largely restrained. This was the first instance they had seen her emotions oscillate so dramatically without warning. Do you see the sketch? Is it not me? Perhaps overwhelmed by her ire, Chu Qingxian could no longer contain her emotions and thrust the sketch before the shadow guards and maids. Her expression morphed into one of increasingly fierce rage. This sketch had been discovered in Su Yian's quarters. Did they comprehend what this signified? It indicated that Su Yian was nothing but a vile wretch. In his unrequited love, he had harbored improper thoughts about her in secret. The mere thought of the seemingly refined gentleman engaging in such sordid activities with her likeness each night made her feel nauseated. How could she have been so foolish as to be deceived by such a truly base individual? In her heart, she had even felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Yian. Looking back now, she truly had been blind. The shadow guards and maids stood dumbfounded upon hearing her words. To be honest, they all held a rather favorable impression of Su Yian. Was the other party truly such a vile character? Their attention swiftly shifted back to the ethereal parchment held by Chu Qingxian. Perhaps it was the clarity of the observer's perspective that illuminated the truth. As onlookers, they quickly discerned an intriguing distinction. At first glance, the sketch of the maiden bore a striking resemblance to Chu Qingxian. Yet upon closer inspection, she was markedly different. The attire worn by the maiden was peculiar, an ensemble they had never encountered before. Furthermore, a distinct beauty mark graced the corner of her left eye, adding an unusual allure to her innocence. Additionally, her smile revealed delicate dimples at the corners of her lips, traits entirely absent in their Princess Chu Qingxian. Thus, it could be said that rather than being a mere reflection of Chu Qingxian, this was a strikingly similar individual. Impossible. Listening to the analysis of the maid and the shadow guard, Chu Qingxian instinctively refuted the notion. How could it be that someone so akin to my appearance exists and is fortuitously acquainted with Su Ian? This is utterly implausible. This must be a fabrication conjured by Su Ian, utilizing my visage to shield his sordid inclinations from exposure. Chu Qingxian incessantly sought excuses, vehemently denying this possibility. Your Highness, perhaps that parchment holds the answers you seek, the shadow guard kindly suggested. Suddenly jolted from her fixation, Chu Qingxian realized she had overlooked this vital point. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? With renewed urgency, she scrutinized the letter, even as an ephemeral missive. The robust and meticulously crafted script was a sight to behold. However, the first word struck her like a thunderbolt, her pupils dilating in shock. Zhou Qingji, I yearn for someone like you, a gentle breeze in the mountains, a warm light in the ancient city. From dawn until dusk, from the wilderness to the study. As long as the story concludes with you, that is all I desire. Yet, you seem to be like a free-spirited breeze in the mountains, reluctant even to linger at my fingertips for a fleeting moment. Zhou Qingji, you truly resemble the white moonlight in the night. No matter how fervently I reach out, I cannot touch you even the slightest bit. The more Chu Qingxian read, the more uncontrollable tremors coursed through her body. It must be said, each line pinned on that page resonated with such profound emotion. When woven together, they formed the most romantic of confessions. Yet these words, capable of capturing the heart of any woman in the world, felt akin to invisible slaps, each one striking her face with a stinging intensity, igniting a burning pain. Like invisible daggers, they pierced her heart, causing her entire being to convulse in agony. Who is Zhou Qingji? That is certainly not my name. Chu Qingxian murmured, as if entranced. Regardless of her unwillingness to accept it or her attempts to find excuses, the outcome had become painfully evident. The sketch of the girl is not her at all. This letter, penned meticulously by Su Yan, was not addressed to her, Chu Qingxian, but rather to a woman named Zhou Qingji, the very white moonlight that Su Yan has buried deep within her heart. There is no moment of epiphany upon discovering the truth. Chu Qingxian feels her mind go blank, entering a state of mental paralysis. Only one question incessantly emerges in her thoughts. Could it be that all this time, Su Yan's meticulous care, characterized by profound concern and tenderness, was merely an attempt to substitute her for this so-called Zhou Qingji? A tremor runs through Chu Qingxian's entire being. Su Yan, oh, what a Su Yan. She is a princess of a great nation, unparalleled in grace, with an extraordinary talent and countless admirers. Yet this Su Yan, her initial intention in approaching her was to treat her as a mere stand-in for her beloved white moonlight. Chapter 9. Awakening in the midst of deathly illness. The substitute turns out to be the princess herself in this moment. The atmosphere surrounding Chu Qingxian became exceptionally oppressive and stifling, causing several maidens and shadow guards to tremble in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads even slightly. They were filled with both astonishment and curiosity. What could the princess have seen on that illusory page? Why did she seem to be on the brink of emotional collapse? A torrent of emotions had engulfed all of Chu Qingxian's rationality. Yet, more than anything, it was a profound sense of shame and an overwhelming anger, alongside an undeniable dissatisfaction. How could she, Chu Qingxian, be inferior to that woman named Zhou Qingji? For years, she had believed she was treating Su Yan as a mere substitute for Li Moxie. Little did she know that the truth was Su Yan had, in a twist of fate, taken her as a substitute instead. Su Yan, how dare you? Bang! Driven to the height of fury, Chu Qingxian swept her wide sleeves, unleashing a violent gust of law-infused wind that forcefully burst open the palace doors. By the time the maidens regained their composure, they saw a streak of radiant light in the form of Chu Qingxian swiftly disappearing into the night. Her destination was none other than Su Yian's residence. Indeed, she was determined to confront Su Yian personally, demanding an explanation for his actions. What was happening? In another palace within the princess's residence, Li Moxie, having sensed the commotion, emerged from his meditative state and inquired of a maiden. Reporting to Lord Moxie, after seeing 2 pages left by Su Yian, Princess Qingxian suddenly lost control of her emotions. A maiden, visibly flustered, divulged everything she knew to Li Moxie. That damned Su Yian. Upon learning the truth, Li Moxie gritted his teeth in anger. It was evident that something had stirred such profound turmoil within Chu Qingxian's heart. Su Yian undoubtedly held considerable significance in her mind, perhaps even threatening to undermine Li Moxie's own standing in her affections. Li Moxie was displeased, exceedingly displeased. After all, he was merely a counterfeit substitute with a passing resemblance to him. What right did he have to usurp his place in Qingxian's heart? Within a residence shrouded in the night, the lights remained ablaze. Su Yian, with lowered gaze, sipped from a cup of hot tea, his expression serene, as if awaiting something. After taking another sip, he seemed to sense an impending event and raised his head. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying force erupted in the heavens. Blazing crimson gold flames appeared to set the entire sky alight. The excessive brilliance dispelled the darkness, illuminating the area as bright as day. Simultaneously, the surging fire clouds were forcibly split apart by some unseen power. A staircase formed from the flames slowly coalesced, descending gracefully. Upon this fiery staircase stood a woman clad in a phoenix robe of crimson gold, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, resembling a youthful empress, as she elegantly approached Su Yian. Bathed in the seething flames, Chu Qingxian's expression remained as frigid as an ancient glacier. Su Yian, you had better provide this princess with a reasonable explanation. Explanation? Su Yian continued to sit leisurely at the tea table, savoring his cup of hot tea. Whenever someone exhibited intense emotions towards him, particularly when he held a position of influence, his system would promptly relay such sentiments. Through this reporting mechanism, he comprehended precisely why Chu Qingxian had appeared. Unhurried and unperturbed, Su Yian took a sip of his tea and responded with a smile. Princess Qingxian, one cannot frame the matter in such a manner. Without my consent, you dispatch your subordinates to spy on me and gather my secrets. Should it not be Princess Qingxian who owes me an explanation? Chu Qingxian momentarily faltered, a vague, indescribable pain suddenly gripping her heart. In that fleeting moment, Su Yian had become unrecognizable to her. It was essential to note that previously, he would never append the title of princess to her name, as it felt overly distant. However, now, by using that appellation, Su Yian signified a desire to sever their ties. Moreover, in times past, whenever she expressed anger or significant emotional turmoil, Su Yian would immediately yield, employing various means to soothe her feelings. Yet this time, in the face of her vehement inquiry, there was not a hint of anxiety on his countenance. His gaze was calm and indifferent, rendering him a stranger to her. Following that moment of anguish, a torrent of boundless rage surged within her. There was no need for further contemplation. Su Yian, now aware that she had uncovered the truth, had chosen to discard pretense and reveal his true self. What did this imply? It indicated that his past kindness had been but a fade, treating her as a mere substitute for the woman known as Zhou Qingji. Su Yian, spare me your irrelevant chatter. This princess acknowledges her wrongdoing in sending someone to spy on your secrets without your permission. However, had I not taken such action, I would have remained blissfully ignorant. You have consistently regarded this princess as a mere stand-in for your beloved white moonlight. The word stand-in seemed to carry immense shame for her, as Chu Qingxian, already engulfed in extreme resentment and fury, felt her strength surge once more. Thunderous roars reverberated as the crimson fire clouds amassed in the night sky. It vaguely transformed into a colossal phoenix, poised to descend upon the earth, heralding a tempest of fiery chaos. When the world is happening, this energy feels like that of Princess Qingxian. What could have transpired to incite such wrath in her? Is that direction not where Su Yan's residence lies? Did you all just hear a voice? It seems the princess lamented her fate as a mere substitute. I heard that too. A cultivator immediately echoed. The princess boldly intruded into the men's quarters, furiously questioning how she had become a stand-in. This was an unprecedented scandal. I must partake in this drama. Many cultivators, drawn by the commotion, transformed into streaks of light, hastening towards the chamber of Su Yan. The world of cultivation is truly exhilarating. Just earlier, they had heard whispers that Su Yan had been regarded as a mere substitute, cruelly cast aside by the princess. They even harbored sympathy for him. Yet, who could have anticipated such a shocking reversal of fate that very night? The princess herself had become Su Yan's substitute. How splendid! This is simply marvelous. In a moment of shocking realization, the substitute turned out to be the princess herself. Chapter 10. The enraged Chu Qingxian has become Su Yan's substitute. Li Majia, who was also hastening towards this direction, found himself momentarily bewildered upon hearing this news. However, as he regained his composure, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. What is happening? Why does it feel as though, without even officially clashing with Su Yan, I've already suffered a complete defeat? Beneath the night sky, the palace was illuminated in a fiery red by the billowing flames. The terrifying shockwaves even sent Su Yan's teacup and teapot flying. Yet, Su Yan merely raised a finger and gently pointed into the void. An invisible force surged forth, drawing the spilled tea back in an orderly manner into the cup and teapot. Thank you. Su Yan took another sip of his tea, his voice laced with a certain nonchalant amusement. I was just thinking that my tea had grown a bit cold, and your flames have conveniently warmed it up. You are rather considerate. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingxian paused slightly, her entire being flushed with anger. Su Yan, if you are deliberately trying to provoke me with such words to incite my wrath, then I must concede that you have succeeded. As she spoke, boiling flames coalesced around Chu Qingxian, solidifying into ethereal fire phoenixes, each no larger than a palm, encircled by crimson flames. If you do not provide me with an explanation tonight, I shall no longer regard our past affections. An explanation? Su Yan took a sip of tea, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Over the years, I have indeed endeavored to treat you gently and meticulously in my own way. This, I believe, you're more aware of than I. I understand that you harbor some emotions, yet I have made numerous concessions, even sacrificing without expectation of reciprocation. You have stated that once your beloved Magia returns, you would leave me without hesitation, yet I continue to invest my heart in you. I have acted with a clear conscience. How can I owe you an explanation? Su Yan's response was strikingly sincere. Yet, Chu Qingxian was so enraged that she trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, she acknowledged that Su Yan's words held considerable merit, rendering her unable to find a counterargument. Yet, she felt discontent, unwilling to yield. She was the beloved princess of the Taishan celestial dynasty, resplendent and unparalleled, with countless suitors. As long as she wished, there were innumerable individuals willing to sacrifice everything for her, even to the point of death. What was Su Yan, after all? A wandering cultivator without connections or support. In her eyes, Su Yan was merely leveraging her status to obtain the cultivation resources he desired. To put it bluntly, he was just a man living off her generosity. How dare he consider her a mere substitute? She could regard Su Yan as a stand-in to provide her with emotional value, but he had no right, nor was he worthy, to treat her, the illustrious Chu Qingxian, as a mere replacement. Qingxian, please calm yourself. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed from afar. It appeared that several figures were hastily approaching. Leading the group, Shangwan Gayan wore a face of urgency, desperately attempting to halt Chu Qingxian. In the eyes of Chu Qingxian, the one in power, Su Yan was merely an inconsequential wanderer, possessing only a decent exterior. However, in her perspective, Su Yan was an exceptionally rare talent, unparalleled throughout the ages. Not only was he proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but he had also attained a profound understanding of their essence. Those capable of grasping such profundities were invariably top-tier masters, often capable of establishing their own sections. Furthermore, Su Yian's strength was extraordinarily formidable. On one occasion, while concealing her identity, she ventured into a perilous secret realm of the Taishan celestial dynasty for investigation. She witnessed Su Yian slay a 9-tier dragon with a single sword strike. The sword swept across the sky, dividing the realms of Yin and Yang. When the sword was drawn, it radiated like thunder, illuminating the world. When it fell, the dragon's carcass plummeted to the ground. If there were indeed a true terrestrial sword immortal, Su Yian would undeniably be among them. Moreover, her father had once nearly defied imperial orders to secretly offer her a hint, an indication that the royal family of the Taishan celestial dynasty, particularly the emperor, held Su Yian in high regard. They even contemplated bestowing him a title of nobility, hoping to keep him within their realm. All signs pointed to Su Yian's extraordinary nature. Such an individual could hardly be perceived by Chu Qingxian as a mere lackey without strong backing or remarkable prowess. Had Chu Qingxian lost control of her emotions today and acted against Su Yian, their fates would have been irrevocably severed. As a close friend, she wished to counsel Chu Qingxian to remain calm. Yet, despite Qingliangqin and the others reacting swiftly, they were still a moment too late. Su Yian, you seek death. Boom! In an extreme fury, Chu Qingxian was beyond caring. As a princess of the Taishan celestial dynasty, many matters did not require her to tread lightly. Meanwhile, Li Magia, who was hastening towards the scene, rejoiced. Chu Qingxian was actually taking action against Su Yian. His status in her heart was undoubtedly secured. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire expanse in a fiery brilliance of crimson and gold. Countless golden fire phoenixes, radiating an unbearable heat, descended like splendid meteors scattered across the night sky, layered and intertwining, plummeting towards Su Yian below. The proximity was so close, and the density of the fire phoenixes was such that ordinary cultivators could not evade them, only left to withstand the onslaught. With her crimson eyes ablaze after unleashing this attack, Chu Qingxian suddenly felt deflated, her composure instantly shattered. The fierce determination in her beautiful gaze transformed into a state of panic and confusion in an instant. Would Su Yian be able to withstand it? Why had she lost control of her emotions and acted against him? Yet, she still clung to a notion of self-justification. If only Su Yian had not treated her as a mere substitute, if he had not publicly embarrassed her to such an extent, and had instead taken the initiative to apologize, would matters have escalated to this point? Thus, in conclusion, even if Chu Qingxian is at fault, the greater blame lies with Su Yian. She is not in the wrong. Is this truly your choice? However, before the palace, now entirely engulfed in flames, a voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly resonated. It was a voice so familiar, yet it struck Chu Qingxian's ears with an unsettling sense of strangeness. Boom! In the next instant, countless fire phoenixes plummeting downward were abruptly held in check by an unfathomable force, frozen mid-air. Soon, accompanied by a terrifying and suffocating law, a tempest erupted violently. Countless golden fire phoenixes were instantly swept into the maelstrom, like withered leaves, relentlessly torn apart and crushed, transforming into a shower of embers that scattered through the night breeze. Amidst the swirling vortex of shattered embers stood a tall figure in white, exuding an air of dignified composure. His expression remained impassive, his steps unwavering. It seemed as if with a mere casual wave of his sleeve, he effortlessly dismantled Chu Qingxian's full-force strike, unleashed in her fury. Chapter 11. How dare he lay a hand on Chu Qingxian? Bang! The residual force from the shattering of the fiery phoenix surged with relentless intensity. In an instant, it transformed into a tempest of law-infused winds, crashing violently against the astounded Chu Qingxian. The terrifying impact elicited a muffled groan of agony from her lips. The flames that enveloped her dissipated in an instant, and she was sent tumbling several meters away, her balance completely lost. Yet, overshadowing the physical pain was an overwhelming sense of disbelief. She had never anticipated that Su Yian's strength could reach such formidable heights. effortlessly dismantling her full force with a mere strike. Even more unfathomable was the fact that Su Yan had actually turned his hand against her. It was well known that in the past, even if he had 1,000 boldness, he would never dare to inflict even the slightest injury upon her. Qingxian. At that moment, Li Majia and Shangwan Guiyin finally arrived, supporting the breathless Chu Qingxian. Enraged, Li Majia confronted Su Yan, his voice resonating with fury. Su Yan, you truly possess immense audacity. How dare you lay a hand on the princess of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty? We're the guards of the Imperial Guard. Seize him. Despite Li Majia's outward display of indignation, his heart was consumed with boundless joy. Just the previous night, he had been troubled, pondering how to eliminate Su Yan, that inconsequential substitute. Tonight, Su Yan had unwittingly provided him with a legitimate opportunity to rid himself of the nuisance. Even if Shangwan Guiyin, that wretched woman, desired to protect Su Yan, any entity that dared to harm the princess of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty would face the gravest consequences. Observing the scene unfold, Su Yan merely curled his lip in disdain. Indeed, he was a mere substitute, yet he was also a professional in his field, bound by the limits of his tasks and the remuneration involved. Not to mention, the client's wish to strike him was a different matter entirely. Extra payment was required. Furthermore, even if Chu Qingxian's recent blow had little effect on him, it was certainly not without discomfort. He was a professional substitute, not a reckless gambler wagering his life. While it was permissible to strike him with spirit stones, being scorched by flames was entirely unacceptable. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards of the Celestial Dynasty, having heard the commotion, exchanged glances and promptly resolved to uphold the laws of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty by subduing Su Yan. Nevertheless, even amidst impending peril, Su Yan leisurely sipped his tea, maintaining an air of calm composure. What a spectacle it was. Here was Su Yan, facing imminent danger, yet still finding the leisure to indulge in tea. It was Li Majia who grew impatient first. What are you all waiting for? Quickly subdue him and confine him in our celestial dungeon, awaiting his fate. Shangwan Guiyin was somewhat anxious. Although she was the daughter of the prime minister, her esteemed status could not grant her the grounds to intervene in matters concerning the laws of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty. A multitude of cultivators, drawn in by the commotion, now gathered nearby, their expressions revealing a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. It was evident that Su Yan, having dared to injure someone within the realm of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty, particularly the beloved Princess Qingxian, would meet a fate far worse than death, even if he possessed 10 lives. However, when considering the laws of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty, it was the princess who struck first. Su Yan was merely defending himself. Was he not? Whispers circulated among the crowd. Just moments ago, Princess Chu Qingxian had shown no mercy, truly intent on delivering a lethal blow. If Su Yan had refrained from retaliating, he would most likely have perished here and now. How foolish can one be? Su Yan was merely a rogue cultivator, without a sect or backing, while Chu Qingxian's status was formidable. Her rules were the very laws of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty. Alas, poor Su Yan had been a mere stand-in for the princess for over 2 years. He was almost free and yet chose to stand his ground. But the price for his defiance could very well be his life. Perhaps by noon tomorrow, we would witness Su Yan's execution on the guillotine. Enough! Cease this at once. Just as everyone believed Su Yan was doomed, a resounding voice, akin to a great bell, echoed from the depths of the heavens. The Celestial Guards, who had been preparing to suppress Su Yan, halted abruptly, their expressions shifting as they collectively bowed and saluted in the direction of Commander Wang. From the depths of the clouds, golden lightning flickered, shattering the surrounding space like glass. Subsequently, a formidable man clad in crimson gold armor, exuding an aura of battle-hardened ferocity, emerged from a fractured void. His face, naturally imposing and austere, now looked down upon the assembled crowd with an air of authority. General Wang Shao, a powerful figure at the threshold of life and death, was renowned for his remarkable achievements in service to the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty and held in high regard by the current sovereign. He was also one of the 3 great generals of the royal guard of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty. The sudden arrival of General Wang left everyone present in a state of astonishment. What could this mean? Had the illustrious General Wang descended to intervene on behalf of Su Yian? Yet, Su Yian was merely a trivial pawn in the eyes of the princess. General Wang Shao. What was the meaning of this? Li Majie could no longer contain himself and boldly questioned, this rogue, Su Yian, has dared to attack the princess in our capital and has injured her, according to the laws of the Taishan celestial dynasty. Such a criminal should be imprisoned in the heavenly prison and subjected to severe punishment before execution, serving as a deterrent to others. It must be said, Li Majie was indeed clever to invoke the laws of the Taishan celestial dynasty directly. Even if General Wang had ulterior motives, he could not openly defy the laws of the dynasty in front of so many witnesses. Such an act could lead to execution. General Wang, seasoned in the ways of the world, could easily discern the underlying thoughts of Li Majie. However, considering the support of the state protectorate and the contributions it had made to the Taishan celestial dynasty, he had to tread carefully. He chose to turn a blind eye, not paying much attention, but instead directed his gaze towards Chu Qingxian. Princess Qingxian, I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. I wonder how you perceive it? The sudden shift left everyone somewhat bewildered. According to the usual protective nature of the Taishan celestial dynasty, the first inquiry should be directed at Su Yian, the party involved. Why then did General Wang Shao deviate from a norm and instead question Chu Qingxian? Wang Shao remained indifferent to the opinions and thoughts of those around him, merely awaiting Chu Qingxian's response in accordance with some command. Although Chu Qingxian found herself perplexed, she was indeed cognizant of the situation's origins. If we set aside her own identity, the party most at fault in this affair was undeniably her. In the dead of night, she had rushed to Su Yian's residence, questioning him without any semblance of decorum. In her fury, she had lashed out indiscriminately. To put it plainly, even if she were struck, it would be a consequence of her own actions. However, there were no what-ifs. She was a princess of the Taishan celestial dynasty, a figure of immense stature, revered and admired by all. To acknowledge her error would be tantamount to admitting she had acted like a hysterical woman, causing a scene at Su Yian's residence in the middle of the night. The thought of relinquishing her dignity and indirectly submitting to a man, especially one she regarded as a mere substitute, was unbearable to her. Chu Qingxian's ruby lips parted slightly, and after a deep breath, her gaze grew resolutely firm. I am not in the wrong. Chapter 12. The exceptional case of the first river. A special edict from the emperor. The entire world fell into a profound silence. Chu Qingxian's words resonated with unparalleled clarity in everyone's ears. Her message was unequivocal. She was blameless, while Su Yian was at fault. According to the laws of the Immortal Dynasty, he should be imprisoned. Perhaps Chu Qingxian, still engulfed in anger, sought to exert pressure on Su Yian through this means, intending to impart a lesson that would clarify his place and compel him to submit to her. Su Yian, who was sipping tea, paused momentarily. The curve of his lips hinted at a myriad of complex emotions. Ultimately, he merely smiled softly, realizing that a substitute would always remain just that. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Su Yian was protesting his innocence. In truth, he reflected on how Chu Qingxian, whom he considered a mere stand-in, was not Zhou Qingji but merely an imitation. This would undoubtedly be a noteworthy entry in his career as a substitute. In a world filled with countless clients, one must remain vigilant and not allow oneself to be reminded of those from the past. General Wang Shao fell into a brief silence, sighing inwardly. Princess, why can you not see the truth? In everyday matters, she was undoubtedly the most astute among them. Why had she yet to comprehend? His mere presence spoke volumes. He was now entirely under the emperor's command, who, besides the emperor, could authorize him to personally handle such matters. He had subtly indicated to Su Yian that he was no ordinary figure, even favored by the emperor. Could it be that Li Mo-Xie's return had dulled the princess's intellect? Or perhaps, since Li Mo-Xie's arrival, her gaze had not lingered on Su Yian at all. How could she fail to perceive such an evident truth? Yet, regardless of his lamentations, the princess was now irrevocably separated from Su Yian. Perhaps this was fate. I apologize, Princess. I cannot, in accordance with the laws of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, confine Lord Su to the celestial prison. The night descended into an absolute stillness. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone present, including Li Mo Xie and Shangwan Guiyan, widened their eyes in disbelief. Some even questioned whether they were imagining things. That general seemed to address Su Yan. As Lord, a thunderous realization struck. Only now did they begin to discern the veiled truth. Su Yan was perhaps not merely a wandering cultivator without connections and support, but rather someone of formidable origins, even held in high regard by the Taishan imperial family. What? Chu Qingxian gasped instinctively. If anyone were to be truly incredulous and astounded, it was undoubtedly her. Today, Su Yan had already brought forth an overwhelming number of shocks. Yet, she had spent over 2 years in his company. How could one be so unaware of Su Yan, yet still earn the profound esteem of members from the illustrious royal family of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, such as the imperial decree? As he spoke, Wang Xiao produced a golden edict, radiating a majestic dragon aura from the void. The moment the edict materialized, the entire firmament was instantly bathed in a resplendent golden hue. Although the cultivation realm does not adhere to the mortal custom of bowing before a decree, the terrifying aura emanating from this edict was enough to instill a sense of trepidation in many cultivators, evoking an involuntary desire to prostrate in reverence. The edict, it was personally drafted by the current sovereign of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, a paramount figure of the reincarnation realm. To behold the edict is akin to beholding the sovereign himself. The incredulous gazes directed at Su Yan grew increasingly incredulous. What on earth is his origin? To have the current ruler of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty personally issue a decree for him is indeed unprecedented, an occurrence that may never be replicated in the future. Chu Qingxian, who had yet to recover from her initial shock, found her mind utterly blank upon witnessing her father's edict. Why is this happening? Her father has actually taken the initiative to issue a decree for Su Yan, granting him privileges? Yet, Su Yan is merely an ordinary cultivator, possessing an appearance somewhat reminiscent of her brother Limagia, yet fundamentally unremarkable. He is merely a common substitute. Why should he garner her father's favor? Why? Why would the sovereign, at the cost of his own power, decree such a document for this individual? Limagia seemed unable to accept this sudden reversal of fortune. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Everyone in the capital knows he is merely my substitute. How could the sovereign possibly bestow such a significant honor upon a mere inconsequential stand-in? One cannot blame Limagia for his emotional turmoil. After all, even during his prime, he had never created a precedent for the current sovereign to draft a decree specifically for him. Yet Su Yan, merely a substitute sought out by Chu Qingxian due to her longing, has accomplished what he could not. Does this not imply that he, the original, is inferior to Su Yan, the substitute? Conversely, does it mean that Limagia himself is the so-called inconsequential clown? This outcome is simply intolerable, outrageous. Wang Zhao's eyes blazed with fury, an overwhelming pressure of law emanating from him, as if a vast sky were collapsing. It forced Limagia to the ground, rendering him as helpless as a stricken dog, from which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Do you question the authenticity of the edict in my hand? Previously, you dared to scheme in front of me, yet I held back, considering your past contributions to the Immortal Dynasty. Now, you dare to emerge and spout nonsense. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Wang Zhao's aura was terrifying, like a mountain pressing down upon Limagia, constricting his chest and inducing dizziness. General Wang, please temper your wrath. At that moment, a voice of alarm echoed from the horizon. A formidable expert in the realm of divine powers emerged from the rippling void, his expression fraught with urgency as he implored Wang Xiao for mercy. He was none other than Li Lao, the steward of the current state of tranquility. It was evident that the state, fearful of Li Mo Xie meeting a dire fate, hastily dispatched Li Lao to negotiate his release. Take him away at once. Should he dare to utter another word, I shall have him thrown into the celestial dungeon for several days and nights. Wang Xiao was disinclined to squander further time on this matter. With a swift kick, he sent the nearly lifeless Li Mo Xie hurtling into Li Lao's grasp. "Thank you, General Wang, for your clemency." Li Lao expressed his profound gratitude as he prepared to vanish into the undulating void. Yet, just before he disappeared, his smile abruptly faded, replaced by a glance at Su Yan that was tinged with malice and fury. It was clear that the rift between the state of tranquility and Su Yan had deepened irrevocably. "My apologies, Sir Su." Wang Xiao addressed Su Yan with utmost respect, clasping his fists in a gesture of deference. This situation arose from our mismanagement in the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. The princess was previously in a state of agitation. I beg you to forgive us. Even the many cultivators who had mentally prepared themselves could not help but feel their hearts lurch at this spectacle. It was truly astonishing. A general of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, a master of life and death, now referred to a youthful junior as Sir Su Yan, it seemed, was indeed a figure of profound depth and intrigue. Chapter 13. The versatile talent Su Yan. She will eventually regret it. Meanwhile, deep within the resplendent palace, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent robe adorned with golden dragons, exuding an innate air of authority, seemed to have received a message. As he placed a white piece on the chessboard, a profound sigh escaped his lips. It appeared that fate had decreed it thus. "Qingxian and Su Xiaoyu were destined to be star-crossed. Your Majesty need not be overly concerned. Many things are fated by heaven before they even unfold," replied an elder with white hair and a black piece in hand, placing it on the board with a smile. Upon hearing this, the bitterness on Chu Qingxian's face deepened. "I am well aware of the national teacher's intent. It is indeed my excessive indulgence of Qingxian over the years that has led her to be lacking in consideration regarding many matters. While Imoja was undoubtedly a top prodigy of my Qingliangqin Dynasty, times inevitably change. The seas may turn to mulberry fields, let alone human affairs. I only hope that Qingxian does not come to regret her choices." The national teacher, seated before Chu Qingxian, merely chuckled inwardly at such thoughts. It would be quite strange if she did not regret it. Once Chu Qingxian learns the truth and discovers just how extraordinary Su Yan truly is, she may finally realize what a celestial being she has let slip through her fingers. At that time, consumed by her emotions, Qingxian had struggled for years, unable to emerge from the shadows of her past. The emperor had also been deeply troubled by this matter. By a twist of fate, upon learning of a thousand-faced demon lord in the cultivation realm who could assist those burdened by love to move beyond their past, the emperor, with a mindset of desperation, sought contact with Su Yan. Little did he expect that Su Yan was genuinely exceptional. Through his attentive care during these past few days, he gradually helped Chu Qingxian step out her past. Moreover, due to an unexpected turn of events, he discovered that Su Yan was, in fact, the legendary Fate Offering Master. The Fate Offering Master, an ancient profession within the cultivation realm. By offering sufficient tributes, one could ensure the prosperity of a nation's fortune for decades. However, such professionals are exceedingly rare. The renowned Fate Offering Masters either hold significant positions in other top cultivation dynasties or remain hidden in the depths of vast mountains, difficult to find. To their surprise, they had struck fortunate luck. Not only had they resolved the princess's emotional turmoil, but they had also found a Fate Offering Master. Furthermore, Su Yan's innovative and unique thought processes consistently yielded remarkably fresh insights on various policies, far surpassing the norms of his time. During this period, benefiting from his brilliance, Chu Qingxian instituted a series of policies that greatly improved the livelihood of the people of the Qingliangqin Dynasty. Such an extraordinary and versatile talent is destined to become a leading figure in the cultivation realm. Thus, Chu Qingxian was constantly devising ways to truly retain Su Yan, hoping to unite him with Chu Qingxian. However, it now seemed that his ambitions had come to naught. One could only lament that he had given Qingxian the opportunity, yet she proved ineffective. Moreover, Chu Qingxian herself harbored considerable issues, enjoying the unparalleled gentleness of Su Yan without merit. In her heart, she vividly yearned for the moonlight that illuminated her soul. Now, with the truth revealed, the facade has crumbled. She, too, had been cast as a mere substitute. It was her own shame and fury that had caused her to lose her reason. But had she not experienced the torment of knowing herself to be a stand-in, subjected to the scrutiny of others for an entire year? With a sigh, the national master chuckled softly. Such greed, desiring both sides, would inevitably lead to regret once the true object of one's affection was lost. The following morning, the entire Taishan celestial dynasty was in an uproar. Although the events had transpired in the dead of night, the repercussions were substantial, quickly becoming common knowledge throughout the capital. I had always believed that Su Yin was a pitiful stand-in who would end up unloved and alone, only to discover that she was, in fact, the true hidden powerhouse. Astonishingly, she had used the princess as her substitute. One must wonder, will Princess Qingxian awaken to this truth and ultimately rue her choices? Yet, such conjectures were swiftly met with countless refutations from the cultivators. Impossible, not to mention that Princess Qingxian had not even glanced at Su Yin for over 2 years, completely disregarding him. Furthermore, with her true love, Li Mo Xie, having returned, it was inconceivable that her affections would turn to Su Yin. Yet this time, no one dared to mock Su Yin. In fact, they refrained from further discussion, for he was the legendary man for whom the emperor had issued a special decree. He was not someone they could openly deride from the shadows. Within the National Defense Hall, a voice filled with rage echoed, "Father, as long as Su Yin lives, my hatred shall remain unresolved." Li Mo Xie's eyes were bloodshot, a murderous intent brewing deep within. He had heard the fervent rumors circulating outside regarding a mere substitute. Time and again, he had been humiliated, igniting his fury. The stand-in should get off the stage. Montaxi Khan Yosef, a man with an air of authority, seated at the head of the table, spoke coldly. Li Tsong, father of Li Mo Xie, and the true power behind the National Defense Hall, continued. Su Yin is not so easily dealt with. If this were a decade ago, our national defense would have had 100 ways to eliminate him. However, our strength has waned, compounded by the emperor's deliberate stripping of our authority. We can remove Su Yin, but we must not leave any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, the matter will become exceedingly complicated. Listening to his father's words, although Li Mo Xie's expression darkened, he could not deny the validity of his father's reasoning. Father, for our National Defense Hall to regain its former glory, we must leverage Chu Qingxian's status. If I can successfully marry her, all the challenges facing our family will be resolved, and we may even recreate our past splendor. Su Yin is the obstacle to my current plan. Li Mo Xie is no fool. Although Chu Qingxian does not overtly display her feelings, he is certain that she cares, to some extent, for Su Yin otherwise. There would not have been such profound emotional upheaval last night, due to him. Li Tsong's gaze flickered. Indeed, their state's power has utterly waned. Only through the union of his son and Chu Qingxian can a reversal of fortune be achieved. Fear not, for I have my plans, he thought, his eyes glinting coldly. What does it matter how significant Su Yin is? What if he were to meet his demise? Reflecting upon past affections, the emperor would never take action against their family for the sake of a mere corpse, nor would he sever ties entirely. Within the princess's residence, she pondered. Why must my father conceal his relationship with Su Yin from me? Su Yin is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. The kindness he once showed me was merely a facade. How dare he perceive me as a mere substitute for another woman? In what way am I inferior to the one named Zhou Qingji? Chu Qingxian's expression was a tempest of fury and anguish, seemingly beyond her control. With a fierce sweep of her sleeve, a multitude of jewels and ornaments scattered from the table, shattering upon the floor. Yet her wrath remained unquenched. She proceeded to lash out at the furniture within the room. Chu Qingxian was engulfed in rage, infuriated that Su Yin had so presumptuously cast her as a stand-in, angered that, as a dignified princess, she found herself deemed less than an ordinary woman who merely resembles her. Chapter 14. Is abandoning Su Yin truly worth it? Shangguan furrowed her brows slightly, merely observing the unfolding events with quiet attention. Lu Ruyan had initially intended to interject and stir the pot further. But upon seeing Shangwan Guiyin, she instinctively shrank back, hesitant to utter another word. After a prolonged silence, Chu Qingxian managed to steady her tumultuous emotions. Guiyin, do you not think that Su Yian is merely a hypocrite skilled in the art of disguise? His every display of tenderness toward me is nothing but a facade. Chu Qingxian's eyes, clouded with either rage or sorrow, were now laced with crimson. She fixed her gaze upon Shangwan Guiyin, yearning for a response that mirrored her own disdain for Su Yian, hoping to vent her pent-up resentment in such a manner. Yet Shangwan Guiyin simply shook her head gently. I believe that Su Yian's affections for you are sincere. At these words, Chu Qingxian's pupils dilated in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her composure, her anger intensified. Guiyin, which side do you stand on? He has reduced me to a mere substitute. How can you assert that his feelings for me are genuine? A terrifying aura erupted from within Chu Qingxian, fiery runes swirling and roaring as if igniting the very space around them. Despite this, Shangwan Guiyin remained unfazed, her demeanor tranquil. It is quite simple, she said, her voice steady and unhurried. From the very beginning, you revealed to Su Yian that your heart belonged to Li Maojia. Even if he succeeded in drawing near to you, at best, he would be but a stand-in for Li Maojia. Yet he pursued you unflinchingly, even harboring his own motives from the outset. Throughout your time together, did he ever demand anything in return? If everything were a mere illusion, why would he treat you with a tenderness that surpasses even his care for himself? Qingxian, reflect upon the memories of these past years. Ask your heart, were his kindness and warmth toward you truly fabricated? Has he not been earnest in his affections for you? I, Chu Qingxian, momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining her senses, she instinctively sought to retort, yet found herself devoid of any counterarguments. Indeed, if such meticulous tenderness were all a ruse, when this world could be deemed authentic, there are times when I find myself envying you, Shangwan Guiyin continued, envying the presence of such an exceptional man who treats you with such gentleness. Qingxian, you are not a foolish individual. You are well aware of many things. Your anger does not stem solely from being seen as a substitute. Rather, it is the realization that Su Yian's care has unwittingly been shared with another unfamiliar woman, leading you to feel that his tenderness has never truly belonged to you. Shangwan Guiyin's words struck deep, piercing directly into the heart of Chu Qingxian. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. The anger that had momentarily clouded her features dissipated in an instant. Chu Qingxian was left feeling exposed, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, engulfed by a sense of confusion and helplessness. Shangwan Guiyin, who had witnessed everything, could only shake her head in resignation. As Chu Qingxian's childhood confidant, she understood her friend's character all too well. She was a princess of a nation, a figure of immense prestige, and it was inconceivable for anyone to defy her. Whatever she desired, she would inevitably obtain. Showered with adoration, she had developed a profound desire for control. She would not permit anyone to encroach upon her possessions, nor would she tolerate the notion of sharing her heart with another. Any sign of such a transgression would signify her failure as a princess. Qingxian, have you ever contemplated your own issues? She inquired. Over the past 2 years, have you ever considered extending even a fraction of the tenderness you reserve for Li Maojia to Su Yian? For more than 2 years, it has been he who has cared for you, who has accompanied you in solitude, who has indulged you. Yet, why are you so unwilling to offer him a modicum of gentleness? Instead, you continuously reserve your affection for a Li Maojia who has been absent for over a decade. Qingxian, you know that I typically do not take sides. But this time, Shangwan Guiyin chose not to elaborate further, gathering her companions and departing the residence. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. Chu Qingxian remained ensnared in a prolonged stupor, seemingly unable to accept her friend's words. More distressingly, she struggled with the reality that she was no longer a princess, but rather a wretched creature, relishing the kindness of others without any inclination to reciprocate, an ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing. Just then, a guard entered the hall, reporting, Li Maojia wishes to invite you to partake in tonight's Moonlight Lantern Festival. Chu Qingxian did not respond immediately. In recent days, she and Li Mo Xie had revisited places from their childhood, reminiscing about countless cherished memories. It seemed as though nothing had changed. They appeared to have returned to a time when they were the envy of countless onlookers, noble youths, perfectly matched in lineage and grace. However, during her time spent with Li Mo Xie, she had not entirely recaptured that exhilarating sense of infatuation. He seemed to have transformed, no longer embodying the fearless, passionate hero of her memories, but rather resembling a sensitive and petty man of the streets. Was it truly worth relinquishing such a gentle soul, revered by countless female cultivators as a beacon of light, for the seemingly irrevocably altered Li Mo Xie? Chu Qingxian shook her head vigorously. Yet, time flows relentlessly, and the passage of years can transform even the vastest oceans into fertile fields, let alone the hearts of men. After so many years apart, it is entirely natural for Li Mo Xie to have undergone some changes. Li Mo Xie has also assured that he will handle matters more adeptly than Su Yian and will attend to her needs with greater care than Su Yian ever did. As the image of Li Mo Xie resurfaced in her mind, a beautiful filter seemed to dissolve all his imperfections. After all, he was once the epitome of her youthful aspirations, her white moonlight. Even if he bore some flaws, they were certainly forgivable. The princess found herself lacking the inclination to see him. She informed Mo Xie that she would indeed keep their appointment that evening. After dismissing her maidservants and guards, the opulent chamber was left with her solitude, along with a collection of shattered jewelry scattered around her. Among them lay an exquisitely crafted, albeit slightly dust-laden, redwood jewelry box, which swiftly captured Chu Qingxian's attention. Instinctively, she reached out to retrieve it, her lips pressed together in contemplation. This was a birthday gift from Su Yian, crafted from the rare and precious red sandalwood, renowned for its ability to cleanse the heart and nourish the soul, even when simply placed in a room. The craftsmanship of the jewelry box was extraordinary, a true testament to masterful artistry. The intricate carvings upon its surface were elaborate and lifelike, rendering it invaluable even as a mere decorative piece. As she caressed the familiar box, a wave of memories surged through her heart. Yet, it suddenly struck Chu Qingxian that she seemed to have forgotten the very date of Su Yian's birth. Chapter 15. If you dare leave me again, I shall end your life the streets of the imperial city of the Taishan celestial dynasty crisscrossed like a labyrinth. The expansive cobblestone paths intertwined beautifully with various antiquated yet resplendent edifices, forming a captivating tapestry of earthly delights. On the outskirts of the imperial city, Su Yian, clad in a simple white robe, strolled along the cobbled pathway. Sunlight bathed him in a gentle glow, outlining his figure with a delicate halo. He resembled a stunning landscape in motion, attracting the gaze of many passers-by. On ordinary days, these cultivators of the imperial city would jestingly refer to him as Su the stand-in. However, at this moment, all were acutely aware of Su Yian's distinguished status. A favored individual of the current emperor, and not a soul dared to mock him as they once did. Yet, Su Yian paid little heed to their glances. Once he accomplished his objectives, he would depart from the Taishan celestial dynasty, never to return, barring unforeseen circumstances. As for any sorrow stemming from this endeavor, that was utterly improbable. He was, after all, in this for the spirit stones. While he had also treated Chu Qingxian as a mere substitute, he had earnestly and even exceeded the expectations of his task. Contemplating this, Su Yian resolved that he must demand a higher price. After all, his remuneration was solely for assisting Chu Qingxian in overcoming her emotional shadows. Assisting the ruler of the Taishan celestial dynasty in stabilizing the dragon's fortune was worth an entirely different fee. Lost in his musings, he wandered along the cobbled path for an indeterminate time until he found himself amidst a grove of crimson maples. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting rays that seemed to take form, enhancing the beauty of the entire maple forest. Suddenly, as he pondered various matters, Su Yian felt an unusual sensation and abruptly looked up. A subtle chill flickered in the depths of his dark pupils. He initially suspected that Li Magia had finally succumbed to impatience, sending the forces of the state protectorate to confront him. However, upon focusing on his surroundings, a moment of disbelief momentarily gripped his composed gaze. Before him stood a captivating figure, an enchanting woman clad in a striking white dress, wielding a white paper umbrella. You truly are a challenge to find. Should I address you as Su Bai, or Su Ian, or perhaps by another name? As the melodious and ethereal voice resonated, the woman turned to face him. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her eyes deep and reminiscent of autumn waters. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and the cool elegance of her demeanor harmonized perfectly with her white dress, bestowing upon her an aura of sacred and unassailable radiance. Despite the dress's loose fit, it did little to conceal her graceful and alluring form. Beneath the delicate veil, the slender legs of the woman subtly exude both intelligence and an irresistible allure. Bai Shuhe, Su Yan's pupils constricted, his face a canvas of astonishment. She was one of the targets of his previous mission. Bai Shuhe was a direct disciple of the Hongxinqin sect. Many years ago, she witnessed the tragic death of a close junior brother right before her eyes. A haunting experience that left her emotionally ensnared. This trauma even led her to squander her extraordinary talent in the art of Qin, plunging her into a haze from which she struggled to emerge. Her father, the sect leader, aged overnight under the weight of despair, and by a twist of fate, he learned of Su Yan's existence. He invested considerable resources to enlist Su Yan's help in guiding Bai Shuhe out of her psychological turmoil. Adhering to a principle of addressing the root cause, Su Yan assumed the persona of Bai Shuhe's deceased junior brother. Over time, he lived up to expectations, gradually aiding her in transcending the shadows of her past. However, in order to extricate himself after fulfilling his mission and to facilitate Bai Shuhe's complete farewell to her former self, he orchestrated a series of coincidences, ultimately leaping into an abyss before her eyes. This was no ordinary cliff. It was a grave where those who fell would vanish without a trace. He recalled that, typically stoic Bai Shuhe, upon witnessing his plunge into the abyss, was consumed by despair, frantically attempting to grasp him. He believed that once his task was accomplished, he would have no further ties to Bai Shuhe. Yet, unexpectedly, nearly 3 years had passed, and she had found him. At that moment, the world seemed to fall into silence. The crimson maple leaves, stirred by a gentle breeze, fluttered to the ground. Bai Shuhe's calm, deep-set eyes reflected Su Yan's figure. Despite her mastery of composure, there was a fleeting moment of distraction, even after nearly 3 years. And though the man before her bore no resemblance to her memories of her junior brother, an unwavering voice within her insisted. This was indeed the lively young man who had leaped into the abyss, shattering her emotions for an extended period. Su Bai. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the maple leaves, casting a gentle glow upon them. Su Yan gazed quietly at Bai Shuhe, who reciprocated his gaze in silence. Yet, in the face of this unexpected encounter with a former client, Su Yan was well equipped to respond. A faint smile graced his lips as he feigned ignorance. My dear lady, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not the one you seek. But before Su Yan could finish his sentence, an ethereal melody resonated through the heavens. The moment the music began, the entire world was engulfed in a multitude of musical symbols, intertwining and shimmering, distorting the reality before Su Yan. I have not mistaken you. You are indeed him. Before Bai Shuhe, an ancient and ethereal green zither emerged, exuding an aura of timelessness. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Shuhe seemed to harmonize with the zither, becoming the sovereign of this realm of melodies. This is the Tianqing Xinyuan zither? Su Yan's expression shifted slightly. If his memory served him correctly, this was a legendary artifact of the Red Duschin sect, was it not? Has this woman lost her mind? Merely coming to see him, and she brings along such a revered artifact. What does this signify? My dear lady, let's converse calmly. There is no need for agitation. Bai Shuhe regarded Su Yan with a tranquil gaze, her lips parting to release a voice as serene as a flowing spring. Yet, her tone carried an unsettling chill. If you continue to feign ignorance of me, or secretly devise a means to escape my presence, I shall take your life without hesitation. I will preserve your corpse as a specimen, and you shall remain by my side eternally. Chapter 16. After many years, could you play a melody for me? Upon hearing those words, Su Ian was immediately drenched in sweat. Was he to be turned into a human specimen? Was this even a coherent thought? Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that such a deranged individual was best avoided. However, at that moment, he found himself with no escape. For as Bai Shuhe uttered those words, Su Ian could distinctly sense that he had been ensnared within the melodic realm conjured by the Tianqin Qingliangqin. Observing Bai Shuhe's expression, which had gradually taken on a sickly and obsessive demeanor, Su Ian felt increasingly disoriented. What had transpired over the years? In his recollections, Bai Shuhe had embodied the grace and elegance of a serene beauty. Yet now, she seemed akin to a madly infatuated individual. To break free from the constraints of the legendary Daoist soldiers would require considerable effort. Moreover, Bai Shuhe had once been one of his clients. Now, having traversed countless mountains and rivers to seek him out, he could hardly resort to violence against her. With a sigh, Su Ian reined in the tumult of emotions within him and, with a composed demeanor, replied, "It has been a long time, Senior Sister Shuhe." The familiar voice caused Bai Shuhe to visibly tremble. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the floodgates of memory had swung open. Su Ian's figure and appearance seamlessly merged with the Su Bai junior brother buried deep within her memories, becoming one and the same. A myriad of recollections transformed into vivid images, stirring within her an irresistible urge to reminisce. She had so much to say, so many emotions to unleash. She longed to confront Su Ian, questioning why he had once gone to such lengths to draw near her, rescuing her from the depths of darkness, only to craft a cruel scheme that drove him away. Had she not been sufficient? Did Su Ian perceive himself merely as a substitute in her life, leading him to despair and departure? Yet, why had he not confided in her? She would have willingly altered everything for him. If he truly harbored grievances, he could have voiced them. She would have cherished him as her singular devotion. For without Su Ian, she would still be languishing in that abyss, unable to escape its grasp. Yet, despite rehearsing these thoughts countless times in her mind, Bai Shuhe ultimately could not articulate them. Instead, she found herself uttering, "It has been a long time. Junior brother, could you play a melody for me once more?" Bai Shuhe paused slightly, even bewildered by her own words. Yet, it seemed to encapsulate her deepest yearning after all these years. Su Ian fell into a brief silence before nodding, "Very well." Bai Shuhe spoke no further, instead retrieving an ancient chain intricately carved from millennium-old redwood from her storage space. Su Ian's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized this chain all too well. It was the very instrument he had used while masquerading as Bai Shuhe's junior brother. At that time, he had left it at the Hongshan Qin sect, and after executing his plan to break free, he had not had the chance to reclaim it. Little did he expect. Today, for this reason, I encountered an old companion from my past. Despite the passage of several years, this ancient guqin shows no signs of wear or dust, as if it has been meticulously polished by someone daily. Su Yian pressed his lips together, saying nothing further, as he accepted the rosewood guqin and settled into a meditative posture. Bai Shuhe seemed to retain her fondness for the past, as Su Yian played. She nestled close beside him, relishing the proximity to hear her favorite melodies. "I wish to hear the piece you once cherished, Rice Fragrance." This composition had been his favorite before his time travel. After delving into the art of guqin, he often played this piece, a means to pay homage to a homeland he could never return to. Su Yian nodded slightly, refraining from excessive words, and soon fell into a state of flow. His slender fingers caressed the strings with a fluidity and natural grace. Countless musical notes ascended, coalescing into a splendid melody reminiscent of a gentle stream. As Su Yian's fingers danced swiftly over the strings, the world around him transformed beneath the music, morphing into a golden rice field bathed in the morning light. In that moment, time and memory seemed to intertwine in an embrace. The golden dawn enveloped his recollections like a delicate veil. The fragrance of rice floated alongside the sound of the guqin, weaving a tale titled Hometown. At that moment, Bai Shuhe felt transported back in time to the summit of the Red Dust Dao sect. She sat quietly beside Su Yan, listening to the stories that belonged solely to him. It was as if, from that instant, Su Yan had etched an indelible impression in her heart. He consistently accompanied her with vibrant melodies filled with aspirations for the future, reminding her that the world holds promise. She yearned not to be lost in darkness, but to step into the light of dawn with him by her side. Rather than alone, she wished for an ending to the story that bore a name she longed to see. Meanwhile, an unexpected group of guests arrived in the maple forest. The air shimmered slightly, rippling with a strange distortion. Soon, several ominous figures in black robes emerged. Strange? Wasn't it reported that Su Yan had entered this maple forest? One of the cloaked figures frowned, his voice tinged with irritation. Why has he vanished? Another speculated, could the news have leaked and Su Yan detected us? It seemed unlikely. In terms of intelligence, our assassination organization has never made a mistake. Another black-robed figure interjected, proceed with caution. Su Yan is no ordinary individual. He is highly regarded by the Taoist emperor of the Immortal Dynasty and is adept at playing the fool to deceive the tiger. The inherent strength of the individual seemingly surpasses that of Chu Qingxian. When the conflict arises, one must not hold back. It is preferable to eliminate him with a swift and decisive strike, leaving no room for future complications. The assassination house, renowned in the realm of Taishian, operates on the principle that one's life is forfeit for their desires. As long as the offered reward is sufficiently generous, they dare to undertake any task, targeting any individual. The 5 among them are esteemed assassins from the organization's elite ranks. The notable figures who have met their demise by their hands, including esteemed talents, are too numerous to count. This time, they have accepted a lucrative bounty from the National Defense Office, intent on hunting down Su Yan. Following recent events, Limagia and the National Defense Office have deemed Su Yan a thorn in their side, eager to see him removed at the earliest opportunity. Su Yan should be in this vicinity. They must temper their presence and avoid revealing their tracks, ensuring he remains unaware of their approach. The leader among them, cloaked in black, is known as Yu, the most formidable among the group. The other assassins, while feeling that their combined efforts against a singular Su Yan might be an overextension, remain silent. Together with Yu, they commenced a thorough search through the crimson maple forest. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment they stepped into this realm, Su Yan and Bai Shuhe, immersed in their melodic world, sensed their presence. Have you recently offended someone? Bai Shuhe inquired, her brows furrowed. Perhaps, Su Yan replied nonchalantly, and I have a strong suspicion about who seeks to employ assassins against me. It must be that petty Limagia, who cannot bear defeat and revels in his own grievances. Fear not, I can handle this. Just as Su Yan rose, Bai Shuhe firmly pressed him back down. Continue your performance. Let the music flow. I shall deal with these intruders. Chapter 17. Taken back, treat him as a canary. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. The once gentle Bai Shuhe was a woman averse to taking lives. Having spent years immersed in the world of the Red Dust Dao sect, diligently honing her musical skills, she had never so much as harmed a chicken or a duck. How could she now approach the notion of murder with such nonchalance? This was troubling, indeed. Yet, as Su Yan began to voice his concerns, he was met with a cold, piercing glare from Bai Shuhe. Embarrassed, he pinched his nose, realizing that Bai Shuhe seemed to harbor a fear of his escape. She was constantly on guard, leaving him no opportunity to flee. It appeared that his earlier ploy had left an indelible impression on her, prompting her to remain vigilant, lest he attempt to abscond again. Meanwhile, Yu and the others moved cautiously through the maple forest, their senses heightened as they searched for any trace of Su Yan. However, despite their efforts, they could find no sign of him. Doubts began to creep into their minds, questioning whether there had been a flaw in the intelligence provided by the Assassin's Guild. Suddenly, without warning, a haunting melody emanated from the depths of the tranquil maple grove. The serene ambience was abruptly shattered by the sound of the zither, an occurrence so bizarre that it sent shivers down their spines. Alarmed, the group instinctively sensed a trap. Yet, the music grew increasingly frantic, imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Strangely, the haunting melody did not dissipate. Instead, it echoed and intertwined throughout the forest. The sound intensified, reverberating within their very minds, reaching into the depths of their consciousness. Even their attempts to employ secret techniques to shield their senses proved futile against the relentless echoes of the zither. Cursed be this singular melody. What sorcery was at play? Could Su Ian be behind this? The intelligence had failed to mention his prowess in such an art. Realizing the peril of their situation, and you and the others understood the need for immediate withdrawal. Though they were renowned assassins, they specialized in stealth and subterfuge, lacking the capacity for direct confrontation, especially when caught in a trap. In an instant, they transformed into shadows, darting through the dense forest, desperate to escape. Yet, an even more surreal scene unfolded before them. The entire space seemed distorted, entwined by the threads of a zither-esque melody. They found themselves ensnared within a realm constructed from musical runes, unable to extricate themselves as long as the musician willed it. The crescendo of the melody intensified, its resonance growing ever louder, instilling a sense of dread and despair. Blood began to seep from their orifices, further amplifying their terror. Every part of his being, his organs and senses, was gradually marred by a terrifying force, manifesting as crimson streaks that threatened to shatter him at any moment under the haunting strains of music. This was the Blood Fiend-esque melody? Su Ian's complexion shifted subtly as he instantly recognized the origins of this composition. It was one of the few forbidden assassination melodies of the Red Dust Qin sect. Once the intended target heard this piece, its ethereal notes would linger indefinitely, accumulating within their consciousness until their very soul and flesh were utterly torn apart, leaving nothing but obliteration in its wake. In his memory, Bai Shu he had always harbored a strong aversion to such a forbidden melody, even dismissing the notion of mastering it. Why did she now exude an aura as though she had perfected this deadly tune? Moreover, he sensed that her playing was imbued with a hint of personal emotion, seemingly directed at the silent departure he had made over the years. Bai Shu He's fingers danced swiftly across the strings, unleashing a relentless torrent of sound that offered no respite. She commenced with the most brutal of melodies, subjecting her adversaries to excruciating torment. Spare us. The members of the Dark Moon, blood streaming from their orifices, clutched their heads and writhed on the ground in agony, resembling stranded fish in a desperate struggle. The suffering they endured was unbearable, steeped in despair. They were oblivious to the identity of their assailant, having already succumbed to an abyss of hopelessness. Yet, their pleas for mercy seemed to hold no sway. The merciless strains of music continued to resonate, shattering their organs and minds beyond repair. Ultimately, their bodies could bear no more. With several sickening sounds, they erupted into a mist of blood, visceral fragments cascading to the ground. In a moment of fleeting clarity, as their souls were utterly dismantled, they beheld a figure, a woman of breathtaking beauty, clad in an immaculate white gown, her presence exuding an ethereal, untainted grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, in that instant, she appeared to them as a merciless specter in white. Her gaze was serene and indifferent, observing their demise with an unsettling detachment. This scene struck Su Ian with a profound impact, delivering a visceral shock. For within the realm of music, he was perpetually aware of Bai Shu He's presence. She was not far from the assassins, seemingly unfazed as she continued to play. Her demeanor was chillingly apathetic, quietly witnessing their agonizing end. The Bai Shu who once trembled at the thought of taking a life, now executed her grim task with unsettling calmness. What do you seek from me? Bai Shu withdrew her guqin, turning coldly to face Su Ian before resuming her performance. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the crimson maple leaves into a graceful dance. Her lustrous black hair was tousled by the gentle breeze, accentuating her already exquisite visage, rendering her even more ethereal and captivating. However, the glimmering chill within the depths of her pupils imbued her presence with an undeniable strength. It is indeed possible, but under the old rules, it requires additional remuneration. Su Ian remarked. After all, performing earnestly demands a considerable amount of energy. Without spirit stones as tips, there remains a certain lack of motivation. For peace, I shall require 2,000 spirit stones. Bai Shuhe, visibly vexed, felt a twinge of irritation. Nevertheless, Su Ian's antics rekindled some nostalgic sentiments within her. Back when Su Ian was still her junior, he was indeed a notorious miser. Despite being his senior, each time she requested him to play a tune for her, aside from the initial piece being complimentary, all subsequent melodies required the purchase of spirit stones. She even concocted a promotional recharge scheme, offering a return of 1,000 for every 10,000 spent. Now that she had finally found Su Ian again, she was resolute in not letting him slip away easily. Having received the spirit stones, Su Ian, blissfully absorbed in playing, remained oblivious to the perilous notion that had begun to materialize in Bai Shuhe's mind. She intended to take this little junior back with her, tethering him to the Red Duschine sect as her personal human canary, to serenade her each day. Chapter 18. Your traces are everywhere, the familiar performer. As the night quietly descends, the capital of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty is particularly vibrant this evening, adorned with dazzling neon lights. The streets are teeming with a throng of people, for tonight marks the annual Lantern Festival of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. Young lovers, filled with affection, stroll through the streets, reveling in the rare moments of romance. Amidst this bustling scene, Limagia, clad in a flowing azure robe, exudes charm as he accompanies Chu Qingxian on their evening escapade. He animatedly recounts numerous tales from the past. However, Chu Qingxian's thoughts have already drifted far away, filtering his words into mere background noise. Her mind wanders back to last year's unforgettable Lantern Festival, when she had only known Su Yian for a month. During that time, Su Yian's attentiveness was remarkable, his kindness so gentle it was beyond reproach. To win her favor, he had conjured a rare spectacle known as fireworks. She was oblivious to the intricacies of his craft, but was captivated by the beauty of the fireworks that bloomed against the night sky, cascading in vibrant colors like celestial blossoms raining down upon the earth. Su Yian had even woven a heartfelt blessing into the display. I hope Qingxian finds joy every day. Unaware of how he orchestrated such magic, she was acutely aware that Su Yian had devoted countless hours to ensure she witnessed that breathtaking moment, all to present her with the most exquisite of wishes on the most romantic of nights. Qingxian, are you listening? Limagia's voice jolted her from a reverie. Noticing the subtle shift in her demeanor, Limagia's brow furrowed with concern. Reacting instinctively, he grasped her wrist tightly, his voice tinged with suppressed anger and dissatisfaction. Qingxian, were you just thinking about that guy, Su Yian? Have you not always regarded him merely as my substitute? Now that I have returned, why do you still think of him? The bitterness and humiliation he had long concealed flared anew, igniting a fierce fire within him. Was it possible that his true self was truly inferior to a mere substitute? He gripped her wrist with such force that it pained her, causing her delicate brows to furrow in discomfort. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Limagia abruptly released her wrist, panic etched across his face. Qingxian, I didn't mean to hurt you. His expression softened with sorrow. You know I care for you deeply. Seeing you lost in thought, I mistakenly assumed you were pining for that unworthy substitute, and my emotions got the better of me. Limagia, could you perhaps be a bit more mature and composed? Chu Qingxian's expression was one of dissatisfaction and impatience. Did you truly wish for me to be devoid of thoughts, to remain with you without contemplating anything else, solely harboring feelings for you? Between individuals, there should always be some semblance of private space, should there not? Moreover, if Su Ian held greater significance in my heart than you, I would not be here with you tonight, but rather with Su Ian. Can you not trust me even a little? Observing the tumultuous fluctuations in Chu Qingxian's emotions, Limaxi hastily opened his arms, yearning to embrace her, seeking the most direct form of solace. However, she instinctively evaded him, her slight impatience evident. This action rendered Limaxi motionless, his body stiffening in place. Amidst the awkwardness, a shadow of gloom flickered in his gaze. Chu Qingxian had consciously avoided his embrace. In times past, she would never have acted in such a manner. She had once professed her fondness for his warm and broad chest, as it provided her with a profound sense of security. The fact that she now instinctively distanced herself must surely be attributed to that detestable Su Ian. Just moments ago, it was clear that Chu Qingxian had been lost in thought, likely preoccupied with him. Nevertheless, that persistent thorn in her side, Su Ian, should have vanished from this world entirely. Perhaps it would not be long before news of his demise reached us. After all, 5 assassins from the Shadow Assassination Guild had united against him. No matter how formidable Su Ian might be, his demise was inevitable. Su Ian, all of this is of your own making. Blame only yourself for not recognizing your true place as a mere substitute. Gazing at Chu Qingxian's retreating figure, a fierce possessiveness flickered deep within Li Moxi's pupils. Once you are gone, her heart shall once again belong solely to me. Though they walked amidst the bustling streets, alive with laughter and merriment, Chu Qingxian felt no joy within her heart. Li Moxi seemed increasingly unfamiliar to her. On multiple occasions that night, he had attempted to impose himself upon her, even seeking to engage in overly intimate gestures despite her clear refusals. His persistence repulsed her. As a princess of the Xian Celestial Dynasty, she was acutely aware of the implications of her actions for her royal family's reputation. Engaging in scandalous behavior in public with Li Moxi would not only tarnish her purity, but would also bring disgrace upon their royal lineage. An inexplicable wave of emotions surged through her, overwhelming her senses, rendering her unable to articulate her feelings and leaving her in a state of confusion. The return of her long-cherished white moonlight, the one whose name she often called out in her dreams, should have brought her immense joy and happiness. Yet during this period, she felt anything but content. Instead, she found herself inexplicably reminded of that familiar figure clad in white, a sudden heaviness constricting her chest, leaving her breathless and distressed. It is as if something unknown is gradually vanishing. Qingxian, slow down, wait for me. Limo's calls went unheeded as Chu Qingxian quickened her pace. Just when the oppressive weight of her emotions reached its zenith, a resonant melody, akin to the ethereal strains echoing from the depths of time and space, suddenly reverberated within her heart. The indescribable heaviness dissipated in an instant, leaving her feeling unburdened and rejuvenated. In but a fleeting moment, she completely surrendered to the enchanting music that floated through the air. Not only she, for at the instant the melody graced the air, the bustling street fell into a profound silence. Every individual, in unison, paused their actions, gently closing their eyes to listen intently to the soul-healing strains. Unable to restrain her feet, Chu Qingxian instinctively began to walk towards the source of the music, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Who could possibly be the artist capable of playing such a celestial melody, one that could cleanse the souls of cultivators? If given the chance, she yearned to forge a connection with this remarkable individual. Navigating through the throngs of people, she swiftly ascended a graceful arch bridge, where she beheld the lake's surface shimmering under the moonlight. There, a modest wooden boat floated gently upon the rippling waters, the origin of the captivating music emanating from it. The moonlight was bright enough to illuminate the figure performing on the boat. Yet, upon recognizing the musician's face, Chu Qingxian felt as if struck by lightning. Her mouth slightly agape, her mind momentarily plunged into a state of blankness, for the person playing the instrument was someone she knew all too well. Chapter 19. The perfect match of Golden Boy and Jade Girl Qingxian. Why are you walking so fast? Have I offended you again? Li Mo, breathless and chasing after her, could not finish his sentence. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, leaving all his words trapped within. Su Ian. Amidst the ethereal melodies of the zither, Li Mo's voice pierced the air like a shrill cry, drawing the attention of many who cast him disapproving and displeased glances. However, at that moment, Li Mo was indifferent to his own embarrassment. His face was a portrait of disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the small wooden boat gliding over the lake's surface. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? His father had expended considerable effort to hire 5 top assassins from the Dark Assassination Guild. Even a powerful practitioner of the divine realm would undoubtedly perish. How could Su Ian still be alive? And that woman in the white dress? Who was she? Chu Qingxian was entirely unconcerned with Li Mo's turmoil. Her gaze remained locked onto the small boat. More precisely, it was fixated on the breathtakingly beautiful woman in the white dress, who, with a serene demeanor, accompanied Su Ian's performance. The two of them, framed together, appeared as if destined for one another, a celestial couple. With each note they played, countless musical runes surged and ebbed. Under the moonlight, the lake sparkled like a mirror, transforming into a gentle and romantic symphony against the backdrop of the melodic runes. The piece they performed seemed to possess a unique enchantment, soothing the deepest anxieties of the soul, as if one had entered a haven of tranquility through the tender strains of the zither. As the princess of the Taiwan Celestial Dynasty, Chu Qingxian held profound knowledge of music. In the past, her father had gone to great lengths to hire many skilled musicians to help her move past a tumultuous chapter in her life. Yet, as she rifled through her memories, she could affirm that none had ever played with the grace and tranquility that captivated her now. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have exerted every effort, leveraging her royal status to befriend such a prodigious talent in music. However, this time was different. The one performing was someone she both knew intimately and felt utterly unfamiliar with. After all these years, she had been unaware that Su Ian could play so beautifully. Why had he never played for her before? As she gazed at Su Ian, bathed in moonlight and engrossed in his music, he seemed to shimmer in her heart. Faintly, he resembled that unattainable white moonlight. And then there was Bai Shua, who like a celestial maiden accompanied him. An instinctive sensation washed over Chu Qingxian, a feeling that they were truly well-matched. Yet, alongside this sentiment arose an indescribable pang of sorrow, surging like a tide against her consciousness. At that moment, she seemed to be completely flushed. Suyan, oh Suyan, our matters remain unresolved. How can you so brazenly play the zither under the moonlight with another woman, seemingly disregarding me, the esteemed princess of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty? As the final notes faded, the lingering melody echoed faintly in their minds. Everyone appeared to be entranced by the exquisite music, unable to extricate themselves for what felt like an eternity. It was not until several breaths had passed that the first cultivator to regain his senses reluctantly opened his eyes, filled with admiration as he gazed towards the small boat. That man playing the zither must be Su Ian, right? I never imagined he could play so beautifully. Why was I unaware of this hidden talent? Su Ian, you foolish man. To perform such an extraordinary piece, surely any woman who hears it would be captivated. Why must you cling stubbornly to a single branch? Yet, one cannot deny the beauty and grace of the woman in the white dress beside Su Ian. She complements him perfectly. Many shared similar sentiments. As in the past, Su Ian had merely been a source of amusement in Taishan City. However, when it comes to looks, Su Ian's striking appearance is truly remarkable. Few in the entire Taishan Celestial Dynasty could rival him. With a countenance akin to that of an immortal, combined with his exceptional zither skills, he is likely to become the dream of many celestial maidens. Yet, the various discussions around her only pierced through Chu Qingxian's ears, inducing a sense of irritation and growing displeasure. The heaviness that had dissipated upon hearing the melody began to surge back like a tide, even more intense than before. Watching Su Ian and that woman in white share such an intimate atmosphere made her utterly displeased. A flame of anger and dissatisfaction brewed within her heart. Damn it, those fools at the assassination house are utterly useless. Meanwhile, Li Magia was seething with rage. Their National Defense Office had expended considerable resources, even enlisting the services of the top assassins from the assassination house. Yet, this inept group had allowed Su Ian to remain unscathed. He could not fathom how a mere pretty boy like Su Ian could possibly escape the encirclement of 5 top assassins. He instinctively believed that the assassination house had taken the money without deliberately letting him go. As he was about to activate a special communication talisman to question the informants from the assassination house, an unexpected message arrived through the talisman. Apologies, young Master Li, but we will be returning your reward. We will not be accepting this mission. Limajia's face instantly stiffened, disbelief filling his eyes. Not accepting it? The Assassination Guild, notoriously driven by profit and willing to undertake various assassination missions for the right price, astonishingly returned his bounty task. While such occurrences have transpired in the past, they were typically due to targets of overwhelming strength that exceeded the guild's capacity. However, Su Ian is merely an inconsequential and powerless individual. Can the Assassination Guild not uphold some integrity? The state's capital offered you such a generous reward. Is it still insufficient? Limajia, realizing the situation, felt the surge of anger. He had assumed the guild was being insatiable, seeking even greater compensation. Meanwhile, the informant on the other end was equally incensed. Silence. If it weren't for your wretched incompetence in providing false intelligence, how could our 5 top assassins perish so inexplicably? Moreover, do you fool, even comprehend the formidable individuals standing behind Su Ian? The Assassination Guild is currently. Yet, the voice of the informant on the other end of the Jade Talisman was abruptly cut off, as if their head had been suddenly crushed, leaving them utterly incapable of speech. Chapter 20. The confrontation of 2 women. Why can't I be here? What a wretched assassination hall. I see you all as nothing but fools. Even Su Yan cannot resolve this. Lima Jie did not ponder deeply, believing that the assassination hall had unilaterally severed communication. He continued to vent his frustrations internally. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the headquarters of the assassination hall was under siege by a formidable group of powerful foes. A haunting melody, capable of shattering both spirit and soul, echoed through the air, reminiscent of vengeful spirits demanding retribution. This renowned assassination organization had transformed into a solitary island amidst a tempest of musical chaos, surrounded and besieged, with no avenue of escape. The pervasive and ever-accumulating strains of the melody seemed to be the nemesis of these assassins, who thrived in shadows. There was no refuge. They could not evade the reverberating tunes. Even if they were to obliterate their senses entirely, the haunting music would continue to resonate within their minds. Ultimately, their bodies and souls could no longer endure, one after another disintegrating into a mist of crimson. In the heavens above, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the sky, a black ancient Guqin before him, shaking his head in lamentation. What has become of me, the esteemed Guqin saint? Today, I find myself reduced to eliminating a horde of inconsequential gutter rats. Well, let's attend to our tasks earnestly, another powerful being sighed. If we fail, and it reaches the ears of that little ancestor, we shall have much to endure. The little ancestor they spoke of was Bai Shuhe. Once, Bai Shuhe was a figure of serene grace, polite and endearing. However, following Su Bai's departure, she underwent a drastic transformation, becoming exceedingly obsessive and frenzied. Over the years, she had frantically searched for Su Yan, even traversing multiple realms. Originally, their sect leader had hoped to use Su Yan to help Bai Shuhe navigate her tumultuous romantic history. Yet now, it seemed she had only sunk deeper into her infatuation with Su Yan. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd around them, Su Yan had already disembarked from the small boat with Bai Shuhe. However, upon reaching the shore, they encountered Chu Qingxian, who appeared to have been waiting for some time. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, but maintained his professionalism, offering a courteous greeting. What a coincidence, Miss Chu. What brings you here? Although they had experienced an unpleasant altercation the previous night, it was Chu Qingxian who had initiated the conflict. He had merely acted in self-defense. Moreover, the contract had not yet expired, and Chu Qingxian remained a client of sorts. Most importantly, he was still awaiting the settlement of the substantial sum of several million spirit stones from her. Chu Qingxian, initially hesitant on how to respond, suddenly lost control of her emotions upon hearing Su Yan's words. I am the princess of the Tai Xian Celestial Dynasty, and there exists no place within this realm that I cannot traverse. How could I possibly be restrained here? Her voice, resonant and commanding, pierced the air, rendering the surroundings momentarily silent. The intensity of Chu Qingxian's fervent outburst startled those nearby, who cast quizzical glances in her direction. Yet, oblivious to the opinions of others, Chu Qingxian's gaze remained fixated on Bai Shuhe, who stood beside Su Yan. Who is she? Why are you with her? I am Yan's senior sister. Is there a problem with that? Bai Shuhe countered, her stance unwavering as she positioned herself protectively in front of Su Yan. The enchanting glimmer in her eyes radiated an icy brilliance, an unspoken tension emanating from her, rapidly enveloping the space around her. Senior sister? I was unaware that Su Yan had a senior sister. Are you attempting to deceive me with such a ruse, fearing that I might uncover your true identity? Chu Qingxian's words tumbled forth, lacking coherence. The earlier nonchalance exhibited by Su Yan, who had referred to her as Miss Chu, seemed to rekindle the flames of indignation within her, surging uncontrollably. Deceive you? Bai Shuhe scoffed, her voice laced with a hint of derision, her eyes glinting with an autumnal chill. What are you, to presume such grandeur? Besides, the nature of my relationship with Yan is not for you to question. She continued, yet here you are, inexplicably throwing a tantrum, truly a pitiable spectacle. Observing from the sidelines, Su Yan felt a wave of intrigue wash over him upon hearing Bai Shuhe's remarks. Bai Shuhe had always been known for her grace and poise, speaking in a manner that was both serene and comforting. How curious it was that she had now adopted such coarse language, though this situation seemed to have arisen due to his presence. He adhered to the principle that matters concerning women should remain their own. Thus, he believed it best to allow them to resolve their conflict independently. However, Bai Shuhe's words sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered crowd of cultivators. Who among them was unaware that Chu Qingxian was the cherished eldest princess of the Taishan celestial dynasty? Did this woman not fear provoking her wrath and inviting dire consequences? Words can indeed be peerless. This white-clad lady may find herself in grave trouble. To insult a princess within the capital of the Taishan celestial dynasty is no trivial matter. It hinges entirely on Princess Qingxian's disposition. You commoners, do you not recognize who that lady in white is? A sudden voice broke through, capturing the attention of all. Judging by her attire, if I am not mistaken, she is a core disciple of the Red Dust Qin sect. The Red Dust Qin sect is renowned as one of the most prestigious sects within the Taishan realm. While the Taishan celestial dynasty boasts formidable power, would they dare to harm the core disciple of the Red Dust Qin sect over such a trivial incident? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a new wave of excitement, many suddenly enlightened by this revelation. No wonder Bai Shuhe's mastery of a zither is so exquisite. It turns out she is the heir of this prestigious sect. Yet how could the core disciple of the Red Dust Zither sect suddenly appear in their Taishan Immortal Dynasty? Moreover, it seems she shares a significant connection with that fellow, Su Yan. Initially, I thought Su Yan was nothing more than a pitiful sycophant, even more laughable than a mere jester, but it appears he harbors hidden depths. Indeed, it is evident to any discerning eye that Princess Qingxian has developed feelings for Su Yan. Otherwise, how could she have erupted in such fury over that trivial matter? Previously, I relished in the spectacle of Su Yan being treated as a mere substitute for affection, but now, I finally indulged in the drama, only to find myself utterly defeated. Alas! Yet, judging by the unfolding scene, it seems the princess is about to engage in a confrontation with this celestial figure in white. Where has Su Yan vanished to? Why has he not stepped forward to mediate? Observant onlookers suddenly noted that Su Yan, who had been standing behind Bai Shuhe, had inexplicably disappeared. Chapter 21. The heir of a wealthy family in the cultivation realm. You are merely my servant meanwhile. Su Yan had just received a message through a communication talisman. At this moment, he was concealing his presence as he made his way to the outskirts of the city. During his swift journey, he subtly altered his appearance and form. When undertaking his first doppelganger task, the system rewarded him with a treasure known as the 1,000 Illusion Pearl, which allowed him to perfectly transform his visage and aura when worn. Soon, Su Yan arrived at the city as periphery. The luminous moonlight added a radiance to his surroundings. Amidst the depths of the misty sky, a magnificent carriage crafted from ancient black jade hovered gracefully. A piece of ancient black jade the size of a palm could fetch an exorbitant price in the cultivation realm. The mere fact that such a substantial piece was fashioned into an entire carriage spoke volumes of the esteemed identity of the woman within. The guard stationed around the black jade carriage recognized Su Ian and did not obstruct him. Instead, they gestured for him to enter directly. Su Ian appeared quite accustomed to this routine. Upon entering the carriage, the first thing that caught his eye was a figure of breathtaking beauty, one that could evoke a profound visual impact. The woman was clad in a meticulously crafted and exquisite black sheer gown, her gently curling black hair cascading elegantly. A beauty mark beneath her left eye softened her regal and aloof demeanor, imbuing her with a more alluring charm. At this moment, the black-clad woman, with legs as graceful as white jade, casually crossed them, reclining slightly on her seat, exuding an air of languid ease. Her eyes, once as dark as an abyss, sparkled with a hint of brightness upon seeing Su Ian. However, she seemed adept at controlling her emotions, and the feelings reflected in her pupils dissipated in an instant, leaving an impression that the preceding moments were merely a figment of an illusion. "You have arrived. Why didn't you inform me in advance?" Su Ian responded with a gentle and approachable smile, one that emanated from the depths of his heart rather than mere professional courtesy. Su Wanqing was his most significant client since he began undertaking doppelganger tasks in the cultivation realm. The reason was simple. Su Wanqing was backed by the Celestial Commerce Alliance. The Celestial Commerce Alliance was not only the largest and wealthiest trading association in the Xintian realm, but also known to have businesses spanning several nearby worlds, including the Mountain and Sea realm and the Guiyuan realm. If there were such a thing as a financial magnate in the cultivation realm, the Celestial Commerce Alliance would undoubtedly be that opulent entity. And Su Wanqing was the beloved daughter of this financial giant. As the cherished heiress of the Celestial Commerce Alliance, Su Wanqing had developed an exceptionally strong and domineering personality from a young age, always preferring to hold the reins in any situation. Through their interactions over the past few days, Su Ian even began to suspect that when engaging in certain activities, Su Wanqing likely sought to maintain the upper hand and assert her dominance. Her reason for seeking him as a doppelganger was not solely due to his resemblance to a certain individual. Moreover, it has been said that he possesses the remarkable ability to embody a myriad of characters with near-perfect fidelity. Consequently, she did not hesitate to spend a considerable sum to engage his services. The individual who bore a striking resemblance to her was rumored to be Su Wanqing's fiancé. However, her feelings for him were rather lukewarm, akin to an early-stage business arrangement. Then, an absurd turn of events transpired. Her fiancé absconded. This was not a cliché search for true love, but rather a disillusionment with worldly affairs, leading him to breach their contract and retreat to an unknown realm to become a monk. The occurrence of such an event drove the proud Miss Su into a frenzy. What ist? As the illustrious heiress of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, of noble stature, she was besieged by countless suitors enamored by her beauty. From a tender age, innumerable individuals had sought to curry favor with her. Yet, that fortunate individual, seemingly unimpressed by her, chose instead to renounce the world and pursue a monastic life. The humiliation she felt was unparalleled, the greatest affront she had ever endured since birth. However, Su Wanqing's fiancé harbored no genuine affection. In fact, he felt somewhat repulsed. Their union was merely a nod to familial obligations. Her rage could be likened to that of a privileged young woman, possessing everything, yet scorned by a mere laborer. This was, for her, a blatant insult. Yet, the man had retreated into seclusion, eluding her grasp. Su Wanqing found herself bereft of an outlet for her pent-up resentment until fate intervened, leading her to encounter Su Ian. He bore an uncanny resemblance and could mimic the personality perfectly. He was the ideal vessel for her emotional outpouring. However, as a refined young lady raised in an environment of high standards, Su Wanqing had not truly mastered the art of insult. She deemed the most cutting form of humiliation to be monetary, inflicting a so-called degradation of character. For instance, she would fling tens of thousands of spirit stones at him, demanding only that Su Ian profess his love for her. Naturally, if he could deliver his lines with greater passion, she would shower him with even more spirit stones. In essence, Su Wanning regarded him merely as a substitute, employing this peculiar method of humiliation to achieve a sense of spiritual victory and to vent the shame she had accumulated over the years. Sui Yan, on the other hand, remained indifferent, eagerly anticipating the intensity of Su Wanning's scorn. By sheer coincidence, he happened to pass by this place, so he thought he might as well check on her. What? Do you not wish to see me? Su Wanning leaned languidly against her crystalline throne, her bare, alabaster legs gently quivering with the rhythm of her movements. Beneath her delicately arched brows, her captivating eyes glimmered with a playful smile as she regarded Su Yan. How could that be? On the contrary, I am truly delighted to see you, Wanning. A genuine smile spread across Su Yan's face, for she represented his greatest fortune. Her presence signified a promising influx of income. However, upon hearing those words, Su Wanning's smile vanished in an instant. She reached out, seizing Su Yan by the throat, forcefully pulling him closer. In her cold, profound gaze, Su Yan's figure was reflected. Every time I behold that smiling visage of yours, I am overwhelmed by an urge to strangle you. Do you believe that uttering insincere words will allow you to manipulate me with ease? Su Wanning's fingers, as delicate as white jade, gripped Su Yan's chin, her ebony eyes devoid of any emotion, her voice laced with mockery. To speak frankly, though you were hired to provide me with emotional value as a substitute, you ultimately remain a figure devoid of dignity, a mere pawn at my disposal. Thus, as a servant, your sole duty is to discern how to serve me, to please me, and to win the favor of your master. It would be best for you to abandon any other unrealistic notions. As her words hung in the air, a subtle curve appeared on Su Wanning's exquisite face. Seemingly anticipating Su Yan's embarrassment upon feeling his dignity and persona trampled, his cheeks flushed with humiliation. Subsequently, she envisioned showering him with a plethora of spirit stones, concluding with the words, I am your master, your employer. Wealth grants one the liberty to act as one pleases, which also includes trampling upon your dignity. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Su Yan did not exhibit the embarrassment of one who has been humiliated. Instead, he maintained a professional, gentle smile, even nodding slightly in acknowledgement and giving a thumbs up. Miss Wanning is absolutely correct. My professional standards do require enhancement, and I shall strive to improve. He mused, somewhat touched. Truly, she is a young lady raised in a high-quality educational environment. When it comes to insults, her words sting not at all. There's a saying on Blue Star, the customer is king. Yet Su Wanning lacks the capriciousness of a deity, viewing herself simply as a master, which could be seen as consideration for those who toil under her. However, upon witnessing Su Yan's demeanor, Su Wanning could not contain herself. A stark expression of disarray suddenly crossed her face. Chapter 22, appearing cold and indifferent, yet pure and easily deceived, why do you toil so ineffectively? Shouldn't you boldly declare that you are not a slave, especially after having your defenses breached? Moreover, the words she just uttered were specifically learned from her wet nurse. Upon hearing such a method of insult, Su Wanning could not help but reflect on the malice of human nature. To liken a person to a despicable slave, while casting oneself in the role of an unrestrained master, is truly a malicious act. But why? Why does Su Yan not seem to experience the humiliation and indignation that ought to accompany the shattering of one's dignity and self-respect? Instead, he appears to agree with her. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Su Wanning's mind. Could it be that her previous expression was insufficiently commanding? She ought to adopt a more haughty demeanor, displaying an air of disdain comparable to that directed at a mere insect. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Indeed, she had acted hastily this time, lacking practical experience. She resolved to learn from this lesson, ensuring that next time she would incorporate her facial expressions, diminishing Su Yan to the status of a slave with a gaze that suggested utter contempt. When his dignity lay in ruins, she would then deliver a final blow of humiliation with a wealth of spirit stones. With a soft scoff, Su Wanning lifted her chin slightly, releasing her grip on Su Yan's neck and pushing him away. You truly possess an astonishing thickness of skin. Yet, Su Yan took no offense at her words. After all, in terms of social standing, Su Wanning, born with a golden key, resided at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid. Such a prodigious daughter of the heavens, in the realm of Blue Star, was an entity beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This was especially true in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where the cultivation of power was relentlessly pursued. For someone like Su Wanning, who possessed a keen understanding of her own position and a strong character, relishing the assertion of dominance in every situation, she was a natural leader driven by a desire to control. To win the favor of such a woman, one must learn to obey and align with her wishes. When she was pleased, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Wanting, tonight marks the annual Moon Viewing Lantern Festival of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, and I have specifically procured some gifts for you. I hope you will find them to your liking. As he spoke, Su Yan produced one exquisite item after another from his storage ring, each a unique treasure associated with the festival. Su Wanning was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Su Yan's earlier calm demeanor was somewhat feigned. To her surprise, he genuinely seemed unaffected by the earlier humiliation she had inflicted upon him, even presenting her with a series of delightful gifts. This unexpected gesture stirred within her a fleeting sense of guilt. Yet, she quickly cast aside such thoughts. After all, Su Yan was merely the slave she had purchased with spirit stones. Why should she, as the master, feel any remorse towards her slave? Su Yan, oblivious to Su Wanqing's inner thoughts, introduced a gift while holding it. This is called the Zhiyue Lantern. It is said that during the Zhiyue Lantern Festival, if one writes their wishes on the lantern, those wishes will be fulfilled. And this is a dessert I made, known as mooncake in my hometown. It can be filled with various fillings. Back in my former home, we would celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival by admiring the radiant moonlight while enjoying mooncakes. These mooncakes are tailored to your preferred flavors. Would you care to try? As Su Yan spoke, he gently brought a piece of the already sliced mooncake to Su Wanqing's lips. His attentiveness was remarkable. He had deliberately cut the mooncake into smaller pieces, ensuring that her petite cherry blossom lips could easily manage a bite. His left hand cradled the mooncake beneath, preventing any crumbs from falling and soiling her attire. It must be said that true beauty, when observed from any angle, is utterly captivating, especially up close. With bright eyes and a fair complexion, she resembled a celestial being, as if she had stepped out from the pages of a mythical tale. While some lamented that Nuwa had crafted humanity with a careless hand, unable to distinguish the nuances of her creations, Su Wanqing had already become one of her finest masterpieces. Gazing at the amiable Su Yan, whose smile felt like a gentle spring breeze and whose movements were tender, Su Wanqing felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. What she longed to witness was the anguish and regret etched on Su Yan's face when confronted with her disdain, rather than this impeccable gentleness that stirred an unnameable yearning within her. Yet, as the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively parted her crimson lips and took a delicate bite of the soft and sweet mooncake. The moment it touched her palate, a delightful sweetness enveloped her senses. The flaky exterior was rich yet not overwhelming, a delightful contrast that captivated her taste buds and left her momentarily breathless. "Isn't it quite good?" Su Yan inquired with a smile. Su Wanqing let out a soft hum, but replied quietly, "Your skills are commendable. They can barely rival my royal chef." Su Wanqing was perpetually inclined to belittle Su Yan in her own way, yearning to witness the humiliation of a shattered pride. Yet, Su Yan remained unaffected. "What flavors do you enjoy? Next time, I can prepare something different for you. By the way, I've written a poem for you. Would you like to see it?" The latter part of his statement seemed to slip past Su Wanqing's ears as she cleared her throat and deftly changed the subject. "I presume you invested both spirit stones and effort into procuring these items and making mooncakes. I shall not take without giving back. Consider this a repayment of 100,000 spirit stones." With that, Su Wanqing flicked her finger, causing a storage ring to land in Su Yan's palm. His eyes sparkled with delight. This was a victory for the gambler. Su Wanqing's inherently strong character revealed her aversion to taking advantage of others or incurring debts. It was her custom to offer gifts, expecting an equivalent return of spirit stones. As anticipated, she had indeed wagered correctly. Lady Su had just bestowed upon him 100,000 spirit stones. To comprehend the expenditure on these items, along with the raw materials for the mooncakes, it amounts to merely a few dozen spirit stones. How many times has that multiplied? Truly astounding. The profits from such transactions are immense, especially with the middlemen earning their margins. Is this not far superior to engaging in conventional business? Vanning, there is no need for such formality with me. All my endeavors are solely aimed at bringing you joy. Your happiness and contentment are the greatest rewards I could ever receive. Why indulge in such pleasantries? Though his words were dismissive, Su Yian's actions were remarkably natural and adept as he tucked the storage ring into his embrace. However, Miss Su seemed to be caught off guard, her fair complexion betraying a subtle blush. Although fleeting, it was evident to Su Yian, whose keen eyesight did not miss the moment. He found himself somewhat astonished. The assertive and domineering Su Wanning appeared to be even more innocent than the girl next door. This crude, insipid male bravado had managed to elicit such a reaction from her. It seemed as though she had grasped the intention behind Su Yian's gaze, and suddenly, a hint of shyness enveloped her. How infuriating! Just when she vowed not to let this insufferable man gain the upper hand, here she was ensnared by him. If she did not reclaim her dominance today, how could she maintain her dignity as the one in charge? Quickly, Su Wanning composed her expression, feigning calmness while a slight smile tugged at her lips. As the saying goes, reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. You gift me, and I shall reciprocate. With that, Su Wanning reached into the spatial vortex and retrieved 2 items. Su Yian's expression froze, his body stiffening, as a flurry of question marks appeared above his head. Wait. Just as I remarked on your innocence, you turn around and present such flamboyance? What does it signify to produce a collar with chains? Chapter 23. Come here. Let me adorn you with a meticulous examination. It became evident that Su Wanning, the heiress of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, truly possessed immense wealth. The Heavenly Heart Jade, revered within the cultivation realm as a divine artifact, is known for its ability to nourish the soul and enhance a practitioner's potential. This exquisite item, which would fetch an exorbitant price at any auction, is something many cultivators yearn for yet cannot obtain. Yet here, Su Wanning has the audacity to transform it into a chain necklace. Such an act is nothing short of sacrilege. Unbeknownst to Su Wanning, Su Yian was grappling with these thoughts. Mistaking his astonishment for shock at her rather peculiar sense of humor, her flawless visage gradually adopted a playful smile. Deep within her dark, obsidian eyes, there flickered a hint of a somewhat morbid and frenzied brilliance. This was specially crafted for you by a master artisan, she proclaimed. Come here, let me adorn you. Su Wanning waved the necklace enticingly, beckoning Su Yian with her delicate fingers. Her demeanor suggested she regarded him as a pet. Su Yian felt a rush of exasperation. He recalled when he first met Su Wanning. Her antics were not this extravagant. However, considering that she was currently his most significant client and the potential rewards that could be reaped, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. After all, she was a major client, and he needed to endure her. The necklace, crafted from heavenly heart jade, would surely yield a handsome profit when sold. In the imperial city of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, I had spent 2.5 years alongside Su Yian, and the bond we shared was far deeper than the camaraderie you share with your fellow disciples. What right do you have to flaunt before me? Chu Qingxian, engaged in a verbal spar with Bai Shuhe, suddenly erupted. She could not fathom why, but upon hearing Bai Shuhe recount their shared experiences with Su Yian, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger, as if the other was deliberately boasting. Moreover, as she witnessed Su Yian and Bai Shuhe performing together under the moonlight, they appeared as if destined for each other. Yet, why had Su Yian never once played a melody for her during their time together? Meanwhile, upon learning that Chu Qingxian had been with Su Yian for 2.5 years, Bai Shuhe's gaze flickered, her expression subtly shifting. The thought that her junior disciple had left her to be with such a loathsome woman was almost unbearable. Yet, reflecting on her junior disciple's attitude towards this woman quelled her frenzied obsession somewhat. So what? The bond one shared with my junior disciple was the envy of all. As we would often convene at dawn to gather herbs on the celestial mountain, under the starry night, we would sit together on the eaves, and without hesitation, I would defend my junior disciple against any who dared to bully him. Yet you, as she spoke, Bai Shuhe narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Li Magia. I have heard numerous rumors lately, suggesting that the care my junior disciple has received over the past 2 years pales in comparison to even a single strand of hair from the man behind you. One cannot discern whether to label your behavior as infatuation or shamelessness, devoid of gratitude. Upon hearing these words, the previously somewhat smug Chu Qingxian was instantly silenced, her expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. To be so publicly humiliated in front of so many, she truly felt a surge of anger. However, she could find no grounds for rebuttal, for long ago, Su Yan had already become embroiled in such a tempest of public opinion. She had simply chosen to disregard it, paying little heed to Su Yan's feelings. Moreover, given your pampered demeanor, I suspect you have not even bothered to remember my junior disciple's birthday over these past 2 years. At this, Chu Qingxian, whose expression had already been quite displeasing, stiffened slightly, revealing a hint of anxious confusion. Such a blatant change in her demeanor did not escape the notice of the onlookers, who were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Could it be? Su Yan, this substitute, is so undervalued in Princess Qingxian's eyes? They have been together for 2.5 years. Yet she does not even know his birthday? I recall vividly how, every year on her birthday, Su Yan would invest considerable time and effort into preparing gifts for her. Listening to the discussions among the surrounding cultivators, Chu Qingxian's countenance grew increasingly grim, yet she could not muster a single reason to counter. Simultaneously, she felt the piercing gaze of Bai Shuhe upon her, intensifying with each passing moment. I merely spoke casually, yet surprisingly, I hit the mark. You truly are an intriguing individual, Bai Shuhe remarked with a rare smirk, feigning concern for my junior disciple, Su Yan. In reality, you care not for him as a person, but rather for the affection he has shown you. Your initial hostility towards me stems from the belief that my sudden emergence has usurped the attention he once bestowed upon you, leaving the pampered princess feeling quite displeased. Am I correct? You are indeed a repugnant creature. How could someone of your ilk be worthy of the title of princess? You play the role of both a virtuous maiden and a brazen harlot. It must be said that Bai Shuhe, who has long devoted herself to the serene art of music, possesses a remarkable ability to discern the essence of matters through subtle details. Not only did she piece together the intricacies of the situation, but she also unabashedly laid bare Chu Qingxian's wounds in front of so many. Enough. Li Magia tundarat. A menacing aura suddenly emanated from within, firmly locking onto Bai Shuhe. This young lady, while possessing a striking beauty that rivals the elegance of flowers and the moon. How is it that your words are so venomous and unforgiving? There is no need to embellish that fellow Su Yan. He is hardly a commendable character. To put it plainly, he is merely a counterfeit of me. By assuming the role of a mere substitute, he seeks to draw near to my beloved Qingxian and win her favor. Ultimately, Su Yan is nothing more than. Before Li Moxie could finish his thought, his body stiffened abruptly, a chill running down his spine. The previously serene and gentle Bai Shuhe now radiated an aura of palpable danger. Her eyes, deep and reminiscent of autumn waters, appeared as if they were filled with an abyss of unknown peril, locking onto him with an unyielding gaze. Furthermore, her cultivation was formidable. Although both were at the cave heaven realm, she surpassed him by 1 or 2 minor realms. Li Moxie felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, sensing that he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. What was happening? At his age, attaining the cave heaven realm already marked him as possessing extraordinary talent. How could it be that he casually encounters someone whose abilities are far more terrifying than his own? Bai Shuhe's icy gaze bore down on Li Moxie. What do you even amount to? What qualifications do you possess to speak of my junior brother Ian? As she spoke, the ethereal image of the Tianqing, Qingliangqin, emerged in the space behind Bai Shuhe. The terrifying aura further caused Li Moxie's scalp to tingle with unease. Are you deaf or blind? If memory serves me correctly, a significant event occurred in the Taishan Immortal Dynasty last night, did it not? I have heard that my junior brother regards Qingxian as a mere substitute. Ignoring the increasingly grim expression on Chu Qingxian's face, Bai Shuhe continued, if we must speak candidly, my junior brother Ian truly treats another woman with tenderness, and it is not her, Chu Qingxian. Chapter 24. An unfathomable anxiety the entire world seemed to freeze in response to Bai Shuhe's words. For everyone was acutely aware of the madness exhibited by Chu Qingxian the previous night. Consequently, the royal family had issued a direct decree forbidding the dissemination or discussion of the matter. Yet today, Bai Shuhe had the audacity to lay it bare before such a multitude. It was nothing short of a heart-wrenching betrayal. To speak candidly, I too harbor a curiosity about the woman in my junior brother's heart, the one akin to a white moonlight. It is astounding that he could treat someone of your ilk with such utmost tenderness. However, I surmise that the woman he reveres will not share your lack of discernment. With that, Bai Shuhe cast a disdainful glance at Liemo Xie. Rest assured, no one shall disturb your life with your brother Imo Xie henceforth. My purpose in coming to the Taishan Immortal Dynasty is to escort my junior brother away, and I sincerely hope you will refrain from any sudden awakenings that lead you to pursue my junior brother Ian again. A dignified princess should not behave like a shameless, lowly woman. Having spoken, Bai Shuhe then realized that Su Ian had mysteriously vanished. Not having spotted him, she wondered if he had once again eluded her grasp. A shadow of gloom crossed her serene visage as she hurriedly sought after any trace of Su Ian. Only after Bai Shuhe's figure had disappeared down the street did the assembled cultivators dare to whisper amongst themselves. Do you not feel that Ian's senior sister seems to harbor feelings for Su Ian? Is this not blatantly obvious? She boldly confronted Princess Qingxian over Su Ian, devoid of any pretense. This is undoubtedly true love. One must wonder what charms Su Ian possesses to captivate such a celestial sister to the point of obsession. I observed that the ethereal maiden in white appeared tranquil and possessed an icy demeanor, seemingly incapable of uttering any coarse words. Yet, her recent words and actions revealed a stark contrast. Such sentiments resonated deeply with many cultivators. They say that those who play the zither possess a refined character. However, this zither maiden seems to have entirely cast aside her celestial demeanor, even going so far as to continually speak out for Su Ian. Chu Qingxian, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned with the discussions around her. Yet, upon hearing Bai Shuhe declare her intention to take Su Ian away, she was inexplicably engulfed by a sense of panic and confusion. Liemo Xie had returned, and she no longer required Su Ian as a substitute. Yet, why then did her heart harbor a feeling so entangled, so reluctant to sever ties? Was it because Su Ian had presumptuously positioned himself as her substitute, leaving her with a sense of resentment, a desire to prove herself through some means? Or was it, as Bai Shuhe and even Shenwan Guiyin suggested, that she was indeed a wretched person, yearning for Liemo Xie, while simultaneously cherishing thoughts of Su Ian? Qingtian Liemo Xie attempted to approach her with words of comfort, only to be abruptly rebuffed by Chu Qingtian as he reached out. Chu Qingxian said nothing, her demeanor appearing somewhat disheveled as she wandered towards the opposite side of the street. Witnessing this scene, Liemo Xie felt a pang of sorrow mixed with reluctance, accompanied by an ever-growing tempest of murderous intent and fury within him. Dam Suyan, he is merely a substitute, now rendered useless. He should gracefully exit the stage. The group from the assassination house is utterly incompetent. Despite the substantial bounty, they still fail to eliminate Su Yan. Indeed, relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. He resolved to return home that night and discuss the matter thoroughly with his father and others, aiming to eliminate Su Yan, this stumbling block, at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Su Yan, ensconced within the obsidian jade carriage, sneezed. Ultimately, he had acquiesced to Su Wanqing's capricious demands as a significant client, accepting the special gift she had bestowed upon him. This was the heavenly heart jade, which seemed to possess an inherent icy attribute. Wearing it around his neck felt somewhat chilling. Moreover, the frigid aura emanating from the heavenly heart jade was inescapable, swiftly permeating his meridians through his skin. Do you feel a bit cold? That is precisely the intention. Su Wanqing tugged at the chain, pulling Su Yan before her. At that moment, she remained seated with her long, snow-white legs elegantly crossed. However, her voluminous, lustrous black hair had been elegantly styled into an updo, revealing a forehead as smooth as jade, enhancing her already dignified and graceful demeanor. Her pitch-black eyes were fixed intently on Su Yan, her crimson lips curving slightly upward. After all, during certain moments, the body uncontrollably radiates warmth. With the heavenly heart jade's influence, it could alleviate unbearable heat during such experiences, further enriching a particular sensation. As she spoke, Su Wanqing's smooth yet slightly icy hand gently caressed Su Yan's cheek. I long to guide you through the threshold to a new world. Yet I cannot, nor must I, for you are not only my slave, but, in essence, a monk. Observing Su Wanqing's gaze, which had subtly shifted, Su Yan realized that she had once again succumbed to her old habit of immersing herself in a role. Envisioning him as her fiancé who had once breached their engagement to become a monk. As a professional substitute, he naturally had to play along with her fantasy. In that moment of confusion, I had a genuine love laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I experience profound regret. During this time, I have come to understand the most agonizing truth of the mortal realm. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would surely tell you, I love you. Su Yan's gaze was earnest, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Originally, deep within Su Wanqing's pupils lay a concealed disdain and fury. But upon locking eyes with Su Yan, particularly upon hearing him utter those three words, it felt as though her heart skipped a beat. Blood surged uncontrollably through her veins. Not due to the ambience. It was not merely a fleeting emotion that rendered her body uncontrollable, but rather the tumult of her feelings that led to an inner turmoil. Although her intention was to humiliate this fellow, she found herself experiencing an inexplicable reaction. The man's words were nothing but deceit. Su Wanqing scoffed softly, forcefully suppressing her emotions. With Su Yan's acting skills, even a mere glance at a dog could convey profound affection. Nevertheless, the proud young lady was determined to reclaim her agency. Furthermore, it would be wise for you to refrain from employing such tricks in the future. A glimmer of playful mockery sparkled in Su Wanqing's fiery eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to involve you in fulfilling certain tasks for your master. As she spoke, Su Wanqing reached out to caress Su Yan. For instance, how about you maintain this appearance while I take you out for a stroll? Chapter 25. On the matter of being a companion in the immortal cultivation realm. Upon hearing these words, Su Yan nearly lost his composure. My dear sister, how could a well-educated young lady like you possess such wild and perilous thoughts? In the stillness of the night, donned in strange attire, and led to expose. Su Yan shivered, forcibly suppressing the mosaic images flooding his mind. If the cultivators were to discover this, the esteemed Lord of 1,000 Faces would surely acquire even more peculiar titles. Seemingly pleased with Su Yan's involuntary expression, Su Wanqing's lips curled into a victorious smile, as if she had finally regained control. Well, I merely came to check on you this time. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall return to find you. As she spoke, Su Wanqing appeared to discern Su Yan's thoughts. Do not even think about selling the necklace around your neck. It was not a gift for you to own. It grants you the right to use it, while ownership remains with me. However, as your mistress, I require you to wear this special gift I prepared for you every time we meet. Should you satisfy me sufficiently, I may even consider rewarding you with additional spirit stones. Not much, merely starting at 200,000 each time. What say you? Initially resistant, Su Yan promptly cast aside any impractical notions. His professional integrity and awareness were clearly lacking. Before spirit stones, he had hesitated for a mere second. No problem, Wanqing. You are absolutely right, Su Yan vowed earnestly. With such a generous client, it was only prudent for him, as an employee, to be accommodating. After bidding farewell to the delicate young Lady Su Wanqing, the clock had crept close to 11 in the evening. A master of time management knows the importance of scheduling. Although Su Ian was aware that Bai Shuhe might be searching for him, he had another task to attend to first. He could seek her out once he was finished. Soon, Su Ian retrieved a special communication jade stone from his storage space. "Good evening, Sister Linger." "Good evening, Brother Zimo," came a melodious and youthful voice from the other side of the jade stone. Bai Linger, a remarkably unique client he had encountered thus far, was only about 11 years old, making her the youngest task target in his experience as a stand-in. The role he played was equally distinctive, as he portrayed Bai Linger's deceased brother, Bai Zimo. In truth, the client was not Bai Linger herself, but her mother, Bai Yuetian, a lady of high standing in Bai D City. When Bai Linger was merely 2.5 years old, Bai D City had suffered a devastating invasion by several rival factions, plunging it into chaos. Due to the treachery of an insider and the carefully laid ambush, Bai Zimo and his sister Bai Linger became separated from their parents, facing a life-and-death crisis. In a desperate bid to protect his young sister, Bai Zimo resolutely burned all his life essence to forge their escape. At that time, he had yet to reach the realm of Dantian, yet he miraculously broke through the encircling adversaries. However, such a miraculous feat came at the ultimate cost, his life. Bai Linger, merely 2.5 years old, was remarkably perceptive. She witnessed her brother, whose body bore no unscathed flesh, perish before her as he held her tightly in his embrace. This harrowing scene left an indelible mark on her tender psyche, creating a profound and haunting memory. Even when the formidable powers of Bai D City employed special means to erase this memory, Bai Linger would still inexplicably recall it. To prevent Bai Linger from succumbing to inner demons or shattered resolve in the future, Bai Yulian felt compelled to weave a benevolent yet illusory lie. "My dear Linger, your brother merely needs to embark on a long journey for certain reasons, but he will return after a considerable time. When he does, he shall bring you countless gifts. Yet a moment's deception cannot sustain a lifetime of falsehood." As Bai Linger matured, the day would inevitably come when she confronted this truth. Over a year ago, Bai Yulian learned of Su Yian's reputation and sent emissaries to engage with him. Initially, she was skeptical about his capabilities, much like others. However, upon meeting Su Yian and hearing his voice, Bai Yulian was nearly convinced that he was her long-lost son, Bai Zimo. The resemblance between Su Yian's and Bai Zimo's voices was uncanny, as if they had been molded from the same essence. She was certain that even with intentional vocal disguise, it would be impossible to achieve such an identical quality. Subtle differences would undoubtedly betray the ruse. While Bai Linger had only a vague recollection of her brother's visage, his voice remained etched in her memory. During their escape, despite enduring excruciating pain, Bai Zimo had comforted her with his gentle words. "Do not be afraid, Linger. Close your eyes and sleep well. I will ensure we emerge from this alive." This single phrase echoed in her mind like a film reel replaying for nearly a decade. Even if Bai Yulian later found someone extraordinarily skilled to mimic Bai Zimo's voice, it would never gain Bai Linger's acceptance. She would see through their disguise at once. It was not until she encountered Su Yian that a significant change occurred. The moment he first communicated with Bai Ling, she instinctively recognized him as her brother. This revelation brought immense joy to Bai Yulian, leading her to employ Su Yian as her son, or rather, as Bai Zimo. He was required to dedicate time daily for voice communication with Bai Linger, with a guaranteed monthly remuneration of 500,000 spirit stones. In the quiet of the night, I regale Bai Linger with bedtime stories or share amusing anecdotes from my adventures outside, all for the princely sum of 50,000 spirit stones. Such a price is indeed exorbitant, considering that even esteemed elders from reputable sects earn no more than a little over 100,000 spirit stones in a month. Moreover, there is no need for Su Ian to make a special trip to Bai Linger. A simple daily communication through Jade Talisman suffices. It is akin to the chat services of Blue Star, enabling real-time communication across vast distances. "Brother Zimo, you did not return for my birthday last year." At this moment, a soft, yearning voice emanates from the communication Jade Talisman. "Will you come back to see me this year for my birthday?" Linger longs to see her brother. Chapter 26. An Increase in Payment. A midnight visit to the palace by Linger's words left Su Yi in a state of mild perplexity. After all, The task he had undertaken did not stipulate any obligation to meet Bai Ling'er. The only rigid requirement was to engage in daily conversations with her, sharing snippets of everyday life. Do not fret, for on your birthday, Brother Zimo will undoubtedly return to see you. At that moment, as Su Yi pondered how to respond, an extraordinarily gentle, affectionate, and remarkably mature female voice unexpectedly resonated. Su Yi immediately recognized its origin. It was Bai Ling'er's mother, Bai Yuelian. Now that his client had spoken, as a professional, he felt compelled to comply. Yet, there was one condition: an increase in payment. Is it true? Will Ling'er really be able to see Brother Zimo on her birthday? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling'er's tone noticeably shifted, filled with excitement and anticipation. Her spirits evidently lifted by Yuelian's words. Indeed, over the years, your brother has traveled to many places and learned numerous special skills. When he returns, he will perform for you. I assure you it will be a spectacle that dazzles. What do you like, Ling'er? Is there anything you desire? I want. At these words, Su Yi could not help but chuckle lightly. Even without seeing Bai Ling, he could vividly imagine the expression of distress that would adorn her face as she pondered what she wished for. After diligently noting down everything Bai Ling'er desired, Su Yi commenced tonight's bedtime story. Tucking her in, he announced, "Tonight's fairy tale train is ready to depart. We shall recount an Anderson tale, the little girl who sold nuclear bombs. But, brother, didn't you just tell the story of the little match girl last time? Bai Qingliangqin Fairy. This time, we are telling the tale of her sister. Their stories are distinct." Su Yi maintained a straight face, weaving a fanciful narrative. Such a whimsy could hardly be blamed on him. After all, the repertoire of fairy tales was limited. He had nearly exhausted them over the past days, leaving him to concoct some tales of his own. In her innocence, Bai Ling'er was entirely oblivious to the concept of nuclear bombs. As she listened to the conclusion of the story, where the little girl ignited a nuclear bomb to warm herself against the cold, and the entire town witnessed her reunion with her grandmother, resulting in a perfect ending, a sweet smile graced Bai Ling'er's lips. Like a child whose wishes had been fulfilled, she drifted into a blissful slumber, as usual, unaware of the true nature of a nuclear bomb. However, it must be something wondrous if it allowed the little girl to reunite with her beloved grandmother, right? As drowsiness enveloped her, her consciousness gradually sank into a sea of dreams. Yet, just before surrendering to slumber, the last thought that crossed Bai Ling'er's mind was, the little girl finally fulfilled her long-held wish and met her beloved grandmother. After years of longing, she would finally see her cherished brother on her birthday. Within the palace of Baidi City, Bai Yuetian gently caressed Bai Ling'er's silky black hair while wearing a simple white nightgown. Observing the girl drifting into slumber, a sweet smile graced her lips, mirroring the tender curve at the corners of Bai Ling'er's mouth. In truth, this moment every night was the warmest in her life. As she listened to the familiar voice from her memories, recounting various tales, it felt as if Bai Zimo were still alive, simply journeying far away. Often, she found herself indulging in a rather absurd thought, that if Su Yian were truly her son, it would be wonderful. Ling'er's birthday was 2 months away. After quietly departing from Bai Ling'er's chamber, Bai Yuetian continued to communicate, assuring, "Rest assured, when the time comes for you to attend Ling'er's birthday, I shall ensure you are well compensated. I will provide you with 2 million spirit stones as remuneration. Naturally, if you have other requests, I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Aunt you can trust me. I will guarantee that Ling'er experiences the most splendid birthday." Suyan fervently promised. Attending the birthday feast would not only offer free food and drink, but also a generous reward of 2 million spirit stones. A remarkably profitable venture. You can count on me. By the way, if you encounter any troubles or face any injustices in the future, do not hesitate to confide in your aunt. Bai Yuetian seemed to fully embody her role, genuinely treating Su Yian as her child wandering abroad. She offered him maternal advice before severing the communication. However, Su Yian found himself lost in thought, gazing at the communication jade in his hand. He couldn't shake the feeling that Bai Yuetian had developed a maternal affection for him, even considering him as her son. He pondered whether, at Ling'er's birthday celebration, Bai Yuetian would allow him to call her mother in public. The image of Bai Yuetian surfaced in his mind. As the eldest daughter of Baidi City and a formidable cultivator in the realm of reincarnation, she bore a striking resemblance to many young women, having preserved her beauty remarkably well. With looks that could captivate nations, a graceful figure, and an alluring combination of maturity and innate nobility, her beauty possessed a deadly charm. Rumor had it that many suitors, enamored by her elegance, had employed various means to pursue Bai Yuetian. But returning to the main point, to refer to such a stunning woman, who was not much different in appearance from himself. As mother, though he was not particularly averse to the idea, he felt that if he were to engage in such an act, at the very least, he ought to be compensated. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Taishan celestial dynasty, a voice echoed with determination. I must see father. Tonight, no matter what. I must see him. Ignoring the guard's objections, Chu Qingxian was consumed by her emotions and resolutely determined to breach the imperial palace. The events she encountered at the Lantern Festival had profoundly shaken her, giving rise to a myriad of doubts and feelings within her heart. Most baffling was the fact that her father, the emperor, was undoubtedly aware of Su Yian's extraordinary origins and the significant secrets he harbored. Why then did he choose to conceal this from her? The uproar that had erupted the night before was immense, to the point that it had become common knowledge throughout the capital of Taishan. Yet, her father had still chosen not to address the matter. This silence led Chu Qingxian to a keen suspicion. Her father must surely know the truth that eluded her. Princess, please remain calm. The imperial guards, tasked with the palace's protection, found themselves in a predicament. Were it anyone else, they would have unsheathed their swords and swiftly dealt with the intruder. Yet, this was their beloved princess, cherished by the emperor beyond measure. Just as a few guards hesitated, a soft sigh echoed from the depths of the palace. There is no need to obstruct her. Allow her to enter. Chapter 27. Not even a stand-in. Chu Qingxian's world crumbles. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to disclose everything to Princess Qingxian? Given her temperament, I trust you are aware that she is prone to intense emotional fluctuations, possibly leading her to rash actions, spoke the national master, standing to the side. Their princess was excessively proud, the type who could not endure even minor grievances. Should she learn the truth, might she not be driven to madness? Chu Tianxing offered no reply, merely displaying a hint of a bitter smile. According to the contract, in half a month, Su Yian would have fully completed his commission. Once he received his payment, whether he chose to depart or remain was of no concern to Chu Tianxing. Previously, he had believed that Chu Qingxian held no particular feelings for Su Yian, at most feeling a twinge of reluctance. Even if Su Yian were to leave one day, the restored Chu Qingxian would not dwell on it for long and would swiftly embrace a new life. Thus, he had no intention of revealing the truth to her. However, upon receiving various reports from his spies that night, he abruptly realized that his daughter seemed inexplicably fixated on Su Yian with an intense obsession. Yet, according to the agreement in the contract, he could not divulge the matter of Su Yian serving as a stand-in to anyone, especially not to Chu Qingxian, the target in question. Nevertheless, this situation was not insurmountable. Prior to this, he had already sought Su Yian's opinion on the matter. The response, however, left Chu Tianxing utterly speechless. Would he disclose the entire story to Chu Qingxian? If sufficient breach of contract spirit stones were provided, it was indeed possible. Thus, it appeared that Su Yian was entirely ensnared by greed. As long as the remuneration was substantial, he would have no objections whatsoever. However, Su Yian did stipulate a prerequisite. If the revelation of the circumstances to Chu Qingxian led to any subsequent repercussions, he would bear no responsibility. Furthermore, regardless of the compensation offered, he would not accept any further commissions related to Chu Qingxian. Chu Tianxing found himself in agreement with this stipulation. Spending a few spirit stones was a far better alternative than allowing his daughter to develop a shadow over her path due to this matter, potentially impacting her future cultivation. Father, I have come today to seek the truth. What agreement did you and Su Yian reach? Amidst his contemplation, a clear and melodious voice echoed from outside the grand hall. Chu Qingxian wasted no time and delved straight into the matter. The magnificent and solemn hall fell into silence, her voice resonating for an extended period. Seated regally upon the dragon throne, Chu Tianxing remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Qingxian, before I reveal the entire story to you, your father has a question to ask. How do you perceive Su Yian's treatment of you over the past 2 years? Upon hearing those words, Chu Qingxian, who had felt a surge of anger due to her father's deliberate concealment of information, suddenly stiffened. Why would her father pose such a peculiar question? Yet, almost instinctively, memories of the past 2 years spent with Su Yian flooded her mind. He had always prepared an array of exquisite gifts for her during special occasions. When she fell ill, he would go to great lengths to concoct the most effective elixirs for her recovery. Whenever unfounded rumors that tarnished her reputation circulated in the capital, he was the first to stand up for her in his own way. Although Su Yian regarded her as a mere substitute for another woman, his kindness towards her was undeniably sincere, devoid of any pretense. This much was clear to her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, yet a sense of indignation simmered beneath the surface. She had not come here to listen to her father's musings. What she truly desired to know was the nature of the agreement between Su Yian and him. Chu Qingxian felt exasperated. Every mention of her past with Su Yian left her thoughts in disarray. Chu Tianxing shook his head, clarifying that his intent in speaking thus was to inform her that Limagia had returned, and the emotional turmoil that had plagued her for over a decade was finally resolved. He did not wish for her to harbor yet another emotional burden due to Su Yian. Since she had made her decision, it was time to utterly forget the memories of her life with Su Yian over the past 2 years. Only then could she truly move on from the past. With her lips pressed tightly together, Chu Qingxian understood that her father was deliberately hinting at her situation. Having regained Limagia, her cherished white moonlight, it was inappropriate to continue dwelling on the tenderness shared with Su Yian. Such behavior was both greedy and unrefined. Taking another deep breath, determination flickered in her eyes. I understand. Although certain recent changes in Limagia made her feel alienated, even entirely unlike the memory of her beloved, she believed this estrangement stemmed from their prolonged separation. With more time spent together, their bond could be rekindled to the inseparable companionship they once shared in their youth. She was undeniably moved by the tenderness Su Yian had shown her, yet the exhilarating sensations of warmth and fluttering hearts, akin to the feeling of a fawn racing about, were emotions she only experienced in the presence of Limagia. With Su Yian, her feelings were merely a simple gratitude. She felt no trace of the love she sought. Thus, when Limagia returned, her swift decision to part ways with Su Yian was rooted in this realization. Whatever Su Yian desired, she would strive to fulfill, except for her heart and her affections. Father and daughter shared a profound understanding. Chu Tianxing quickly grasped her intentions and, without further ado, waved his hand dismissively. A golden decree, imbued with the power of the great Tao, floated gracefully before her. It descended slowly into the hands of Chu Qingxian, who instinctively caught it. As her gaze swept across its contents, she found herself momentarily frozen. The words inscribed on the golden decree elicited a shock within her that rivaled, if not surpassed, the astonishment she felt upon first reading Su Yian's letter. Mission details. Within 3 years, the tasker must, at any cost, assist the target in unraveling their emotional knots and emerging from the shadows of their past, thereby evading the torment of inner demons. Additional requirements are as follows. Task Initiator, Sovereign of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, Chu Tianxing. Task Undertaker, the Faceless Demon Lord, Su Yian. Task Objective, Princess of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, Chu Qingxian. Task Compensation, 30 million Spirit Stones, 10 Celestial Grade Materials, 10 9-turn elixirs, and 2 treasures of the Reincarnation Realm. In that moment, the very foundations of Chu Qingxian's worldview were shattered. The heavens themselves felt as if they had collapsed. Chapter 28. Regret Breeds. A plan of double edges. The immense impact brought forth by the Golden Decree rendered Chu Qingxian as motionless as a statue, rooted in place. Even with her sluggish reactions, she grasped the significance embodied in that gilded edict. The reality was far more absurd than she had ever imagined, and she found herself even more laughable than she had anticipated. Initially, she believed herself to be the one who had used Su Yian as a mere substitute, the ultimate victor in this twisted game. Yet, the truth had recently been unveiled. She was, in fact, the one whom Su Yian regarded as the embodiment of his cherished ideal, now transformed into a mere fool. Only now did she come to realize that, at her core, she was not even worthy of being a jester. Su Yian was merely a task-bearer, hired by her father at great expense to help her emerge from the shadows of her past affections. Their encounter had been meticulously orchestrated from the very beginning. So what was she, Chu Qingxian, really? A perplexing array of emotions began to take root within her. If one were to articulate it, it would be a blend of profound resentment and self-mockery, tinged with a sense of apprehension and fear. For over 2 years, her heart had been tethered to Limagia. Thus, she had always been wary of Su Yian, even in the face of his gentle demeanor. Yet despite this, Su Yian continued to care for her with the utmost sincerity. To the eyes of all cultivators in the capital, this scene naturally led them to believe that Su Yian was hopelessly enamored with Chu Qingxian, captivated to the point of obsession. Even without a glimpse of a future, he would sacrifice everything for her. Under such influence, including Chu Qingxian herself, this notion took root. She even once thought that such a devoted Su Yian would, regardless of her pushing him away for Limagia's sake, still approach her with the same fervor as before, undeterred by the thorns that might pierce him, staging a dramatic pursuit akin to a tale of relentless devotion. However, Su Yian no longer regarded her as his idealized substitute. He had fulfilled his obligations to her father, signifying that their fates had irrevocably diverged. From this moment onward, they would share no further ties. It was at this juncture that a genuine sense of regret began to blossom within her heart. This sentiment resembled a fissure appearing on a grand dike. As time passed, the crack would only widen. Once the fissure transformed into a gaping chasm, the torrents held back would surge forth uncontrollably, unleashing a deluge of remorse that could not be quelled. Father, so this is the truth of the matter. Chu Qingxian's voice trembled, dry and unfamiliar to her own ears. The overwhelming self-mockery and discontent blurred her vision, leaving her confounded. She could not comprehend why. Upon uncovering the truth of her longed-for desires, her state of mind had become so tumultuous. Her white moonlight has always been Limagia. So why does she now feel a sense of panic at the thought of losing Su Yian? Chu Qingxian, who witnessed this scene, furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, he resolved not to intervene, for Chu Qingxian had already made her choice. Even if she were to regret it, it would serve no purpose. Qingxian, you're already aware of all the truths. Now, the agreement between the Emperor and Su Yian is nearing its end, and at that time, he will completely vanish from your life. As the princess of our Tai Xian celestial dynasty, you must exhibit the poise befitting your status. Since you have made your choice, do not linger on the past. Chu Qingxian felt a tumult of emotions within him. Many years ago, Limagia's talent indeed ranked among the top in the Tai Xian celestial dynasty, and he had been quite pleased with him, even contemplating a union between Chu Qingxian and Limagia. However, in recent years, the state protectorate had grown increasingly ambitious, seeking not only more military power, but also establishing covert influence within the court to gain greater leverage in the Tai Xian celestial dynasty. After considerable effort to dismantle their ambitions, the threat posed by the state protectorate was finally quelled. As the reigning emperor of the Tai Xian celestial dynasty, Chu Qingxian was no fool. He was well aware that the elders of the state protectorate sought to revisit the marriage proposal from years past. A union between Limagia and Chu Qingxian would allow them to resurge and reclaim their former glory. Setting aside the fact that Limagia's abilities pale in comparison to Su Yian's, the predatory ambitions of the state protectorate had long since displeased him. Should Chu Qingxian insist on marrying only Limagia, he would first devise a means to further weaken the state protectorate before addressing future matters. Meanwhile, Chu Qingxian stood frozen like a stone statue, her mind blank, with only the thought of Su Yian's imminent disappearance echoing within her. Bathed in moonlight, the state protectorate was ablaze with light. Within the central hall, Li Tsang, the current power holder of the state protectorate, convened with several high-ranking officials to deliberate on pressing matters. Father, relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Since the assassination guild's incompetence cannot eliminate our state protectorate shall take action ourselves. I refuse to believe that our esteemed state protectorate cannot deal with a mere Su Yan. Li Majia's proposal quickly garnered the approval of the other high-ranking officials. After all, whether Li Majia could successfully wed Qingxian was pivotal to the rise or fall of the state protectorate. There must be no missteps. Su Yan represented a destabilizing factor that had to be removed. Father, I have a plan that will kill two birds with one stone. Not only will it send a strong message to the Prime Minister's residence, but it will also eliminate Su Yan in the process. Li Majia's scheme was straightforward. He intended to use Su Yan's name to lure out Shangwan Guiyan. Then, he would employ Shangwan Guiyan's name to draw Su Yan into a rendezvous at a common location. En route, they would ambush and eliminate Shangwan Guiyan, subsequently redirecting all evidence and clues towards Su Yan. At that moment, they not only had a motive to eliminate Su Yan, but could also deftly incite chaos, dragging the officials of the Prime Minister's residence into the turmoil. Even if Su Yan were to survive, it was certain that he would provoke the wrath and pursuit of the Prime Minister's entourage. Although Li Majia's scheme was rife with flaws, it must be acknowledged that this plan was indeed the most advantageous for their state's governance. After outlining the preliminary concept of the plan, Li Majia took his leave from the Grand Hall, reassured by the presence of his father and the astute advisors of the state's governance. Confident that the plan would be meticulously refined without his undue concern. After a series of twists and turns, Li Majia soon returned to his quarters in the palace. Upon pushing open the palace door, an ethereal and melodious voice, laced with a certain allure, wafted into his ears. Brother Majia, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Shall we continue tonight? Following the sound, he beheld a woman languidly reclining on an intricately crafted redwood phoenix couch, adorned in attire that was exceedingly scant, revealing large swathes of her snow-white skin with nonchalance. The graceful contours of her form were tantalizingly veiled beneath a pink gauze curtain. Upon noticing Li Majia, she promptly rose and leaped into his embrace. Upon closer inspection, the enchanting figure was none other than Lu Ruyan, the personal maid of Chu Qingxian. Chapter 29. Striving for a match among the 9 clans, Brother Mo Xia. When will you rid us of that accursed Su Yan? That wretched fellow dared to slap me in public. It is utterly infuriating. Lu Ruyan floated gracefully into Li Mo Xia's embrace, her voice laced with a playful lilt as she coquettishly expressed her grievances. Do not worry. My father and his associates have already resolved to leverage the power of the National Defense Bureau against him. Su Yan shall undoubtedly meet his demise within 2 days. A subtle smile played upon Li Mo Xia's lips as he gently caressed the delicate beauty in his arms. It was evident that Li Mo Xia shared a clandestine relationship with his beloved's personal maid. The origins of their connection could be traced back to the day following Li Mo Xia's return from Mysterious Relic. Upon learning of his arrival, Chu Qingxian was elated and dispatched her trusted maid, Lu Ruyan, to the National Defense Bureau to present a plethora of fine gifts. Among these were rare herbs capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's vitality and replenishing their essence. In that moment, as Li Mo Xia absorbed one such herb, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Coupled with his prolonged confinement in the enigmatic relic, devoid of any indulgence, and with Lu Ruyan's alluring presence acting as an irresistible lure, their mutual attraction blossomed effortlessly. From that night onward, Lu Ruyan made it a point to visit Li Mo Xia at the National Defense Bureau nearly every evening under the pretense of a princess's visit. Though the true nature of her intentions was clear to those who understood, Lu Ruyan's eagerness in pursuing this affair was not without her own ambitions. Though she held a favored position beside Chu Qingxian, she was ultimately but a maid, yearning for more than a life spent in servitude. Li Mo Xia's unique status as the most cherished direct descendant of the National Defense Bureau promised a future as a prominent figure within the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. Moreover, she was astute enough to discreetly capture their encounters on jade recording stones, preserving ample evidence of their liaison. While she did not aspire to be Li Mosia's wife, she would be content with a title of county princess bestowed upon her by the National Defense Bureau. After all, she preferred the prospect of wielding influence within the Taishan celestial dynasty over remaining in the shadows of Chu Qingxian. Li Mosia, too, harbored his own schemes. Although he found Lu Ruyan unremarkable, he recognized her value as a favored attendant of Chu Qingxian. Having been absent for over a decade, he was unfamiliar with many of her current circumstances and preferences. However, with Lu Ruyan's assistance, he could conserve his energy and effortlessly rekindle Chu Qingxian's affections. Additionally, this arrangement served as a contingency plan. His unwavering determination to marry Chu Qingxian was not solely driven by a desire to wield her power for the resurgence of the National Defense Bureau. It was also motivated by a remarkable bronze celestial vessel he had encountered within that mystical relic, which now resided deep within his mind. To awaken the power of the bronze celestial vessel, it is imperative to rouse it from its slumber. A stringent condition must be met to activate this vessel: the infusion of his blood and that of Chu Qingxian. The reason for requiring Chu Qingxian's blood is quite straightforward. They had both ventured into that enigmatic relic together. Although he had attempted to seize the opportunity for himself by pushing Chu Qingxian aside, the relic seemed to have recognized her as well. Presently, it appears that all resources and treasures within the mysterious site are likely housed within the bronze celestial vessel. He must devise a means to unlock it. Naturally, he would not divulge such a secret to Chu Qingxian. What if she sought to claim the opportunity for herself? The vessel undoubtedly conceals extraordinary treasures, which he has no intention of sharing with her. Thus, by securing Lu Ruyan, even if Chu Qingxian harbors suspicions, he can enlist the Na'vi Lu Ruyan's cooperation to successfully obfuscate the matter. Just as the two became utterly entranced in their passionate embrace, a ripple disturbed the sound-dampening array set by Li Magia outside the Grand Hall, before swiftly returning to calm. Who? Li Magia, Akuteliyawada, raised his gaze but detected no other presence beyond the shielding formation. However, before he could ponder further, Lu Ruyan's hand encircled him once more. The tender and sweet experience caused him to dismiss the earlier disturbance, attributing it merely to a minor insect colliding with the concealment array, and he paid it little heed. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky outside the state protectorate, Su Yian hovered in the firmament. As ripples emerged in the void before him, several uniquely shaped goo worms shed their invisible disguises, gradually revealing themselves. The hidden star worm, one of the many goo he commanded, had become an extension of his will after he had unlocked the identity of the 9 Nethergoo Master. He had long sensed that Li Magia and the state protectorate might harbor resentment towards him due to Chu Qingxian, potentially leading them to act irrationally against him. He would not be foolish enough to wait idly. He needed to prepare in advance to seize the initiative. Thus, he released several hidden star worms to infiltrate the state protectorate and gather intelligence. The hidden star worms were specifically designed for reconnaissance, capable of relaying everything they observed through projection screens. The initial projections from the hidden star worms allowed Su Yian to easily grasp Li Tsang and others' plans and various arrangements. These individuals employed rather unscrupulous tactics. Upon discerning the state protectorate's intentions, a cold smile crept upon Su Yian's lips. He introspectively acknowledged that he did not consider himself a virtuous person. Since they sought to act with ruthlessness, he would only respond with greater severity. However, now is not the time to reveal this matter. The state of tranquility would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge this matter, and with a touch of money or connections, they could easily sweep it under the rug. However, if one were to turn the tables and escalate the situation to widespread notoriety, the state of tranquility would incur substantial losses. Continuing to monitor the intelligence, when it came to the last hidden star insect, the images projected left Su Yian momentarily stunned, rendering him utterly speechless. The scenes and sounds emitted by the hidden star insect resembled an adult film from Blue Star, shockingly explicit and unrestrained. Regaining his composure, Su Yian glanced at the final hidden star insect, which seemed to seek praise. He couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. This particular insect was rather disobedient. Was it appropriate to display such imagery so casually. The hidden star insect tilted its head innocently, as if to say it was merely fulfilling its master's request for intelligence gathering. Was it not satisfactory? Nevertheless, returning to the crux of the matter, this unexpected revelation provided Su Ian with a significant leverage against Li Magia and Lu Ruyan. Despite Li Magia's outward demeanor as a detached protagonist, appearing loyal and unwavering, he was indeed quite the libertine. And as for Lu Ruyan, she audaciously took advantage of the closeness between her master and Li Magia, brazenly placing a metaphorical green hat on her own master, truly fearless of the consequences. Should this information be divulged to Chu Qingxian, one could only ponder her reaction. However, Su Ian did not plan to reveal it just yet. It was not out of compassion or a sense of moral degradation. Rather, it seemed that the accusations of defiling a princess and plotting against the daughter of the prime minister were insufficient. Su Ian sought to gather more intelligence, to tighten the noose around Li Magia in the state of tranquility, creating a spectacle of familial ruin. Chapter 30. The Obsessive Senior Sister. Is it a client or a little lover? After acquiring the desired intelligence, Su Ian did not linger and returned to his residence. However, as soon as he pushed open the grand door, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Despite the late hour, the moonlight remained brilliantly luminous, illuminating the entire courtyard. Bai Shuhe, clad in a flowing white dress, stood out remarkably under the silvery glow, her slightly pale azure eyes fixed intently upon Su Ian. "Junior brother, where have you been? Why did you conceal your departure for several hours? And why do you carry the scent of another woman?" Her voice, though melodious and refined, unleashed a trio of piercing inquiries. Before Su Ian could respond, the space behind Bai Shuhe contorted, revealing the legendary instrument of the Red Dust Dao sect, the Tianqing Qingliangqin, which began to materialize. The resonant notes echoed, and the melodic runes ascended, sealing the surrounding space, transforming it into a realm governed entirely by Bai Shuhe's music. "Junior brother, you would do well to reflect carefully before answering me." Su Ian was taken aback. He distinctly recalled that during their previous missions, Bai Shuhe had not exhibited such fervor, nor had she displayed this level of madness. Why did she seem like a different person now, so eager to unleash her legendary weapon upon him? With a sense of resignation, he thought it best to temper the situation. After all, she was once both his client and senior sister, and their past bond had been quite strong. It would not do to sever ties completely. He had recently received a sudden assignment that required him to meet with a client outside the city. Due to the urgency of the task, he had not informed his senior sister immediately. Assignment? Client? Bai Shuhe's tone shifted, detecting an inconsistency. Her elegant phoenix eyes arched slightly, a rare glimmer of amusement flickering within them. "Are you certain you went outside the city to meet a client, and not to rendezvous with a certain little lover?" Su Ian posed momentarily. To some extent, his relationship with Su Wanning did possess certain implications. Yet, fundamentally, she remained merely a client. Naturally, he would never disclose any details regarding Su Wanning. As a consummate professional stand-in, revealing another woman's name before one's own might as well be playing with fire. "Sister, do you not know what kind of person I am? It truly is just a client, one involving a transaction of spirit stones." Su Ian's earnest gazet combiet sincerity, compelling Bai Shuhe to relent. Her eyes flickered, and she chose not to pursue the matter further. "You need not feel so concerned. If you're truly in need of funds, you may accompany me back to the Red Dustine sect. From now on, you need not lift a finger. I shall provide for you for a lifetime." This proclamation left Su Ian momentarily speechless. What was this? Was Bai Shuhe implying that she intended for him to live off her generosity for eternity? However, upon contemplating the potential reactions of Su Wanning and several other possessive clients if she were to interrupt the task, Su Ian couldn't help but shudder. "Sister Shu He, you must be jesting, right?" Yet, when he raised his gaze to meet Bai Shuhe's eyes, it became abundantly clear that she was not joking. She was utterly serious. Gazing at the striking young man clad in white, bathed in moonlight, Su Ian sensed the suppressed emotions within Bai Shu. He had gradually morphed into an intense desire for dominance and control. "My junior brother is so exceptional, and with so many wicked women lurking outside, What if one day he is completely led astray by them? It is indeed best to keep him securely by my side, like a canary in a gilded cage. Clearing his throat, Su Yian spoke earnestly. Sister, as cultivators, we stand firm against the heavens and forging an indomitable heart of the Tao. I may rely on you momentarily, but I cannot depend on you for eternity. Surely, you do not wish to see me languish in a state of mediocrity, succumbing to despair? Through the mere gaze of Bai Shu he discerned her innermost thoughts with uncanny familiarity. He had encountered such eyes before on Blue Star. Wasn't it reminiscent of the tyrannical CEO's obsessive love, where the beloved is ensnared like a canary? Setting aside the other possessive clients, his life's ambition had always been to accumulate vast wealth, to retire in comfort. Now, having traversed into the realm of cultivation, his goal remained the same: to amass sufficient capital and become formidable enough to attain true freedom and invincibility. If he were to become a caged canary confined by Shu he before achieving that, his aspirations would be utterly thwarted. What if you do not return to the sect with me, but secretly run away? Bai Shu he bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint mist. And also, I have long wished to ask you, why did you feign death behind my back? Was it because I failed to meet your expectations? Is that why you desire to leave me? Tell me, and I shall change for you. Bai Shu he's pupils darkened inexplicably, her emotions taking a turn for the worse. The azure Xinyuan zither hovering behind her vibrated ominously, as if prepared to unleash its divine might, forcibly bringing him back to the red dust Qin zone. Or perhaps you have already fallen for another. Did you feign death to seek true love? As Su Yian pondered silently on how to respond, Bai Shui's thoughts began to spiral into an increasingly strange territory. Was it that Chu Qingxian, or someone else entirely? As she spoke, Bai Shu took a step closer, her demeanor growing ever more obsessive. It matters not. During this time, I have learned the heart demon melody. I shall play a piece for you, dear junior brother. Once you listen to this melody, your heart shall harbor no one but me. In due course, I will lead you back to the red Qin zone, to live the beautiful life we once shared. If you do not obey, I shall forge a cage to confine you, making you my exclusive canary, so that no one can ever separate us. The profound and melancholic voice of Bai Shu echoed throughout the courtyard, causing Su Yian's heart to flutter slightly. The reality of a lovesick individual is far removed from the two-dimensional characters of Blue Star. It is indeed a perilous and deranged affair. Mishandling such a situation could undoubtedly lead to monumental trouble. Nevertheless, the members of the Hongshan Qin zone have yet to make their appearance. They cannot blame him for being unprincipled. Su Yian's expression gradually regained its composure as he let out a deep sigh, appearing rather helpless. At this moment, he once again locked his gaze with Bai Shu, whose demeanor had transformed into that of a lovesick individual, his eyes brimming with affection. Senior sister, I never wished to leave you, but I was left with no choice. At that time, the sect master issued a command for me to feign death and disappear to carry out a secret mission. Bai Shu halted in her tracks, listening to Su Yian's fabrications. It cannot be said that Su Yian lacked loyalty. He had previously reached an agreement with the sect master of the Hongshan Qin zone. Upon completion of the mission, he was to conceal his identity and traces, particularly ensuring that the target, Bai Shu, remained unaware. Yet, that old man had the audacity to breach their agreement in secrecy. He could hardly believe that Bai Shu alone possessed the capability to locate him with such precision. Without the machinations of the Hongshan Qin zone at play, he would never accept it. Now that he had been found by the lovesick Bai Shu, he was determined to drag that old scoundrel down with him. Chapter 31. He is mine, you inconsequential substitute. What? Is all of this dictated by my father? Bai Shu, shaken by the revelation, suddenly regained a sense of clarity, yet skepticism lingered in her heart. Su Yian, without hesitation, solemnly vowed to prove his innocence. After all, the initial plan had been jointly established by him and the leader of the Hongshan Qin zone. It was entirely reasonable to attribute his disappearance and departure from Bai Shu to circumstances surrounding their agreement. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Hongshan Qin zone, countless miles away from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, a middle-aged man, deep in meditation, suddenly shuddered, a wave of chill coursing through his body. This man was none other than Bai Xiaoye, the leader of the Hongshan Qinzong and Bai Shua's father. At that moment, he emerged from his meditative state, feeling an unsettling sensation creeping down his spine, a foreboding instinct taking root within him. What is happening? Could it be that my frequent retreats have given rise to inner demons? On the other side, Bai Shuha, having been swayed by Su Yian's nonsensical chatter, felt her turbulent emotions begin to stabilize. So that is how it is. I always believed that I had fallen short, disappointing you, my junior, which led to your departure. I never imagined it was due to my father's unilateral decision. As she spoke, a flash of indignation flickered in her eyes, indicating that she had mentally marked her father for retribution. Witnessing this, Su Yian felt a twinge of helplessness. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, do not let the Taoist perish. The troublesome matters would have to be dealt with by Bai Xiaoye. It's all right. Senior sister will come to your aid and vouch for you. Even if you return to the sect now, no one will hold it against you. Bai Shuha still wished to bring Su Yian back to the sect, a thought that had seemingly become an obsession in her heart. Senior sister, this was an agreement I made with the sect leader. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot break my promise. Moreover, this matter also involves the Celestial Commerce Alliance. There is no need for me to elaborate on the Celestial Commerce Alliance. They despise treachery above all. If I unilaterally violate our agreement, it will undoubtedly incite their wrath, bringing calamity upon the Hongshan Qinzong. Hence, I cannot return to the sect with you. Su Yian once again invoked the Celestial Commerce Alliance as a shield. Yet, he spoke the truth, albeit with a touch of embellishment. Nevertheless, his rhetoric proved effective. The influence of the Celestial Commerce Alliance, a formidable financial power in the realm of cultivation, surpassed even that of the Hongshan Qinzong. Furthermore, the Hongshan Qinzong had existing collaborations with the Celestial Commerce Alliance. To incur their displeasure over this matter would be a most unwise course of action. After a prolonged silence, Bai Shuha finally responded, I understand. Before Su Yian could breathe a sigh of relief, Bai Shuha's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in the blink of an eye. Her ethereal beauty magnified in his gaze. Before her stood a woman clad in a flowing white dress, possessing a slender waist as delicate as a willow, seemingly graspable in one's hands. Her alluring curves, accentuated beneath the sheer fabric, were exquisitely outlined by the gentle breeze. Long ebony tresses danced in the wind, framing her charming visage, which appeared ever more poised to bloom. Yet, behind the elegance and coolness of this enchanting woman lay a gaze imbued with an almost pathological obsession. Bai Shua's eyes met Su Yian's unwaveringly. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a melody, akin to ethereal notes, spiraled into the air, swirling around her fingertips before softly landing upon Su Yian's heart. I can acquiesce to your junior's request, she declared, but I hope that from this moment forth, the foremost place in your heart belongs to me. Su Wanning, the esteemed young lady of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, was a name he was familiar with. Should his junior form any collaboration with her, his senior sister urged him to maintain control should she discover that Su Wanning had taken residence in his heart. Her mellifluous voice trailed off, yet the chilling undertone harbored within it sent shivers down one's spine. Su Yian fell silent, recognizing the unsettling nature of her words. Bai Shuha was exhibiting a level of obsessive affection he had not anticipated, and her perceptiveness surpassed his expectations. He even began to doubt whether she had unraveled the connection he shared with Su Wanning. Su Wanning's nearly obsessive desire for control and dominance was indeed a fertile ground for a similar obsession. He resolved firmly, these two women must never meet. Who could fathom the terrifying chemical reaction that might ensue when two obsessions collide? Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, hidden within the shadows of the heavens, stood Chu Qingxian, adorned in a wide-sleeved, resplendent gown, employing a unique concealment artifact. However, she dare not draw too close, keeping her distance as she quietly observed the two figures in the courtyard, who were drawing near and even embracing beneath the moonlit sky. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the sight of the two in close proximity revealed an undeniable compatibility. This scene struck a heavy blow to her. Chu Qingxian had initially intended to approach Su Yan for a heartfelt conversation, but the tableau before her stripped her of all confidence and courage. Not only did she lack the resolve to confront Su Yan, but she also found herself bereft of the courage to even step foot into his residence. A sense of regret began to swell within her. Regret for having acted so impulsively at Fenghua Tower, and for choosing the magia, which severed all ties with Su Yan. As she watched Su Yan served by Shuhe, one exquisite midnight delicacy after another, her envy surged uncontrollably. This was all meant to be hers. Just then, Bai Shuhe seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze towards the direction of Chu Qingxian. Her bright eyes blinked, and a provocative smile curved her lips. Though her mouth did not utter a sound, from Chu Qingxian's vantage point, she could discern the words spoken through the shape of Bai Shuhe's lips. He is merely a substitute, unworthy of the stage. Chu Qingxian instinctively uttered these two phrases, synchronizing her words with a movement of her lips. The moment the last syllable fell, her mind erupted into a cacophony. Blood surged uncontrollably through her veins, igniting a fierce desire to confront Bai Shuhe in a life-and-death duel right then and there. Ding! The master has acquired a surge of intense jealousy from Chu Qingxian. Identity points 5. Initially puzzled by Shuhe's inexplicable actions, Su Yan suddenly grasped the situation upon hearing the announcement. What a revelation! In the dead of night. Why was this insane Chu Qingxian peering into her affairs? Yet, just then, Bai Shuhe's lips curled into a playful smile as she leaned closer to Su Yan. Her gaze so tender it seemed to shimmer. Junior brother, I wish for you to feed me. She was deliberately trying to provoke that Chu Qingxian. What sort of person did she think she was to deserve the attentions of her junior brother? Simultaneously, unable to withstand Bai Shuhe's charm, Su Yan fed her the food, and a barrage of announcements echoed in his mind. Ding! The master has acquired a surge of intense jealousy from Chu Qingxian, identity points 5. Ding! The master has acquired a surge of strong possessiveness from Chu Qingxian, identity points 5. Chapter 32. When you are not disappointed. He confesses to me. The following morning, within the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, countless miles away from the Taiwan Celestial Dynasty, Su Wanning's carriage hovered in the central square of Yaoqi. Among the three premier celestial dynasties of the Taishan realm, Taishan, Beiming, and Yaoqi, the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty stands out as the most unique. This is primarily due to its ruler, the Empress of Yaoqi, a woman of remarkable prowess who has attained the cycle realm and is revered by the world. The Empress has several offspring, but her favorites are the eldest princess, Luo Qingge, and the fourth princess, Luo Siwei. Su Wanning's visit to Yaoqi is to see her dear friend and confidant, the fourth princess Luo Siwei. Wanning, Luo Siwei exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Su Wanning warmly as she descended from the black jade carriage, accompanied by a retinue of attendants. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Wanning suddenly spoke. Siwei, I have been troubled by a dilemma these past few days. Could you offer me some advice? Upon hearing this, Luo Siwei's smile froze, and she gazed at Su Wanning in disbelief. You, want me to help you with your troubles? She instinctively lifted her gaze to the morning sun, confirming that it had indeed risen in the east. Their friendship spanned years, and she was well acquainted with Su Wanning's extraordinary past. It was known that Su Wanning spoke at 2.5 months, recognized characters by 4 months, walked by 8 months, and by the age of 1, was already a repository of knowledge, renowned as a child prodigy and considered the reincarnation of the celestial star of literature. In contrast, Luo Siwei felt she had never truly excelled in the numerous tasks and trials assigned by her mother. What merit did she possess to provide guidance to someone as intellectually gifted and charming as Su Wanning? Clearing her throat, Su Wanning, perceptive as ever, discerned the thoughts reflected in Luo Siwei's expression. With her emotions steadied, she continued, it is not a philosophical quandary, but rather a matter of the heart. I wish to know, if someone of a completely disparate status were to develop feelings for you, how would you respond? Indeed, Su Wanning believed that Su Yan, who had come to her as a substitute, had developed feelings for her. Not only had he devoted considerable effort to preparing unique gifts to win her affection, but more importantly, as she departed the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, she discovered a handwritten note from Su Yan while savoring his pastries. It was not a love letter, but rather a simple poem of well wishes. Yet, with an intellect soaring to 250, Su Wanting sensed that this poem concealed deeper meanings beyond its ordinary facade. Otherwise, Su Yan would not have deliberately entrusted it to her. In truth, Su Yan had not overthought the matter. He merely considered that since he had gifted mooncakes, a poem would be a fitting addition for his esteemed employer. When the boss is in high spirits, one might just receive an unexpected reward of spiritual stones. Indeed, after a thorough analysis, Su Wanqing finally discerned that this was an acrostic poem through which Su Yan expressed his affection. What does it imply? Someone of unequal status has developed feelings for you? The fourth princess, renowned for her intelligence, found her wits soaring at this moment, as a woman's sixth sense reached its zenith. Oh, you mean that unequal individual is the male pet you lavishly support? I have heard that those who sell themselves tend to be quite fickle. They probably wouldn't develop genuine feelings. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt a lump in her throat. After a brief moment of shock, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Whether from shyness or indignation, she hastily retorted, "He is not for sale. He merely has a slight penchant for wealth. However, he is very principled. Do not misinterpret him based on mere rumors." Yet, upon seeing the corners of Luo Siwei's mouth curl into a mischievous smile, revealing a pair of small fangs, Su Wanqing's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. "Oh dear," Luo Siwei teased. Her expression, though adorned with innocence and beauty, emanated an inexplicably lewd vibe. "Look at you, so eager to clarify and defend him. It seems our young lady is utterly enchanted. One cannot deny that this man possesses some skill to have bewitched our Su Wanqing to such an extent." Su Wanqing's ears turned a shade of crimson. This flush quickly spread across her entire face like a spark igniting a prairie fire. How infuriating! That Luo Siwei, usually adorned with 3 silly strands of hair, appearing as naive as can be, how has she suddenly become so clever? She even learned to turn the tables on me. However, I am indeed curious about the individual who has captured Su Wanqing's heart to such a degree. Perhaps I should hire him as well and test his prowess? You wouldn't dare? Su Wanqing exclaimed in alarm, resembling a cat whose tail has just been stepped on, poised to scratch at any moment. Luo Siwei laughed while evading her. Although she could not grasp the intricacies of literature, she possessed an innate sensitivity and talent for understanding people and navigating social situations. With just a slight probe, she uncovered the depths of Su Wanqing's true feelings. Of course, it could also be that Su Wanqing, as a pampered young lady and only child, had been overly sheltered, unlike Luo Siwei, who had to navigate the palace's intrigues daily. Then why do you think he has feelings for you? After the banter subsided, Luo Siwei finally inquired. Su Wanqing, puffing up with indignation, produced a letter. Luo Siwei raised an eyebrow, initially suspecting it to be a love letter. Upon unfolding it, she beheld a series of robustly penned verses, reminiscent of a master calligrapher's style. When the furnace burns, the beauty blooms like a flower, unfettered by the heart's unending desires. Though tonight's rendezvous beneath the flowers may falter, you must pity me, for I still lack a home. Though I find it somewhat perplexing, it is evident that the author of this poem possesses considerable talent. Did you not comprehend it? Su Wanqing interjected with a hint of guidance. This is an acrostic poem. On the surface, it appears to convey well wishes, but if you read the first character of each line together, Luo Siwei paused momentarily, yet instinctively followed Su Wanqing's words. Not to disappoint you, even if Luo Siwei struggled to grasp the poem's deeper meaning, these 4 words alone could convey profound sentiments. Anything could be forsaken, but I shall not fail you in this lifetime. Is this not a beautifully romantic and direct declaration of affection? Goodness, Luo Siwei was taken aback. Is it truly so intricate for cultured individuals to express their feelings? What astonished her even more was the realization that, in this day and age, even those who venture into the world for a living possess such high cultural literacy to effortlessly craft a poem imbued with such significance. Yet here she was, a princess, unable to compose a single verse. Chapter 33. The lovesick young lady and the outpouring of maternal affection, Luo Siwei was visibly agitated, her voice rising in volume, drawing the attention of several accompanying guards. Su Wanqing, her fair complexion flushed, had completely shed the aloofness and obsession she had displayed earlier in the black jade carriage with Su Yan. Instead, she resembled a bashful maiden. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she hurriedly covered Luo Siwei's mouth. After a while, their emotions finally settled. In the pavilion of the royal garden, maidens clad in courtly gowns serve an array of exquisite fruits and fine wines, arranging a quaint banquet within the pavilion. Though Su Yan was undoubtedly a man of literary talent and intellect, at the end of the day, he was merely a man for hire. Even if his affections were sincere, they could merely stem from a desire for her beauty or wealth. She would do well to remain vigilant. Yet, Su Wanqing resolutely shook her head, stating emphatically, whether his intentions are driven by lust or greed, I can discern that with utmost clarity. I assure you of this. After all, as a prominent heiress within the esteemed cultivation realm, I have been pursued by countless suitors. Those drawn to me for my beauty or wealth are the true opportunists. If anything, Su Yan, this oblivious fellow, seems far more enamored with spirit stones than with my person. As this thought crossed her mind, a shadow of melancholy began to cloud Su Wanqing's gaze, and a hint of jealousy started to manifest on her face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luo Siwei shook her head, expressing her awe at how deeply Su Wanqing had fallen. How far have we come? Their acquaintance has barely spanned a year, and already you are veering off course. However, she continued, you must be aware of certain truths. If he genuinely loves you, it is indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, the disparity in your statuses is not merely significant. It is a chasm akin to that between heaven and earth. You are the cherished heiress of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, esteemed and privileged, where everything is within your grasp. But him, forgive my bluntness, but at his core, he is a mere hireling. I know him well. He is not the sort to be trifled with. Su Wanqing reiterated her stance, but Luo Siwei pressed on. Even if I were to support your union, your father would undoubtedly oppose your relationship. After all, he is, at heart, a businessman. At this point, Luo Siwei could not help but envision the leader of the Celestial Merchant Alliance. Upon discovering his daughter had fallen for a mere proxy, displaying a nearly frenzied expression. This scenario was akin to a legendary heiress from Blue Star ultimately falling for a penniless youth riding a motorbike, an individual devoid of wealth or influence, unable to offer any substantial benefit to her. How could the father of a wealthy and beautiful daughter possibly consent to such a person being with his daughter? Luo Siwei even pondered that once Su Wanqing's father became aware of her relationship with Su Yan, he would most likely present a substantial amount of spirit stones as a means to drive Su Yan far away from his daughter. Moreover, she was well aware of the melodramatic events that had previously transpired in Su Wanqing's life, particularly concerning her ill-fated betrothed who had fled to become a monk, leaving Su Wanqing utterly infuriated. She even suspected that Su Wanqing had employed Su Yan as a male companion as a deliberate means of venting her frustration and seeking revenge. Nevertheless, there was no immediate urgency regarding this matter. After all, Wanqing would be spending an extended period of time with him, and the future remained uncertain. During this interval, she could observe whether his feelings for her were genuine. If she had her own thoughts and decisions, she ought to pursue them resolutely, ensuring that no regrets lingered. While offering this counsel, Luo Siwei did not conceal her penchant for gossip. By the way, if anything happens between you and him, or if there are developments in your relationship, do come to me. I shall exhaust all my efforts to assist you. On the surface, she offered advice, yet her true intent was merely to indulge in idle chatter. Su Wanqing could not help but roll her eyes. She was well aware of Luo Siwei's underlying motives. However, adhering to the principle that more perspectives are beneficial, she chose not to delve too deeply into the matter. As for whether Su Yan's feelings for her were authentic, undoubtedly, they were sincere. A mere reflection on the details of recent days revealed that no matter how unreasonable her demands were, Su Yan diligently fulfilled them. This indicated her significant position in his heart. He loved her profoundly. Even when she occasionally succumbed to emotional outbursts and hurled insults at him, he never voiced a single complaint. This demonstrated the depth of his affection. He would not utter a word that could potentially hurt her feelings. Moreover, this time, he had thoughtfully prepared numerous gifts for her. Although they were merely trinkets, did they not signify Su Yian's heartfelt intentions? By bestowing such tokens upon her, he expressed his profound love. At this moment, a message suddenly arrived through her communication jade talisman. Wanqing, will you be coming to the Taishan Immortal Dynasty soon? Alternatively, if you choose a location, I can make time to visit you. Upon receiving Su Yian's message, Su Wanqing's lips curled into a slight smile. See, he truly adored her, was utterly dependent on her. They had only met the day before, and already he was thinking of her with such intensity. How is it possible? Have you already found it difficult to be apart from me? On the other side of the communication talisman, Su Yian felt a twinge of anxiety. He was unsure when Bai Shuhe had left. What if Su Wanqing came looking for him again soon? What would happen if the two of them crossed paths? To avert such an awkward situation, he must first inquire about Su Wanqing's schedule, thereby fundamentally avoiding any potential mishaps and crafting a meticulously perfect itinerary. A master of time management, he is indeed a professional. At last, upon hearing Su Wanqing's response, confirming that she would not be returning to Taishan Xianchao in the near future, Su Yian finally exhaled in relief. However, there was something peculiar about the tone in which Su Wanqing spoke. It resembled the manner one might adopt when addressing a child left home alone, yearning for their mother. What could this mean? Su Yian grimaced, genuinely apprehensive that Su Wanqing's maternal instincts might surge forth, awakening some strange attribute within her, leading to an unforeseen enactment of a mother-son play. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from the entrance of the estate. Is Master Su Yian present? I am of the Prime Minister's residence, sent by my esteemed young lady to invite you to the Taishan Mountains for a poetic excursion. Chapter 34. What do you intend to do with my brother? Listening to the sounds emanating from outside the mansion, Su Yian understood that the retributive actions of the state guard had commenced against him. Although he needed to seize an opportune moment to expose the misdeeds of the state guard and Li Mo Xie, it did not preclude him from employing countermeasures at present. Early that very morning, he had discreetly conveyed the news of the impending dark schemes against him to Shangguan Guiyan. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, Miss Guiyan, the princess has decided to hold a special banquet at Mount Taishan today, and we hope you will attend. A special banquet? Shangguan Guiyan raised her brows at the news brought by Lu Ruyan. Why have I never heard of this from Qingxian before? This banquet was a sudden decision by the princess, Lu Ruyan replied, her demeanor calm and composed as she spun a web of lies. The princess has been feeling rather troubled lately and wishes to alleviate her emotions through this gathering. The princess has already set out for the Xintian mountain range, and I hope Miss Guiyan will prepare to depart soon. I shall take my leave now. Lu Ruyan did not allow Shangguan Guiyan a moment to ponder, swiftly exiting the Prime Minister's residence. She was not concerned about Shangguan Guiyan confirming this matter with Chu Qingxian, for the event was indeed genuine. This morning, Li Mo Xie had exerted considerable effort to persuade Chu Qingxian to host such a banquet atop Mount Taishan, ostensibly to reunite with familiar faces from the past and reminisce about their lost youth. In truth, however, Li Mo Xie's plan was to utilize the resources of the state guard to ambush Shangguan Guiyan on her way to the summit. The Xintian mountain range lay approximately 100 miles from the outskirts of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty's capital, neither too far nor too close, striking a perfect balance. Surely, no one would suspect that someone would dare to strike against the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter so near the capital. Once beyond the confines of the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Ruyan could not suppress a slight smile, a wicked curve at the corners of her lips. That wretched woman dared to humiliate me in public not long ago. Today, she shall have ample opportunity to beg for my mercy. Lu Ruyan vividly recalled the scene before Fenghua Tower, where she had been publicly insulted by Shangguan Guiyan, even likened to a dog. Now, with Li Mo Xie prepared to strike against both Su Yian and Shangguan Guiyan simultaneously, she would seize the chance to exact her revenge before sending Shangguan Guiyan on her way. The primary target, of course, remained the detestable Su Yian. The memory of the 2 slaps she had received from him ignited a fury within her, her teeth clenched in rage. How dare he strike me, Lu Ruyan? Today, I shall flay him alive. Yet, Unbeknownst to Lu Ruyan, the plans of the state guard had long been uncovered by Su Yan, who had already relayed this information to Qingliangqin. Indeed, the events were unfolding precisely as Su Yan had anticipated. Liemo Xie was truly a cunning adversary. Qingliangqin's countenance darkened to an extreme. Although the plan devised by Limagia was simplistic and reckless, one cannot deny that it possessed a significant likelihood of success. After all, who could have anticipated that Limagia, once her childhood companion, would turn against her so ruthlessly? It was equally unfathomable that he would choose to act in such close proximity to the capital. Had Su Yan not provided her with advance warning, she would have regarded this encounter as merely a routine appointment, casually bringing along a few maidservants before heading directly to the Taishan mountain range. At that point, her journey would undoubtedly have been one of no return. If Limagia is merciless, she would bear no guilt for her own actions. Having made her decision, Qingliangqin turned and made her way towards her father's residence. Since they had unwittingly handed her the leverage, the Chancellor's residence might well seize this opportunity to bring down the state protectorate once and for all. On the summit of Taishan Mountain, within an intricately carved pavilion fashioned from exquisite materials, beautiful maidens presented an array of delicacies and spiritual teas. Yet, Chu Qingxian appeared somewhat distracted, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. She recalled the scene from the previous night, where Su Yan tenderly fed white fruits to Bai Shuhe, his every gentle gesture intertwined within. That wretched fellow Bai Shuhe even dared to cast provocative glances in her direction. The mere thought of it reignited the suppressed fury that had taken her an entire night to quell. Each recollection of Bai Shuhe occupying her position and basking in Su Yan's affection filled her with dissatisfaction. Immense dissatisfaction. However, according to the agreement between her father and Su Yan, the latter would be departing at the end of the month. During this intervening period, perhaps there still remained a chance for her to reconcile with Su Yan. Yet, the moment this thought surfaced, Chu Qingxian was startled by her own sentiment. Why was this the case? Her elder brother Magia was right there beside her. If Su Yan were to leave, so be it. Why did she yearn to rekindle their relationship? Initially, such thoughts had not been so intense, but with Bai Shuhe's appearance, her emotions began to overflow uncontrollably. Qingxian, do you remember how, years ago, we often visited this place? Limagia's voice suddenly broke through a reverie. Today, he seemed to have made a conscious effort in his appearance, donning a long robe adorned with cloud patterns, his ink-black hair glistening like jewels, exuding an air of remarkable charm. I recall vowing to become a hero in a decade and to marry you, making you the happiest wife in the world. Although that promise was interrupted by unforeseen events for over a decade, rest assured, Qingxian, I will exert every effort to fulfill that vow. Please believe in me. Chu Qingxian did not respond, her brows slightly furrowing. Had she heard such words before, she would have been deeply moved. Yet now, inexplicably, she felt a twinge of aversion. They had not seen each other for over a decade, and many things had remained unrefined. Now, they were suddenly entangled in discussions of marriage. Such urgency and brazen declaration of intentions left one to wonder if he, Limagia, harbored ulterior motives. The past was the past. The present was a new beginning for them. There was no rush to speak of marriage. Upon hearing Chu Qingxian's response, Limagia's smile abruptly faltered. He had intended to reach out and embrace her hand, but it froze mid-air. The former Qingxian would never have spoken to him in such a manner. It must be because of that accursed Su Yan. Today, if he could eliminate Su Yan entirely and conveniently pin the death of Qingliangqin on him, no one would stand in his way of reclaiming Chu Qingxian's heart. Meanwhile, based on various intelligence reports, formidable beings from the State Defense Office, accompanied by a powerful figure from the life and death realm, lay in ambush along Su Yan's path. Such an assembly to deal with a young prodigy was nothing short of extravagant. Elder Wang, are we perhaps too cautious regarding Su Yan? A cultivator from the cave heaven realm inquired. He is merely a youth. The most formidable among them is only at the cave heaven realm. For this trivial matter, we are more than sufficient. There is no need for your personal involvement. Elder Wang snorted coldly, casting a fleeting glance at the speaker from beneath his wrinkled brow. What do you know? Su Yan is not to be underestimated. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The fact that several assassin elites from the assassination tower failed to eliminate him speaks volumes of his extraordinary nature. Just as Elder Wang's words hung in the air, a voice filled with mirth suddenly rang out. "Oh, if I am not mistaken, you intend to make a move against my brother Yan?" Chapter 35. The Enchantress of the Abyss. The sudden voice sent shivers down the spines of Elder Wang and the others, causing cold sweat to uncontrollably seep from their bodies. It felt as though the voice had materialized right beside them without any forewarning, suggesting that its owner had been lurking in their midst, unnoticed until now. "Who goes there?" Elder Wang was the first to react, unleashing a formidable force of spiritual power that radiated outward in all directions. A being of the life and death realm possesses the ability to perceive the very fabric of space. Any entity concealed within the depths of the surrounding void would inevitably reveal some trace under such scrutiny. However, to Elder Wang's astonishment, his spiritual force detected not a single trace of another presence in the surrounding emptiness. This realization sent a wave of dread coursing through him, soaking his back. The absence of any detectable presence indicated that the individual's mastery over the spatial path far exceeded his comprehension, and their cultivation was undoubtedly far more terrifying than his own. Just as Elder Wang was drenched in cold sweat and on high alert, a wail of despair echoed around them. It was as if a soul, facing the brink of death, had experienced some unspeakable horror, releasing a cry of utter hopelessness. The remaining companions turned in terror, only to find that the ally who had stood in that direction moments before had inexplicably vanished. "Elder Wang, Zhang Zhao's life token has shattered," one of the practitioners of the Divine Passage realm exclaimed, his face pale as parchment, clutching a fragment of the broken life token. This was a fellow cultivator of the same realm. In the blink of an eye, without understanding what had transpired, he had met an inexplicable demise. A tidal wave of fear engulfed the remaining 3 Divine Passage cultivators. If that unknown entity had chosen to strike at them, how could they, as fellow practitioners of the same realm, hope to withstand such an assault? "Elder Wang, we beseech you." The trio placed their hopes upon Elder Wang, a cultivator of the life and death realm, desperate for his strength to steer them away from peril. Yet before they could finish their plea, the space around them rippled inexplicably, and another person standing beside them vanished into thin air. This sight left them utterly bewildered. The first disappearance could be attributed to their lack of vigilance, a momentary lapse in awareness. But the second individual had been taken right before their eyes. The capabilities of the assailant were clearly far beyond their own. The manner in which the assailant picked them off one by one resembled a predator toying with its prey, a cruel game indeed. The hidden figure was truly malevolent, intent on making them succumb to an endless cycle of fear before their demise. "Who are you, Elder? Are you perhaps here to avenge Su Yan?" Elder Wang, suppressing his terror, mustered the courage to speak. "We are merely following orders. This is a decision made by the higher-ups of the State Protectorate, and my actions are but a reluctant necessity. I implore you, esteemed Elder, to grant me a chance. I am willing to sever all ties with the State Protectorate and refrain from further involvement in this matter." Elder Wang's heart was utterly consumed by trepidation. He scarcely considered his identity as an elder of the State Protectorate. He was determined to extricate himself completely from any association with it. However, his entreaties seemed to bear no fruit, for at that very moment, yet another formidable practitioner vanished. The echoes that resonated were not merely cries of despair, but also the harrowing sounds of flesh and bone being violently shattered by an unseen force. "Under different circumstances, I might have shown mercy and spared your lives. Yet, you have gravely erred by laying hands upon my brother, Ian." A voice suddenly emerged, ethereal and elusive, evading any traceable origin. Nevertheless, Elder Wang had already discerned the fundamental identity of the speaker. She was a woman. Moreover, the aura emanating from her hinted at her being a practitioner of the demonic sect. Elder Wang's countenance darkened further. Practitioners of the demonic sect are notoriously capricious and obstinate. Many matters are simply beyond rational discourse with them. He could scarcely fathom how Su Yan, who had remained within the confines of the Taishan celestial dynasty for years, had become entangled with someone from the demonic sect, even if he had ventured into nearby territories. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a desperate cry for help escaped his lips. "Elder Wang, save me!" At that moment, the last formidable practitioner emitted a terrified scream. Yet, the piercing sound abruptly ceased, extinguished along with his life force. Finally, Elder Wang beheld the assailant. The enigmatic woman from the demonic sect revealed herself, not bothering to conceal her form. However, upon witnessing her, even the seasoned Elder Wang, who had cultivated his composure for many years, could not suppress the tumultuous waves of emotion that surged within him. His gaze momentarily faltered, as if his very soul had been ensnared. The woman, poised in midair, was statuesque, surpassing even the stature of an average man. She was clad in a flowing gown of black gauze that cascaded like a starry waterfall, with translucent sections at her bosom and arms, revealing glimpses of her alabaster skin that shimmered beneath the fabric, amplifying her already tantalizing allure. Her exquisite visage radiated an enchanting charm, with brows like mist and lips subtly curved in an enigmatic smile, reminiscent of a water-kissed black lotus. This woman was the epitome of beauty and grace, exuding an entrancing seduction that stemmed from her very essence, coupled with her unique physique and the extraordinary techniques she practiced. Her mere presence could enchant even those at the pinnacle of strength, momentarily ensnaring their senses. "You are from the Nine Serenities demon sect, the demoness Mei Xianyan." Elder Wang discerned her identity with startling clarity. In the realm of Taixuan, the name Mei Xianyan, the demoness of Nine Serenities, was renowned, known to all and sundry. This illustrious enchantress had once captivated the world with her bewitching beauty. Several prominent rulers of the cultivation dynasties, captivated by her allure, engaged in fierce combat, which escalated into a full-blown war between nations. The catalyst for this conflict was none other than a seemingly casual remark made by the enchanting Mei Xianyan: "I only favor the strong. Why not have you esteemed sovereigns battle it out? The one who survives shall have me as his consort." Such a trivial statement ignited a fierce rivalry among the rulers, leading to a cataclysmic war that reverberated throughout the entire cultivation realm. The upheaval shocked the world of cultivation, and the name Mei Xianyan became synonymous with notoriety, known far and wide. Yet, her exceptional allure was not merely attributed to her beauty. Her formidable prowess was equally remarkable. It was said that many years prior, she had already reached the realm of life and death, and now she was but a few steps away from the cycle of reincarnation. But the question lingered: how could the legendary Nine Nether Witch be acquainted with Su Ian? How could she even appear within their Taixuan celestial dynasty? Chapter 36. Count to 3. If you can escape, I shall release you, Mei Xianyan. We are strangers with no grievances or animosity between us. Why do you wish to inflict such harm upon me? Spare me, and I shall depart from the Taixuan Immortal Dynasty, never to return. Despite having glimpsed the true form of his assailant, Elder Wang was engulfed by an even greater fear. As a practitioner of the life and death realm, his prowess was largely inflated. Unlike Mei Xianyan, who had ascended through relentless struggles and battles, he had relied on the accumulation of resources from the National Defense Bureau over the years, along with the aid of certain nefarious paths. In terms of overall combat ability, he was at best comparable to the pinnacle of the divine ability realm. Spare you? Mei Xianyan raised an eyebrow, tossing aside the severed head still imbued with the terror of its final moments. A surge of formidable demonic energy emanated from her palm. The seething, blazing black flames swiftly enveloped the head, reducing it to a cloud of ash that dissipated, flowing through the delicate gaps of her fair fingers. Simultaneously, her mysterious, alluring dark purple eyes fixated intently on Elder Wang. "Very well, but I shall grant you but 3 breaths of time. I will count to 3, and if you vanish from my sight, I shall let you go." Upon hearing these words, Elder Wang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Though 3 breaths was a brief span, as a formidable practitioner of the life and death realm, he could traverse hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye when he unleashed his full power. "Now, I shall commence my countdown." A smile danced in Mei Xianyan's eyes as she regarded Elder Wang not as an equal, but rather as a mere prey to be toyed with. Although Elder Wang seethed with indignation, his body instinctively began to gather strength, poised to erupt in an instant. 3. Yet, Mei Xianyan defied all expectations, disrupting his carefully laid plans. Mei Xianyan, you. Elder Wang was filled with both astonishment and fury. Yet before he could complete his sentence, Mei Xianyan's assault came crashing down upon him. In that moment, Elder Wang felt as though the very space around him had been sealed and solidified. In the blink of an eye, he was forcibly dragged into an otherworldly dimension by an unfathomable force. What was more terrifying was that, in all directions around him, layers of pitch-black flames raged fiercely. This bizarre, dark flame utterly subverted Elder Wang's understanding. It bore no warmth typically associated with fire. Instead, it exuded a chilling, eerie coldness. The slightest contact threatened to ignite both his soul and consciousness. Regrettably, you have failed to escape within the allotted time. A voice, laced with a playful mirth and a somewhat sickly tone, suddenly rang out. It was only then that Elder Wang realized, to his horror, that he was perched within a colossal, pale hand. The surrounding black flames were conjured forth from this immense palm. As he looked up in terror, he beheld Mei Xianyan's strikingly beautiful yet perilous visage. Within the palm, Elder Wang's heart was a tumult of shock and despair. It is rumored that this is a divine ability that can only be initially mastered by those in the true king realm. How could the enchanting Qingliangqin, a mere figure in the life and death realm, wield such a terrifying power? You are breaking the rules. You lack martial ethics. Elder Wang bellowed hoarsely. You clearly stated you would grant me 3 breaths of time. Indeed, but how I count is entirely at my discretion. Such a melodious and alluring voice, yet it rang like a death knell in Elder Wang's mind, plunging his heart into despair. Boom! In the midst of a thunderous roar, Qingliangqin's enormous hand began to close inwards. No, you cannot treat me this way. I am the Grand Elder of the State Protectorate. If you kill me, they will surely. Elder Wang's voice, nearly steeped in despair, faded gradually as her hand fully clasped. His soul and body seemed to be engulfed in an inferno of pitch-black flames in an instant. Outside the spatial confines of her grasp, Qingliangqin, who had just dispatched Elder Wang and his companions like mere poultry, slowly opened her palm. In the alabaster expanse of her palm, a dark ember quietly burned, emanating a faint, familiar soul resonance akin to that of Elder Wang. With a snap of her fingers, a layer of inky flames suddenly materialized, enveloping her form in a cascading shroud. When the flames dissipated, Qingliangqin's appearance and aura had undergone a profound transformation. She had morphed into the deceased Elder Wang. Even the essence and minute details were strikingly similar. Simultaneously, with another wave of her hand, 4 additional dark flames manifested in the void, expanding and ultimately transforming into the 4 fallen experts of the divine ability realm. In truth, Qingliangqin bore another title, the illusory demoness. Through her unique cultivation method and physique, she could effortlessly disguise herself as others. A subtle smile graced her lips as she recalled the memories of these individuals. They seemed intent on ambushing my younger brother Yan here. It had been a while since I last saw him, and this opportunity would serve as both a test and a playful diversion with him. Meanwhile, not long after departing the capital, Qingliangqin found herself under attack by the formidable forces of the State Protectorate. The assailants included a life and death realm expert, accompanied by several divine ability realm powers. Their initial strike was a lethal ambush, clearly intending to eliminate Qingliangqin before she could react. However, forewarned in advance, Qingliangqin had arranged for several powerful protectors from the Chancellor's residence to accompany her discreetly. Boom! The attacks from the State Protectorate's experts struck against a suddenly materializing barrier of laws, unleashing a tempest of terrifying energy. Shielded within the protective layer, Qingliangqin remained unscathed, suffering not even a scratch. Damn it! There are indeed life and death experts secretly guarding Qingliangqin. We must retreat immediately. Such a scene caused the formidable beings of the life and death realm, led by the State Protectorate, to instantly sense impending doom, prompting them to withdraw and retreat. Oof. The audacity of your State Protectorate is truly staggering, daring to lay hands upon my lady. Today, none of you shall escape. A voice, resonant as a mighty bell, suddenly reverberated through the air. The aura of a second powerful entity from the life and death realm erupted forth. Countless runes of law shimmered like stars, enveloping the area and solidifying the space, effectively severing the path of retreat for the formidable beings of the State Protectorate. Damn it! The Chancellor's residence was evidently well prepared. This spectacle rendered the faces of the many powerful figures from the State Protectorate utterly grim. Their schemes seemed to have been exposed. Qingliangqin not only anticipated their moves, but also recognized them as members of the State Protectorate. This operation had been conducted in secrecy by the State Protectorate, known only to its core elite. Why had it been inexplicably revealed? Meanwhile, Su Yin, also invited, was hastening towards the Taishan mountain range. Although he suspected that powerful beings from the life and death realm might intervene personally, over the years, he had acquired numerous unique talents and attributes through the system, far surpassing others of his realm, making it no great challenge to engage in battles beyond his level. Moreover, he had utilized many identity points to bolster his foundational attributes. He was even confident enough to contend with an ordinary figure of the reincarnation realm, let alone the mere life and death realm. Just then, from the depths of the void came a chilling, sinister chuckle. "Heh, you possess quite the audacity, daring to attend alone. Are you worried that I might not be able to kill you?" Chapter 37. Deeply entranced, she becomes an obsessive brother complex as the voice echoed. The surrounding space rippled with a palpable tension. Several figures emerged, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gaze upon Su Yin. It seemed that Su Yin had anticipated this encounter, preparing to strike, but was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of yet another figure. Indeed, it was the Elder Wang, disguised as Mei Xianyan. One must commend Mei Xianyan's remarkable disguise. Her subtle expressions and aura were indistinguishable from her true self. Moreover, it appeared that she derived a perverse pleasure from witnessing Su Yin's flustered and terrified demeanor. At that moment, Mei Xianyan exuded a formidable pressure of life and death, enveloping Su Yin within its grasp. Yet, despite the perfection of her disguise, Su Yin discerned her true identity. What? How did Mei Xianyan arrive here? After the shock subsided, Su Yin found himself in a precarious situation. He had just dealt with a deranged and infatuated by Shu He, and now another Mei Xianyan appeared. Furthermore, in a certain sense, Mei Xianyan herself was an obsessive character, particularly fixated on her brother. This tale traces back many years. Mei Xianyan's origin was fraught with tragedy. Born in a remote village where her parents barely scraped by as merchants. Yet, against all odds, this unremarkable couple gave birth to a daughter of ethereal beauty, Mei Xianyan. By the age of 6 or 7, her allure was already evident, garnering admiration from all. By 13, her beauty had gained notoriety, attracting countless admirers. Ordinary in status, but extraordinary in beauty, she was a delectable prize that easily lured various predatory suitors. The lord of that small town had long coveted Mei Xianyan, even issuing a decree to her parents to surrender her to his mansion upon her 15th birthday, where she would become the youngest concubine. Fearing that their daughter's exquisite beauty would attract the nefarious intentions of wicked individuals, her parents sheltered her in a secluded cave, keeping her isolated from the world. Thus, she remained oblivious to many aspects of life, lacking even basic worldly knowledge. Fortunately, during those years of solitude, she had a brother who kept her company. From a young age, her brother assisted their parents with the practicalities of life, foraging for herbs in the mountains and tending to the fields. Concerned for his sister's loneliness, he made it a point to spend time with her each day, sharing amusing anecdotes about life, regardless of the weather or season. This continued until the very last day before her 15th birthday, when her brother, employing some means unknown to her, pilfered the key that unlocked the iron gate from their parents. Even after all these years, Mei Xianyan vividly remembered her brother's honest and gentle smile under the moonlight as he urged her, "Sister, leave Maple Leaf City, depart from mother and father. I am aware that my sister has not experienced a moment of joy in these years. She resembles a butterfly ensnared within a cage, yearning for the vastness of the sky, yet confined within iron bars. Dear sister, I hope you soar forth, ascending to the heights, to truly behold the world you long to see." That day marked a pivotal change in Mei Xianyan's life, and it also became her greatest regret. Had she taken her brother with her, regardless of what she said that day, perhaps she would not have been eternally separated from him. Indeed, she released him, yet found herself plummeting into the abyss. She never fathomed that her biological parents could harbor such venomous malice towards their own blood. Due to her escape, the lord of the city failed to fulfill his vile intentions, unleashing his fury upon her parents. In turn, her parents unleashed all their wrath upon her brother, who had dared to set her free. She remembers vividly. Her brother met a brutal end, his body marred beyond recognition. After his demise, he was discarded like a forsaken beast, left to rot in the wilderness. It was on that day that Mei Xianyan underwent a profound transformation, ultimately becoming the apprentice of a formidable sorcerer of the dark arts. Upon mastering her craft, she swiftly avenged herself by slaying her own parents and annihilating the entire lord's estate of Maple Leaf City. Her character underwent a monumental shift from that day forward, and she shed her former name, henceforth identifying herself as Mei Xianyan. As for what transpired later, it was perhaps a few years ago when Mei Xianyan inexplicably sought him out, assigning him the role of her brother while recounting the buried past that haunted her. After sharing her story, she even issued a threat, granting him a mere 6 months. Should he fail to embody the brother she desired within that time, she would not hesitate to take his life. Yet, as a professional stand-in, he meticulously studied Mei Xianyan's past, analyzing and rehearsing various scenarios. In time, he convincingly portrayed the brother that satisfied her. However, the outcome was unforeseen. Mei Xianyan, perhaps still reeling from past traumas, became so enmeshed in the role that she truly began to regard him as her brother, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a substitute. Unbeknownst to Mei Xianyan, Su Yin stood silent, believing that his remarkable performance had captivated her, instilling a sense of fear that rendered him immobile. This revelation caused the corners of her mouth to curl upward in a faint smile. It seemed her brother had grown somewhat dull of perception lately and required further refinement. At that moment, as Su Yin's thoughts gradually returned, he let out a long sigh. Instead of fear and tension, his face bore a semblance of resignation. Xianyan, please spare me your games. Why did you not inform me of your arrival? A wicked smile lingered at the corners of her lips. As she immersed herself in the role of the villain, the enchanting Mei Xianyan was momentarily taken aback by Su Yin's words. A rare glimmer of disbelief, confusion, and even a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Yet, such emotions were fleeting, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Foolish boy, are you aware that calamity is upon you? And have you begun to utter nonsense? Mei Xianyan, embodying Elder Wang, let out a cold snort, her aura suddenly surging. In a heartbeat, she vanished like a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the air as she lunged toward Su Yin. It appeared she held nothing back. At that moment, her mastery of the life and death realm erupted in full force, the void around her cracking under the weight of her overwhelming presence. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, they would have been paralyzed with terror, frantically resorting to all means of defense. However, Su Yin remained unfazed throughout, not even making a single move. Fool, I see you are courting death. A murderous intent filled Mei Xianyan's eyes as she extended a hand, her cataclysmic aura transforming into a colossal ghostly claw. Intent on uterli crushing Suiyan. Just as the terrifying claw was about to make contact with his forehead, it halted mere millimeters away, and cracks began to emerge in the darkness, gradually disintegrating like sand in the wind. At the same time, her disguise began to fade. Yet at this moment, her breathtakingly beautiful visage, a face that could enchant the world, bore an expression of fury. You imbecile, why do you not retaliate? Mei Xianyan grasped Su Yin by the collar, forcefully pulling him closer. Her dark purple eyes shimmered with a deadly yet alluring starlight, concealing an undeniable dominance as she locked her gaze onto his. What if I, your sister, am merely another's guise? What if others are deliberately mocking you in this manner? By refraining from action, do you intend to wait for the one impersonating me to end your life? Chapter 38. How could you harbor such thoughts towards me? I am your brother. Su Yan felt somewhat speechless. As a professional stand-in, he had portrayed countless roles over the years. Moreover, after traversing into the realm of cultivation, his perceptive abilities had been further honed. He had developed a discerning method to see through the facades of others. How could he possibly be oblivious to the disguise of Mei Xianyan? However, Mei Xianyan was his client. Immersed in her character, he had inadvertently begun to see himself as her brother. As a stand-in of high professional caliber, one must learn to immerse oneself in the role and articulate the most fitting words from the character's perspective. Such a scenario would absolutely not transpire. Su Yan gently shook his head. With audacity, he employed an expression of profound affection, gazing earnestly into Mei Xianyan's eyes, declaring with utmost sincerity, "I will never mistake you for anyone else, sister. Never." Su Yan felt quite astute for this maneuver, seizing the initiative with finesse. The effect was undoubtedly remarkable. Under Su Yan's exquisite and fluid performance, Mei Xianyan felt her heart struck by an inexplicable force at that moment. An overwhelming surge of sisterly affection causing her demeanor to soften. You silver-tongued charmer. You currently resemble a feeble chicken, but this is the heavenly demon shield I crafted, capable of withstanding at least 7 strikes from Death Realm experts. Even if you can discern my identity, you must remain vigilant and not trust anyone other than your sister. Understood? As she spoke, Mei Xianyan directly placed the heavenly demon shield into Su Yan's hands. Su Yan exerted great effort to suppress the urge to smile widely. Despite Mei Xianyan's seemingly unapproachable exterior, she was quite contradictory at heart. Understood. I will certainly heed your words, Sister Xianyan. Su Yan beamed with a radiant smile, genuinely from the heart. This so-called heavenly demon shield appeared to be crafted from materials of considerable worth. Selling it in the future should yield a substantial amount of spirit stones, right? Bathed in the early morning light, Su Yan's figure seemed to shimmer. Witnessing this scene, Mei Xianyan found herself momentarily entranced. Su Yan's smile at that moment mirrored the precious smile she had cherished deeply in her heart. Back then, her brother had stood before a cave, displaying such a delightful, sunlit smile that warmed her soul. In that fleeting moment, their figures gradually merged into one. Unconsciously, Mei Xianyan began to perceive Su Yan as her true brother. How I long to have my brother maintain this smile eternally, to keep him by my side, to behold him every day, to possess his laughter, his flesh and blood, to have everything that is him, exclusively for myself. Ding! The enchanting Mei Xianyan experienced a profound sense of possessiveness towards her master. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What was happening? Was this crazy sister complex of Mei Xianyan's truly a form of madness? It was worth noting that at this moment, he was playing the role of her younger brother. I am your brother. How could you, as an elder sister, harbor such inappropriate thoughts towards your own brother? It is no wonder she is renowned as a devilish sorceress, with thoughts that are sufficiently avant-garde and whimsically audacious. Is that so? A subtle smile curved on Mei Xianyan's lips. Suddenly, Su Yi felt as if the space before him was being manipulated by some unseen force, causing it to overlap and constrict. The captivating face of Mei Xianyan loomed larger before him. Before Su Yi could react, she reached out and gently pinched his cheek. Yet I have heard that my dear brother has recently grown quite close to several women. It seems that just last night, he spent a delightful evening with a mysterious woman in a white dress. How can my brother so easily trust other women, lowering his guard to share an entire night with them? It truly makes his sister envious. Ding! Mei Xianyan has developed a strong sense of jealousy towards her master. Identity points 5. Furthermore, I have received some intriguing gossip. It appears my brother was rather busy last night, even sneaking out of the city to rendezvous with someone. This investigation revealed startling truths. As it turns out, my brother has been clandestinely acquainted with Su Wanning. Mei Xianyan's alluring eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Her voice, still melodious, now tinged with an eerie chill. Moreover, it seems you spent several hours together in that carriage. Surely, those hours could suffice for many endeavors? My brother is currently in a normal state of desire, but if he were to act foolishly, I would have no choice but to make the resolute decision to take him for sterilization. Ding! Mei Xianyan has developed a strong sense of jealousy towards her master. Identity point 6. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Su Yi's forehead. No. Is Mei Xianyan akin to a humanoid surveillance system? How could she have detected his activities from the previous night, despite his cautious efforts? Sister Xianyan, I assure you, I am a man of honor, not one to engage in frivolous behavior. Su, he straightened his expression. I constantly remember your teachings, never daring to defy them, even for a moment. Additionally, as you know, my work often compels me into situations beyond my control, which is truly not by my own volition. Su Yi's words rang with sincerity, devoid of deceit. Mei Xianyan scrutinized him for a considerable time, seemingly employing some unique method to discern the truth of the matter. Eventually, the tumultuous emotions that had nearly overflowed from her expression dissipated. I do not wish to concern myself with other matters. Just remember, aside from your sister, you must trust no one, especially not women. Should the day come when I discover that you have foolishly placed your trust in another woman, I shall undoubtedly eliminate her and bring you directly back to my 9 nether demon sect. Su Yian was left speechless within. Clearly, he too had immersed himself too deeply in the role, treating him as a true brother. Furthermore, as for trusting others, such a notion would never cross his mind. After all, he had been in this line of work for quite some time and had long since formulated numerous theorems. Superficial affections are permissible, yet true trust can lead to catastrophic losses. Once he amassed a sufficient amount of spirit stones and built up enough foundation, he would make his escape. He would completely distance himself from these deranged and obsessive individuals. Alas, he had recently encountered a streak of misfortune, meeting clients who were almost entirely mad and infatuated. What if one day he inadvertently met his demise, not perishing on the grand path, but rather falling victim to a lovesick maniac? Merely contemplating such a prospect was vexing enough. The group from the State Guard seems intent on taking action against you. Since my sister finds herself with nothing to do today, I might as well assist you in eliminating them. Mei Xianyan suddenly interjected. No need to rush. I possess a more prudent approach. Su Yian firmly declined. He did not doubt Mei Xianyan's capability to eradicate the entire State Guard. However, this was the Tai Xian Celestial Dynasty. If the disturbance grew too great, other formidable beings would undoubtedly intervene. Successfully obliterating the entire State Guard would not be an easy feat yet, should he adhere to his devised plan, even if the State Guard possessed extraordinary abilities. They would meet their end. Liemo Xie, since you insist on seeking trouble, I shall, with great benevolence, fulfill your wishes. Gazing towards the summit of Tai Xian Mountain, a slight smile curved Su Yian's lips. Simultaneously, as the instigator, Liemo Xie also wore a smirk, reveling in the success of his scheme. Based on his calculations, Su Yian and Shangwan Guiyin had likely perished in the ambushes planned. He had certainly learned from his previous missteps. Assassins from the Divine Passage realm would not suffice. Now, with a strong figure from the Life and Death realm personally taking the lead, Su Yian should be doomed, even if he were to survive. The blame for the assassination of Shangwan Guiyin would undoubtedly fall upon him, which would be enough to bring him to his knees. Just as Liemo Xie's heart swelled with secret glee, a voice filled with fury and murderous intent suddenly resonated from the horizon. Liemo Xie, you narrow-minded, despicable scoundrel. How dare you allow your State Guard to ambush me on the road? Chapter 39. There is no need for you to deliberately demean yourself to disgust me. Chu Qingxian. The sudden reverberation of the voice caused the bodies and expressions of everyone present, including Li Majie and Chu Qingxian, to stiffen instantly. This voice was all too familiar to them. It belonged to Shangwan Guiyin. How could Shangwan Guiyin still be alive? Li Majie's face was a canvas of disbelief. It is worth noting that to successfully hunt down Shangwan Guiyin, the powers dispatched by the State Preservation Office were elite even within their own ranks. Judging by the circumstances, not only had they failed to eliminate Shangwan Guiyin, but it seemed they had also exposed themselves. However, as the legitimate son of the State Preservation Office, Li Majie was no stranger to grand spectacles. The momentary expression of astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a slight furrow of his brow, revealing a look of displeasure akin to someone wrongfully accused. Shangwan Guiyin, let us set aside the fact that I have been with Qingxian all this time. Furthermore, I'm also an old acquaintance of yours. Why would I send someone to ambush you? Do not tarnish my reputation without cause." Upon seeing Li Majia's ugly, defiant countenance, Qingliangqin, who had just landed, was seething with indignation. She was well aware that Li Majia had likely concocted a strategy in advance for the possibility of exposure due to failure, and now he was adamantly refusing to acknowledge it. "Guiyan, what on earth transpired? Is there some misunderstanding here?" Chu Qingxian interjected suddenly. "Majia is certainly not that kind of person. I can assure you of that." Although Li Majia had undergone significant changes recently, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar to her, in Chu Qingxian's heart, he still possessed an inherent charm. At this moment, she instinctively defended him. Hearing her words, Li Majia felt a surge of hidden satisfaction. "See, Qingxian still harbors feelings for me," he thought triumphantly. "Tarnish your reputation without cause." Qingliangqin scoffed coldly. "Then how do you plan to explain these individuals?" As soon as her words fell, a rift tore through the space behind her. Several powerful figures from the Chancellor's office emerged, dragging out the disheveled and wretched State Preservation Office warriors. Even though Li Majia managed to control his emotions, a sudden dread gripped his heart, plunging it to the depths of despair. What useless fools! A life and death realm practitioner, along with several divine ability realm experts, could not subdue that wretched Qingliangqin, and instead, they became prisoners themselves, truly a hindrance to my grand plan. Yet, beyond his anger, what troubled Li Majia even more was that Qingliangqin seemed to have guessed his intentions. Otherwise, why would she immediately confront him? "You audacious fools! How dare you lay hands on my childhood companion?" Li Majia's reaction was swift. He stepped forward dramatically and slapped several of the captured State Preservation Office warriors across the face. The force was such that it caused one side of their faces to swell significantly, and several teeth were knocked out in the process. His actions also seemed to serve as a signal. The leader of the formidable beings on the brink of life and death spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his expression suddenly transforming into one of madness. "You, the State Protectorate, are nothing but a pack of beasts that devour without leaving bones. We have toiled for you all this time, yet you treat us like dogs. Initially, we intended to eliminate this vile woman, redirecting the hatred of the Prime Minister's residence towards your State Protectorate. But unexpectedly, this wretch had the fortune to evade calamity." Witnessing this scene, Qingliangqin's expression turned exceedingly grim. Li Majia had indeed changed. He had become both repulsive and cunning. Earlier, the warriors of the Prime Minister's residence attempted to forcibly search his soul. However, the unique restrictions within his sea of consciousness deterred them. Should they dare to invade, their souls would dissipate, leaving them without a trace of evidence. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that these individuals had some leverage over Li Majia, compelling them to shoulder all the blame. Yet, she could not find a reason to expose them. "Guiyan, it was evident that this matter was orchestrated by these individuals in secret, having no connection to Brother Majia." The befuddled Chu Qingxian spoke once more, but rest assured, this princess will not stand idly by. I will uncover the truth and seek justice for you. Upon hearing this, Li Majia's heart swelled with pride. Did they truly take him for a fool? He had anticipated this aspect before implementing the plan. Even if it failed and was ultimately revealed, what of it? Qingliangqin would find no evidence to condemn him. Moreover, noticing that Su Yian had yet to appear, Li Majia felt increasingly certain that the latter had likely perished. Although he had taken some risks this time, it was a gamble well worth the reward. One must commend the remarkable acting of his friend Majia. Suddenly, a voice pierced through, causing Li Majia's recently kindled joy to evaporate instantaneously. That voice belonged to Su Yian. He was still alive. Under the gaze of several eyes, two long rainbows streaked across the sky, descending towards them. One was Su Yian, and the other was a woman in a red dress whom they had never encountered before. The woman in red was extraordinarily beautiful, her features exquisitely striking, with hair cascading to her waist. Her upper eyelids were stunningly alluring, reminiscent of the setting sun's crimson glow, while the lower lids bore a golden hue that traced to the corners of her eyes. The interplay of red and gold enhancing her enchanting visage. Who was this woman? Upon seeing the enchanting woman beside Su Yan, the suppressed fury within Chu Qingxian erupted. What audacity from Su Yan! Just yesterday, he had bid farewell to an enigmatic woman in white who claimed to be his senior sister, and today he was accompanied by another breathtaking beauty in red. Was he deliberately belittling himself in this manner to provoke her? Li Majie's ire matched that of Chu Qingxian. Su Yan not only survived, but had also inexplicably gained the company of a stunning woman in red. Meanwhile, he was here, exhausting his efforts to win back Chu Qingxian's heart. Su Yan, that fellow, seems to be quite fortunate. A lady in a white dress on one day, and a beauty in red the next. He is, in fact, rendered a mere buffoon by comparison. It is utterly infuriating. Yet, just as Su Yan descended, Chu Qingxian, with a countenance marred by displeasure, stormed up to him. Su Yan, who is this woman beside you? I have learned the complete truth from my father and am aware of all that has transpired. According to the contract, our affairs have concluded, and there is no need for you to ostentatiously parade other women before me in an attempt to provoke me with such distasteful displays. Indeed, Chu Qingxian surmised that both the woman in white from yesterday and the one in red today were likely hired actresses at great expense by Su Yan, with the primary intent of unsettling her and inciting feelings of regret. After all, during the past 2 years, she had never encountered a situation where a succession of stunning women sought out Su Yan. Thus, she was convinced that he had deliberately orchestrated this charade to toy with her emotions. However, in truth, for an exceptional and masterful time manager such as Su Yan, he had always adeptly navigated the passage of time. The events of these past few days were purely coincidental. Upon landing and hearing Chu Qingxian's remarks, Su Yan found himself momentarily bewildered. Surely, the former Chu Qingxian, despite her numerous flaws, could not have descended to such a level of ignorance. Brother Yan, it appears you have mistaken me for an actress you have hired. Mei Xianyan, despite having altered her appearance, could not conceal her exquisite visage. As she smiled radiantly, one could not help but wonder if she had always been so seemingly ordinary yet self-assured, or if perhaps she harbored some psychological affliction that had intensified recently without treatment. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and her demeanor exuded a provocative charm. With a face of unparalleled beauty, she cast a scornful glance at Chu Qingxian, extending her hand to entwine with Su Yan's arm, as if intending to meld into his very being. Chapter 40. The enigmatic and bewitching beauty, truth revealed. Li Majie's world comes crashing down. Su Yan is the object of my affection, and I am destined to be her Tao partner in the future. Is my behavior not entirely justifiable? To some individuals with twisted minds, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from harboring such vile thoughts. The enchanting Mei Xianyan paid no heed to Chu Qingxian's gaze, her tone dripping with unmasked sarcasm and a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Su Yan merely scoffed. After all, he was now the younger brother of Mei Xianyan, an older sister aspiring to become her brother's Tao partner. How playful can one be? The object of affection, the future Tao partner. Chu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She had never anticipated that Su Yan and this mysterious woman in a red dress shared such a connection. When had they developed such a profound bond? Why had she remained oblivious? Su Yan, you truly are a despicable hypocrite. At that moment, the fiercely protective Lu Ruyan sprang forth, suddenly pointing an accusing finger at Su Yan and unleashing a torrent of vitriol. You spent last night with a woman in white, and today you're entangled with this woman in red. You're nothing but a filthy, loathsome... Boom! Before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying sonique explosion erupted. Lu Ruyan was instantly struck down, her body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing forth as she flew through the air. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. Before they could comprehend the situation, Lu Ruyan crashed to the ground like a dead dog, raising a cloud of dust. But compared to the bewilderment of the others, the two formidable beings from the Prime Minister's mansion exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and horror. The reason was simple. In their perception, a peculiar wave had just rippled through the space, seemingly the handiwork of a Death Realm powerhouse. Moreover, it was an entity even more formidable than themselves. What do you think you are? How dare you speak of my brother Yan? A cold voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. It was indeed Mei Xianyan. Observing this scene, Su Yan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet he could not help but reflect. Truly, it seems that both humans and canines are embroiled in conflict, while only Ru Yin bears the brunt of the blows. Look at these women. They fail to comprehend the tenderness of my brother Yan, each one more repugnant than the last. At this juncture, Mei Xianyan's demeanor became even more alluring as she pressed herself closer to Su Yan. Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for brother Yan. Shameless. Chu Qingxian was deeply incensed, a wave of unaccountable jealousy surging within her. Witnessing this woman embrace Su Yan so intimately, she felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. At the same time, her gaze fixed firmly on Su Yan. Su Yan, do not forget that the terms of our contract remain valid until the end of the month. I acknowledge that, due to Brother Maji's return, I made a regrettable decision to cast you aside. Yet this does not imply that you deliberately sought out other women to repulse me. If you do not dismiss this woman in the red dress, I shall not provide you with the compensation of 35 million spirit stones. Chu Qingxian roared, unable to restrain her emotions. All present, including Li Majia, were momentarily stunned by her sudden emotional outburst. They had never witnessed Chu Qingxian in such a state. After all, she was a princess of a celestial dynasty, typically embodying the grace of royalty and adept at controlling her feelings. Her abrupt emotional collapse could only indicate that Su Yan indeed held a significant place in her heart, with his every word and action eliciting profound reactions from her. The surrounding space fell into a still silence for several breaths. It was only then that Chu Qingxian realized her previous reaction had been excessive. She had, in a fit of jealousy and indignation, transformed into an unreasonable shrew. Instinctively, she glanced up at Su Yan, seeking to gauge his response. However, she found not a trace of panic or confusion on his face. His eyes were as tranquil and untroubled as a deep well. Well, do as you please, as long as you are content. Although 35 million spirit stones was a considerable sum, ultimately, whether to grant them was entirely at Chu Qingxian's discretion. If the other party was unwilling, she could not impose her will upon him. Having worked in the profession of a substitute for so long, he maintained a strict principle regarding compensation. Yet, the genuine sentiment emanating from Su Yan in Chu Qingxian's ears took on an entirely different flavor. Over the past 2 years, she had come to understand the essence of Su Yan, gentle yet avaricious. 35 million spirit stones. Su Yan's implication seemed to suggest that he was outright rejecting them, or perhaps he had resolutely decided to part ways with her entirely. Yan, it is merely 35 million spirit stones. If you desire them, simply tell your sister. Why endure such indignities for this wretched woman? At that moment, Mei Xianyan suddenly produced a storage bag from her bosom and thrust it into Su Yan's arms. Her voice was so gentle it sent shivers down one's spine. Inside, there are 60 million spirit stones. Take it for now, and if it is insufficient, you can ask your sister. Sister can provide for you the other cultivators. Witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly speechless, exchanging incredulous glances, their faces a canvas of astonishment. What on earth? She offers 60 million spirit stones at once? She is an absolute heiress. Su Yan, is he about to be supported by this affluent lady? This seems rather inappropriate. Su Yan frowned slightly. Regardless, he was a person of high integrity in his profession as a substitute. Accepting such a substantial sum from a client all at once contradicted his principles. How vexing. He had no choice but to continue lowering the limits of his principles. Observing his body completely pressed against Su Yan, it was as if they were immersed in a world solely of their own, enchanting like a seductive fairy. After finally calming her emotions, Chu Qingxian was once again engulfed in fury. Have you not had enough? Your appearance before me now. Is this a deliberate performance intended to provoke me? Indeed, you've caught on to our little act. How astute of you. I thought your mind was occupied with trivial matters, replied the alluring fairy, with a body that bore 10 pounds of flesh but 9 pounds of treachery. instantly infuriating Chu Qingxian to the point of nearly spitting blood. Chu Qingxian's words, however, jolted Su Yian back to reality, nearly causing him to forget the pressing matter at hand. Suppressing all emotions, Su Yian coldly turned his gaze to Limajia. Limujia, I initially had no desire to create further conflict with you. Yet, since you insist on instigating trouble, it is time to settle our accounts. At these words, Limajia's pupils slightly contracted, an inexplicable dread stirring within him. However, recalling the meticulous preparations he had made prior to executing his plan, he quickly regained his composure. With a smirk, he feigned innocence and spread his hands, saying, Su Yian, I acknowledge our conflict, but I have never resorted to underhanded tactics against you. One must rely on evidence. You cannot tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations, yet before Limajia could finish, Su Yian abruptly hurled a reflective jade talisman. A luminous screen materialized before everyone's eyes. This was Limajia's previously smug expression froze instantly. His pupils dilated from shock, and his body trembled involuntarily. The image projected from the jade depicted a clandestine meeting from the previous night, where he and his father, along with several high-ranking officials from the National Defense Office, plotted to eliminate Shangwan Guiyin and frame Su Yian for it. This meeting was a closely guarded secret, known only to the upper echelons of the National Defense Office. How could Su Yian have uncovered this, and even managed to record it? At that moment, Limajia felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. How could this be possible? Chu Qingxian was equally stunned. The appearance of this image left her frozen in disbelief. Previously, due to the allure of Limajia's charming facade, she had thought that even if he had changed over the years, he would not resort to such extreme measures against Shangwan Guiyin over a mere verbal spat. However, witnessing the projection of Limajia's cold smirk as he conspired to eliminate Shangwan Guiyin and frame Su Yian shattered any lingering hope she had. This man was no paragon of virtue. He was, in fact, a petty and malicious individual, consumed by narrow-mindedness and spite. Chapter 41. For the sake of a trivial matter, the true moonlight was pushed aside. Qingxian, please allow me to clarify. The situation is not as you perceive. This is undoubtedly a fabrication by Su Yian, designed to sow discord between us. Upon noticing the evident shift in Chu Qingxian's emotions, Limajia felt a surge of urgency, believing there was still a chance for redemption, and hastily began his explanation. Chu Qingxian, considering that you are still half my client, and due to our past connections, there are certain matters I deem essential to share with you, and some individuals you must judge for yourself. However, the contents are indeed quite explosive. It would be prudent for you to contemplate carefully before proceeding. As Su Yian's voice echoed, he tossed another piece of the jade projection to Chu Qingxian. A wave of ominous premonition washed over Limajia, his expression shifting drastically as he instinctively reached for the jade, but he was a moment too late. Chu Qingxian, having caught the jade, had already activated it. Yet, the projected images and sounds that emerged were exceedingly distressing. The protagonists of the projection left everyone present in stunned silence, their eyes wide and unblinking like statues. The figures depicted were none other than Lu Ruyin and Limajia. The lewd sounds that echoed were enough to make anyone blush, rising and falling in a cacophony. Do not look, Mei Xianyan exclaimed, both shocked and furious, as she swiftly covered Su Yian's eyes. At such a young age, you harbor such proclivities? You've certainly developed your talents. Su Yian looked somewhat innocent. What did she mean by such proclivities? It was merely an incidental collection by that old, lecherous Xing Chong. He had only glanced inadvertently, despite the questionable nature of his work in his past life. He had been a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin, who had just managed to emerge from the rubble, inadvertently witnessed the projection as well. Upon realizing that her affair with Limajia had been thoroughly exposed, she felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going blank. Limajia, having seen the same scene, was equally immobilized by shock. He had never anticipated that Su Yian, this unscrupulous individual, could obtain such a compromising piece of evidence against him. After all, he had established a shielding formation during their clandestine activities. with his elite guards from the state protectorate surrounding him. It was inconceivable that anyone could breach the vicinity of his grand hall. Wait, Li Maojia suddenly recalled something. There had indeed been a faint ripple during the activation of the shielding formation, but had been so subtle that he dismissed it as merely an insect intruding. Could it have been at that moment? Su Yan, damn it! Li Maojia felt his face flush with anger and humiliation. After all, the nature of his actions was already disgraceful, easily subject to gossip. Now, being exposed by Su Yan in front of a crowd was utterly humiliating. Losing face was one thing. If word reached the royal court, it could cost him his life. Li Mo Xie was utterly consumed by rage, erupting with his formidable prowess as he charged towards Su Yan like a feral dog. Bang! Yet, before he could draw near to Su Yan, a piercing voice interjected, "Disgusting trash! Stay away from my brother, Yan," with a flourish of her wide sleeves. Mei Xian Yin conjured a tempest of arcane energy, striking out with a powerful slap. Li Mo Xie was akin to a withered leaf caught in a storm. Utterly unable to withstand this force, he let out a shriek, hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain and sending dust swirling into the air. How could this be? Meanwhile, having witnessed the scene through the jade mirror, Chu Qingxian stood frozen, her pupils unfocused, lost in a haze of disjointed murmurs. The most profound shock to the spirit comes from betrayal, especially that of someone cherished as a beacon of hope for over a decade. For the past 10 years, she had constantly yearned for Li Mo Xie, who mysteriously vanished within the ancient ruins. Each morning, her first thought was of him, longing for his return. Each night, she would unconsciously whisper his name before sleep. Once, Chu Qingxian had even been moved by her own devotion, believing it a testament to her unwavering love for her cherished moonlight. In a twist of fate, even the heavens seemed to have been touched by her sincerity, bringing Li Mo Xie back from the enigmatic relics. Yet today, everything she had fervently pursued was irrevocably shattered. Sadness lingered, but more overwhelming was a profound sense of nausea and self-mockery. She loathed herself for having regarded such a base scoundrel, who couldn't control his desires and had entangled himself with her maid as her moonlight. She laughed at herself for having spent these past 2 years in the company of an enviable, gentle celestial man, only to foolishly pine for a repugnant wretch. Now, because of this loathsome individual, she had missed the opportunity to be with the extraordinarily gentle and kind Su Yan. A tumult of emotions, sorrow, disgust, worthlessness, and regret swirled within Chu Qingxian's mind, accumulating relentlessly. Ultimately, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, the smile growing wider until she disregarded her royal demeanor and erupted into raucous laughter before all present. She laughed loudly, a self-deprecating mirth, until her emotions overwhelmed her, and hot tears cascaded down her cheeks, splattering onto the ground. Having sensed something amiss, Lu Ru Yin attempted to stealthily slip away. "You still wish to leave?" However, she had barely made any progress when she was seized by Shangwan Gui Yin. With no hint of mercy, Shangwan's fingers dug into Lu Ru Yan's delicate neck, leaving deep imprints on her fair skin. In that instant, Lu Ru Yin felt an intense wave of suffocation, thrashing like a fish out of water, limbs flailing in desperate struggle. Shangwan Yin paid no heed to her, her countenance suffused with an intense aura of malice and disdain. As the personal attendant of Qingxian, who had been generous in her rewards, you have received her considerable favor. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude for such immense kindness, you dare to associate with that worthless Li Maojia, bringing disgrace upon my esteemed Qingxian. What audacity you possess! Shangwan Yin, a distinguished prodigy of the Taishan celestial dynasty, far surpassed Lu Ruyin in strength. At this moment, her aura erupted with full force, gripping Lu Ruyin's hand like a vice, rendering any struggle futile. "Miss Guiyen, I truly did not intend to. I was momentarily deceived, beguiled by Li Maojia. I sincerely regret my actions. I implore you, spare my life. I have come to realize my wrongs. I beseech you." The overwhelming sensation of suffocation rendered Lu Ruyin's complexion a deep purple, her eyes rolling back as her consciousness began to fade. as if she were on the brink of death. Yet, ultimately, Qingliangqin chose not to end her life. After all, Lu Rian had previously sought to ensnare her in a scheme, avenging the grievance incurred when she had spoken on behalf of Su Yian. To allow such a loathsome individual to perish so easily would be far too lenient. Boom! But she did not intend to kill her just yet. Qingliangqin held nothing back. With a swift motion, she shattered Lu Rian's dantian, directly crippling her cultivation. From here on, she had ample methods to ensure that Lu Rian would wish for death, regretting the choices she made today. Chapter 42. The protagonist's journey culminates in the complete downfall of the Zhonghua mansion, with Su Yian being the instigator of this revelation, observing the events with a curious demeanor. One must acknowledge that Qingliangqin, as the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's residence, displayed remarkable decisiveness and ruthlessness. Lu Rian's fate seemed sealed. Her affair with the princess's beloved, which defies the heavens and constitutes a grave offense, has left an indelible stain upon the royal family of the Qingxian Immortal Dynasty, one that will subject her to eternal ridicule and torment from the imperial lineage. The individual known as Limagia appears peculiar, seemingly aided by a mysterious treasure. Having been struck by my blow, he should have succumbed to unconsciousness, yet he astonishingly maintained his composure and fled. The sudden voice of Mei Xianyan startled Su Yian momentarily. Limagia has escaped? Is this due to the exposure of his treachery against the princess? The royal family of the Qingxian Immortal Dynasty would not let him off lightly, prompting his hasty retreat. What perplexes him further is that Limagia, merely at the Dantian realm, endured a strike from Mei Xianyan without losing consciousness and vanished without a trace. However, a sudden insight struck Su Yian's mind, leading him to a hypothesis: the mysterious treasure. Limagia's disappearance over the past decade or so seems to coincide with his presence in that enigmatic ruin. According to the myriad of melodramatic novels from his previous life, the protagonist often stumbles into such a mysterious sight, becomes ensnared for years, and during this time, acquires heavenly fortunes, extraordinary treasures, or unparalleled techniques. Ultimately, they emerge as a formidable dragon king, vanquishing numerous antagonists, embracing beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of existence. The more he contemplates Limagia's predicament, the more he perceives him as a protagonist akin to those tales of the Dragon King's return. Good heavens! Why has he, merely a substitute, inexplicably become a villain in this cliché narrative? Su Yian scoffed. It appears that he must seek an opportunity to eliminate Limagia post-haste. Otherwise, due to today's incident, Limagia will harbor an unquenchable vendetta against him, jeopardizing his aspirations for an early retirement. Meanwhile, in a dense forest several hundred miles from the Qingxian mountain range, Limagia clutched his chest, where several ribs had been fractured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath ragged and feeble. Dam Sudian, merely a substitute, a counterfeit, has thwarted my grand plans and driven me to this dire state. This enmity shall not be forgotten. Limagia's animosity and fury towards Su Yian reached a fever pitch. His original scheme was flawless. Not only would he have perfectly wed Chu Qingxian and restored the glory of the Zhonghua mansion, but he would have also indirectly seized control of the entire Qingxian Immortal Dynasty. Yet now, thanks to that detestable Su Yian, everything lies in ruins. Fortunately, another aspect of his plan has been successfully executed. Previously, he devised a method to extract a drop of essence blood from Chu Qingxian, successfully activating the concealed bronze celestial vessel deep within his consciousness. Henceforth, all he needed to do was find a way to enter the vessel, gradually acquiring its legacy and opportunities, enabling him to soar to greatness and become unparalleled in this realm. Su Yian, prepare yourself. In the midst of his seething rage, he transmitted the news to his father and others. His affair with Lu Ruoyan, which had led to the princess's humiliation, had been exposed. There was no longer a place for him in the Qingxian Celestial Dynasty. He must flee swiftly. He would not return to the state protectorate either. Whether his parents and elders could escape now depended on their own fortunes. Like birds of a feather, they would each take flight in times of peril. He would take the first step. Simultaneously, this incident swiftly reached the royal family of the Qingxian celestial dynasty, even to the ears of Chu Qingxian. Enraged, he exclaimed, "What audacity from Li Mo Xie! Out of respect for the past affection I shared with Xian, I have overlooked many transgressions, but this insolence is beyond tolerance." He commanded, "Dispatch the imperial guards to the state protectorate immediately and suppress all within. Any who resist shall be executed without mercy." The laws of the Qingxian celestial dynasty were exceedingly stringent, especially concerning matters that involve the royal family's dignity. Thus, the state protectorate was destined for complete annihilation. As the royal family of the Qingxian celestial dynasty initiated their actions, Li Tsong and the senior members of the state protectorate were left utterly bewildered upon receiving this news. However, once they regained their senses, respect for the so-called family head, Li Tsong, dissipated entirely, leading to an outburst of curses. "Damn it, Li Tsong, you wretched fool. Look at the wretched spawn you've raised. Knowing you're pursuing Chu Qingxian, how dare you humiliate her further? Do you wish for our demise to come swifter?" They lamented the misfortunes that had befallen their family, once prosperous for so many years, now brought low by such a disgraceful fool. "Li Tsong, what have your son's actions wrought?" They feared the matter had already reached the emperor, and he may have already set the imperial guards in motion. How could they possibly contend with the might of the Qingxian celestial dynasty's elite forces? The other elders and powerful figures were beside themselves with anxiety, stamping their feet in frustration as they glared at Li Tsong. Completely indifferent, Li Tsong gathered the essentials and turned to leave, casually tossing a finely crafted jade token emblazoned with the words State Protectorate, the family head's decree. "It is quite simple. I am merely fleeing. Should any of you wish to assume the role of the new family head, feel free to do so." Without allowing anyone a moment to react, he unleashed his full power and soared into the sky. The others, initially stunned, soon erupted in curses directed at Li Tsong's departing figure. Yet their actions were no less swift. With the fall of the tree, the monkeys scattered. There was no longer a chance to maintain the state protectorate. At that moment, resounding thunder reverberated above the town national government, as countless resplendent inscriptions shimmered and intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a colossal array of laws that enveloped the entire establishment. Aside from a select few high-ranking officials who managed to escape the confines of the array, all others within the town national government found themselves ensnared without exception. As the personnel of the town national government descended into chaos, scrambling to locate their superiors to restore order, they swiftly realized that everyone capable of articulating a command had vanished without a trace. Soon, a message, originating from an unknown source, swept through the capital of the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty like a tempest. Shockwaves rippled through the populace. Just moments ago, the town national government had completely collapsed, subjected to the reckoning of the Qingxian imperial family. The cause? The young master, Li Maojia, had allegedly engaged in a scandalous affair with the princess's personal maid, thereby casting a shadow upon the princess herself. Chapter 43. Should I go comfort her? No. Irafuza. This statement, once uttered, sent shockwaves throughout the capital, igniting fervent discussions among countless cultivators and residents. Goodness, I heard that Li Maojia had only returned from that mysterious relic less than a week ago. How could such a significant scandal unfold so swiftly? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable, like the intertwining of intestines. Who among us in the capital was unaware that Princess Qingxian had been yearning for her beloved Li Maojia, her unwavering white moonlight, for a full decade? Yet, astonishingly, the very white moonlight she had longed for has returned, only to entangle himself with her maid. Moreover, he has inadvertently adorned her with the green hat of betrayal. If I were Princess Qingxian, I would surely be driven to question the very meaning of life in my fury. However, the most amusing aspect is not this, is it? Some scoffed, remarking how gentle and devoted Su Ian is. How could Chu Qingxian fail to cherish him, even going so far as to drive him away? Now that her white moonlight has transformed into a black moonlight, do you think Princess Qingxian would lose her sanity in an attempt to win back Su Ian? This statement elicited widespread agreement among many cultivators, all declaring that Chu Qingxian had indeed missed out on a heavenly, gentle man and would inevitably regret it. Ironically, prior to this, much of the discourse had centered around Su Ian, who, for over 2 years, had played the fool, rendering himself a mere jester. Now that the rightful protagonist, Limagia, has returned, his role as a substitute seems destined for a tragic conclusion, quietly fading away unnoticed by all. Yet, none could have anticipated that the unfolding plot would bring about one twist after another. Within the princess's residence, Chu Qingxian was utterly unaware of how she had returned from the Tai Xian mountain range. However, upon her return, she appeared to have suffered a profound mental trauma, her spirit waning and her mind adrift. She even isolated herself within the palace, erecting barriers to shun all visitors. Outside the grand gates of the estate stood a beautiful woman clad in phoenix robes, adorned with a golden hairpin, exuding an air of regal elegance, and bearing a resemblance to Chu Qingxian. Her face was marred by worry. She was none other than Qingliangqin, the mother of Chu Qingxian. Upon learning of the calamity that had befallen her daughter, Qingliangqin felt both anger and sorrow. Yet the instigator Limagia had long since fled, vanished from sight. Even if she were to annihilate the entire royal faction and execute his entire clan, it would hold little significance. She was truly frightened, fearing that her daughter would succumb to the abyss of despair once more, unable to emerge from its shadows. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Qingliangqin's mind. She recalled a certain individual, Su Ian. Was it not his appearance that had once lifted her daughter from the depths of that abyss? Quickly, find Su Ian and bring him here. I must see Su Ian. Indeed, Su Ian had been so gentle, showing unparalleled kindness to the former Chu Qingxian, to the extent that the entire capital was aware of it. If it were him, he would undoubtedly assist Chu Qingxian in overcoming her psychological shadows once more. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch, having received an edict from Qingliangqin, arrived at Su Yan's residence accompanied by a retinue. This eunuch was clearly aware of the royal family's regard for Su Yan, thus his tone was quite courteous. Lord Su, Her Highness Princess Huanyue has requested your presence. We hope you will accompany us to the princess's residence. Within the estate, Su Yan leisurely sipped tea with Mei Xianyan, initially choosing not to respond. After a delicate sip of the steaming brew, a hint of a mocking smile graced his lips. Princess Huanyue, mother of Chu Qingxian? He was not entirely unfamiliar with Qingliangqin. Their previous encounters had been rather unpleasant. Following his acceptance of a commission from Chu Tianxing, Qingliangqin had expressed her disdain towards him, perceiving him as an inconsequential figure, without status or lineage, merely a wandering cultivator. Her disdainful demeanor suggested that she deemed him unworthy of any further association with Chu Qingxian. In her eyes, Li Moxie was always the preferred suitor for her daughter. The rationale was simple. Despite his current misfortunes, Li Moxie was connected to the prestigious state protectorate, making him a figure of nobility, while he, with no support and a dubious background, was hardly comparable. Consequently, this woman had not refrained from subtly, and, at times overtly, advising him to restrain his ambitions regarding Chu Qingxian, cautioning him of the dire consequences should he not heed her warnings. In truth, during his time in the Blue Star, he had often been looked down upon by the families of his clients due to the nature of his profession, which led them to believe he sought to elevate himself through dubious means. However, he had long since grown accustomed to such judgments, as his sole objective was monetary gain, not a desire for familial entanglement. Yet, now that he had fulfilled the terms of their contract and was merely waiting to depart from the Tai Xian Immortal Dynasty at month's end, why would he exert himself to meddle in this affair? Did they truly believe him to be a philanthropist? Contemplating this, Su Yan curved his lips into a faint smile and spoke with deliberate clarity. No, I refuse. What did you say? His refusal was met with incredulity. Within the princess's residence, upon hearing the eunuch's report, Qingliangqin momentarily fell silent before erupting in furious indignation. How dare Su Yan defy her? Was he not merely a man of commerce? Such audacity was astonishing. Bring me to him. I wish to see what audacity he possesses. As the empress of the Tai Xian Immortal Dynasty, Qin Huanyue's status was equally exalted, from childhood to her ascent as empress. Countless individuals had sought to curry favor with her, eager to gain her goodwill and reap the benefits. Su Yan was the first to dare refuse her. Moreover, she had previously overheard Chu Qingxian allude to Su Yan in a manner that piqued her curiosity. Understanding the general identity of Su Yan, one realizes that such a mercenary individual lacks both stature and integrity, essentially reduced to a mere seller of oneself. How dare he defy her orders? Qin Huanyue's piercing voice, along with the commotion outside the palace, echoed within the tightly sealed hall. Chu Qingxian, who had surrendered herself to the darkness, lay prostrate on the bed. Upon hearing the faint sound from the outside world, particularly Su Yan's refusal to come and offer her solace, her heart was seized by a sharp, agonizing pang, and tears glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, we have spent over 2 years together. Now, you are unwilling even to come and comfort me? Yet, as she recalled the scene that unfolded at Fenghua Tower and her father's words during her nocturnal venture into the palace, the anger and dissatisfaction within her crumbled instantaneously, transforming into a sense of regret and reluctance. What an utterly foolish act she had committed for the sake of an irredeemable Limagia. She had forsaken an exceedingly gentle Su Yan. Truly, she was quite the fool. Chapter 44. Why provoke her? Even the heavens dare to slap her twice. At the same time, an enraged Qin Huanyue arrived at Su Yan's cave dwelling, accompanied by a large entourage of guards and attendants. Su Yan, what do you mean by this? How dare you defy me? Su Yan appeared unfazed, seemingly having anticipated her arrival. His demeanor showed no signs of shock. Instead, he leaned back slightly, adopting a comfortable posture, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly regarded Qin Huanyue. Your Highness, one must not speak in such a manner. Everything must adhere to reason. To begin with, I have long since entered into a contract with His Majesty, and I am merely acting in accordance with its terms. Furthermore, Your Highness has previously sent me several warnings, cautioning me, an unremarkable, unconnected rogue cultivator, not to entertain any notions of a lasting relationship with Chu Qingxian. You even advised me to be discerning about what actions to take and which to refrain from. Am I not being sufficiently discerning now? As he spoke, Su Yan's tone took on a slightly mocking quality. You are no longer a young lady, Your Highness. Surely, you understand the importance of keeping one's word. I have adhered to your expectations, yet you now turn around and blame me. Is this not somewhat amusing? Upon hearing this, Qin Huanyue's furious expression momentarily froze. However, upon regaining her composure, her delicate features flushed a deep crimson. She had never anticipated that Su Yan would possess the audacity to turn her own words against her so boldly. The effect was palpable. She felt as though she had been dealt several stinging slaps across the face, the heat of embarrassment overwhelming her. Yet, as the Empress of the Tai-Xian Celestial Dynasty, a figure of admiration and reverence, it was inconceivable for her to publicly concede to someone like Su Yan, even if he had earned the Emperor's favor. Such an act would be utterly disgraceful. Very well, Su Yan, you are indeed bold and principled. Is this a ploy stemming from that past incident? I have heard His Majesty mention that you struck a certain agreement, wherein he would provide you with ample rewards in exchange for assisting my esteemed Xian in overcoming her previous emotional turmoil. Now, your reluctance to act is merely a reflection of your dissatisfaction with the benefits you have received, is it not? If that is the case, I am willing to negotiate further, offering you several million spiritual stones as a token of my generosity. As she spoke, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of Qin Huanyue's lips. In essence, you are nothing but a person devoid of dignity, willing to sell your services for coin. Before Qin Huanyue could finish her sentence, an overwhelming surge of crimson demonic energy erupted forth. A terrifying pressure enveloped everyone present, abruptly silencing her unfinished words. The entire space began to distort chaotically, shattering like a spider's web. Simultaneously, an endless surge of demonic energy converged and intertwined, transforming into a scarlet river of blood. Imbued with an unfathomable power that swiftly shattered layers of the void, hurtling towards Qin Huanyue. It was none other than Mei Xianyan who had made her move. Were you really? Do you think that donning a yellow skin makes you the sovereign of heaven? How dare you insult my brother? With a visage twisted in rage, Mei Xianyan's demonic aura soared to its zenith. Clearly, her deranged and obsessive attributes had been unleashed. Only she was permitted to torment her brother. No one else could utter even a word against him. Not even you, vile wench, and certainly not the sovereign himself could dare to insult my brother. Protect Her Highness Huanyue. The expression of the guards trailing Qin Huanyue shifted dramatically. They could hardly believe that the woman in the red dress, who was close to Su Yian, would audaciously strike at their sovereign in the capital of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty. Was she truly unafraid of death? Amidst their shock and horror, several formidable guards unleashed their powers, and infinite runic laws shimmered in the void, quickly coalescing into a barrier of laws. Rumble. Almost as soon as the barrier solidified, Mei Xianyan's assault arrived in rapid succession. The boiling crimson demonic energy erupted violently, unleashing a cataclysmic tempest of destruction. However, the might of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty's strongest was clearly underestimated. The barrier, forged with the collective might of 3 ninth-tier transcendent beings and 2 half-step life and death realm experts, collapsed in an instant, disintegrating into countless fragments. The terrifying force caused these individuals to spew forth a mouthful of blood, akin to kites severed from their strings, hurtling backwards. Simultaneously, Qin Huanyue, sheltered within the barrier, also endured the backlash of energy. Although she bore a special protective talisman, it proved futile, shattering into dust in an instant. She let out a startled cry, then was propelled backwards, rolling several times on the ground like a deflated ball. Witnessing this scene, Su Yian was momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Mei Xianyan would act so decisively. He had indeed underestimated the extent of a deranged brother complex. Sister Xianyan, please calm down. This is enough. Do not truly kill her. Su Yian hurriedly grasped Mei Xianyan, who still harbored intentions to strike again. After all, Qin Huanyue was the empress of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty. Should she be publicly slain, the Taishan Immortal Dynasty would undoubtedly seek retribution. Most importantly, he had yet to receive his payment. If Mei Xianyan escalated this matter, all his efforts over the past 2 years would be rendered utterly futile, resulting in a catastrophic loss. You are truly audacious. How dare you lay a hand upon me? At that moment, Qin Huanyue, who had rolled on the ground several times, no longer retained her previous dignified demeanor. Her face was now smeared with dust, and she finally struggled to rise. However, more than the physical pain, it was the indignation of her dignity as empress being trampled that consumed her. She pointed at Mei Xianyan and declared, "You shall wait for me. I will ensure the annihilation of your entire clan." Annihilate my clan? Ironically, my own kin were long ago eradicated by my own hand. Mei Xianyan scoffed. Yet her fury was simultaneously reignited, compelling her to struggle and attempt another strike. The violent aura of demonic energy surged forth, and even Su Yian found it challenging to contain, given his current cultivation level. Su Yian was at a loss. This empress is truly deranged. Why provoke Mei Xianyan? Does she not understand that Mei Xianyan is a delusional and unhinged individual? She acts without regard for consequences, driven solely by her whims. What does it matter that you are the empress? She would dare to slap the heavens themselves, let alone you, a mere empress. Just as Su Yian was on the verge of being unable to restrain Mei Xianyan, a terrifying fluctuation of laws suddenly reverberated across the skies. An overwhelming and dreadful pressure descended, as if numerous formidable beings were approaching this very place. Upon sensing one of the potent and terrifying auras, the disheveled and fearful Qin Huanyue froze momentarily, then her expression brightened. The emperor and the powerful beings of my Taishan celestial dynasty have arrived. Prepare to meet your doom. I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire clan. Chapter 45. A sister with a powerful background, and you still dare to sell yourself? At the same time, a terrifying aura of law descended upon the scene. The entire estate was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, instantly transforming into a dazzling spectacle. Faintly, there was an overwhelming and uncontrollable imperial dragon energy that evoked a sense of worship, cascading down like a surging flood. Deep within the golden clouds, a middle-aged man clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons emerged with an air of extraordinary authority. Accompanied by a host of powerful beings from the Qingxian celestial dynasty, he tore through the fabric of space and slowly stepped forth. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Qingliangqin, resembling a fragile maiden who had finally found solace, turned to Chu Qingxian and lamented, "Your Majesty, you must take a stand for me. All I wished was for Su Yian to visit the princess's residence to comfort my dear Xianer. That despicable man, Su Yian, has unjustly rejected my reasonable request." Qingliangqin recounted the events with embellishments, finally pointing at Mei Xianyan, "And this vile woman even dared to attack me. Within the Qingxian celestial dynasty, she shows such utter disregard for our royal family, even wishing to take my life. I implore your majesty to uphold justice for me." "You wretched old hag, who are you calling vile?" Mei Xianyan, incensed, could no longer contain the crimson demonic energy surging from her being. It erupted violently, saturating the surrounding space for miles in a blood-red hue. Such audacity! A powerful figure from the Qingxian celestial dynasty, witnessing Mei Xianyan's arrogance within their capital, was equally enraged and prepared to strike. However, he was immediately halted by an elder from the realm of life and death beside him. In response to the elder's serious expression and subtle shake of the head, confusion washed over the strong man's face. Meanwhile, Chu Qingxian spoke up, "I must admit, I did not anticipate the renowned 9-nether sorceress, Mei Xianyan, would grace our Qingxian celestial dynasty with her presence. It is indeed beyond my expectations. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. I hope the 9-nether sorceress will not take offense." As he spoke, Chu Qingxian's profound gaze landed meaningfully on Su Yian. The enigma surrounding Su Yian's identity grew ever deeper, not only closely linked to Bai Shu He, the young master of the Red Dust Qin sect, but now also associated with the 9-nether sorceress, Mei Xianyan. Indeed, he had underestimated Su Yian's origins. Chu Qingxian's words resonated like a thunderclap in the minds of those present, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. The name of the 9-nether sorceress, especially Qingliangqin, who had initially displayed a fierce demeanor, now found her expression frozen in shock. Who in the Qingxian realm did not know the name of the 9-nether sorceress? Not to mention her formidable strength as a peak life and death realm expert. Her mastery over spatial abilities was nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, the 9-nether sorceress enjoyed the esteemed favor of the ancestral figure of the 9-nether sorcery sect. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the 9-nether sorceress is poised to become the next leader of the 9-nether sorcery sect. The 9-nether sorcery sect is a formidable force, renowned throughout the Qingxian realm and even across several surrounding worlds. It is rumored that a true emperor-level ancestor resides within its ranks. Many years ago, several elite sects, under the guise of righteous authority, united to launch an assault on the 9-nether sorcery sect. However, the expeditionary forces were utterly annihilated, and in their audacity, they provoked the ire of the 9-nether sect, leading to the complete obliteration of their ancestral grounds. This battle stands as a testament to the immense and ruthless power of the 9-nether sorcery sect. Should the Qingxian celestial dynasty dare to eliminate the 9-nether sorceress here, it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the 9-nether sect, perhaps even summoning the legendary emperor-level ancestor from the sect. Contemplating this, Qingliangqin felt a sudden chill of dread. If the enchanting Xianyan had indeed forcefully struck her down, even if it would bring her retribution, the consequences would not be too severe for Xianyan. A mere compensation would suffice to sweep the incident under the rug. Simultaneously filled with trepidation, Qingliangqin was also increasingly astonished and perplexed. How could Su Yian, a seemingly unaccompanied and backgroundless loose cultivator, have a sister who is the 9-nether sorceress? "I merely passed through here to visit my brother," Xianyan chuckled lightly. As she spoke, a layer of black flames enveloped her form. As the flames gradually receded, Xianyan shed her disguise, revealing her true beauty. In that fleeting moment of unveiled allure, The powerful beings of the Qingxian celestial dynasty were momentarily entranced, their souls nearly whisked away. One could only say that the 9 nether sorceresses' captivating beauty is indeed legendary. Xianyan appeared unfazed by their gazes, as if accustomed to such attention, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. But I never expected that your Qingxian celestial dynasty would be so brazen. This queen has the audacity to liken me to a lowly wretch and accuse my brother of being sold off. Do you truly believe that I, Mei Xianyan, would shy away from slaying her? As she spoke, a chilling and suffocating pressure emanated from Xianyan's being, her cold gaze locking onto Qin Huanyu, as if poised to strike again at any moment. This time, Qin Huanyu dared not return the fierce glare. She trembled slightly, instinctively retracting her neck, hesitant to utter another word. Clearly, she held a deep-seated trepidation towards the 9 nether sorceress. Moreover, she could sense the discontented gaze of Chu Qingxian directed at her. It became evident. Chu Qingxian was no fool. He quickly grasped the truth of the situation. It was highly likely that Qin Huanyu had acted unilaterally, attempting to leverage her status to coerce Su Yan, only to inadvertently provoke Xianyan. Huanyu, this matter stemmed from your unilateral decision, which has angered both Su Xiaoyu and the sorceress. I have no desire for further discourse. You must apologize to them. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere once again fell into a stunned silence. The formidable beings of the Qingxian celestial dynasty, trailing behind Chu Qingxian, now exhibited expressions of astonishment and disbelief. In their minds, the sovereign had always been an imposing figure. Yet, at this moment, he had chosen to retreat. Even more astonishingly, he openly referred to Su Yan as young friend Su. Qin Huanyu's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Let's not forget, the emperor had always favored her above all others. Otherwise, she would not have been bestowed the title of empress. Moreover, it was clearly Mei Xianyan who struck first. Had it not been for the intervention of several guards, her life could have been extinguished. Now, having endured such humiliation, the sovereign not only refused to assist her, but also demanded an apology. I shall repeat, apologize to young friend Su and the demoness Xianyan. As he reiterated these words, Chu Tianxing's gaze grew increasingly piercing and frigid. A chilling aura emanated from him, causing Qin Huanyu to shudder involuntarily. Ultimately, she lowered her once haughty head and issued a submissive apology. The other celestial beings, who bore witness to this scene, maintained a facade of composure, yet their hearts roiled like tempestuous seas. Who among them was unaware of the sovereign's deep affection for Qin Huanyu? Yet now, it was the 9 nether demoness who compelled her to bow her head in submission. The reputation of the 9 nether demoness was indeed well-deserved. At the same time, they were left in a state of perplexity. Su Yan, how could you be so foolish? With such an extraordinary sister, why venture out to earn a livelihood? Simply relying on her would allow you to navigate the realms of cultivation with ease. Chapter 46. To make him a prince consort, what do you consider Su Yan to be? It seemed as though Su Yan could read the intentions behind the gazes of others. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who would desire progress? Which cultivator in the realm of cultivation wishes to languish at home? Becoming a soft-handed cultivator who only moans for wealthy women to feed him? However, Mei Xianyan is a Yandra with a brother complex. The notion of sister and brother is merely a farce. She is, at most, just a client of his. It was merely due to her being too deeply engrossed in her role. Moreover, at times, Mei Xianyan would withdraw from her act, showing little concern for his well-being. Furthermore, it was not only Mei Xianyan. There were other Yandras in his vicinity. Should this matter be divulged, she would likely seek revenge, perhaps even resorting to violence in the streets, to alter his fate, which may lead to death at the hands of these Yandras. He could only accumulate enough identity points and then flee to a distant place, disappearing completely from their sight. Only then could he truly embrace a life of freedom and joy. After momentarily glossing over this matter, Chu Qingxian turned to Su Yan with an apologetic smile. My dear friend Su, I sincerely apologize for today's incident, having subjected you to a farce. After a few exchanges, Chu Tianxing did not linger for long. He promised to pay Su Yian the remaining balance of his remuneration on time before departing with Qin Huanyue, who appeared as meek as a quail. Seeing that the conflict had not escalated and he could smoothly receive his payment, Su Yian let out a sigh of relief. Hey, you initially obstructed me from dealing with that Val woman out of fear that I might blow this matter out of proportion, ultimately jeopardizing your remuneration, didn't you? Just as Su Yian felt a sense of ease, his heart suddenly sank again. Turning slightly, he indeed spotted the displeased expression on Mei Xinyan's face. A smile immediately blossomed on Su Yian's face. Sister Xianyan, you are overthinking it. Spirit stones are mere external possessions. You are the most important. He continued, moreover, this is the territory of the Tai Xian Immortal Dynasty. If you were to act out here, even a valiant hero would struggle against many. I would want you to come harm. He added, you just slapped that old hag. I imagine your hand must be sore. Allow me to massage it for you. As he spoke, Su Yian smiled gently, taking Mei Xinyan's hand and beginning to massage each finger. One cannot deny that Mei Xinyan's beauty drove many to madness, and her hands, too, could enchant even the most discerning of hands enthusiasts from the Blue Star. With skin as smooth as ice and bones as delicate as jade, her fingers were long and slender. Even Su Yian, who was not particularly fond of hands, felt an urge to preserve those exquisite hands. Now that feels much better. Mei Xinyan let out a soft, slightly nasal hum, clearly pleased with Su Yian's massage. Of course, should this scene be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the world, leaving countless cultivators utterly astonished. It is well known that the infamous 9 nether sorceress harbors a profound disdain for men. It is said that any man daring to approach her within several yards will provoke her into a frenzied state, resulting in the complete annihilation of both the surrounding space and the intruder. Yet, miraculously, she allows the unfamiliar Su Yian to draw near, even permitting him to touch her hand. In a peculiar manner, Mei Xinyan does not recoil from him. Instead, she seems to regard him as a younger brother. Of course, the myriad hardships and tribulations inherent in this relationship are known solely to Su Yian. When he first encountered Mei Xinyan, he nearly met his demise at the hands of her violent state. Fortunately, his diverse identity and numerous hidden strengths enabled him to navigate these perilous situations time and again. It is through his role as the brother in her heart that he has managed to carve out an exceptional place within her affections. Within the confines of the royal princess's residence, Qin Huanyue, still shaken from her recent fright, could not contain her emotions upon witnessing her daughter sequestered behind closed doors. With a mix of reluctance and confusion, she turned to Chu Tianxing and implored, why do you not allow Su Yian to intervene? You have seen the state that Xian'er is in. If we do not find a way to heal the wounds in her heart, her future will be irrevocably shattered. Chu Tianxing's expression darkened, and he hesitated to respond. He was acutely aware of the profound humiliation and emotional trauma that Chu Qingxian had suffered due to the betrayal she experienced. If she could not be successfully guided through this turmoil, it could very well leave her with an insurmountable mental barrier, effectively severing her path to cultivation. He desired to have Su Yian comfort Chu Qingxian, yet he had recently entered into a pact with Su Yian. After informing Chu Qingxian about Su Yian's assignment, any further misfortune that befell her, leading to a devastating blow to her psyche, would mean that no matter the cost, Su Yian would not act again. Chu Tianxing found himself in a state of distress. He had initially hoped that the situation would aid his daughter in moving beyond her past, but he had not anticipated that Limagia would create such a significant setback, effectively digging his own grave and severing all avenues of retreat. A tempest of rage swirled within Chu Tianxing, his aura growing increasingly formidable and oppressive. Limagia had vanished without a trace, but he had ample means at his disposal to deal with a maid, Lu Ruyan, who had dared to humiliate his daughter. He would ensure she experienced the true depths of despair. Your Majesty. Noticing Chu Tianxing's prolonged silence, Qin Huanyue ventured, what if we were to betroth Xian'er to Su Yian? Chu Tianxing was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at his wife. Yet, driven to desperation, Qin Huanyue's thoughts were muddled and her perception dulled, rendering her oblivious to the disbelief and smoldering fury that lay hidden within the depths of Chu Tianqing's eyes. Continuing, she spoke word by word. After all, no matter how one puts it, Xian'er and Su Yan have shared more than 2 years of camaraderie, and they are quite familiar with one another. Deep within her heart, Xian'er genuinely holds Su Yan in high regard. We shall elevate Su Yan to the position of prince consort in our Taishan celestial dynasty, providing him with the necessary resources and support. Undoubtedly, Su Yan would welcome such an opportunity. After all, he also has a sister, the Nine of the Demoness. Yet, fundamentally, a sharp clap interrupted her words. Qin Huanyue seemed struck by an unseen force, her head abruptly turning, her body collapsing backward. Lying on the ground, Qin Huanyue's pupils constricted like needles. Her hand pressed against her stinging cheek, her face a portrait of disbelief as she gazed at Chu Tianqing. Before she could utter a word, Chu Tianqing's voice, brimming with fury, resonated first. What do you, a mere woman, understand? What do you consider Su Yan to be? How do you regard our Xian'er? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Su Yan's identity and origins may far exceed our imagination, beyond our capacity to manipulate. Your previous unilateral decisions nearly jeopardized the entire Taishan celestial dynasty, and now you speak of such foolish matters. Were it not for your status as my principal consort, I would be inclined to execute you on the spot. Just as Chu Tianqing erupted in wrath, the barriers within the grand hall gradually dissipated. The tightly shut doors swung open, revealing Chu Qingxian's figure slowly materializing. However, she appeared to have wept profusely prior, her eyes swollen and red from exhaustion. Father, the mistakes I have made, I shall rectify and bear the consequences myself. She took a deep breath, her voice gradually infused with a potent aura of vengeance. Limagia, that despicable and filthy scoundrel, I will surely find him and bring him to justice. Chapter 47. The brother-in-law murdered on the wedding night. In truth, within Chu Qingxian's heart, there burned not only the fierce desire for vengeance against the despicable and unfaithful Limagia, but also a profound sense of regret. It could be said that her earlier outburst of tears, where she wept uncontrollably, was largely fueled by this very remorse. Regret for her own foolishness, for allowing such a heartless scoundrel to cause her to miss out on the gentle affection of Su Yan. However, there was still time before the end of the month. Even if it meant sacrificing her dignity as a princess and setting aside her pride, she was determined to find a way to mend her relationship with Su Yan. Once, Su Yan had treated her with unparalleled kindness. This time, it was her turn to reciprocate. Meanwhile, within Su Yan's residence, having just finished persuading Mei Xianyan, he had only just begun to relax when he received a sound transmission. Yan, I'm nearly done with my tasks. Once I am finished, I will return to find you. For the next few days, we can be together. I imagine you must be overjoyed at the prospect of spending several days with me. Su Wanqing's voice, laced with playful teasing and a hint of an unusual emotion, echoed from the other end of the transmission stone. However, upon hearing this, Su Yan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He was overwhelmed with despair. Wait, how long have you been at the Yaoqi Celestial Court? Why are you returning so soon? Mei Xianyan is still here. If these two fragile souls cross paths, I will be utterly doomed. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, Su Yan hastily replied, Wanqing, it's all right. Your matters are of utmost importance. Finish everything you need to do first, and then come find me. At the Yaoqi Celestial Court, Su Wanqing, having severed the transmission, allowed a radiant smile to grace her stunning face, one she was unaware of. Bathed in sunlight, she appeared pure and beautiful, almost as if she were shimmering. Indeed, Su Yan had genuinely developed feelings for her. Otherwise, how could he be so cautious and considerate of her in every regard? Her mother had once said, if someone truly cares for you, they will think of you in every situation. They may even restrain their own feelings for fear of burdening your life. Surely, Su Yan was in such a predicament now. He truly adored her. At that moment, a voice tinged with jealousy rang out. Oh dear. The very first thing you do after finishing your tasks is to reach out to your little lover? How long has it been since you parted? Can you not contain your longing? Luo Siwei approached, her lively face adorned with a playful expression. I did not. Please do not say such things. Su Wanqing quickly denied, yet the faint blush creeping upon her ears betrayed the true feelings harbored within her heart. Upon witnessing this scene, Lothwai merely revealed a knowing smile, an expression that conveyed her understanding without directly addressing Su Wanqing's sentiments. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of envy for Su Wanqing, who radiated a smile so brilliant and genuine. Yet, in contrast, her elder sister, Luo Qingge, had not smiled in countless years. Ever since that man vanished from Luo Qingge's life many years ago, her sister's spirit had suffered an unprecedented blow. She had confined herself within the cold palace, refusing to see anyone, and her days were marked by an utter lack of appetite and joy, living in a state of numbness. This tale dates back approximately a decade. At that time, the Qingliangqin Dynasty held a grand competition for suitors. The victor of this contest would secure the title of prince consort and marry her sister, Luo Qingge, along with a bounty of spiritual stones and various other treasures as a dowry. The announcement of this event sent shockwaves throughout the entire Taixin realm, drawing countless young prodigies to participate. In truth, there was an underlying motive behind the Qingliangqin Dynasty's orchestration of this competition. Her sister had fallen in love with a destitute and unremarkable young man named Jiangxian. The royal family prioritized advantageous marriages, particularly for their princesses, seeking to strengthen their dominion through strategic alliances. However, her sister's affection for a background-less wanderer infuriated their mother. Yet, her sister, resolute in her decision, caused quite a stir, making it a matter of public knowledge. With no other choice, their mother acquiesced to her sister's wishes but stipulated that Jiangxian must earn his right to marry Luo Qingge by proving his worth in the competition. At that time, despite being a pauper, Jiangxian possessed remarkable talent and potential, and according to the expected narrative, he should have triumphed, defeating numerous challengers to ultimately claim Luo Qingge's hand. Indeed, Jiangxian lived up to expectations, cutting through his opponents with exceptional skill until he reached the finals. However, fate took an unexpected turn when he was defeated by a legendary swordsman named Li Taibai. To this day, the memory remains vivid. Li Taibai's prowess in swordsmanship was unparalleled, executing techniques with divine mastery. In a mere 3 strikes, he vanquished Jiangxian, emerging as the champion of the competition. This shocking outcome caught everyone off guard. The intention was to bestow Jiangxian with a respectable title, yet he squandered his chance, losing to an unexpected rival. Yet, what could be done? The rules were established by the Qingliangqin Dynasty, and they could not simply violate their own agreements and tarnish their reputation. Thus, the outcome was inevitable. Jiangxian ultimately failed to marry Luo Qingge, and the two were completely torn apart. His sister was wed by their mother to a mysterious swordsman. Subsequently, under the mother's coercive demands, his sister spent 3 years with Li Taibai, ostensibly to cultivate their relationship before marriage. During these 3 years, their bond appeared to flourish, and even she believed that Li Taibai would eventually become her brother-in-law. However, on the night of the grand wedding, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. His sister, astonishingly, murdered her husband on their wedding night. Though Luo Siwei was oblivious to the full circumstances, she understood that her sister believed that by killing Li Taibai, she could finally be with her beloved Jiangxian. She even harbored hopes of being wed by her true love. Yet, despite her sister's plan seemingly succeeding, after that fateful night, her disposition transformed drastically, leading her into madness. The precise reasons eluded her, for when she arrived at the scene, her brother-in-law had already been reduced to a pool of blood, accompanied by a letter floating amidst the crimson liquid. Meanwhile, deep within the Yaoqi celestial dynasty, in a cold palace where a door remained perpetually shut, an atmosphere of profound desolation prevailed. A woman with hair cascading down to her waist, clad in a simple white gown, sat motionless by a rosewood window, resembling a lifeless wooden statue. In her hand, she seemed to clutch something. Upon closer inspection, illuminated by the light streaming through the window, it was a piece of slightly yellowed paper stained with traces of blood. Inscribed upon it were a few powerful lines. To take away what you cherish was never my desire. Today, you are free. I shall take my leave. May you encounter a kindred spirit, bringing you joy and warmth through the fleeting days of life. Chapter 48. The Spiritual Stone in Hand. Yet a fiancé, he who wishes to kill me. Li Taibai gently caressed the yellowing letter in his hand. Like a soulless being, Luo Qingge mechanically uttered a name that had haunted her over the years, a name she had spoken countless times. Despite the passage of so many years, the vivid details and images of that time still played in her mind like a film. In this moment, Luo Qingge felt as if she had returned to the wedding night several years prior. The night was draped in darkness, the moon and stars scarce. The Yaoqi Immortal Dynasty's palace was particularly lively, adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. The hall, embellished with the character for double happiness, radiated joy. The silvery moonlight poured through the wooden windows, illuminating Luo Qingge in her resplendent phoenix crown and flowing bridal attire, casting a brilliant glow upon her. She wore a magnificent phoenix crown, her hair elegantly styled and adorned with exquisite golden hairpins. Her skin, fairer than the first snow, appeared even more mesmerizing against the backdrop of her red attire. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a starry waterfall, and her earlobes were graced with delicate gold phoenix pendants. Her features were exquisitely refined, embodying an ethereal beauty, as she beheld a handsome man clad in the attire of the groom enter through the door. A smile graced her face, her voice ethereal and melodious. Husband, according to the customs of our Yaoqi Immortal Dynasty, newlywed couples must partake in the ritual of exchanging cups. Could you prepare a pair of cups for us? At her words, Li Taibai hesitated, suppressing the urge to speak. Nevertheless, he nodded and turned to fetch 2 cups for the ceremonial drink. Yet, just as he turned, the expression of Luo Qingge, who had appeared gentle and demure, shifted abruptly into one of icy ferocity, her eyes brimming with an overwhelming intent to kill. In that instant, a glint of cold light flashed in her hand as a long sword materialized. Without hesitation, she thrust the blade towards Li Taibai's unsuspecting back. Thud! In the inky darkness, a bloom of crimson blossomed. Qingge, Li Taibai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face her, the sword piercing through his chest. Li Taibai, you know I do not love you at all. My heart belongs to Jiang Xian. If it weren't for your unexpected presence, I would have married the one I truly adore long ago. But it matters not, for as long as you perish today, I shall have a chance to wed Jiang Xian once more. In truth, prior to her resolution, encouraged by Jiang Xian to execute this plan, Luo Qingge had harbored a sense of joy at the prospect of fulfilling her dream. However, as the realization struck her that the sword she wielded had truly pierced Li Taibai's chest, an unsettling confusion engulfed her. Yet, having reached this point, retreat was no longer an option. She could only forge ahead into darkness. Li Taibai musti. Moreover, she was aware of his formidable strength. Thus she had coated the blade with a lethal poison. Once the sword entered his body, death was certain. As the life force of Li Taibai gradually waned, Luo Qingge discerned not a trace of unwillingness or resentment upon his countenance in his final moments. Instead, she perceived a semblance of apology and self-reproach. I am sorry. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of Li Taibai's mouth. In truth, I have long harbored regrets over these years. I never intended to usurp your love. Yet perhaps this is for the best. I shall return to you the future you so ardently desire. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingge felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. She had not anticipated Li Taibai would utter such sentiments. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from within him, propelling Luo Qingge backward like a tempest. When she regained her senses, a resounding splash echoed from outside the grand hall. In a state of panic and confusion, she rushed to the water's edge, only to behold a wedding garment, marred by a gaping wound at its chest. Floating atop the water, accompanied by a letter, Li Taibai, it seemed, had completely transformed into a pool of blood. The events that followed became a blur in Luo Qingge's memory. All she knew was that upon opening the letter and reading its contents, she felt as if she had plummeted into an abyss, her mind rendered utterly vacant. Subsequently, she was unable to fulfill her innermost desires, nor live a blissful life with the beloved she had longed to marry. For on the very day of her wedding, An investigation by the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty revealed that Jiang Xian was, in fact, a direct descendant of the remnants of a fallen dynasty. He had used various means to approach Luo Qingge, aiming to overthrow and seize control of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty through her. Upon learning of his true identity's exposure, Jiang Xian had vanished, concealing himself away. The weight of the letter's remorseful contents had already struck Luo Qingge profoundly, and this news served as the final straw, causing her to spit blood and suffer a grave emotional blow, leading her to madness overnight. From that point onward, she confined herself within the cold palace, day after day, year after year. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Tai Xian Celestial Dynasty, Su Yan observed, "It appears my sister has triumphed once again. Now, will you choose truth or dare?" Mei Xianyan placed a deck of cards upon the ground, her face alight with mirth as she gazed at Su Yan. Su Yan's lips twitched. This was, of course, a deck of blue star playing cards conjured from his memories, a means to pass the time and entertain himself. He had recently engaged in a series of games with Mei Xianyan, only to lose several rounds in succession. Yet, this was not due to a lack of skill, but rather a deliberate act of leniency. After all, Mei Xianyan took victories and defeats very seriously. If he were to win against her too many times, she would likely erupt in frustration. Thus, he had no choice but to let her win. "I choose truth," he declared. "Another truth, is it?" Mei Xianyan's exquisite visage suddenly fell, her expression turning rather dull as she casually inquired. "Then, share with me a regret from your past." "Regrets?" Su Yan fell into a momentary silence. Aside from a distress caused by Zhou Qingji of Blue Star, there existed another matter that weighed heavily on his conscience. Alas, in his youth, driven by the allure of spirit stones, he had transgressed his own principles, inadvertently tearing apart a pair of star-crossed lovers, and, to his chagrin, earning a grudge in the process. "Truly, you are my brother." Upon hearing these words, Mei Xianyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised a thumb in approval, cackling, "Your conduct is indeed wicked enough, fitting for the demonic sect. I admire it." A frown crossed Su Yan's face, and he couldn't help but pout. Yet, one could hardly blame him. At that time, an old man had failed to elucidate matters clearly. He had spoken of a contest promising a reward of a staggering 80 million spirit stones. Such a bounty was worth braving even the most perilous of situations. What he had initially believed to be a straightforward martial arts competition turned out to be a contest for marriage. The silver lining was that he emerged as the champion. The spirit stones were his. The downside, however, was the inexplicably acquired fiancée, who harbored no affection for him and even harbored murderous intent. During that tumultuous period, he constantly sought opportunities to escape, yet was thwarted by various circumstances time and again. It wasn't until the wedding day that he was finally stabbed by that woman. In truth, Su Yan had anticipated her attack, even allowing it to happen purposefully. After all, how could he have been ambushed so effortlessly? Her actions aligned perfectly with his intentions, providing him a chance to extricate himself from that ill-fated and melodramatic encounter under the guise of death. Yet he pondered, after all these years, what had become of that woman? His memories had grown somewhat hazy. It seemed she was a princess of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, her name, Luo Qingge. Chapter 49. A familiar handwriting. He is indeed not dead. Upon contemplating this matter, Su Yan felt a tinge of regret. It was not merely the misjudgment that led to a melodramatic experience, but also the fact that he had seemingly incurred the resentment of Jiang Xian, a character reminiscent of a protagonist. He later learned that Jiang Xian was the great-grandson of the Tai Emperor from the former Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty. His intention to associate with Luo Qingge was to leverage her power to restore his kingdom. However, due to a series of unfortunate events instigated by Su Yan, the plan had been thwarted. There was no need to dwell on it. The cooked duck had flown away, and Jiang Xian was undoubtedly harboring a grudge against him. If he were to discover that Su Yan was still alive, it was highly probable that he would seek vengeance. Su Yan felt rather helpless. To add to his woes, he had also incurred the ire of Imagia not long ago. It seemed he had unwittingly antagonized two individuals who bore the hallmarks of protagonists, and in turn, he had become a villain. Yet, all he desired was to traverse the path of a professional substitute quietly. Why must he be coerced into such a predicament? However, he was not one to show mercy. Given that enmity had already been established, he resolved that whenever the opportunity arose, he would eliminate them, severing any possibility of retaliation at its root. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, a series of knocks echoed against the tightly shut gates of the cold palace. "Sister, I have come to see you." The person standing before the closed door was Luo Siwei. Over the years, she had visited daily, sharing snippets of her life with her sister, thus ensuring that her sister's spirits remained buoyant and that she did not succumb to profound loneliness. After all, if one were to remain silent and isolated for an entire year, one would truly be rendered utterly desolate. "Sister, let me tell you, Su Wanqing has fallen for someone who sells himself." As she spoke of Su Ian, Luo Siwei's excitement was palpable. Yet, the individual in question seemed to possess considerable knowledge, even crafting verses of exquisite charm. "You know, sister, my intelligence is rather limited, and I cannot recall those ornate lines of poetry. Thus, I have replicated the poems he wrote using the memory jade. You must see this." Su Wanqing claimed that it was an acrostic poem, a declaration of love for her. As she spoke, Luo Siwei gently willed the memory jade to life, and in an instant, a radiant screen emerged in the air. Feeling somewhat lazy, she opted for the most straightforward depiction, resulting in the emergence of the letter Su Ian had penned for Su Wanqing. Seated by the rosewood window, Luo Qingga, her gaze appearing somewhat gray and hollow, was momentarily startled by the shimmering image. Instinctively, her eyes darted towards it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, her gaze seemed to be ensnared, unable to shift even the slightest bit. Within the depths of her emotionless gaze, a discernible shift began to manifest. It was not the poetic verses inscribed on the letter that captivated her, but rather the handwriting itself, strikingly familiar. Over the years, she had gazed upon these characters countless times. Therefore, Luo Qingga was certain she could never be mistaken. The script was identical to that of Li Taibai, whom she had tragically slain on their wedding night. Luo Siwei, oblivious to her sister's emotional turmoil, continued speaking animatedly. Wan Ning mentioned that this poem is an acrostic. If you read the first character from top to bottom, it means. However, before she could finish her thought, a thunderous crash echoed as the long-sealed door was forcefully flung open by an unseen, terrifying force. The sudden upheaval left Luo Siwei utterly stunned, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Who authored this poem? In the next instant, a pair of pale, eerily slender hands seized Luo Siwei's shoulders. Although delicate and seemingly somewhat frail, they possessed an overwhelming strength that sent sharp pain coursing through her bones. Upon witnessing her sister's distress, a flicker of clarity returned to the depths of Luo Qingga's crimson gaze, prompting her to release Luo Siwei's shoulders. At that moment, Luo Siwei regained her composure, stammering. It was a male concubine supported by Wan Ning. I am unaware of the specifics. Instinctively, Luo Siwei divulged all that she knew. After relaying the last fragment of information, she was struck with disbelief. It was as if her sister had been utterly devoid of spirit since that wedding night, resembling a mere wooden puppet. Yet now, the corners of her mouth seemed to involuntarily lift in a smile. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of such intense emotion, her smile appeared somewhat unnatural, and she could not contain her tears, which flowed freely down her cheeks. "Ha ha! He is not dead. He is still alive. I have a chance to see him again. I truly have a chance." In her heightened emotional state, Luo Qingga's words tumbled forth chaotically, lacking both sequence and logic. Nevertheless, Luo Siwei grasped the essence of her sister's revelation. She was speaking of Li Taibai, the brother-in-law who had been murdered on that fateful wedding night. But how could this be possible? Setting aside the fact that her brother-in-law had vanished for so many years, how could he have inexplicably become a male courtesan, especially one to her dear friend? The weight of this revelation was staggering. Shortly thereafter, news swept through the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty like a tempest, igniting fervent discussions among its denizens. The sun had risen in the west. The once reclusive Grand Princess Luo Qingxian, who had sequestered herself in the cold palace for several years, has re-emerged into the world. Could it be true? Did not Princess Qingxian descend into madness on the night of her grand wedding? What could have prompted her sudden and unprecedented revival? Although the incident was a significant embarrassment for the Yaoqi celestial dynasty, its repercussions resonated widely, and many astute individuals gleaned fragments of the truth through various channels. On the night of her wedding, Princess Qingxian wielded her sword in a fit of rage, slaying the imperial consort of the celestial dynasty, yearning instead to unite with her true love. Yet, in a shocking twist of fate, her beloved turned out to be a nefarious agent sent by the remnants of the previous dynasty. The true love of Princess Qingxian was slain by her own hand, plunging her into madness thereafter. Some speculate that after years of introspection, Princess Qingxian has suddenly attained enlightenment, emerging from the shadows of her past. Others whisper that Li Taibai may still be alive, and upon receiving this news, Princess Qingxian rejoiced, thus rekindling her spirit after enduring such profound adversity. However, this revelation has also reached the ears of another keen observer. Within a hidden chamber of the Yaoqi celestial dynasty, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an aura of dread, sits in meditation with his eyes tightly shut. This individual is none other than Jiang Xian, who had once been defeated by Su Yian during the martial contest for marriage. At this moment, as if responding to an urgent message, Jiang Xian's closed eyes snap open. The ethereal energy surrounding him converges like a tidal wave into a singular point before erupting with a force that causes the entire hall to tremble. What? Luo Qingxian has emerged from her self-imposed exile in the cold palace, and Li Taibai is rumored to still be alive. Chapter 50. The melodies fade. The friends depart. Joys of 10 miles are difficult to seek again in the moment he received this message. Jiang Xian's expression darkened abruptly, resembling a stormy cloud. His animosity towards Li Taibai was so intense that he gritted his teeth, wishing nothing more than to dismember him and consume his flesh and blood, in order to alleviate the hatred festering within him. After all, had it not been for that insufferable Li Taibai unexpectedly inserting himself into the situation, he would have long completed his core plan. He had, even through his connection with Luo Qingxian, indirectly seized a portion of authority within the Yaoqi celestial dynasty and glimpsed the hope of restoring his nation. However, due to Li Taibai's interference, not only was his entire plan thrown into disarray, but he also became the laughingstock of countless individuals for a time. Everyone mocked Jiang Xian, claiming he could not even protect his beloved, having been forcefully usurped by the sudden emergence of Li Taibai, thus indirectly donning a metaphorical green hat. He was even compared to a legendary green hat king. Later, when his schemes were uncovered by the denizens of Yaoqi, he transformed from a figure of ridicule into a despised outcast, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. No one knew the extent of his suffering over the years. The arduous journey to cultivate to his current level, while secretly developing numerous hidden connections within the Yaoqi celestial dynasty, was fraught with challenges. During his most difficult times, this man was even driven to consider selling his own body. All of this was due to that wretched Li Taibai. If he were truly alive, Jiang Xian would spare no effort to eliminate him. Dispatch orders. Inform the spies within the Yaoqi imperial palace to gather all intelligence related to Li Taibai. He commanded. Once any relevant information is obtained, relay it to me immediately. I care not whether it is feasible. This must yield results. This is a command of utmost importance. After severing the communication, Jiang Xian's countenance remained grim. Even if this endeavor risked exposing some of his operatives, it was a risk worth taking. If Li Taibai was indeed alive, he must be eradicated. Otherwise, the psychological shadows Li Taibai cast would forever haunt his path to enlightenment. Meanwhile, within the Yaoqi imperial palace, Siwei pondered, if this matter is as you say, it may present some complications. The atmosphere within the palace was thick with mist, dignified and solemn. At the highest seat, a resplendent golden phoenix throne, sat a regal lady adorned in an exquisite court gown. With her eyes closed, she delicately massaged her temples with slender fingers, seemingly overwhelmed by the situation. This woman was none other than the Empress of Yaoqi. Not long ago, she had learned from her daughter, Luo Siwei, the rough outline of the events. The letter had been penned by Su Wanqing, one of her most cherished male favorites. Although she could not fathom how that once legendary swordsman, who had dazzled even her with his extraordinary prowess, had fallen to such depths. Now becoming a mere plaything under a woman's control, she understood that if this were true, it could spell trouble indeed. Though the Yaoqi celestial dynasty possesses a certain depth, it pales in comparison to the Heavenly Mountain Alliance, renowned for its wealth that rivals nations, capable of wielding power solely through financial might. Moreover, Li Taibai has become a favored companion of Su Wanqing, who seems to harbor feelings for him. Mother, while I previously tried to subtly inquire about the individual suspected to be my brother-in-law, Wanqing remains exceedingly cautious and unwilling to divulge any information. After much pressing, she revealed but a single name, Su Yian, of which I possess no further knowledge. Upon hearing this, the Yaoqi Empress felt an even greater burden upon her shoulders. Let us take our time with this matter. We mustn't provoke your sister further, especially as she has only just begun to recover. Yet, no sooner had the Empress uttered these words than a resolute voice echoed from outside the hall. Mother, I must seek Ali Taibai. I must see him. He is surely still alive. It was Luo Qingge who had arrived. Meanwhile, in the Taishan celestial dynasty, a similar scene unfolded. Father, I was wrong regarding the previous matter. I have never asked anything of you before. I only implore you to make an exception and assist me this once. I truly do not wish to miss this chance and lose Su Yian. Within the palace, Chu Qingxian bowed deeply, even kneeling upon the ground, imploring Chu Tianqing, who sat upon the dragon throne, with a face full of earnestness. Chu Tianqing remained silent, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkened to an extreme. Prior to this, he had already erupted in a fit of rage, rebuking Chu Qingxian for her lack of shame and complete disregard for the dignity of a princess, reminding her that she was still his daughter. After all, before the situation escalated to this extent, he had hinted several times, both subtly and overtly, for her to reconsider. He warned her not to sever ties too completely, lest she find herself regretting it later. Yet, this foolish daughter had repeatedly missed her opportunities. Now that the child was gone, she only realized the value of what she had lost. Was this not the epitome of folly? If not for the fact that she was his daughter, Chu Tianqing could hardly contain his fury, wishing to strike her down on the spot. Qingxian, I made myself quite clear before. You ought to think everything through before making decisions. He suppressed his anger and coldly remarked, Since you have chosen to sever your ties with Su Yian, be prepared to face the consequences of your actions. This is the price you must now pay. It was not merely that he and Su Yian had already made arrangements. It was also evident to anyone with sense that the background and origins of Su Yian were formidable. He was not someone who could be swayed or controlled by the so-called power of the Taishan celestial dynasty. Perhaps his involvement in such matters was to indulge some peculiar inclination of his own. However, her intrinsic identity is of the utmost nobility, akin to a dragon soaring in the heavens, not a mere creature of the pond. Upon hearing her request coldly denied by her father, the emperor, Chu Qingxian's countenance suddenly turned as pale as parchment, her body swaying precariously as if on the brink of collapse. Her heart felt as though it were pierced by countless sharp blades, engulfed in a profound and piercing agony. Though she recognized the ignobility of her sudden awakening, a deep sense of emptiness consumed her. She felt utterly unmoored, akin to a drowning soul grasping at nothingness. In this moment, it seemed as if her identity had exchanged places with that of Su Yian, who had become the ethereal moonlight in the water, while she had become the one attempting to retrieve it. Yet, Chu Qingxian still believed that it was not too late to mend her ways. There remained a connection between her and Su Yian. After all, Su Yian had a fondness for spiritual stones, and it was precisely due to a shortage of these stones that he ventured into such dealings. She could offer all her spiritual stones and initiate a transaction to rekindle their relationship, allowing time to nurture their bond and ultimately achieve a harmonious union. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a glimmer of hope surfaced within Chu Qingxian. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chu Tianqing, observing this scene unfold, discerned the subtle expressions on his daughter's face, and grasped her innermost thoughts, letting out a deep sigh. When the music fades, old acquaintances disperse. The joy of 10 miles is seldom found again. Many things, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. They cannot be reclaimed through mere sincerity. It is akin to a handful of sand whisked away by someone's hand. Once carried off by the wind, can one truly hope to recover it in regret? Yet, he did not wish to intervene in this matter. He recalled how, upon their first meeting, he too had fallen prey to stereotypes, perceiving Su Qian as a wandering cultivator without connections or standing, unworthy of his daughter. In this renewed comparison, he found it somewhat ironic. They remained worlds apart. Yet now it seemed his daughter was the one unworthy of Su Qian. Chapter 51. A great illusion in life. He still holds me in his heart. Meanwhile, within the residence of Su Qian, a palace eunuch presented a collection of ornate boxes filled with treasures shimmering with ethereal light and fragrant elixirs, stating, "Esteemed Lord Su, this is a gift entrusted to me by our sovereign. Please take a moment to verify its contents." Surprised, Su Qian raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that Chu Qingxian would settle his remuneration in advance, and moreover, with a significant increase in bonus. According to the original contract, the settlement was not due for another fortnight. What is this? Su Qian soon found himself captivated by an invitation emanating a unique aura, shimmering in golden hues, resembling a special missive. This is an invitation to the Tianxin Academy, the eunuch elucidated. With this invitation, Lord Su may enter the Tianxin Academy, which opens only once every century. Tianxin Academy? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Having navigated the realm of cultivation for many years, he had heard of the Academy's illustrious origin. It was said to have been established by numerous ancient and formidable beings from various neighboring realms, such as the Taishan realm and the Gui Yuan realm. Long ago, legends spoke of the Academy as a self-contained world, housing ancient legacies and even secret realms. Cultivators fortunate enough to enter could, depending on their abilities, acquire rare legacies and invaluable resources for their cultivation. He was a man who cherished wealth, equally valuing cultivation resources. Spirit stones could be exchanged for such resources, and conversely, resources could be traded for spirit stones, maintaining an equivalent value. Resources were, indeed, spirit stones in another form. Since this is the sovereign's goodwill, I shall graciously accept it. Su Qian smiled as he accepted the invitation, believing it unwise to refuse an opportunity for wealth. Seeing this, the eunuch sighed in relief and prepared to take his leave. However, before the eunuchs departed entirely, Su Qian made a specific request. Please inform the sovereign that if there are any updates regarding Li Mo Xie, I would appreciate a prompt notification. The reason is simple. Li Mo Xie harbors resentment against me, and I must remain vigilant. Should the opportunity arise, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. Yet, this statement was misconstrued by the uninformed eunuchs, who mistakenly believed that Su Qian held feelings for their princess, thinking he intended to avenge her recent grievances. Indeed, young Master Su still harbors affection for our princess. It seems that Brother Yian's prolonged journey in the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, lasting 2.5 years, is finally coming to a close. At that moment, Mei Xianyan suddenly emerged from the void, her delicate form seemingly boneless as she draped herself over Su Qian. This was her favorite gesture, as her long-held wish had been for her brother to grow strong enough to carry her frequently. Would you care to join me at the 9 Nether Demon sect? Mei Xianyan smiled enticingly. I assure you, dear sister, you shall experience the true essence of celestial life there. As the daughter of the 9 Nether Demon sovereign, all the women are both enchanting and alluring. Don't you wish to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Su Qian could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Continue to deceive others, he thought. Under Mei Xianyan's watchful gaze, he could barely engage in any activities, let alone grow too close to any women, as that would certainly displease her. In fact, these past few days, she had prohibited the maidservants from approaching her too closely. She spoke with such enthusiasm, yet her actions betrayed her true feelings. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding! The host has successfully completed the substitute mission. Special system rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations! The host has unlocked the identity of Divine General of the Celestial Dynasty, greatly enhancing gun mastery and military law expertise. Congratulations! The host has acquired a special physique, the Annihilation Sacred Body, an ancient physique from the primeval era, capable of overcoming all laws through cultivation. Indeed, these two special system rewards were to his liking. His efforts and performance over the past 2 years had not been in vain. Is this truly the case? In the princess's residence, Chu Qingxian's expression radiated joy, as if she had received delightful news. Princess, what the old minister has said is absolutely true. Lord Su specifically instructed me to convey to the sovereign that any news regarding Limagia should be relayed to him at once. Thus, I believe Lord Su harbors feelings for you. Princess, upon learning of Limagia's actions against you, he is filled with resentment and wishes to seek vengeance on your behalf. The one speaking was none other than the eunuch who had previously delivered the final payment to Su Yan. With his embellishments, Chu Qingxian was convinced. She even felt that although Su Yan appeared to have severed ties with her, he still held her in his heart. With a moment's contemplation, she resolved to act swiftly. Commanding, summon someone to prepare some lavish gifts according to my wishes. This princess will pay a visit to Su Yan's residence. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in a desolate mountain range near Taishan City, a voice echoed, Magia, I am your father. My son, your actions have indeed been misguided. If you are willing to come out and admit your mistakes, surely the sovereign will show mercy and forgive you. Nephew Magia, it is not too late to turn back now. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. Do not let your deeds implicate our family. You are the heir of our esteemed house of state, and you must not ruin the legacy of our family that has endured for centuries. Several disheveled figures, looking quite wretched, were earnestly trying to reason with the mountain below. They were none other than Li Song and other senior members of the House of State, who had fled at the first sign of trouble, although their response was swift. The royal family had already received reports from the Prime Minister's residence after the incident was exposed, and their reaction was equally prompt. Thus, they had barely escaped the capital before being apprehended by the formidable forces of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. What followed was a brutal beating and coercive interrogation. Unable to endure such torment, they resorted to hiding in the mountains where Limagia was suspected to have fled. However, no matter how they wailed or lamented, there was no response. Limagia was no fool. He understood that should he dare to reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be suppressed by the might of the Taiwan Celestial Dynasty and subjected to endless suffering. Father, having long since broken free from the besieged area, Limagia gazed at the few dark spots in the vast sky, his expression a tumult of rage and sorrow. It had been merely a day since their national defense had crumbled entirely. Not only had his father and others been captured, but every bloodline related to him had been ruthlessly suppressed. Furthermore, the royal family had issued a proclamation that if he did not appear by noon the following day, his entire clan would face extermination. Yet, more than his fury towards the royal family, he felt a deeper resentment towards Su Yan. Had it not been for that individual exposing his embarrassing past and seizing his weakness, the situation would never have escalated to such a dire extent. The enmity of the annihilation of his clan was firmly etched onto Su Yan's name. Rest assured, with my assistance, you shall surely rise again, returning to the Taishan Celestial Dynasty to reclaim all that you have lost. A voice, somewhat ethereal and reminiscent of an elder, echoed. Unbeknownst to him, there now floated beside Limagia a small bronze celestial vessel, roughly the size of a palm. The voice belonged to the spirit of the bronze vessel. Upon hearing these words, Limagia's demeanor softened slightly. Although the bronze vessel had completely awakened from its slumber, due to his insufficient strength, he could only access its outer regions. Yet, even in this peripheral area, he had reaped considerable benefits and cultivation resources, further enhancing his abilities. As his cultivation progressed, he would delve deeper into the bronze vessel, ultimately inheriting its core legacy, propelling him to unimaginable heights. At that time, both Su Yan and the royal family of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty would pay the price. Meanwhile, Su Yan was oblivious to the events transpiring outside. At present, he was busy packing his belongings, preparing to leave the Taiwan celestial dynasty that very night for a new destination. Moreover, this would allow him to create a temporal distance with Su wanting. The temperament of Mei Xianyan was far more extreme than that of Bai Shuhe. If he were to cross paths with the fiercely competitive Miss Su, one could not predict what unforeseen events might ensue. Just then, a maid burst into the hall, her expression frantic, and reported, "Young Master Su, Princess Qingxian has arrived. She is currently waiting outside." Chapter 52. Do you wish to rekindle the past? The witch's power. I accept. Has Chu Qingxian arrived? Su Yan, busy tidying up his belongings, momentarily paused. His affair with Chu Qingxian had come to a definitive end. Why was she seeking him now? Could it be to fulfill her previous promise of 35 million spirit stones? Shaking his head, Su Yan dismissed the thought. His task was accomplished, and he felt there was little to discuss with Chu Qingxian. Yet, before he could voice his refusal, a beguiling, ethereal voice resonated first. "Let her in." At an unknown moment, Mei Xianyan materialized from the void. Su Yan sensed a soft weight on his back as Mei Xianyan nestled against him. The maid cast a glance at the smiling, seemingly mischievous Mei Xianyan, then at Su Yan. Ultimately, she bowed respectfully and proceeded to act as instructed by Mei Xianyan. "Your Highness, please enter." Outside, upon hearing the maid's response, Chu Qingxian's heart swelled with delight. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Su Yan might reject her request. Yet, it appeared that Su Yan still harbored feelings for her. Taking a deep breath to quell her excitement, a determined glimmer shone in Chu Qingxian's beautiful eyes. She must seize this opportunity to mend their fractured bond. However, as Chu Qingxian stepped into the residence, a momentary astonishment washed over her. In the center of the courtyard stood a simple tea table adorned with chairs. Clad in a flowing white robe embroidered with cloud patterns, Su Yan was leisurely savoring tea. The sunlight bathed him in a golden hue, casting a radiant outline around his figure. Yet, the most captivating sight was a breathtaking woman in a red dress, affectionately draped over Su Yan's back. Previously, she had only witnessed a disguised Mei Xianyan in the Taishan Mountains. Now, confronted with her true form, even Chu Qingxian, who had always held absolute confidence in her beauty, felt a pang of inadequacy. Yet, overshadowing this sense of inferiority was a rising tide of dissatisfaction and jealousy within her. Furrowing her brows, she remarked, "My dear lady, in broad daylight and amidst so many witnesses, is it not rather frivolous of you to behave in such a manner?" In response, Mei Xianyan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. And then what? As she spoke, Mei Xianyan leaned further down, even going so far as to wrap her arm around Su Yan's neck. Fortunately, accustomed to grand spectacles, Su Yan remained composed, sipping his tea with tranquility. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qingxian was incensed. How could she not realize that her words were dismissed as mere nonsense? "Are you truly as you seem? Could it be that you envy me? Envious of the closeness I share with my brother Yan? Surely not, surely not." Mei Xianyan cast a fleeting glance at Chu Qingxian, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. What else with the theatrics about daylight and the vast heavens? Who else in a hurry? I one tea say. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingxian felt a surge of anger and frustration, nearly losing her composure. The truth of her concealed feelings had been laid bare. She truly envied Mei Xianyan for her ability to casually engage in such intimate gestures with Su Yan. The most painful aspect was not the absence of what she once possessed, but the realization that she had once cherished it, only to neglect it, and now, when she wished to embrace it again, it had slipped away. After all, during the 2 years she spent with Su Yan, there had been numerous opportunities to deepen their connection, to even indulge in moments of intimacy. Yet, at that time, she had been foolish and myopic, fixated on the heartbreaker. Li Mujia. It was only now, with everything laid bare, that she had come to her senses, especially upon witnessing Mei Xianyan effortlessly performing the very action she yearned for. The jealousy and admiration in her heart reached a pinnacle. Ignoring Mei Xianyan's subtly provocative gaze, Chu Qingxian took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and fixed her gaze upon Su Yan. "Su Yan, I have come here today to have a serious conversation with you." I have pondered for quite some time, and I must admit that what happened previously was my. Before Chu Qingxian could finish her sentence, Su Yian suddenly looked up, a smile gracing his lips. So, does this mean Princess Qingxian has come today to fulfill our agreement and provide me with the compensation of 35 million spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, her mind failing to process his words, momentarily forgetting what she intended to say next. Although this matter had indeed been previously agreed upon with Su Yian, the 35 million spirit stones were meant to serve as compensation for the gentle care she had provided him over the course of more than 2 years. She did not lack these spirit stones. However, if she were to bestow them as compensation to Su Yian, the nature of their relationship would be irrevocably altered. It would signify her complete decision to let go of their past and to cease any further entanglement with Su Yian. Had this been before, her pride as a princess would have compelled her to simply grant the spirit stones to Su Yian, allowing them both to part ways amicably, each traversing their own paths without interference. Yet, at this moment, she found herself incapable of doing so. Su Yian, Princess Qingxian, if you believe the compensation of spirit stones is excessive, I could offer you a discount. How about 30 million spirit stones instead? Chu Qingxian's words were once again interrupted. Of course, whether or not to offer compensation is entirely at your discretion, Miss Chu, and there is no need to bear any significant psychological burden. This statement left Chu Qingxian frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Su Yian's words were quite literal. After all, he had several missions to fulfill, and with this task completed, he had no intention of lingering, treating it as a parting of ways. However, to Chu Qingxian, this message took on a different connotation. What did it mean? Was Su Yian still unwilling to accept her gesture of humility? Yes. She acknowledged that her previous actions had indeed been misguided. She is willing to make amends, to seek reconciliation. Why? Can Su Yian not grant herself a chance? Hasn't it only been a few days? Now, she has even gone to visit, wishing to offer an apology, yet Su Yian remains indifferent to their past affections. Chu Qingxian's lips quivered slightly, her voice tinged with dryness. Su Yian, do you truly wish to sever the last thread of connection between us? Do you intend to completely distance yourself from me, disregarding even a hint of our former camaraderie? As she uttered these words, Chu Qingxian found it increasingly difficult to contain her emotions. Her eyes appeared to be gradually veiled in mist, looking at Su Yian with both sorrow and grievance. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yian was filled with confusion. Are we not sisters? Have you been so profoundly affected by the recent events concerning Li Moxie that your judgment has faltered? It was you who initially proposed this option for compensation. I resolved to let go of any other expectations, to part ways gracefully and with dignity. I had willingly agreed to all of this. Yet you, Chu Qingxian, come to alter the terms and present yourself as the wrong party. This behavior is nothing short of outrageous. Before Su Yian could respond, Mei Xinyan's cold and disdainful voice rang out. I must say, you are a princess of the court. How can you conduct yourself in such a wretched and repugnant manner? I have investigated the earlier events thoroughly. As soon as your so-called white moonlight returned, your first action was to offer some alleged reward to ensure my brother Ian's exit. Do you realize that your despicable actions turned my brother into a laughingstock among a throng of people? Now that your white moonlight has transformed into a black moonlight, you suddenly have an epiphany and wish to reclaim my brother Ian? Or have you become so disgusted by that vile moxie that you now wish to inflict your repugnance upon my brother? How shameless can you be? 35 million spirit stones, if you cannot afford it. Do not pretend to be sorrowful. Your display is nothing short of laughable. I tell you, my brother Ian is a gentleman who does not wish to engage with someone like you. However, I am rather wild and obstinate. Should you continue to feign that revolting demeanor, do not blame me for tearing you apart. As she listened to Mei Xinyan's unreserved tirade, Su Yian, having regained her composure, silently gave Mei Xinyan a thumbs up. Truly, she was the demoness of the Nine Nether, and her formidable prowess was undeniable. Chapter 53. Beautiful Memories? Merely for you at this moment, within the tranquil estate, the air was filled with the furious rebukes of Mei Xinyan. Chu Qingxian was left utterly bewildered, her face flushed with shame. Despite her lips trembling in search of a retort, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was a princess of a great nation, and to be publicly humiliated in such a manner was undeniably embarrassing. Yet, before Chu Qingxian could muster a response, her devoted maidens, eager to defend their mistress, hastily interjected. Indeed, our princess may have erred, but she has come here today to offer her apologies. What more do you desire? Exactly. The princess is the cherished jewel of our Taishan celestial dynasty, and countless suitors have sought her favor with fervor. Now that she has taken the initiative to reconcile with Su Yan, how can you, a grown man, not forgive her? Su Yan, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines, found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this an attempt at moral coercion? Perhaps the maidens had articulated the very thoughts dwelling in Chu Qingxian's heart, or perhaps the pent-up grievances had reached their zenith. Chu Qingxian felt her emotions spiraling out of control, her eyes glistening with unshed tears on the verge of breaking down. However, in the next instant, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged forth. The maidens who sought to morally bind Su Yan were suddenly struck by a formidable force, several of their ribs fracturing under the impact. With anguished cries, they were propelled backward like kites with severed strings, crashing against the walls and losing consciousness, abruptly halting the emotional outpouring that had been brewing within Chu Qingxian. In that moment, her tumultuous feelings were frozen, leaving her in a state of confusion and helplessness. What a reflection of their master, indeed, attempting to impose moral guilt upon her brother. Were they? Mais Xianyong aura surgi. Her icy gaze firmly locking onto Chu Qingxian and the others. According to your reasoning, a mere apology should suffice to gain forgiveness. If I were to slay you now and later express remorse to your corpses, would you then be compelled to forgive me? As her words fell, the murderous intent radiating from Mei Xianyan was unmistakable. Those enveloped by her power felt an icy dread wash over them, their souls trembling with fear. At that moment, none dared to utter a word, retreating in unison, terrified of being struck down in public. Sister Xianyan, there is no need to be so incensed over such a rabble. Su Yan interjected, trying to quell her fury. He had already received all his due recompense and planned to depart by nightfall at the latest. Princess Chu Qingxian, despite her actions, was still a princess of the Taishan celestial dynasty, a position that inherently commanded protection. To deliver her a profound lesson would serve little purpose, and further conflict was unwarranted, especially after such a significant loss of face. Despite the fact that Chu Qingxian put aside her pride, she still felt a sense of disquiet and announced that she would return the following day. After forcefully leaving behind some gifts she had brought for Su Yan at his residence, she prepared to depart. Yet, just before stepping out the door, she hesitated, her resolve wavering, and turned to speak. Su Yan, my heart is not made of stone. Over these past 2.5 years, your kindness and various acts of tenderness have remained etched in my memory, and I am truly moved. My previous actions were thoughtless, and I had neglected your feelings far too often. I have come to realize how little I truly understood about you. Chu Qingxian bit her lip. Drawing a deep breath as if summoning immense courage, she finally ventured to ask, Su Yan, can we reconcile? The world around seemed to freeze in response to her words, with only the rustling leaves whispering in the breeze. Su Yan, holding a teacup and sipping his warm tea, paused momentarily. When he lifted his gaze, it met Chu Qingxian's beautiful eyes, which were filled with a glimmer of expectation. However, he simply chuckled softly, shook his head, and replied with a faint dismissal, let it be. A leaf was suddenly dislodged by the cold wind, drifting slowly to the ground. In that instant, Chu Qingxian's heart, which had been buoyed by hope, plummeted into despair. Why? She asked, a mix of resignation and disbelief in her voice. I know my previous actions were thoughtless and hurt you. I understand that our meeting was born out of a transaction. Yet, we have so many beautiful memories together. Can you not? That is merely your perspective, Su Yan interrupted, cutting her off. You perceive the past as beautiful because you are the one who was loved. However, my memories are not so pleasant. Therefore, Miss Qingxian, I implore you to leave and let us preserve a semblance of dignity for each other. The atmosphere remained still and silent, with only Su Yan's voice echoing in the air. Upon hearing his words, Chu Qingxian appeared fragile, swaying slightly in the cold wind, as if she might collapse at any moment. This scene echoed her previous words at Fenghua Tower, where she had implored Su Yan not to pursue her, advocating for a dignified separation. Yet, how little time had passed since then, and now she found herself as the one who had initially issued that request, ironically transformed into a pitiable transgressor, desperately seeking to cling to him. How profoundly ironic and absurd was this turn of events. Princess. Two personal guards rushed forward to support Chu Qingxian, who was on the verge of falling. I understand. Her voice came out dry and hoarse. But then, she abruptly shifted her tone. Yet, I cannot simply let you slip away. Once, you treated me with tenderness. Now, it is my turn to reciprocate that gentleness. In the future, I shall compensate for all the moments I overlooked you 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. After expressing such heartfelt sentiments, Chu Qingxian finally took her leave. However, her words seemed to fail to achieve the desired effect. Su Yan's pupils slightly contracted, and he was momentarily disoriented by the wind. On a scale of 10, he would rate Chu Qingxian's recent words an 8.5, for he truly felt a gap of 1.5. He was but a professional substitute who spoke of spirit stones rather than serenading with melodies. The warmth of concern and sweet nothings paled in comparison to the tangible comfort of spirit stones. If spirit stones were not provided, what significance did tender words hold? Little did she know, they only moved Chu Qingxian herself, failing to touch him in the slightest. Yan, do not pay attention to that lunatic Chu Qingxian. With these words, Mei Xianyan produced a storage ring and placed it into Su Yan's hand. This storage ring contains a sufficient quantity of spirit stones. That impoverished girl cannot afford to give you what you deserve. I shall provide for you. Dear brother, heed my words. As a young man venturing into the world, do not be swayed by the sweet words of certain insincere women. Such promises are but chimeras. It is only women like your sister, who genuinely care for you, that will bestow upon you what you truly desire. Upon hearing this, Su Yan nodded repeatedly, although Mei Xianyan's words bore a tinge of self-promotion. The fact that she handed him over 10 million spirit stones prompted him to exclaim, Sister, you are truly my dear sister. Such a sister, I hope to have many more of in the future. Chapter 54. To seek him out and fulfill the wedding left uncompleted all those years ago, the princess. That Su Yan truly exceeded all bounds. After leaving the mansion, a guard of Chu Qingxian, unable to contain his anger, began to criticize Su Yan. Yet, before he could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by the icy glare of Chu Qingxian. Should you dare utter another disparaging remark about Yan, do not blame me for ordering your execution. Upon hearing this, the guard turned pale, silenced by her fierce resolve. However, as Chu Qingxian recalled the scene she had witnessed within the mansion, particularly the intimate gestures between Su Yan and Mei Xianyan, a wave of intense jealousy surged within her heart. If only she were Mei Xianyan. If only in the past she had possessed clearer vision, had not devoted all her affections to Li Mo Xie, and had not thus pushed Su Yan away. But alas, there are no ifs in life. Fortunately, she had mustered the courage today to express all her feelings to Su Yan. As long as she worked diligently henceforth, she was certain she could bring Su Yan back. They might even lead a life far happier than the previous 2 years. Yet, reflecting on their final exchange, her heart ached with a sharp pang. Su Yan, it seems that the memories of the past 2 years for you were merely beautiful, while for me, they were filled with anguish. Am I not your white moonlight? At times, you even treat me as if I were your beloved white moonlight. Is it truly the case that being with me brings you no joy, no happiness? Meanwhile, several miles away in the Yaoqi celestial court, the Empress of Yaoqi, reluctant to involve her eldest daughter, who had only just emerged from a state of withdrawal in the affairs of Li Taibai, found herself compelled to acquiesce to Luo Qing's persistent requests. Just then, a guard hurriedly entered from the main hall, addressing the Empress with urgency. Your Majesty, we have uncovered information related to Su Yan. Recently, in the Taixien Celestial Court, a young man named Su Yan has been in contact with a young lady of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, Su Wanning. The guard recounted all he knew in detail. Momentarily, after absorbing the report, the Empress of Yaoqi fell into contemplation. Based on the intelligence gathered, it seemed that this Su Yian could very well be the Li Taibai we seek. But what does this imply? Is it not said that Su Yian is the favored consort of Su Wanning? How then does he find himself entangled with the Grand Princess of Taishan, Chu Qingxian? Even the Empress, accustomed to grand affairs, found her mind in a state of confusion. In her recollections, Li Taibai had always been a man of deep affection and unwavering loyalty. Yet, the present circumstances were puzzling. It was merely a casual investigation, yet it astonishingly revealed that the individual in question had entangled himself with two extraordinarily captivating women, and their connection was anything but ordinary. If further inquiries were to be pursued, she genuinely feared that Su Yian might divulge extraordinary revelations that would be too much for her heart to bear. She might even be compelled to contemplate ending the life of this philandering scoundrel. Although her daughter had indeed erred in the initial incident, Su Yian had not perished. Instead, he had vanished, adopting a false identity and living in obscurity for many years. Now, he had even become a professional consort. The thought of the once illustrious swordsman, now reduced to a mere plaything for the elite women of society, filled the Queen of Yao Pool with both a grim expression and profound sorrow. After all, he had once been her prospective son-in-law. What calamity had transpired over the years to bring him to such a pitiful state? She resolved to inform Qingge. With a heavy sigh, the queen gestured dismissively and commanded those below, always remain vigilant regarding her emotional state. If there is any significant reaction to this news, report it to me immediately. There was no other choice. Even if the former Li Taibai had truly become the favored companion of the most distinguished women, she must exhaust all means to reclaim him. Otherwise, her daughter might become consumed by this matter and commit some foolish act. Meanwhile, in the secluded garden of a Yao Pool imperial palace, the environment was tranquil, adorned with lush bamboo and a multitude of rare and exquisite flowers, creating a breathtaking landscape. At that moment, by a lotus pond, stood Luo Qingge, clad in a simple white gown, her skin pale to the point of being almost ghostly. She held a dagger in her hand, diligently carving a piece of wood. Despite her delicate and slender hands, her movements were remarkably steady, bringing the wooden figure to life with exquisite detail. Upon closer inspection, the carving appeared to depict a man, his form and features strikingly lifelike, with a smile that radiated warmth like a gentle spring breeze. This was her interpretation of Li Taibai, crafted from the memories etched in her mind. Your Highness, the news regarding Li Prince Li has been found by the individuals dispatched by Her Majesty the Queen. A young maid, breathless and anxious, rushed into the courtyard. Quick, tell me. However, before the maid could finish her sentence, Luo Qingge, who had previously stood a considerable distance away, vanished in an instant, appearing before the maid like a specter. Her strikingly beautiful yet pale visage loomed large in the maid's view, startling her. Fortunately, trained in composure, the maid managed to suppress her emotions and relayed the information, albeit with a slight stutter. Su Yan, my late consort. Qingliangqin Dynasty. Luo Qingge felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place like a statue. In my memories, Li Taibai emerges as a figure of profound knowledge, effortlessly composing poetry while indulging in wine, a dashing swordsman endowed with exceptional talent in the art of the sword. During that time, many in the Yaoqi celestial dynasty even referred to him as the carefree wine and sword immortal, reveling in the mortal realm. Yet, this very carefree and joyful wine and sword immortal now seemingly finds himself as the favored consort beneath the skirts of other celestial beauties. Such an unexpected revelation caused Luo Qingge to snap back to reality, her body trembling slightly. Li Taibai, is this your way of avenging my past indifference and neglect? Anger and frustration surged within her, but what overwhelmed her most was a heartache akin to a dagger's thrust. The man she had long cherished, whose thoughts had driven her to the brink of despair, had now become a mere servant to other extraordinary women. This was simply unacceptable. The young maidservant's expression shifted subtly. Noticing the tumultuous emotions of her esteemed princess, she contemplated reporting the matter to the empress through a discreet channel. However, She soon witnessed a dramatic transformation in Luo Qing's demeanor. Her expression became dark and obsessive, tinged with madness. It matters not. Even if you are tainted, it is of no consequence. As long as I bring you back and imprint my essence upon you in every possible way, you will be pure. You will belong solely to me. We shall wed, fulfilling the unfinished ceremony that once eluded us. As she spoke, Luo Qingge clutched the half-carved statue to her chest, rubbing her face against it, as if she were fantasizing about embracing her beloved. The maidservant, poised to deliver her report, found herself frozen in place. Upon regaining her composure, she instinctively took a few steps back. Clearly, she was taken aback by Luo Qingge's frenzied demeanor, a wave of intense dread washing over her inexplicably. Chapter 55, The Great Escape. The innate tide rhythm sacred body within the royal palace. Upon receiving the news conveyed by her maidservants, the Empress of the Yaoqi furrowed her brow slightly and let out a long sigh. Indeed, nearly a decade of self-imposed seclusion had significantly altered her daughter's temperament. The myriad details relayed by the maid left her heart fluttering with unease. If Su Yian had truly lost all affection for her daughter, what course of action should be taken? Shaking her head, the Empress chose not to dwell on it further. She promptly instructed her attendants to set out for the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. The journey from the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty to the capital of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty would at least require several days. Su Wanqing's expedited pace was facilitated by the spatial teleportation arrays constructed by the Celestial Commerce Alliance across various continents. The Celestial Commerce Alliance was immensely wealthy and had generously invested vast amounts of spirit stones over the years to establish these exclusive teleportation. Although she could have borrowed the royal name of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, this might inadvertently alert Su Wanqing, potentially leading to unnecessary conflicts. However, without utilizing the Celestial Commerce Alliance's teleportation system, the journey would consume considerable time. Given Luo Qingge's current emotional state, she might not have the patience to wait. Unbeknownst to the Empress, there were spies of Jiangxian hidden within the palace. At this moment, news regarding Su Yian had also reached Jiangxian's ears almost immediately. After contemplating briefly upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Jiangxian similarly dispatched his own men to investigate the matter in Taishan Celestial Dynasty to ascertain the veracity of the information. If that individual truly was the Li Taibai of Ur, he would stop at nothing to eliminate him, seeking vengeance for past grievances. Meanwhile, oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside, Su Yian remained indifferent, even if he were aware, for he had already resolved to make his escape under the cover of night. After all, today he had received the full payment from Chu Tianxing, and he had no intention of lingering in the Taishan Celestial Dynasty any longer. Other clients awaited his arrival, and a plethora of spirit stones beckoned him. After organizing his belongings, Su Yian cast a final glance at the residence he had occupied for 2.5 years, feeling a twinge of reluctance. It was not the place he was reluctant to leave, but rather the comfort he had found within its walls that he would miss, though he could not simply take it with him. "Let us depart, dear Yian." At that moment, Mei Xianyan emerged from the room he frequented, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Sister Xianyan, what have you been up to in my room for so long?" Noticing the expression she wore, Su Yian narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion, for he knew that whenever Mei Xianyan displayed such a demeanor, it heralded the onset of her mischief. A hint of something remained, a secret known only to women, and the younger brother must not delve too deeply. The playful smile of the enchanting Xianyan did not invite further inquiry. Similarly, Su Yian found no desire to press for answers. After all, once he absconded that night, whatever transpired thereafter would hold no consequence for him. Thus, he bid farewell to Chu Qingxian, having no interest in lingering to witness her self-indulgent reflections. Meanwhile, within the palace, ethereal mist enveloped the space, and the aroma of fine wine wafted through the air. A lavish banquet was laid out upon an ornate rosewood table. What did father say about Ian? A voice tinged with anticipation shattered the silence. Chu Qingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed intently at Chu Tianxing. He shook his head in refusal, retracting the soundless jade stone he held. At these words, the hopeful glimmer and Chu Qingxian's eyes flickered and dimmed, her mood plunging into despondency. Is that so? Without uttering a word, she abandoned the festive spirit she had hoped to embrace and rose to leave the palace, her figure gradually fading into the cold wind. Observing this scene, Qin Huanyue, her mother, felt an immense ache in her heart. Having just returned from Su Yian's residence, Chu Qingxian seemed transformed, even daring to undertake the unprecedented task of personally preparing a lavish feast for him. Yet, having been coddled since childhood, she, like a precious gem, could not possibly manage such coarse labor alone. Ultimately, with the assistance of numerous skilled maids, she toiled from daylight until dusk, managing to prepare a banquet, albeit with great difficulty. Yet, that ungrateful Ian had the audacity to outright refuse her daughter's goodwill. This left Qin Huanyue both pained and enraged. Was Su Ian's heart made of iron? Turning to Chu Tianxing, she voiced her dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, is Su Ian truly a man? Sienna has already acknowledged her mistake and even brought people to apologize. Why is he so unyielding and unfeeling? Cannot he grant her a chance? I previously thought him a commendable individual, but now it seems. Enough. Qin Huanyue's words were cut short by Chu Tianxing's frosty tone. Others might be unaware, but as a father, he was acutely aware of the numerous opportunities Chu Qingxian had squandered. Ultimately, the events had unfolded as they did because of his daughter's own choices. No one else could be blamed, least of all Su Ian. On the other side, feeling somewhat disheartened, Chu Qingxian had just returned to her chamber when, fortuitously, she glimpsed two meteors trailing vibrant streaks across the night sky, journeying into the distance. For reasons unknown, as she watched those two meteors fade away from her sight, an indescribable sensation stirred within her heart. It was as if something had been irrevocably lost in that moment, yet she did not dwell on it. The path to winning back her husband was fraught with obstacles and setbacks. With at least half a month remaining before Su Yian departed from the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, she had ample opportunities ahead. She was determined to seize this time to rekindle Su Yian's affection. Shaking her head, Chu Qingxian suppressed the myriad emotions swirling within her and rallied herself with encouraging words. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Su Yian had stealthily traversed the void with Mei Xianyan, swiftly leaving the capital of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, racing through the night towards an unknown destination. Yian, where do you intend to go? Are you planning to roam the world with your sister? Or perhaps return with me to the Jiuyou demon sect? Mei Xianyan, unable to contain her curiosity, began to tease Su Yian. He had grown accustomed to her playful antics, a favored pastime of hers. A man travels far and wide. Where's home, if not wherever he finds himself? Su Yian thought, dismissing the notion of returning to the Jiuyou demon sect. Bathed in moonlight, he wore a radiant and charming smile. To me, wherever Sister Xianyan is, that is home. Why would I need to go to the Jiuyou demon sect? He truly wished to avoid the detour. However, he was reluctant to accompany Mei Xianyan to the Jiuyou demon sect. If he went there, how would he meet his clients? How would he earn spirit stones and accumulate status points? Thus, he found himself uttering a few insincere words. Yet, it must be said that Su Yian's statement struck a chord, yielding unexpected results. Mei Xianyan, who had previously held the upper hand and frequently teased Su Yian, fell into an instant silence. Su Yian, taken aback by this sudden change in dynamics, instinctively turned to look back. He found Mei Xianyan momentarily dazed under the moonlight. Her head slightly bowed, yet a blush crept from her ears, enveloping her entire face. Observing Mei Xianyan's flushed countenance, which only accentuated her captivating allure, left Su Yian momentarily speechless. Goodness, I just uttered such a clutch line. You, the illustrious Jiuyou demoness, are blushing like a boiling teapot? Could it be? A sudden epiphany struck Su Yian. Was it possible that the Jiuyou demoness was also a natural embodiment of the ethereal charm of Blue Star? Chapter 56. The pain is unbearable. On the following morning, the sun shone warmly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Chu Qingxian, accompanied by a multitude of servants and maids, arrived at Su Yian's doorstep, laden with a collection of rare treasures. In her hand, she carried an exquisitely crafted brocade box from which the enticing aroma of delicacies wafted. She had risen early to prepare a breakfast for Su Yian, a gesture that used to be his for her before. Now, she yearned to reciprocate his kindness. Last night, she had spent hours devising a strategy to win back Su Yian's heart, a plan to rekindle their former relationship. As the silhouette of Su Yian's residence gradually came into view, an undeniable tension gripped her heart, despite having rehearsed her plan countless times. She feared that her efforts might prove futile, leaving her with nothing but disappointment. Summoning her courage and attempting to quell her swirling emotions, Chu Qingxian approached Su Yian's residence, intending to send word of her arrival. However, upon hearing a commotion, she froze in place, her body rigid as if carved from stone. The brocade box slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground and scattering its exquisite contents. Where had Su Yian gone? Why was he absent so early in the morning? It was customary for him to rise at dawn and enjoy his tea in solitude. Alarmingly, his room had been meticulously tidy, as if all traces of him had been removed. Could it be that he had quietly departed the capital of Taihua, Xian Dynasty last night, unnoticed by anyone? A cacophony erupted within the residence, as numerous maidservants hurried about, searching for something. As their frantic discussions reached Chu Qingxian's ear, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind descending into a state of emptiness, her complexion paling. A profoundly ominous premonition surged through her, accompanied by an unwelcome realization that loomed large in her thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Chu Qingxian disregarded all notions of decorum and, with her entourage, burst through the grand doors of the residence. In full view of the astonished maids and servants, she rushed into the chambers where Su Yian had once resided. The doors swung wide open, allowing sunlight to spill through the gaps in the windows, illuminating the room. The layout was stark yet functional, furnished only with a redwood bed, a writing desk, and a modest tea table with chairs. However, apart from the lingering essence of Su Yian, there was no trace of him or his belongings. In the face of this stark reality, Chu Qingxian felt as if her very soul had been extracted, her body sliding down to the floor as she leaned against the doorframe. Her gaze, vacant and hollow, remained fixed upon the now empty room. The truth was painfully clear. Su Yian had left. He had departed the previous night, unbeknownst to her or anyone else. In that moment, the flicker of hope that had been tightly held in Chu Qingxian's palm was abruptly snatched away by an indescribable force. Her heart felt suddenly hollow, as if a significant part of it had been ruthlessly severed. An overwhelming tide of sorrow, regret, and a myriad of emotions surged forth from the void within her, engulfing her entire being. Her vision blurred, and the pain in her heart was akin to a knife twisting, rendering her incapable of standing, forcing her to collapse to the ground in a fit of heartbreaking sobs. Why? Why did Su Yian choose to leave me in silence? I am aware of my mistakes, and I am striving in every possible way to make amends and win you back. Why can't you grant me a single opportunity? We have shared 2.5 years together. Our bond is undeniable. Can you truly disregard it so easily, so impatiently severing all ties with me? It hurts so much. Her heart was in excruciating pain. In this moment, she truly grasped the profound meaning of regret and loss. The entire estate fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by her heart-wrenching cries. All the maids and servants stood in silence, witnessing for the first time the princess, revered as the jewel of the Taishan celestial dynasty, weep with such despair. Xianer, after an indeterminate period, Qin Huanyue, upon receiving the news, burst into the estate accompanied by a throng of people. Upon seeing Chu Qingxian, whose eyes were swollen and breathless from crying, the maternal instinct surged within Qin Huanyue, and she hurriedly enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace, offering her comfort. Moments later, having managed to soothe her inconsolable daughter, Qin Huanyue learned the details of the situation from the surrounding maids and was overcome with fury. How audacious of Su Yian! Qin Huanyue seethed. According to the terms of the contract, he was not supposed to leave until the end of the month. What does his premature departure signify? This is a breach of contract. Does he wish to forego his promised rewards? Just yesterday, I had instructed that the remaining compensation be given to Su Yian. At that moment, another group entered the room. The leader among them was none other than Chu Tianqing. Qin Huanya was momentarily taken aback, but before she could speak, Chu Qingxian, her voice hoarse and filled with a mix of anger and disbelief, interjected, "Father, why have you done this? By giving Su Ian the subsequent reward, are you not ensuring his departure from me?" As she spoke, her eyes burned with rage, resembling a mother beast that had lost her young, her demeanor almost feral. Chu Tianxing's brow furrowed slightly, his voice laced with anger. "Su Ian has already left. This was your choice, Sienna. Moreover, if he wishes to go, even if you were to offer him your very heart, you could never retain him. Mark my words." Although Chu Tianxing's tone was loud and jarring, it was undeniable that he spoke the truth, especially for Chu Qingxian in a state of emotional collapse, confronting the stark reality laid bare before. Chu Qingxian's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, before she could unleash her feelings, a frantic servant rushed in, clutching a piece of letter paper. "Princess Qingxian, I found a letter, possibly left by Lord Su." A surge of joy swept through Chu Qingxian as she quickly took the letter and tore it open. However, the moment she laid eyes on the contents, she froze in disbelief. The handwriting was not that of Su Yan. "When you read this letter, I have already eloped with my dear brother Yan for our honeymoon. I hope, as a substitute, you understand your role. A mere stand-in. Truly believing you are the white moonlight of my brother Yan? Bah, I hope you learn to maintain dignity. Do not reminisce, nor disturb." In just a few short sentences, the words dripped with an endless, mocking tone, especially the final phrase, which amplified the sarcasm to its fullest. It felt as if the once cherished words she had spoken to Su Yan were being hurled back at her, multiplied in their sting. Chu Qingxian's hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the letter. Unable to restrain her emotions any longer, her eyes rolled back, and she coughed up a mouthful of collapsing into unconsciousness amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Chapter 57. The encounter of two great princesses amidst the crowd's time slipped away unnoticed. Sienna has already realized her mistake. Why continue to provoke her? She has been unconscious for several days. If Sienna does not awaken, I shall not live either. Amidst the clamor, Chu Qingxian gradually regained consciousness. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by the familiar, resplendent dome of the palace. It seemed she had fainted from anger, as if caught in a dream, leaving her body weakened and her mind clouded. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sprang upright from the bed, as if invigorated. "Yan, where is Su Yan? I must see him." Her voice resonated loudly, silencing the noise outside her chamber. Sienna. Almost immediately, Qin Huanyue burst in, and upon seeing her daughter finally awake after days of unconsciousness, she enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Mother." Chu Qingxian felt a daze wash over her, especially upon noticing her mother's haggard appearance, as if she had not slept in ages, which stirred a deep ache within her heart. Before she could offer comfort, Qin Huanyue spoke. "Sienna, why must you hang on a single tree? Though a three-legged toad is rare, two-legged men are plentiful. You possess both talent and beauty, with countless suitors, many of whom are exceptional. I shall host a banquet for you, where the elite of the cultivation world will be at your disposal." Qin Huanyue was filled with both heartache and anxiety. Truly unwilling to witness her daughter continue to sink into the depths of despair over Su Yan. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingxian merely pressed her lips together and fell into a sudden silence. During the 2 years she spent with Su Yan, many had uttered similar sentiments. In the past, she had been oblivious to such feelings. Now, she comprehended them fully. Beside her, Chu Tianxing remained mute, letting out a deep sigh within. He had previously settled Su Yan as compensation early in the hopes of aiding Chu Qingxian in extricating herself from her psychological turmoil. Yet, he did not anticipate that his good intentions would bring about adverse consequences. Perhaps, Su Yan held a significance in his daughter's heart far beyond his expectations. "Xianya, do not be too sorrowful. Your father previously granted Su Yan a letter of invitation to Tianxin Academy while seeking vengeance on his behalf. Should he truly depart from our Taixin celestial dynasty, he is likely to journey there when the academy opens. You may encounter him again there. As a ruler, Chu Tianxing often contemplated various matters. By presenting the invitation to Su Yan as part of his reward, he inadvertently offered a chance for his daughter to rekindle a thread of fate with him. Is that true, father?" Upon hearing this, the previously dim-eyed Chu Qingxian felt her beautiful gaze brighten once more. The realm of cultivation was vast and unbounded. The world around her was filled with countless uncertainties. She feared that this farewell with Su Yian would be their last, never to cross paths again amidst the sea of humanity. Yet, upon hearing her father's words, a surge of hope blossomed within her heart. Perhaps she truly could encounter Su Yian once more at Tianxin Academy. When that moment arrived, she would spare no effort to ensure she would not let him slip away again. Just as Chu Tianxing was about to speak further, he was momentarily taken aback by a sudden message. Your Majesty, the Grand Princess and the fourth Princess of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, accompanied by numerous ministers, have come to pay their respects. Chu Tianxing's face was instantly filled with bewilderment. Though both the Taixin Celestial Dynasty and the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty were human empires, they had no prior interactions. Why would the princesses of their celestial dynasty come here? However, the continuing message left Chu Tianxing even more astonished, to the point where his worldview seemed to be crumbling. The two princesses claimed to be here in search of someone named Su Yian. Meanwhile, a magnificent vessel, shimmering with ethereal starlight and adorned with fluttering banners inscribed with the characters for Yaoqi, raced towards the capital of the Taixin Celestial Dynasty. Within this opulent flying ship, two exquisitely beautiful women dressed in regal gowns sat facing each other. One was Luo Siwei, and the other was Luo Qingge. Sister, do you truly believe that brother-in-law is here? Luo Siwei's tone was tinged with both anticipation and a hint of unease. After all, the prospect of reuniting with her long-lost brother-in-law filled her with excitement and joy. Yet, her brother-in-law was also rumored to be the favored consort of her closest friend. The mere thought of this reaching her friend's ears was enough to evoke a melodramatic sentiment. I would never mistake your brother-in-law's handwriting. The similarities between their scripts are unmistakable. No matter how one attempts to imitate it, such a feat is utterly unattainable. It is inconceivable that such coincidences could exist in this world. Luo Qingge, earnestly toying with a wooden figurine, spoke with a serious tone. Moreover, she and Chu Qingxian share a modicum of acquaintance, having met at a banquet hosted by the three great celestial dynasties, where their conversation flowed effortlessly due to their shared experiences of loss. Both had suffered the anguish of losing loved ones for various reasons, which had led them to confide in one another. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that they would once again be brought together by the same individual. Before long, under the escort of a group of guards, the flying vessel carrying Luo Qingge descended onto the palace square. At that moment, a considerable crowd had already gathered in the square, led by a striking young man clad in a dragon-patterned yellow robe. He was Chu Qingxian's younger brother, the second prince of the Taixin Celestial Dynasty. Having recently returned from border training upon hearing of his elder sister Chu Qingxian's sudden misfortune, he was accompanied by Chu Qingxian herself, who, having just awakened from a faint, insisted on joining him. As the flying vessel finally landed, Luo Qingge emerged with a smile, accompanied by Luo Siwei and others. Her gaze lingered on nearly every man present, as if she were searching for something. After all, prior to her arrival, she had already communicated her intentions to those from the Taixin Celestial Dynasty. Perhaps her long-desired Su Yian was among them. Si Mutensen, Chu Qingxi, who keenly observed these subtle details, furrowed her elegant brows slightly. She clearly understood Luo Qingge's intentions. Furthermore, she had heard from her father that Luo Qingge had come specifically to seek out Su Yian. An inexplicable emotion began to stir deep within Chu Qingxian. First, there was the woman in white, then the one in red, and now the Princess Luo Qingge had arrived. When did Su Yian become so popular? Why must they all vie for his affection? Chapter 58. Is he your brother-in-law? A new client of the human realm pavilion, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. Chu Qingxian wore a gentle smile. Princess Qingge, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. She was already aware of the purpose behind the princess's visit, though she wondered what business Princess Qingge had with her family Ian. Chu Qingxian wasted no words and promptly addressed the matter at hand, deliberately emphasizing the name Ian, as if laying claim to him. However, before she could finish speaking, a light, unabashed laugh resonated through the air, drawing everyone's attention to Princess Luo Siwei of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty. Sister Qingxian, do not deceive your younger sister. I am quite innocent, she teased, her voice melodious yet laced with sarcasm. Before coming here, we investigated information regarding my brother-in-law. It seems he has not fared well in recent years, often becoming a subject of ridicule in Taishan City due to your indifference. I have heard that you once viewed him as a mere substitute. How is it that you now claim him as your own? Though Luo Siwei's voice was ethereal, her tone dripped with condescension. Chu Qingxian, however, remained unfazed by the mockery. Instead, she was taken aback by the term brother-in-law. Yet, as reality seeped back in, her expression darkened, a tempest of anger swelling from within, which she could no longer contain. Princess Siwei, as a dignified member of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, surely you have been taught basic etiquette? What is the meaning of referring to my Ian as your brother-in-law in such a public setting? Is this an intentional humiliation directed at me? I apologize. My sister has just offended Princess Qingxian. Luo Qing interjected, stepping protectively in front of her sibling and offering a somewhat insincere bow. Yet, as soon as she displayed the courtesies of a princess, her tone shifted dramatically, imbued with unwavering conviction. However, what my sister has stated is indeed the truth. Su Ian was my betrothed, and he is the prince consort of our Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty. Li Taibai, the Taishan Celestial Dynasty seeks to bring him back to marry me. A profound silence enveloped the space, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All members of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty stared in disbelief, their minds momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected revelation. What? Su Ian is the prince consort of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty? Li Taibai, the betrothed of Luo Qingga? According to their intelligence, Su Ian was merely a common man. His only notable connection was a sister, the infamous Nine-Nether Witch, Mei Xianyan. How had he suddenly acquired the title of a celestial princess's fiancé? Is he truly unaware of the fortune that has befallen him? With such a distinguished background, why would he choose to engage in such a trade? Li Taibai? Upon regaining her senses, Chu Qingxian suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. As she rifled through her memories in her mind, it dawned on her. However, her expression darkened even further. Luo Qingga, are you deliberately toying with me? If memory serves me right, you were in love with someone named Jiang Xian and wished to marry him. Ultimately, I heard that on your wedding night, you killed Li Taibai, the very man you were to wed. Now you claim you wish to bring Li Taibai back to marry him. And you assert that my family Ian is Li Taibai. Do you not realize how riddled with flaws and utterly ridiculous your words are? Were it not for the fact that Luo Qingga is also a princess of the immortal realm like myself, I would have truly wished to have her beaten and cast aside. Mei Xianyan and Bai Shuhe are vying for Su Ian, and now Luo Qingga wishes to join the fray as well. Such audacity! I was once so foolish, my mind clouded, that I regarded that despicable, hypocritical Jiang Xian as my one true love, even naively wishing to marry him at any cost. Yet, over the past decade, I have meticulously peeled away the layers of my heart, gazing deep within my soul. I can assert with unwavering certainty that Li Taibai is the one I truly wish to marry, the one for whom I would dedicate my life. I long to wed him, willing to spend my entire existence atoning for my past. Luo Qingga herself was in a somewhat deranged. Although that incident was a significant humiliation for her at the time, she no longer held it in her heart. In fact, she laid bare her feelings from the past years, recounting her experiences. In the end, Luo Qingga produced a letter left by Su Ian when he transformed into Li Taibai, displaying it for Chu Qingxian to see. This is Chu Qingxian's pupils constricted as if she had encountered something inconceivable. Although there had been no intimate contact between her and Su Ian for over 2 years, she could recognize his handwriting with utmost clarity. This was undoubtedly Su Ian's authentic script, and it could not have been mimicked by anyone else. The unique style and essence of his writing were unmistakable to her, as she gazed at the letter left by the one she missed the most. Now in the possession of another, the feelings of bitterness within Chu Qingxian intensified, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of jealousy that she could not suppress. Su Yan, you actually had interactions with another woman over a decade ago. What does that make me, Chu Qingxian? How many women have you been involved with? Presumably, Princess Qingxian had gathered enough discernment to understand the implications. Having perceived the turmoil within Chu Qingxian through her subtle expressions, Luo Qingge carefully tucked away the treasured letter. Her gaze resolute. Therefore, I implore you, Princess Qingxian, to allow Su Yan to come forth and meet me. Chu Qingxian opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, her expression suddenly shifting to one of profound sorrow. As Chu Wentian, the younger brother, pondered for a moment, he finally spoke. To be honest, Su Yan departed from our Taishan celestial dynasty several days ago, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. We have been actively searching for any trace of him during this time, yet to no avail. Upon hearing these words, the entire space fell into a profound silence once more. Luo Qingge and Luo Siwei were utterly taken aback. Luo Qingge's mind went blank, her complexion subtly paling. She even began to doubt whether Su Yan had fled in anticipation of being discovered, avoiding her entirely. Meanwhile, Luo Siwei felt a twinge of panic. Was it possible that her sister intended to encroach upon her dear friend's affections, and that her confidant Su Wanning had learned of this beforehand and intervened to whisk Su Yan away? At the edge of the Taishan realm, in Shanghai City, Su Yan, having meticulously polished his outward appearance, now stood before a grand pavilion adorned with intricate carvings and a rich historical ambience. Raising his gaze, he beheld a plaque, crafted from redwood, inscribed with the three prominent characters, Renjian Pavilion. Nearby, a multitude of elegantly attired scholars and cultivators, exuding an air of Confucian and Taoist refinement, congregated in this locale. Renjian Pavilion is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation as an illustrious establishment, possessing branches in various worlds. It frequently hosts grand gatherings featuring music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, and drama, attracting numerous literati and even esteemed Confucian and Taoist sages. However, his purpose today was not to revel in the melodies, but rather to meet with another client. Chapter 59. The renowned performing arts of the immortal cultivation world. Who is the celestial maiden awaiting? It appears that upon seeing Su Yan, who is also a wandering cultivator, a middle-aged man clad in a long green robe approached him with a smile. Esteemed friend, have you come to the human pavilion today, drawn by its reputation? Upon Su Yan's affirmative nod, the green-robed cultivator, seemingly unrestrained, continued with animated enthusiasm. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as young as yourself, possessing such refined skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and dance. Unfortunately, your visit coincides with an unfortunate timing. The human pavilion in Shanghai City is temporarily closed to the public today. Why is that? Su Yan inquired, feigning curiosity. You may be unaware. The green-robed cultivator lowered his voice slightly, yet it brimmed with evident excitement. The illustrious poetess has arrived, and the human pavilion is currently hosting a banquet in her honor. However, fret not. The pavilion will resume normal operations tomorrow, and we shall still have the opportunity to witness the poetess perform. The poetess is not only breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling the beauty of fish and wild geese, but she is also the most celebrated talented woman in the Taishan realm, a dreamlike figure for countless scholars and gentlemen. The recent fame of the human pavilion as a premier establishment across several worlds is, in no small part, due to the influence of the poetess. Su Yan merely smiled and nodded, refraining from further comment. Yet, the green-robed cultivator grew increasingly animated, even divulging some so-called, I consider myself a frequent patron of the human pavilion in Shanghai City, and I have had some interactions with one of the celestial maidens there. I overheard her mention that the poetess has come specifically to meet someone. Moreover, she has prepared a recent composition to perform for this special individual. I have also heard that this person holds extraordinary significance for the poetess. In her early days, the poetess was not yet renowned in the Taishan realm. She was merely an ordinary courtesan at the human pavilion, often looked down upon and ridiculed for her lack of talent. However, it seems she encountered a remarkable benefactor, and with a performance of high mountains and flowing water and a Huangmei opera, she embarked on her true path to becoming a deity of the performing arts. Speaking of that Huangmei opera, it is indeed remarkable. The poetess seamlessly blended music and drama into a perfect union through this piece. Su Yan chose not to interject, allowing the green-robed cultivator to become increasingly fervent in his discourse. The poetess he spoke of is named Pei Shiyu, and she is, in truth, a rather special patron of his. After recently extricating himself from the shackles of an ill-fated marriage and having made a windfall of 80 million spirit stones, he whimsically decided to visit the human pavilion to indulge in music and unwind. After all, a man who has earned his fortune must also learn to savor it. Being a novice in such establishments, he was unfamiliar with the protocols, so he simply chose based on names and selected those who caught his fancy. By sheer coincidence, he found the name Pei Shiyu to be melodious enough, evoking a sense of poetic imagery. To his utter astonishment, Pei Shiyu possessed a name imbued with poetic elegance. Yet she lacked any semblance of artistic talent. She could barely play a single piece proficiently and was utterly inept in the realms of musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, opera, or dance. At that moment, he said nothing, yet she appeared so overwhelmed with shame that tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Perhaps he was in a particularly good mood at that time, or perhaps, as a highly cultured professional substitute, he succumbed to the tendencies of his role. Out of kindness, he offered her words of comfort and imparted to her some of the classical Chinese poetry and songs he had mastered in his previous life. The elegant chamber was spacious and open, and on Pei Shiyu's somewhat youthful face, there was a hint of determination. She took to heart whatever Su Yan advised. However, the operatic performances and musical renditions she produced consistently fell short of expectations, which left her feeling disheartened. Tears gathered in her beautiful eyes as she lowered her head and sorrowfully inquired of Su Yan, "Do I truly possess no talent? Is my singing unbearable?" She presumed that Su Yan would respond like those in her past, who, despite acknowledging her lack of skill, would falsely praise her performances. Yet, Su Yan merely smiled gently and ruffled her hair, saying, "I believe your singing is not lacking. It possesses a unique charm. The only flaw lies in your relentless pursuit of perfection. The moon waxes and wanes, and so too do people. Perhaps you should focus on your individuality, for I am certain you will forge a path uniquely your own." The flickering candlelight cast Su Yan's shadow upon the wall, and his words resonated deeply within Pei Shiyu's heart at that moment. Her transformation began that very night, which she initially thought was merely a brief interlude. Su Yan paid it little mind. However, the following day, a mysterious cultivator sought him out with a proposal. The cultivator entrusted him with a request. When convenient, he should visit the Human Realm Pavilion, where all expenses would be waived for him. Moreover, for each session spent guiding and encouraging Pei Shiyu, he would receive a reward of 300,000 spiritual stones. Should Pei Shiyu exhibit significant progress, the compensation would commence at a minimum of 1 million spiritual stones. This unexpected opportunity was akin to a windfall for Su Yan. Not only would his visits to the Human Realm Pavilion incur no costs, but he would also gain additional spiritual stones as income. Although Pei Shiyu's initial performances were indeed somewhat painful to behold, her dedication to embracing her unique style led to an astonishing rate of improvement. Within half a year, she had ascended to become the most celebrated courtesan of the Human Realm Pavilion. Subsequently, she gained renown throughout the Taishan realm, becoming the muse of countless literary scholars and even esteemed figures of Confucianism and Taoism. Eventually, having imparted nearly all he could teach her and with other clients to attend to, Su Yan reduced his visits to the Human Realm Pavilion from twice a week to once a month. Today, however, Pei Shiyu insisted on meeting him, prompting him to select a nearby Human Realm Pavilion as their rendezvous point. Just as he emerged from his reverie, he found himself reflecting on their journey. The man clad in blue had just finished articulating all the thoughts that lingered in his heart. However, one could not ascertain who the special person was that the enchanting poetess awaited, nor whether that individual would make an appearance today. If only I could share a private chamber with the poetess, witnessing her perform an exclusive opera just for me, it would be worth dying for. Thus, you all have gathered here today, eager to discover the identity of Pei Shiyu's distinguished companion, Su Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, would you care to join us? No, I must make my way to the Mortal Pavilion now. Su Yan shook his head and proceeded towards the Mortal Pavilion. The blue-clad cultivator paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, instinctively exclaiming, "Young friend, the mortal pavilion is not open to the public today. Are you?" Yet, as he uttered these words, he became utterly petrified. As if struck by lightning, he beheld the formidable cultivator stationed at the entrance of the mortal pavilion, who, upon witnessing what Su Ian presented, immediately displayed expressions of reverence. Hastily bowing and greeting, "Sir, Miss Xiu has been awaiting you for quite some time. Please allow me to escort you." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. The blue-clad cultivator and the multitude of onlookers were, in that instant, struck as if by a thunderbolt. Their hearts skipped a beat, pupils instinctively constricted, and mouths slightly agape. Chapter 60. A prosperous family business left uninherited. You choose to emulate a courtesan, especially after a recent conversation with Su Ian. The Qingyi cultivator stood in a daze for a considerable time, finally awakening to the realization. It was so astounded that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. How infuriating! He had unwittingly been outsmarted by this young man. Goodness! So you are the special individual that the fairy of poetry has been waiting for. Friend, please wait. Allow me to accompany you, given our newfound camaraderie. Take me along as well. However, soon the voices of other cultivators echoed around. I have never encountered someone so shameless, desperately trying to forge connections. What is your status? What right do you have to be taken inside? Brother, have you forgotten about me? I am your long-lost younger brother. Take me with you. Brother. Under the guidance of a designated attendant, Su Ian swiftly entered the human realm pavilion. The layout and decor of the pavilion were exceptionally distinctive, whether it be the seating, windows, or the intricately carved railings, all exuded an ancient charm. Numerous works of literature and poetry from Confucian and Taoist cultivators adorned the walls, hung by attendants. Upon stepping into this space, one was enveloped by an aura of scholarly fragrance, inducing an inexplicable sense of tranquility within the soul. Yan, just as Su Ian's spirit was being nourished, a melodious and crisp voice resonated. Looking up, he beheld a woman dressed in a flowing emerald gown. Her exquisite features breathtakingly ethereal, standing at the highest level of the human realm pavilion. Upon seeing Su Ian, her face immediately illuminated with joy. Perhaps due to her years spent in the brothel, coupled with specialized training, Pei Shiyu's demeanor was unparalleled in its grace, the most refined Su Ian had ever witnessed. Every gesture she made radiated a remarkable elegance. Pei Shiyu appeared genuinely delighted, to the extent that she bypassed the stairs entirely, leaping gracefully from the highest point to land effortlessly before Su Ian, like a leaf caught in a gentle spring breeze. "I have been waiting for you for so long. You have finally arrived." Pei Shiyu reached out to take Su Ian's hand, her actions reminiscent of a carefree young girl rather than that of a seasoned courtesan refined by art. Before Su Ian could utter a word, the guard who accompanied him revealed a knowing smile, commenting that the young lady seemed happiest when in the company of Mr. Su. At these words, Su Ian involuntarily shuddered, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. What a statement reminiscent of the tropes found in domineering romance. He feared that the guard might echo the sentiments of a butler in such tales, lamenting how long it had been since he had witnessed the lady's joyous laughter. Upon hearing this, Pei Shiyu, whose face had been radiant with smiles, felt a faint blush grace her cheeks. However, having studied various forms, even her shyness radiated the charm of a leading lady from a traditional opera, innocent and enchanting, yet devoid of artifice. But who was Su Ian? When a girl is shy, expressing heartfelt words can often double her affection. Su Yan's lips curled into a gentle smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. "You called for me, and I shall always come." Due to certain matters, he had been delayed on his way, causing her to wait longer than anticipated. Before long, Su Yan and Pei Shiyu arrived at the luxurious private room at the highest level. The ambience was serene, with only the two of them present. Watching Pei Shiyu prepare for her performance, Su Yan's thoughts began to drift. He had known her for a while now, and while he was uncertain of her family's background, he suspected that her parents were likely high-ranking officials at the Human Realm Pavilion. After all, each time he visited, he enjoyed the privilege of complimentary services, a benefit exclusive to those of high standing within the establishment. Over the years, he had also received substantial spiritual stone profits, amounting to millions, seemingly from Pei Shiyu's parents. Shiyu, your parents must truly love you. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths to support your dreams, he remarked. Pei Shiyu, momentarily pausing her makeup, was taken aback by his sudden declaration. Yet, a radiant smile blossomed on her lips, filled with genuine happiness. Indeed, my mother and father have always showered me with love and affection. Even before you enter my life, they were my unwavering supporters, encouraging me to regain my confidence. Fortunately, you appeared in my life, not only to encourage me, but also to open new avenues of thought, allowing me to gain so much. Yan, thank you truly. It is you who has helped me realize my dreams and granted me a new life. In the luxurious room, the flickering candlelight illuminated her joy, pure and beautiful, captivating in its innocence. For Pei Shiyu, Su Yan, bathed in the glow of the flames, appeared in his elegant white attire, subtly glowing with golden hues. The curve of his smile always brought her a profound sense of reassurance. In this moment, it felt as if they had returned to the very beginning of their encounter. After all, without you, Yan, I could never have achieved such accomplishments, nor become the renowned talent across various realms. I might have been destined to follow my parents' wishes and inherit the family business instead. Su Yan, momentarily stunned, found himself with several question marks floating above his head, struggling to maintain his composure, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Wait, Shiyu, when you mentioned the family business, do you mean the Human Realm Pavilion? Pei Shiyu tilted her head quizzically. Did I not mention it before? The Human Realm Pavilion is owned by my family. With these words, Su Yan was left utterly bewildered, his disbelief deepening. Wow, he had indeed been hasty in his assumptions. He had thought Pei Shiyu's parents were merely ordinary high-ranking officials, explaining their financial resources and authority. One could scarcely imagine that the entirety of the Human Realm Pavilion belongs to Pei Shiyu's family. It is worth noting that even the branches of the Human Realm Pavilion are scattered across numerous worlds. Though it may appear on the surface as merely an establishment for leisure and entertainment, the Human Realm Pavilion's personnel are not without their skills, should the need arise. They could readily set aside their guqin and remove their theatrical robes to deliver a swift and decisive response to those who lack discernment. In the past, many forces that sought to forcibly annex the Human Realm Pavilion found themselves questioning their very existence after being thoroughly defeated. As the young mistress of such a formidable power, Pei Shiyu chooses not to engage in the family business. Instead, she opts to undertake an internship at her own company, playing the role of common worker. Is it truly the case that the daughters of the cultivation world have become so frivolous in these times? Rather than inheriting a prosperous family legacy, she has chosen to emulate the life of a courtesan. Chapter 61, a self-directed performance. The patron turns out to be her. Ian, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind? Perceiving Su Ian's unusual demeanor, Pei Shiyu hurriedly approached, her concern palpable. It's nothing, merely a sudden burst of inspiration. I have composed a brand new opera. I believe it aligns perfectly with your unique style, and you will undoubtedly bring it to life with your extraordinary talent. Su Ian replied, raising his hand to retrieve a sheet of paper adorned with various annotations from his storage space. At the top of the page were the bold characters, Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. In the realm of the Blue Star, their ancestors were never short of such operatic forms. Now, by transposing it into the cultivation world, allowing Pei Shiyu to perform it, it could indeed be rendered exquisitely, even establishing a new trend. After all, in the past, the so-called operas of the cultivation realm resembled more of a dramatic performance. Although termed opera, there was a complete lack of fusion between drama and melody. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. Pei Shiyu momentarily paused, her face quickly illuminating with delight. After all, the previous piece, the Huangmei opera, was a creation of Su Ian for her. That very opera had opened a door to a new world for her, laying the foundation for a distinctive path of her own. Now, with Su Ian presenting her yet another original piece, she felt as though she had unearthed a treasure and eagerly began to peruse it. In a brief moment, joy radiated from Pei Shiyu's countenance. Ian, this composition has brought me immense inspiration. I believe it will further enhance my current artistic talents. "It's nothing. It is merely my duty," Su Ian responded with a smile. Wasn't it indeed his responsibility? After all, he had previously conferred with the people of the Mortal Pavilion, agreeing to compose an opera that would yield at least 100,000 spiritual stones in profit. Once the opera was completed, he could also pen poetry, such as the 300 Tang poems and words of the mortal realm, all of which would directly accumulate him thousands or even tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Surely, their ancestors would not hold him, a cultural conveyor, in disdain. Before long, the prepared Pei Shiyu commenced her performance. It must be said that her makeup skills were exceptional. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, yet entirely devoid of artificiality. The grace cultivated from her upbringing in a scholarly family, combined with a classically elegant gown and her outstanding poise, rendered her a flawless presence, even without singing. The private room fell into silence. Upon the screen stage, Pei Shiyu glided with delicate steps, her voice soaring into a series of ethereal operatic notes. One person performed on stage, while another observed from the audience, both for the sake of a singular individual gathered in this moment. As time gradually passed, today's private meeting with Pei Shiyu extended nearly the entire day. During this period, Su Ian, leveraging memories from his past life, also transported several operas and poetic works from the realm of flower cultivation. Pei Shiyu was elated, and so was he. After all, enjoying the music required no expenditure of spiritual stones, yet he was amassing a fortune. What a delightful windfall. Poetic words, it must be said. Your rapid progress is nothing short of miraculous. It won't be long before your name resonates profoundly within the realms of Xiantian and the surrounding worlds. After once more bestowing a profession-driven yet natural compliment, Su Ian concluded today's task and departed, leaving Pei Shiyu gazing after him with lingering reluctance. Once Su Ian had completely taken his leave, Pei Shiyu's expression abruptly shifted, shedding the earlier guise of a demure young girl. Instead, her entire demeanor transformed into an aura of cold detachment, emanating a palpable sense of aloofness. Retrieving the paper inscribed with the butterfly lovers, the corners of Pei Shiyu's mouth subtly lifted. Within her glassy eyes, a flicker of yearning and infatuation emerged. After all, this opera narrates a transcendent love story, particularly the poignant scene of the protagonists transforming into butterflies, eternally united. It inexplicably stirred a deep longing within her. She even fantasized about embarking on a similarly grand love story with Su Ian. Oddly, as Pei Shiyu's words fell, ripples suddenly danced in the shadows of the private room. A formidable elder clad in a Taoist robe emerged, bowing respectfully towards Pei Shiyu. "Miss, please deliver the prepared spirit stones to Su Ian. His performance today was remarkable, and I am quite pleased. Bestow upon him an additional 1,000,000 spirit stones as a reward." "Yes," Mississippi oldly bowed once more, stepping into the void and vanishing from sight. Su Ian was mistaken. It was not Pei Shiyu's parents who had hired him, but rather Pei Shiyu herself. Initially, she had been exceedingly bored and whimsically sought out a human realm pavilion, intending to indulge in the role of a so-called courtesan. At that time, she possessed certain peculiar inclinations. After all, she was the young lady of the human realm pavilion. If her true identity were to be revealed, would the person feel an overwhelming sense of honor, perhaps even tremble with excitement? Yet, at that moment, she seemed to lack any aptitude for the performing arts. Those who witnessed her performances overwhelmingly offered scathing reviews, even leaving messages for the pavilion to refrain from accepting just anyone with an exquisite facade devoid of artistic flair. It was a surefire way to tarnish their reputation. This infuriated her youthful spirit, igniting a vow to fiercely retaliate against those critics. However, contrary to her expectations, she still failed to garner anyone's recognition until she encountered Su Ian. She presumed he would behave like those men, merely flattering her due to her extraordinary beauty, even if her singing fell woefully short. Yet to her astonishment, Su Ian possessed a certain depth and imparted to her an unprecedented knowledge of opera, commending her performances for their distinctiveness. This audacious man successfully captured her attention. Subsequently, she discreetly sent her people to negotiate a form of collaboration with Su Ian, a partnership that has endured to this day. Initially, she believed that even if Su Yian accepted the spiritual stones, he would not exert himself to assist her wholeheartedly. She suspected he might harbor his own hidden motives and schemes. For instance, he might wish to take advantage of teaching her the so-called opera, to deepen their relationship and capture her heart. She had encountered many such men throughout her life. Those who, despite presenting themselves as refined gentlemen skilled in music, calligraphy, and painting, were ultimately mere libertines, lusting after the bodies of courtesans like her. However, she never anticipated that, after years of companionship, Su Yian would never harbor even the slightest desire for her, nor regard her as a woman in the truest sense. His sole focus remained on the spiritual stone. Was she not as enticing as those stones? If one were to claim that Su Yian's demeanor was perfunctory, they would be mistaken. He was remarkably earnest, consistently dedicating himself to imparting all his knowledge to her. Originally, she intended to strip away the facade of the so-called elegant gentleman that Su Yian presented. Yet, it was his daily companionship and guidance that increasingly enchanted her. Each time she performed opera or recited poetry before him in solitude, she found herself unable to contain a profound sense of possessiveness towards Su Yian, her sole beloved audience. Su Yian. Pei Shiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gazed in the direction he departed. I will undoubtedly transform you into the leading man of my life, destined solely for me. Chapter 62. The princess of the Immortal Dynasty digs the wall in front of her. Chu Qingxian is driven mad. Here is today's reward. You have performed remarkably well. After leaving the Mortal Realm Pavilion, Su Yian, veering into a shadowy alley, met with elderly as per their agreement. At this moment, feeling the weight of the storage ring filled with spirit stones, a smile akin to a crescent moon graced Su Yian's lips. Truly, spirit stones in the cultivation world are exceptionally lucrative. After a single performance, nearly 3 million spirit stones were credited to his account. Miss Xiu will be staying in Shanghai City for a while. If you find yourself free in the coming days, feel free to visit often. We can negotiate the remuneration. Elderly reiterated this before taking his leave. Rest assured, as long as I have the time, I shall make a point to come by, Su Yian replied with a smile, watching Elderly vanish from sight. Yet, once the elder's figure dissipated into the void, Su Yian's smile abruptly faded, his lips curling slightly. Today, he finally comprehended the truth of the matter. With the acquisition of various occupational identities and the augmentation of his attribute points, his sensitivity to spatial awareness had sharpened remarkably. Even if a powerful being in the reincarnation realm concealed their presence nearby, he could effortlessly detect them. Thus, while alone in a private room with Pei Shiyu, he had already sensed Elderly's presence. At that moment, the realization dawned upon him. For years, he had been mistaken. It was not Pei Shiyu's parents who had employed him. Rather, it was Pei Shiyu herself who orchestrated the entire charade. All along, she had been the one hiring him, while the true client, Pei Shiyu, had even feigned ignorance. It was no wonder her talent for performing arts was so exceptional. She was, at her core, an actress. Appearing pure and innocent, she was, in truth, cunning and adept at concealing her true self. As the master of 1,000 faces, Su Yian had unwittingly encountered a formidable adversary, one who, while adept at hunting, inadvertently found herself pecked in the eye by the very prey she pursued. However, Su Yian chose not to dwell on this revelation. It mattered not who had employed him. The essence lay in the spirit stones exchanged. As for any attempts to deceive him emotionally, all his feelings were equally feigned. Thus, where was the authenticity in them? The cardinal rule for a professional substitute was to remain unfeeling. Shaking his head, Su Yian dismissed further thoughts and proceeded towards the alley's exit. The first half had concluded. Su Wanning, that delicate and ailing young lady, seemed intent on showcasing her entire repertoire, claiming it was her master's task. Should she fail to perform punctually, this young lady might once again spiral into madness. Meanwhile, in the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, Luo Qingge was evidently unwilling to accept the reality that Su Yian had departed. She insisted on having Chu Qingxian take her to see the residence where Su Yian had once dwelled. The tranquil courtyard was disrupted by the arrival of Chu Qingxian and her companions. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Luo Qingge felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, as if she had sensed something profound. It was unmistakable. He had once resided here, and an essence lingered that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. He is the Li Taibai I have been searching for. With an unwavering conviction, Luo Qingge hastened towards the residence of Su Yian. However, trailing closely behind her, Chu Qingxian wore a slight frown. Why was this individual so certain that Su Yian had once dwelled here, despite just arriving? Princess Qingge, Su Yian has already departed, and there is no trace of him here, nor has he left any distinctive aura. Chu Qingxian's eyes flickered as she quickened her pace to catch up. How can you be so sure that my Su Yian is the Li Taibai you seek? Are you certain you are not mistaken? There is no possibility of error, Luo Qingge declared with conviction. My intuition has never led me astray. After all, I spent over 3 years in his company, and for the subsequent decade, I have been reliving the essence he left behind. Su Yian is undoubtedly the Li Taibai I seek. Were she a rational individual, one might perceive Luo Qingge's actions as somewhat obsessive. After all, while he may have departed, she clung to a letter imbued with his lingering essence, immersing herself in its memories for a full 10 years. Yet, the somewhat dim-witted Chu Qingxian did not share this sentiment. Instead, an inexplicable jealousy surged within her. She too had spent 2.5 years with Su Yian. For cultivators, such a span may seem fleeting, yet it is not insignificant, especially considering he was someone who had consistently been by her side. Despite this, she had failed to retain any memory of Su Yian's aura. Perhaps, if he merely disguised himself or altered his appearance, or even approached her directly, she would struggle to recognize him at first glance. In stark contrast, Luo Qingge had not even seen him, but was able to ascertain his whereabouts merely by visiting his former abode. In this comparison, she felt utterly defeated. Moreover, what was even more difficult for her to accept was the emergence of another woman who had encountered Su Yian even earlier, establishing a connection with him. Su Yian. Oh, Su Yian, how many women have you been involved with? Why do you conceal it so thoroughly? He has left nothing behind. At that moment, having searched the residence thoroughly without uncovering any valuable clues, Luo Qingge's expression turned pale, and a profound despondency enveloped her. Why? Why did fate conspire so? Just as she located Su Yian's trail, he had slipped away from her once more. Could it be that he had received word in advance and deliberately evaded her by departing early? Sister, do not be too disheartened. Finding Su Yian's whereabouts is not difficult. I can seek out Wan Ning. Just as Luo Siwei intended to comfort her sister, a sudden realization struck her like a bolt from the blue. Damn it, she was currently in the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. And there was also the foolish Chu Qingxian, who harbored feelings for her brother-in-law and sought to uncover his whereabouts. If I inadvertently reveal that perhaps finding Su Wanning could lead me to my brother-in-law, wouldn't that indirectly provide my sister with a rival? Qingliangqin Fairy, who had been attentively observing their side, instantly brightened her eyes upon hearing those words and became overwhelmed with excitement. Do you possess a way to locate Ian? Please share your method with me. However, Luo Qingge, having emerged from her despondency, immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Luo Siwei, regarding Chu Qingxian with vigilant scrutiny. Princess Qingxian, I am profoundly grateful that you have brought me to the residence where my fiancé once lived. I shall certainly offer my gratitude in due course. However, I must decline any further requests. After all, Su Yian is my betrothed, and I do not wish for any other woman to draw too close to him. With that, she gestured, prompting the several attendants behind her to understand her intent. They promptly activated their mystical abilities, conjuring a spatial vortex from which boxes overflowing with radiant golden treasures and spiritual stones emerged. I have also heard about Su Yian's circumstances and am aware of the care you, Princess Qingxian, have provided him during this time. These spiritual stones are a token of my appreciation as his fiancé for your years of attention toward him. I also hope, Princess Qingxian, that you will refrain from further entanglements with my fiancé. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to process the implications. Yet, as clarity returned, her expression darkened, and her chest began to rise and fall with agitation. This wretched woman, Luo Qingge, was blatantly undermining her in front of her. As a princess of a celestial dynasty, did Chu Qingxian truly lack the likes of Luo Qingge? Chapter 63. The two princesses of the great celestial dynasty clash fiercely, renowned as the victors of the cultivation world. What do you mean by that, Luo Qingge? A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Chu Qingxian. Countless fiery runes, infused with a searing warmth, flickered around her, transforming into golden fire phoenixes. The blazing flames reflected in her eyes, which were fixed intently on Luo Qingge. Do you truly believe this princess is unaware of your past misdeeds? On the day of your wedding, it was said that you cruelly murdered your fiancé, Li Taibai, in a bid to marry another beloved. Later, when it became apparent that your new love was a remnant of the former dynasty who had deceitfully approached you, only then did you awaken to the truth. You malicious woman, you once dealt a fatal blow to my beloved, and now you dare to play such tricks before me, even attempting to steal my love. Do you think this princess is made of clay, devoid of any temper? Chu Qingxian's unreserved taunts and threats further provoked the already unstable Luo Qingge. And what of you, Chu Qingxian? Why do you have to judge me? Before arriving at the Taishan celestial dynasty, I had already uncovered the truth about you and Su Ian. He stood by you for 2 years. Yet you callously cast him aside for your so-called white moonlight, Li Moxie. Only when your white moonlight turned into a black shadow, leaving you with a green hat, did you grasp the value of Su Ian. Now you seek to rekindle your past with him. Do you not perceive how despicable and repulsive your actions are? As she spoke, Luo Qingge no longer concealed her aura, revealing her full power. 9th level of the cave heaven realm. Frost crystallized around her, causing the temperature to plummet, transforming the atmosphere into an icy blue hue. Fragments of ice whirled through the air, coalescing into a tempest capable of freezing all in existence. The hair of both women danced without wind, their expressions filled with fury as they glared at one another. One was engulfed in roaring flames, accompanied by golden fire phoenixes, while the other was surrounded by spreading ice, with colossal ice pillars erupting from the ground. What did you say? Chu Qingxian was the first to be incensed. After all, missing out on the gentle Su Yi and due to the foul and detestable Li Moxie was the source of her deepest regret, and she regretted it so profoundly that she would awaken in the night to slap herself, cursing her own foolishness. She had already suffered enough from this remorse and sought various ways to diminish the pain, even attempting to forget it temporarily. Yet, Luo Qingge, upon their first encounter, had no qualms about attempting to steal her love right before her eyes, rubbing salt into her wounds with her taunts. How could she possibly endure this? A resounding explosion erupted from the golden flames that coalesced behind Chu Qingxian. She cared little for Luo Qingge's identity at this moment. Her sole desire was to deliver a severe lesson to her opponent. A piercing, ethereal cry pierced the air as a magnificent fire phoenix. Its body ablaze with roaring flames and spanning 100 feet, surged forth, creating a tidal wave of fire that charged directly at Luo Qingge. Do I fear you? Luo Qingge snorted coldly, standing her ground without flinching, ready to confront the attack head-on. As she advanced, the blizzard behind her intensified, swirling with greater ferocity. In an instant, crystalline ice swords, shimmering and imbued with an endless chill, began to materialize in the air. Countless ice swords swiftly converged, forming a torrent of icy blades that violently clashed with the oncoming fire phoenix. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted and ice spread, transforming the entire realm into a chaotic clash of fire and ice. The explosive wave of energy compelled the onlookers. Numerous cultivators gathered nearby, to retreat several steps to evade the fallout from the fierce confrontation between the two princesses. Stop! You must stop! No more fighting! Luo Siwei shouted desperately from the sideline, hoping to quell the conflict between her sister and Chu Qingxian. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears, only fueling the ferocity of their battle. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, two formidable figures, both at the pinnacle of the life and death realm, gazed down with exasperation at the fierce duel below. One was Wang Xiao, the commander of the Imperial Guard of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty, while the other was the protector accompanying Luo Qingge and her companions. At this moment, the two renowned powerhouses exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern, feeling that the situation had spiraled into absurdity. Who understands the intricacies of family? Two princesses of celestial dynasties are brawling over a man. Initially, the protector intended to intervene, but was halted by Wang Xiao. He shook his head. You lack experience and may not grasp the situation fully. Here's a piece of advice. When faced with two women embroiled in conflict, especially over a man, it is best for us to refrain from intervening. Let them fight. As long as no lives are lost, they should be allowed to vent their frustrations. The other individual frowned, hesitating. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What do you propose? Wang Xiao replied, slightly exasperated. If you intervene now, you will only earn the resentment of both. As martial generals, we should steer clear of these emotional entanglements, especially those as melodramatic as this one between princesses. The other person hesitated momentarily. Though still somewhat perplexed, they could not deny the soundness of Wang Zhao's reasoning. As night descended, the most bustling tavern in the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty was filled to capacity, with throngs of cultivators gathering in layers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the focal point of attention stood a gentleman adorned as a storyteller, who emphatically struck the table before him, instantly recapturing the attention of numerous cultivators below. Let me recount the tumultuous event that transpired in broad daylight. It was none other than the fierce confrontation between the princess of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty and the princess of the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty. One might wonder why the princesses of two illustrious celestial dynasties would engage in such a fierce clash under the watchful eye of the sun, even at the expense of their divine powers. A pertinent question indeed. It is rumored that the reason behind the emotional upheaval and ensuing conflict between these two princesses was a singular individual, a man. Surely, the discerning listeners among you have already formed a conjecture about his identity. He is none other than the embodiment of success in life. Suiyan. Chapter 64. The Stirring of All Parties. Is redemption truly impossible? During the daylight hours, the fierce clash between Chu Qingxian and Luo Qingge reverberated throughout the entire capital of the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty, capturing the attention of all its inhabitants. As the saying goes, at any time and in any place, onlookers are always eager for gossip. Through various means, the curious populace pieced together the unfolding events, only to discover that the truth was far more astonishing than they had anticipated. What they initially perceived as the antics of a mere sycophant, Su Yan, was revealed to be the actions of a battle-hardened warrior, a veritable winner in the game of life. Recently, rumors had circulated regarding Su Yan's involvement with two stunning women, provoking envy among many. Now, with the addition of a princess from the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, the situation intensified, especially when news broke of his altercation with yet another princess. The cultivation realm is replete with solitary practitioners who have remained unattached for decades, even centuries, and upon hearing this news, they felt as if the sky itself had collapsed upon them. While they languished without a partner, Su Yan had ascended to the forefront of an era, pursued ardently by a throng of celestial maidens. Thank you for the invitation. In the realm of cultivation, where one can spend centuries without finding a soulmate, how is it that Su Yan is being chased by several ethereal beauties? I must inquire, are we cultivating the same kind of immortality? The drought-stricken lament their fate, while the flood-stricken drown in their woes. It is said that Su Yan has gone missing, eluding the two princesses who seek him. In my view, he is simply ungrateful, blissfully unaware of his own fortune. One cultivator immediately concurred. Indeed, if it were me, I would gladly accept the role of a prince consort in the imperial palace. Not long ago, I was mocking Su Yan, branding him a laughable sycophant, deriving amusement from his misfortunes. Today, on a whim, I gaze into a mirror, and lo and behold, I was met with the comical visage of my own foolishness. This evening, the Qingliangqin Celestial Dynasty buzzed with excitement. Numerous cultivators engaged in spirited discussions about the earlier battle. Some speculated that Su Yan's disappearance stemmed from his inherently free-spirited nature. unwilling to be tethered by the two princesses. Others simply deemed him ungrateful. Yet the two princesses, in their stubbornness, enacted a melodramatic chase, embodying a classic tale of love and pursuit. Within the imperial palace of the Taishan celestial dynasty, Qin Huanyue gazed at Chu Qingxian with concern, exclaiming, "You were reckless today." Luo Qingge is no ordinary opponent. She has been a celebrated figure in the cultivation world for many years, possessing formidable abilities that can counter yours. To confront her so brazenly is akin to courting disaster. As she applied healing ointment to the wounded Chu Qingxian, the latter bore numerous scars upon her fair skin, remnants of the fierce battle that had transpired, with frost still clinging to her flesh, a testament to the brutality of their encounter. While the outcome of the duel remained inconclusive, a lasting enmity had undoubtedly been forged between them. Because of Su Ian, none of them wished to let go. The emotions within Chu Qingxian grew increasingly intense. She recalled the words spoken by Luo Qingge before her departure, words that seemed to be both an outburst and a scathing rebuke directed at her. "Chu Qingxian, how dare you insult me? You claim I am late to love. Yet are you not the same? Though I have spent 3 years with Su Ian, his tenderness towards me pales in comparison to what he offers you. To put it plainly, you are not remorseful. You simply cannot bear to part with Su Ian's affection. Had he shown me the same warmth as he does you, would I have acted against him on our wedding night?" The final words escaped her memory. Yet whenever she recalled those phrases, an inexplicable pain sliced through her heart. It must be said that Luo Qingge's words pierced her most vulnerable core with brutal precision. The emotions that she had suppressed deep within surged forth like a relentless tide. Even when Su Ian was by her side, she had never experienced such a profound and haunting sensation. Yet, it had only been 4 days since Su Ian's departure. She could hardly endure the days without him. The mere span of a few nights had become an endless torment. Each day felt like an agonizing trial, even painful enough to render her breathless. Mother, Chu Qingxian found it difficult to contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks in heavy torrents. Can I find Su Ian again? Have I lost him forever? Is my current behavior disgraceful, even repulsive? My dear child, what are you saying? Qin Huanyue, filled with compassion, embraced Chu Qingxian gently, offering solace. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a noble act. There is still a chance to win him back. It is not too late. Yet, despite these reassurances, Qin Huanyue sighed deeply within. Had she known it would come to this, would she have acted differently? Meanwhile, on the other side, a battered cloud ship sped through the night. Luo Siwei, having just completed the treatment for Luo Qingge's injuries, let out a sigh of relief. She discreetly glanced at her sister, who wore a grim expression, enveloped in silence. This demeanor was not a consequence of the earlier confrontation with Chu Qingxian, but rather due to the events of the day. Chu Qingxian had seemingly thrown caution to the wind, deliberately revealing information about Su Ian and Bai Shuhe, as well as their connections to Mei Xianyan, to her sister. This news struck her sister hard, and even after the battle, she remained ensnared in her despondent state, akin to a soul stripped of its essence, sitting vacantly. Luo Siwei couldn't help but sigh once more, her heart filled with confusion. Wasn't Su Ian the beloved of her good friend, Su Wanqing? How could he be entangled with other women? Moreover, according to Chu Qingxian, Su Ian appeared to have good relations with both of them, even engaging in moments of intimacy. Could it be that Su Ian is secretly cuckolding his dear friend? Ashu. In the opulent private chamber of the Tianxiang building, Su Wanqing, toying with a chain, sneezed several times. As a practitioner of the divine realm, she had consumed various elite divine pills since childhood, endowing her with an exceptionally robust constitution. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for her to sneeze. She recalled her mother's words from the past. A single sneeze indicates someone is speaking ill of you. 2 sneezes signify someone is thinking of you. 3 sneezes imply someone harbors a secret affection for you, and 4 sneezes suggest someone sees only you. It seems she had inadvertently sneezed 5 times. Perhaps someone was so consumed by thoughts of her that they could not find rest. There is no need to ponder further. It must surely be that rascal Su Ian who is thinking of me. They had only just met that evening, and already her longing for him had seeped into her very bones. Alas, if she were to venture far away in the future, she must avoid meeting Su Yian. Otherwise, he would surely be tormented by thoughts of her. After mulling this over, Su Wanning decided to take out her communication jade and send a message to Su Yian. Just as he was leaving the Tianxiang building, preparing for his next engagement, Su Yian paused, instinctively retrieving the communication jade. A professional smile graced his lips. Is that so? It is my honor, Miss Wanning. After severing the communication, however, his expression fell. What nonsense! Earlier, he had been told it was late and to return for rest. Yet now he was beckoned back under the pretense of a special favor from his master, allowing him to remain in her company for a few more hours. Su Yian was utterly at a loss. Yet, who could deny the fact that she was his most significant client? He effortlessly suppressed his emotions, donning again his professional smile. As he turned back toward the Tianxiang building. Chapter 65. The Art of Divination. I knew it. How could you perish? After enduring several hours of the Master's torment, dawn finally broke on the horizon. Passers-by, as they strolled past the Tianxiang Tower, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment and complexity. Goodness, the youth of today truly know how to indulge. Even in my day, we did not engage in such frivolities. A curious little girl pointed at Su Yian and inquired of her mother, Mommy, who is that person? That is a man living off a woman's fortune, dear. He is not a normal person. Upon hearing this, Su Yian jolted back to reality. Blast it! He had forgotten to remove the Tianxin jade pendant from around his neck. Recently, Su Wanqing's behavior had been increasingly peculiar. Not only did she bestow upon him an array of nonsensical items, but she also inexplicably immersed herself in a role, treating him as the fiancé who had abandoned her. Yet, she would abruptly snap out of this role, her gaze towards him transforming into something unsettling. That look was as if she wished to devour him whole. Essentially, he was indeed out to sell something, but it was merely emotional value, not his very being. Shaking his head, just as Su Yian was about to proceed to the human pavilion for his next engagement, he paused momentarily, turning into a secluded alley that had gone unnoticed by others. Almost the instant he set foot in the alley, the void before him twisted, revealing a towering figure clad in a black robe and donning a bronze mask. The man exuded a chilling aura of demonic energy that instilled a sense of dread. However, upon sighting Su Yian, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as he clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Lord Su. We have followed your earlier instructions and proceeded to the Wang family of Beifeng City. All individuals associated with the Wang family have been subdued, yet we have not located the whereabouts of Limagia. This enigmatic figure was one of the dark demons of a 9 nether demon sect. As the sect's Holy Maiden, Mei Xianyan held substantial authority over him. Not long ago, Su Yian had intended to leverage Mei Xianyan's powers to flush out and eliminate the elusive Limagia hiding in the shadows. However, due to certain pressing matters, Mei Xianyan needed to return to the 9 nether demon sect to fulfill an important task. Before her departure, she had assigned a contingent of dark demons to fully heed Su Yian's commands. Though their number was but a few hundred, their leader was a formidable expert in the realm of life and death, a top-tier warrior capable of aiding Su Yian in accomplishing numerous endeavors. Not found. Su Yian's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback by this revelation. He was certain that Limagia was within the Wang family, having employed the abilities granted by his identity as a diviner. With this profession, he could utilize divination techniques to assist himself in various matters, even employing items frequently worn by a practitioner to indirectly pinpoint their location. Before leaving the Taihua Celestial Dynasty, he had surreptitiously infiltrated the state guard's residence and discreetly acquired several items related to Limagia. However, it seems that Li Mo Xie is under the protection of a peculiar force, rendering him incapable of precise location identification. The only certainty is a general vicinity, the Wang family of Northwind City. To avoid any prolonged complications that might hinder his acquisition of spirit stones and jeopardize his retirement plans, he commanded the Dark Demon Guard to eliminate Li Mo Xie along with the Wang family, leaving no trace behind. Unexpectedly, The Wang family was indeed eradicated. But Li Mo Xie managed to escape. No matter, I shall endeavor to deduce his whereabouts once more. Su Yian pondered briefly before gesturing with his hands, reciting ancient incantations. Soon, a series of golden characters imbued with a unique aura emerged from the depths of the void, materializing around him into intricate star maps. As Su Yian's will subtly stirred, these star maps began to shift and overlap, casting radiant light that enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, his consciousness transcended, standing high above the world, gazing down with a divine perspective. His sight followed a certain sensation, traversing vast mountains and rivers, finally resting near a desolate, shadowy range. Under his scrutiny, several figures advanced through the wilderness, the foremost being a man clad in black robes. None other than Li Mo Xie himself. Damn it! Li Mo Xie's countenance darkened, his words laced with fury. The group of cultivators who attacked the Wang family exudes a dense aura of demonic energy. I have encountered this presence before. They are undoubtedly from the Nine Nether Demon sect. Though he had narrowly escaped the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, he had managed to glean information about Mei Xianyan through his own channels. After all, it was Mei Xianyan who had initially struck at him. Had it not been for the protection of the bronze, celestial vessel within him, that slap would have surely ended his life. His hatred for Su Yian was matched only by his loathing for Mei Xianyan. After departing from the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, he sought refuge with a close brother he had sworn brotherhood with years ago during his travels. Although this brother's family background was far inferior to the imperial authority he once relied upon, it was still a prominent lineage. He had intended to use the Wang family as a stepping stone for gradual growth, only to find that as soon as he arrived, the Nine Nether Demon sect had pursued him, utterly annihilating the Wang family. He was truly baffled as to how his whereabouts had been disclosed. Young man, I sense a faint gaze watching over you. It appears you have caught the attention of someone skilled in divination. The bronze celestial vessel within him suddenly issued a warning. Upon hearing this, Li Mo Xie's expression shifted dramatically. A practitioner of divination? No wonder his movements have been inexplicably revealed. Do not worry. My master had a cordial relationship with the Lord of Tianji Island and learned a few divination techniques from him. Just as Li Mo Xie felt a sense of foreboding, the voice of the celestial vessel's spirit resonated again. Though I do not possess the might of my master, the one who is probing your presence does not seem particularly formidable. I have obstructed his deductions and even bestowed upon him a certain backlash. Yet the issue remains negligible. Qingliangqin Island? Upon hearing these words, Li Maojia was momentarily taken aback, followed by an expression of great delight. Qingliangqin Island is a realm adjacent to their Taishan world, a formidable force within the northern underworld. This power is renowned far and wide for its mastery of divination and prophetic arts. Its reputation is so vast that it has even echoed throughout their Xintian realm. I never imagined that the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel could possess knowledge of Qingliangqin Island's divination techniques. Truly, this is a blessing from the heavens. At that moment, Su Yian, who was adjusting his energies and attempting to lock onto Li Maojia's location, suddenly sensed another mysterious force emanating from within Li Maojia's being. It acted like a barrier, creating a clash against his divination techniques. This, upon closer inspection, Su Yian was slightly astonished, for the interference in his divination was also a method he was remarkably familiar with. A unique technique originating from Qingliangqin Island. Could it be? Is Li Maojia harboring an existence akin to the Old Man of the Ring? And could this being once have belonged to Qingliangqin Island? Doubts arose in Su Yian's heart. It was not out of fear of the other party, but rather because his identity as a Qingliangqin diviner was obtained after he had accepted and completed a surrogate task issued by Qingliangqin Island. Upon completion, he had signed a confidentiality agreement with the island's master. He must not engage with Qingliangqin Island again in this lifetime, especially to ensure that the one who could perceive his existence remains unaware. In the northern underworld, at Qingliangqin Island, countless divine islands floated in midair, shimmering with light, painting the entire world in exquisite beauty. In the very heart of this realm, a massive luminous wheel, composed of countless golden runes, flickered with brilliance, casting down glistening particles. At this moment, a stunning woman seated upon a glass throne suddenly opened her eyes, as if sensing something profound, and abruptly rose to her feet. As she extended her hand in a sweeping motion, myriad golden characters ascended, coalescing into a star map, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Her name is Lu Xiao, the current master of Tiangui Island, a true powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, with one foot already poised at the threshold of Dao Body Realm. In concert with the surge of her aura, the entirety of Tiangui Island resonated, vibrating in harmony with her presence. Gazing at the star map before her, which had begun to reveal some profound insights, Lu Xiao murmured, "Indeed, you are still alive. I knew that someone with such unparalleled talent as yours could not have perished so easily." Chapter 66. Surely, he will come looking for me, right? After years of suppressing a myriad of emotions, Lu Xiao finally found a release, yet a fierce resentment surfaced upon her face. "Do you comprehend that for nearly a century, I have employed various divination techniques to trace your whereabouts, even delving into past lives, yet have reaped no rewards? You are undeniably alive. Why do you not seek me out? After searching for you all these years, just as I resolved to let you go, you reveal your presence. Although many years ago, I shared an unforgettable experience with Su Yan. What is my status now? I am the mistress of Tianji Island. Countless powerful figures and ancient beings in the current cultivation world are clamoring for the opportunity to consult me for a single divination. Su Yan has eluded me for so long. Since he so ardently wishes to avoid me, I shall not relinquish my position to seek him out." Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Xiao, as she gazed at the projection of a figure clad in white within the star map, a fervent obsession and anticipation began to grow in her eyes. Years ago, her father had exhausted every means to prevent her from marrying Su Yan. Now, as the leader of Tianji Island, with her father retreating into the shadows and losing his power, if Su Yan were to learn that no one could thwart her desire to marry him, he would surely return to find her. Surely, he would, wouldn't he? Meanwhile, Su Yan, who was engaged in a struggle with the spirit of the bronze, celestial vessel, was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation. It felt as if, from the depths of the firmament, a subtle gaze was scrutinizing him. As he focused intently, he sensed that this gaze was also a form of divination. A wave of alarm surged through Su Yan. It is crucial to note that having obtained the title of Seer of Heavenly Secrets, he had awakened a corresponding divine talent known as the Eye of Disillusionment. With this eye, he could effortlessly perceive ethereal laws and even trace the signs of divination concerning himself. At that moment, the heavens appeared to slightly distort in his vision. Threads of enigmatic laws, imbued with an inexplicable aura, seemed to extend toward him. This was a unique divine ability of Tianji Island. The instant he beheld these countless threads of law, Su Yan felt as if struck by lightning, his thoughts crystallizing. It appeared that the young lady of Tianji Island had, through some means, sensed his presence. Fortunately, he had recently broken through to the realm of life and death, significantly enhancing his power. He had the means to contend with this probing force of divination. On the other side, the spirit of the bronze, celestial vessel, which had been utilizing a form of counter-divination, was equally astonished and speechless. Damn it! The individual responsible for that divination is extraordinary. They are also versed in Tianji Island's divination methods, and furthermore, they possess a secret technique of the island. What did you say? Upon hearing these words, Liam Xie was momentarily taken aback. He had been confined within that enigmatic relic for over a decade, during which he had no contact with anyone. How could he possibly hold a grudge against the so-called denizens of Tianji Island? I cannot thwart this person's divination and prognostication techniques in a mere 10 breaths. He will inscribe his mark within your primordial essence. At that point, even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, he could trace your whereabouts through the mark. There remains but one course of action. You must forcibly incinerate the portion of your primordial essence that has been marked. Upon hearing the words of the bronze, celestial vessel, Liam Xie's expression grew even darker. Primordial essence. That is the very foundation upon which a cultivator stands. Excessive depletion could severely affect one's future potential for cultivation, even jeopardizing their foundational path. In the realm of cultivation, a practitioner typically resorts to incinerating their primordial essence only when driven to the brink, with no other options available, sacrificing oneself to unleash all potential for a final. Desperate struggle is a grave decision. What infuriated Li Mo was that he had not even seen the face of the one who had attacked him. Separated by countless miles, merely being marked by the opponent would cost him nearly 40% of his primordial essence. Most vexing was the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel, which had claimed it could assist him in effortlessly averting this crisis, yet proved utterly ineffectual. Nevertheless, despite his seething anger and resentment, his body remained remarkably obedient, beginning to burn the portion of primordial essence marked by Su Ian. How contemptible! To strike me from the shadows, to ruin my future in the pursuit of cultivation. This enmity shall not be forgotten. I, Li Mo, shall hold these two damned fellows accountable. Listening to Li Mo's tirade, the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel found itself somewhat speechless. Let's be honest, my friend. Could you perhaps stop putting on a fade? The person's true form hasn't even descended, and yet a few of their subordinates have driven you to the brink of desperation. Even now, separated by countless miles, a mere mark nearly brought you to ruin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ian managed to forcibly sever the flow of that divination technique using his innate abilities and physical constitution, allowing him a moment of respite. However, he was astonished to discover that the special law mark he had previously successfully inscribed within Li Mo's primordial essence had vanished without a trace. He should not possess the means to dissolve my mark. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Su Ian soon formed a hypothesis. How intriguing. It seems he has successfully refined and sacrificed the portion of his primordial essence that I marked. This act is akin to severing one's own limbs, a self-inflicted blow to one's foundational path. Such audacity is commendable. He truly embodies the archetype of a protagonist in a novel. After symbolically praising Li Mo, a knowing smile crept upon Su Ian's lips. In truth, even if he were to sacrifice that portion of primordial essence now, it would avail him nothing. He could still locate Li Mo through the special item that the latter often wore. However, Li Mo has developed a profound vigilance against his divination and forecasting techniques. He can no longer accurately pinpoint his location or once again implant the mark of the laws upon him. Nonetheless, this is not a significant issue. Gaining an understanding of his general movements remains effortlessly achievable. After instructing the Dark Demon Guards to pursue Li Xie as per his orders, Su Ian proceeded towards the direction of the human pavilion. Meanwhile, within the Red Dust Qin sect, several miles away from Shanghai City, chaos erupted, creating a scene of utter disarray. 3 years. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? Do you understand? Shuhi, stay calm. Do not obstruct me. It was my father who insisted on keeping this from me. I have settled the score for these 3 years. Not even the ancestors can stop me. I assure you. Upon returning to the sect, Bai Shuhi immediately confronted her father. The once protective warmth of her little cotton-padded jacket now felt drafty, bringing with it a tempest of emotions. She even summoned the legendary weapon, the Tianqin Qingliangqin, to demand an explanation from her father. After all, according to Su Ian, it was her father, Bai Xiaoyi, who had conspired with him to feign his death, ultimately leading to his departure from her life. Now that she had found Su Ian and he bore his mark upon her, she could no longer escape his influence. Thus, upon her return to the sect today, it was only natural that she would seek to settle accounts with her dear father. Chapter 67. A friend in death is a friend indeed. The winds of change at this moment, by Xiaoya, who was hiding in the grand hall, was drenched in cold sweat. It was utterly treacherous of Su Ian. After all, I had previously dispatched individuals to assist him in dealing with the assassination guild that sought to harm him. Yet now, with the truth unraveling, he has betrayed me. Regardless of the circumstances, I was once his benefactor. What a heartless wretch. He even dares to spin a tale of how I urged him to engage in transactions with the Celestial Commerce Alliance. It's highly likely that this rascal has accepted some sort of stand-in task. Bai Xiaoye, a cunning fox with a millennium's worth of experience, could see through Su Yan's deceptive tactics, shifting blame and ensuring his own survival while leaving others to suffer. If he was unwilling to leave himself an escape route, then he should face the consequences. Not long after, Su Yan, who had been enjoying a melodious performance at the Mortal Pavilion, suddenly felt a stiffness in his expression. He had just received a transmission from Bai Shua. The essence of her message was a request for him to visit the Red Dust Dao sect. Her father wished to meet him after many years, to reminisce and to apologize for having forced him into solitary dealings with the Celestial Commerce Alliance. She even offered to sever ties with the alliance, assuming all repercussions under the name of the Red Dust Qin sect. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was left bewildered. How absurd! Bai Xiaoye, this old rogue, intended to drag him down with him, to sever ties with the Celestial Commerce Alliance and join the so-called Red Dust Qin sect? Was he trying to cut off his financial resources? There was no way he would ever join the Red Dust Qin sect. It was an impossibility. Once there, he would never escape. He could only play along, painting grand visions for Bai Shuha, while maintaining his current way of life. In? Are you listening? The ethereal and melodious voice of Pei Shiyu abruptly pulled Su Yan back from his reverie. A stunning visage loomed before him, adorned with exquisite makeup, her cheeks slightly puffed, feigning indignation and displeasure. Were you just communicating with others behind my back? I don't mind. Yan, you are entitled to your own private space. But you are currently with me. The implication in Pei Shiyu's words was unmistakable. Since he was in her company, he should not entertain thoughts of anyone else, particularly other women. How could that be? A natural smile graced Su Yan's lips. I was merely pondering how you have shown remarkable progress lately, growing more splendid by the day. Will there come a time when you no longer require my presence? As a professional stand-in who often undertakes various tasks, he occasionally revealed subtle flaws in his daily life. At such moments, a more sophisticated redirection of the conversation was essential, particularly regarding their future relationship. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Pei Shiyu's attention was instantly captivated, and she hurriedly responded, "That will never happen. Yan, you hold a unique significance for me. If you so desire, I can provide for you." Before she could finish her thought, Pei Shiyu abruptly halted, swiftly redirecting the conversation. In any case, you need not dwell on such matters. That day will never come. Although she meticulously controlled her expression, a hint of crimson on her ears betrayed her true feelings. Many of her sisters had expressed that men are creatures who do not know how to cherish. When a woman's heart is too easily won, it is often not valued as it should be. Hastening to reveal her affections to a man could render her own worth diminished. She wished to make Su Yan the leading figure in her life, yet she did not want him to perceive this. Nor did she desire him to know that his every word and action could sway her emotions. By the way, the Human Pavilion will soon host the grandest Fengyun conference in history. Would you care to attend? Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, Pei Shiyu took the initiative to shift the topic. The Fengyun Conference, a magnificent event organized by the Human Pavilion, invites scholars and eminent figures from across the realm to participate, with competitions encompassing music, chess, calligraphy, painting, opera, and dance. Achieving commendable results or rankings could yield substantial rewards. Su Yan pondered for a moment before inquiring, how many spirit stones are at stake? Upon hearing this, Pei Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure and displaying an expression of recognition. Naturally, besides the rewards of spirit stones, there are numerous other celestial materials and treasures, as well as top-tier artifacts derived from the realms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If I have no pressing matters afterwards, I shall consider participating. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. With spirit stones and various cultivation resources available, he was inclined to take part. Pei Shiyu's eyes also brightened. Su Yan's prowess in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting left even her in awe. He was the most remarkable among the younger generation she had ever encountered. Should Su Yan participate, He would undoubtedly become a dazzling figure at this Fengyan conference. Just as Pei Shiyu prepared to seize this opportunity to explain the rules and various events of the Fengyan conference to Su Yan, a sudden knock echoed at the door. A permitted maid entered the luxurious chamber and respectfully announced, "Miss, Zhang Chun has arrived. He is currently waiting outside with his attendants." Pei Shiyu's previously joyful expression stiffened, turning somewhat unpleasant. Why must it be this bothersome and repugnant fellow again? Pei Shiyu felt a headache coming on. Zhang Chun, the young master of the Zhang family from the Chongqing realm, had been a childhood companion. Until she turned 13, she viewed Zhang Chun as merely an ordinary friend. However, she later discovered that he had somehow become fixated on the notion of marrying her. At the time, she regarded his words as mere jest and did not take them to heart. Little did she know that she had overestimated the boundaries of their friendship. The adult Zhang Chun had come to view her as his possession. Not only did she fervently proclaim her status as Zhang Chen's fiancée in the Evergreen realm, urging others to refrain from harboring ill thoughts about her, but she also faced reproach for her choices. Critics insisted that as a woman, she ought to seek out a distinguished man to settle down with, rather than engaging in the profession of a courtesan, flaunting her beauty before other men. This remark truly amused Pei Shiyu, for the profession of a courtesan is fundamentally one of artistry rather than promiscuity. Her pursuits in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and dance were intended to cultivate her character. How could Zhang Chun reduce her to merely a woman who parades her charms? After that moment, Pei Shiyu no longer felt compelled to recall any childhood affections and severed ties with him completely. Yet, this fellow only grew more persistent, even daring to intensify his advances toward her. Upon learning of her arrival in the Taishan realm, he eagerly followed her, as if drawn by an invisible force. Meanwhile, Su Yan simply indulged in spiritual fruits, listening with keen interest to the unfolding gossip. Although he was unaware of the specific circumstances, his experiences from a previous life led him to surmise certain truths. In truth, such occurrences are not unusual. Even in the Blue Star, one could observe goddesses being fervently pursued by countless admirers. What more, in a realm where beauty is renowned? Just as he prepared to quietly assume the role of a bystander, Pei Shiyu's gaze, imbued with significance, unexpectedly fell upon him. Chapter 68. The Object of Affection. Future Tao companion meanwhile, a man clad in a long azure robe, with fair skin and somewhat delicate features, shook his fan as he arrived outside the gates of the Human Realm Pavilion, accompanied by several powerful cultivators. This man was none other than Zhang Chun, the young master of the Zhang family of eternal life. Is Sure You truly within? After all, she is the esteemed young lady of the Human Realm Pavilion, a distinguished figure in the cultivation world. How can she stoop to being a courtesan in her own establishment? Zhang Chun's brow furrowed in discontent as he surveyed the bustling scene at the pavilion. Although the crowd comprised cultured individuals discussing the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he could not bear the thought of his beloved mingling with so many men daily. Alas, I heard that yesterday, the Human Realm Pavilion hosted a welcoming banquet for Fairy Sure You, temporarily halting its operations. I bit my tongue and refrained from attending. After much anticipation for today, I had hoped Fairy Sure You would grace us with a new performance, only to learn that she would not perform. How disappointing. I traveled such a great distance only to be met with this complete letdown. You may not be aware, but I have heard that Fairy Sure You has come to Shanghai City specifically to meet someone. A voice rang out from the crowd, capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. All eyes turned toward the speaker, a man who had spoken with Su Yan at the pavilion's entrance the day prior, his face adorned with the markings of a middle-aged individual. There had already been whispers circulating that Fairy Sure You would only perform for one person yesterday. Did you think this was mere hearsay? Wrong. It is indeed true. Moreover, I witnessed someone entering the Human Realm Pavilion yesterday, seemingly spending the evening with Fairy Sure You. The fact that she refused to perform today is likely due to her being with that man. Upon hearing this, the Human Realm Pavilion erupted into a frenzy after a brief silence. Impossible. This cannot be true. How could Fairy Sure You possibly spend an entire day alone with another man? He speaks not a word of falsehood. Until Fairy Sure You achieves greatness in the realm of opera, It is known that she shares an exceptional rapport with a particular man, often spending entire days together. Perhaps this man is her destined companion. The guests at the Human Realm Pavilion began to murmur among themselves, with some expressing curiosity about the mysterious man's identity, while others were filled with righteous indignation. After all, Pei Shi was the sole luminary in the hearts of these cultured individuals. Now that this luminary seems to belong to another, their youthful dreams appear to have come to an end. Nonsense! A thunderous voice, imbued with a profound aura of authority, permeated the air. The cultivators engaged in discussion felt as though an invisible hand had gripped their throats, rendering them motionless as they instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Zhang Chun, his expression dark as stormy waters, glaring at everyone present with palpable hostility. Should you dare to distort the truth and spread malicious rumors about my beloved Shiryu, do not blame this young master for ensuring that you find no resting place in death. Zhang Chun did not conceal his presence in the slightest. The oppressive aura of the ninth layer of the cave heaven realm radiated from him, enveloping all those present. Who is this individual? Such youth, yet already having reached the cave heaven realm. Moreover, it seems he is not far from the divine passage realm. A murmur of astonishment escaped the lips of a cultivator. I have heard of this person. His name is Zhang Chun, the young master of the Qingliangqin family, and he appears to be both a childhood companion and a suitor of the poetic fairy, Pei Shi. In the future, should you encounter him, it would be wise to refrain from discussing matters concerning Pei Shi. This fellow possesses a rather unhinged and obsessive disposition. It is said that many scholars and poets had penned various love poems for Pei Shi, which we initially regarded as mere amusement. However, upon learning of this, Zhang Chun commanded his family to eliminate those most ardent in their poetic pursuits. As this statement echoed, the remaining guests, who had overheard, trembled in their bodies. They were all too aware of his nature. Zhang Chun is a zealous and fanatical admirer. Though he has yet to win Pei Shi's heart, he has, to some extent, already claimed her as his possession. A pack of curs dares to gossip about the young master behind his back. With his keen spiritual perception, Zhang Chun caught wind of the hushed discussions around him, his fury surging as he resolved to subdue those individuals, incapacitate their cultivation, and cast them out. This proclamation left the murmuring cultivators pale with shock. Zhang Chun's behavior was utterly unreasonable. After all, this is the domain of the Human Realm Pavilion, and he, like them, is merely a guest. Yet he acted with such brazen audacity. They were even of lesser cultivation than Zhang Chun. Not to mention that he had several formidable divine passage realm experts backing him. Zhang Chun, enough is enough. At that moment, a cool, melodious voice interlaced with a hint of anger rang out. This is my Human Realm Pavilion, not the territory of your Qingliangqin family. Should you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite. The numerous cultivators present rejoiced at this voice. Pei Shi had finally arrived. Today, she donned a flowing gown of verdant hues, her fair skin subtly revealed beneath the delicate green veil. With every graceful movement, her enchanting figure was impeccably accentuated by her dignified demeanor. Upon her entrance, Zhang Chun, who had previously exuded an air of dominance and intimidation, suddenly softened, appearing somewhat flustered. No, Shiyu. It is these unseeing individuals who have brazenly spread rumors behind your back, claiming you spent an entire day with a certain man. Shiyu, I know you well. You would never. Yet before Zhang Chun could finish his sentence, Pei Shi's words interrupted him. First, my affairs are none of your concern, outsider. I have made this abundantly clear. I have no relationship with you, and, as the esteemed young master of a prominent family, do not cling to me like a persistent adhesive. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into a stunned silence. Numerous onlookers, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. It was utterly astonishing that Pei Shi, born into a family of literary prestige, would utter such coarse words. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. Who could remain unperturbed when confronted by a man they despised? A man who boasted an inflated sense of self-worth and regarded them as mere possessions. Zhang Chen's expression stiffened slightly, darkening further. After all, he was the young master of the Qingxiang family. To be humiliated in front of so many was a blow to his pride and dignity. Undeterred, Pei Shiyu dismissed Zhang Chen entirely and raised 2 fingers, declaring, secondly, who claims it is merely a rumor, is indeed true. Moreover, allow me to clarify. That individual is the one I admire and the person I wish to take as my partner in the future. At that moment, the entire gathering fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of everyone present, including Zhang Chen, froze in astonishment, their souls seemingly whisked away by Pei Shiyu's revelation. No one had anticipated that she would not only refuse to deny the rumor, but would boldly affirm it. As everyone remained in a state of shock, Pei Shiyu turned slightly, tugging at the fabric of the private booth, yet found it unyielding. Furrowing her brow, she exerted more force, her voice tinged with grit. Come, let me introduce you all to my beloved Chu Qingxian. With that, the disguised Su Yian was finally drawn forth by Pei Shiyu's insistence. Chapter 69. The table may yet be upturned. Transforming into the villainous demon, Lord Moments rewind to just a few minutes prior. This is how the situation unfolded. So, Ian, do you desire a companion on your path? If you utter a single word, I shall be your partner henceforth. The private room fell into a profound silence. Pei Shiyu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her smile radiating beauty that could captivate anyone. It appeared she had mustered considerable courage, despite the shadows that loomed. Her delicate visage burned with a crimson hue, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Su Yian, seemingly awaiting his response. One of her hands clasped his, while the other continued to munch on a spirit fruit, leaving Su Yian looking rather bewildered. What is this? A partner? This was not an aspect of their arrangement. Was it? He merely provided emotional value and, on occasion, garnered a few identity points. Was he truly being sold into servitude? Moreover, let's not overlook Bai Shuha, that obsessive figure who had been closely monitoring him of late. Furthermore, Mei Xianyan had explicitly warned him, should he entangle himself with any other female cultivators, she would ensure his sterilization. He sensed that Mei Xianyan was not one to merely issue threats. Her intentions were decidedly serious. Furthermore, with so many trees in the world, it would be exceedingly foolish to hang oneself from a single branch. He harbored grand aspirations, wishing to extend genuine tenderness to numerous fairies within the realm of cultivation. Of course, the primary reason was that acquiring identity points and spirit stones from one individual paled in comparison to the speed of gaining them from several. After Su Yian gently declined her proposal, Pei Shiyu felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. After all, she was the esteemed young lady of the Human World Pavilion, pursued by countless admirers. And yet, here she was, offering herself as a partner, and he was ungrateful. I was merely jesting. I only sought your assistance as a shield to fend off Zhang Chen. I merely hold a favorable impression of you. It is not true affection. Even had you consented, my mother would never agree, and many matters to come would. The more she spoke, the more tangled her thoughts became, leaving her with a headache. Eventually, she decided to be straightforward, stating that if he could help her deter Zhang Chen today, preventing him from bothering her in the future, she would reward him with 20 million spirit stones and some rare treasures. Greedy for wealth, Su Yian's eyes sparkled with delight. 20 million was excessive. Considering their existing rapport, he would offer a discount, settling on 18,888,000 spirit stones. Let be a matter of good fortune. I thank you. You are quite a good person. Pei Shiyu was left exasperated. However, taking into account that Su Wanqing was still lingering in Shanghai City, Su Yian decided to disguise his appearance and assumed the name Su Chongqing. At this moment, Su Yian, serving as Pei Shiyu's shield, attracted countless astonished and incredulous gazes. Among them, the most unable to accept this was Zhang Chen. His eyes, fixed on Su Yian, seemed to burn with an intent to shred him to pieces. Shi, what do you mean by this? Did you intentionally come here to provoke me with this pretty boy? You are clearly meant to be my future wife. It is I who should be the one you love. Hearing such words, Pei Shiyu furrowed her brow, almost feeling nauseous, and cast a significant eye roll at Zhang Chen below. When did it come to the point of declaring oneself as your future wife? My parents have never arranged a marriage contract with your family, have they? It appears this is merely your unilateral wish. Please refrain from spreading slanderous rumors that tarnish my reputation. I do not harbor any feelings for you. My heart belongs solely to my beloved Chongqing. As she spoke, Pei Shiyu took the initiative to link her arm with Su Yan's. Su Yan felt a surge of warmth in his arm, an indescribable softness enveloping him. This gesture only served to infuriate Zhang Chun, causing him to seethe with rage, his forehead bulging with veins. "You wretched pretty boy, get away from Shiyu!" Zhang Chun bellowed, his entire being erupting with fury. As the heir of the Zhang family, he had been pampered since childhood and had consumed numerous rare treasures, endowing his physique with strength that surpassed his peers. In this moment of unbridled anger, he unleashed a force comparable to that of a formidable expert. "Be careful." Pei Shiyu's expression changed drastically. She had never anticipated that Zhang Chun would recklessly strike out. Having practiced various arts over the years, her cultivation was naturally inferior to his. Similarly, she had never witnessed Su Yan in action or sensed any of his power, leading her to instinctively believe he would be unable to withstand this blow. Many others share this belief. After all, those present were primarily skilled in the arts, while Zhang Chun was a martial prodigy unrivaled among his peers. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that surpassed everyone's imagination. A thunderous crash resounded as Zhang Chun, who had already unleashed a punch aimed at Su Yan's head, suddenly seemed struck by an unseen force before he could even make contact. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. The immense force propelled him through the doors of the human pavilion, scattering with splinters, before he crashed onto the distant street, stirring up a cloud of dust. All onlookers gaped in disbelief, their minds momentarily blank from the shock. Just a moment ago, they had believed Su Yan would suffer greatly, perhaps even sustain grave injuries. Yet, the reversal was instantaneous. It was Zhang Chun who was blasted away by an overwhelming force. The speed was astonishing, too swift for anyone to react before Zhang Chun lay sprawled on the distant street. "Young master." It was only then that a member of the Zhang family, bewildered by the turn of events, snapped back to reality, exclaiming in alarm as they hurried to assist Zhang Chun. They could not have anticipated that their seemingly invincible young master would be so thoroughly bested. To think that a seemingly feeble, pretty boy could be effortlessly sent flying. This fellow is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Unfazed by the astonished gasps and the horrified glances of those around him, Su Yan remained indifferent. After all, he had diligently amassed spirit stones, gathered cultivation resources, and tirelessly accumulated identity points to enhance his various talents, all for the sake of enjoying a carefree life. He neither sought trouble nor feared it. Should anyone provoke him, he could easily turn the tables and become a villainous overlord. With the numerous trump cards he had collected over the years, dealing with a clan like the Zhang family of eternal life was far from a daunting task. "Su Chongqing, how did you manage that just now?" At this moment, Pei Shiyu, finally regaining her senses, looked at Su Yan with an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, Zhang Chen's furious and full-force strike had made even her, a 7th-level cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm, feel a pang of fear. She had even resolved to activate the treasures bestowed by her parents to shield Su Yan. Yet, she never anticipated that he would effortlessly neutralize it. Su Yan merely chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. However, his calm demeanor and apparent lack of concern sent shivers down the spines of all present. To strike down a prodigy whose strength could rival a being of divine powers with a single palm, he must indeed be a prodigy among prodigies, many began to ponder. With such formidable combat prowess, why would he need to rely on the favors of the esteemed Pei Xianzi? Surely, he could thrive effortlessly within any faction he chose to join. "Su Changyin, you seek death." At this moment, Zhang Chun, finally extricated from the ruins by several members of the Zhang family, let out a roar brimming with murderous intent. His hair was disheveled, half of his face grotesquely swollen, with a vivid red handprint still visible upon it. Those who had previously doubted Su Yian's claims fell into a stunned silence. He had truly sent Zhang Chun flying with a single slap. Observing the intense malice burning in Zhang Chen's eyes, Su Yian surmised that the latter bore a grudge against him. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. After all, he was already at odds with Jiang Xian and Limagia. If necessary, he could simply add one more name to the list of enemies. Chapter 70. No need to search. For you shall die today. The searing pain on his face incessantly stimulated Zhang Chen's nerves. Witnessing Su Yian's calm and carefree demeanor only fueled Zhang Chun's fury. Contorting his features as a profound rage intertwined with an intense murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Su Qingxian, a voice as dark and ominous as a beast, emerged through his clenched teeth. Go, subdue this scoundrel. I shall flay him alive. At Zhang Chen's furious roar, several formidable members of the Zhang family abruptly awakened from their stupor. Their energies surged dangerously, honing in on Su Yian with an ominous aura. Impudence. This is my human realm pavilion. You dare to create chaos here and lay hands on my Chongqing. Old Zhang, Mississippi. The moment Pei Shiyu's words fell, the oppressive force of a life-and-death realm enveloped the space. A terrifying figure stepped forth from a void, positioning itself protectively beside Pei Shiyu. If these ruffians dare to approach my human realm pavilion even a step closer, incapacitate them and cast them out. Not only old Zhang, but as Pei Shiyu's words echoed, more cultivators from the human realm pavilion appeared behind her, their expressions icy and their gazes firmly locked onto Zhang Chun and his companions. Zhang Chun's sudden outburst had caught them off guard, exceeding their expectations. Yet now, should Zhang Chun and his cohorts dare to make another move, they would undoubtedly face a united suppression from numerous powerful beings. Pei Shiyu, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your childhood companion. Zhang Chun's eyes flickered, yet he roared in indignation. This scoundrel dares to treat me this way. Can I not seek a morsel of retribution? Oof. What face do you have to bark here? You were the one who launched a sneak attack against my Chongqing first. Now that you are outmatched and have been beaten, you deserve it. Get lost. My human realm pavilion does not welcome scoundrels like you. Pei Shiyu expressed herself without reservation, her tone a mix of anger and disdain. This scene left many onlookers in shock. It is known that Pei Shiyu, steeped in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, is renowned as a paragon of virtue in the cultivation world. Yet today, she unleashed several coarse remarks. However, rather than finding fault, the onlookers felt this version of Pei Shiyu was more genuine and relatable. After all, who among mortals is without fault? Not to mention, the entire incident stemmed from Zhang Chun's own arrogance and hubris. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Chun was infuriated to the point of laughter. Very well, Su Qiangying, is it? This matter is far from over. With a final glare at Su Yian, Zhang Chun stormed off with his subordinates in a huff. Throughout this ordeal, Su Yian maintained an unyielding composure, though a subtle glint of murderous intent lingered in his narrowed eyes. This matter was certainly not concluded. After all, Zhang Chun was still alive. Did they truly believe the title of the thousand-faced demon lord was merely a fabrication? At that time, he had just traversed into the realm of cultivation, engaging in a wide array of ventures. Assisting others in overcoming their emotional demons was merely a fraction of his undertakings. He also undertook covert assassination missions. After all, with his almost supernatural ability to disguise himself, he could flawlessly impersonate anyone, save for those whose cultivation was superior to his own. Beneath his impeccable disguise lurked a lethal intent. Thus, each time he accepted an assassination task, he executed it flawlessly, often emerging unscathed. It was from that point onward that those in the cultivation world who became aware of his existence began to refer to him as the thousand-faced demon lord. Additionally, he was contemplating ways to cause trouble for Limagia, seeking to reclaim more than his fair share of interest. Coincidentally, a ready-made trouble had just presented itself. By eliminating Zhang Chun and evading capture, he could conveniently pin the crime on Limagia. What a splendid scheme. After all, being a professional stand-in was one matter, yet he bore a considerable grudge. Are you all right, Chongqing? Pei Shiyu asked, noticing Su Yian's silence as he fixated on Zhang Chun and the others as they departed. She initially thought that the earlier incident had left Su Yian in a foul mood, prompting her to grasp his hand gently, her voice soft and melodious. Don't dwell on that repulsive fellow. It can easily affect your mood, and it's unnecessary. Would you like me to sing a song for you? I've recently learned a few new pieces. She said this without a care for the astonished and envious gazes of those around them, leading Su Yian back to the opulent private room once more. Investigate that young Master Su. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Chun could no longer contain the fury surging within him. His eyes burned crimson as he wreaked havoc on the furnishings of his abode. After all, he was the scion of the Qingxiang family, a person of considerable status. Being publicly humiliated, treated like a dead dog, was intolerable. What infuriated him further was that he had witnessed Pei Xiu tenderly holding Su Yian's hand as he departed, her tone even laced with a hint of coquetry. The expression Pei Xiu wore was one he had longed to see in his dreams. Yet now, the object of his desires had been effortlessly claimed by a dandy of unknown origin. This ignited within him a singular desire to eliminate Su Yian and reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. As night quietly descended, enveloping the entire Shanghai city in a shroud of darkness, Su Yian, who had just exited the mortal pavilion, felt his previously sunny demeanor vanish. Instead, he turned toward a secluded alley. After rounding a corner, his appearance, attire, and even his aura underwent a profound transformation. Clad in a black cloak, shadows obscured much of his visage, revealing only the sharp contours of his face. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, it became apparent that Su Yian had completely assumed the likeness of Limagia. Every subtle expression and even certain instinctive movements mirrored one another with uncanny precision. A subtle smile graced Su Yian's lips as his thoughts stirred, effortlessly honing in on Zhang Chen's location. Earlier in the day, while delivering a sharp slap, he had discreetly inscribed a mark into Zhang Chen's body. Meanwhile, within the confines of Zhang Chen's residence, a furious outburst erupted. Incompetence! You are all a bunch of useless fools. My father has invested so many resources to elevate you to this level, yet you cannot even locate a single individual. What purpose do you serve? The roar was followed by a muffled groan as Zhang Chun violently kicked one of his subordinates, sprawled on the ground. Even after half a day had passed, his fury had not waned. Rather, it intensified with each moment. Zhang Chun yearned to dismantle Su Yian piece by piece to avenge the grievances of today as competition. Young master. At that moment, a guard suddenly spoke up. According to intel received, Su Changqing has departed from the humanitarian pavilion. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to strike and thoroughly subdue him. At that point, young master, you may unleash your wrath and torment him at your leisure. These words momentarily stunned Zhang Chun, but his expression swiftly transformed to one of delight. Why are you all still standing there? Go and bring that damn pretty boy to me. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, a chill, indifferent voice echoed through the courtyard. You need not trouble yourselves with my elder brother any longer. For today, you shall all perish here. Chapter 71. What does Limagia's actions have to do with Su Yian? Who? The sudden voice momentarily stilled the atmosphere in the courtyard of the mansion. Then, everyone, including Zhang Chun, was taken aback, raising their heads towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to them, atop the palace roof behind them stood a solitary figure draped in black robes. Against the luminous moonlight, the black robe fluttered in the cold wind. His indifferent gaze was now fixed upon the few individuals below him. Are you one of Su Changqing's people? The several powerful members of the Zhang family, who had regained their composure, narrowed their eyes upon seeing Su Yian disguised as Limagia. A slight smirk graced Su Yian's lips as he refrained from responding directly. With a tone laced with mockery, he stated, "There is no need for you to know too much. Just understand that the one who will send you to the underworld is named Limagia." Limagia. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Chen's pupils. What a truly arrogant young man. Setting aside his personal cultivation, the four powerful Zhang family members behind him were all of the divine ability realm. In fact, they even concealed a formidable master at the life and death realm. This fellow dares to claim he will send him to the underworld? utterly preposterous, truly seeking death. Capture him, sever his limbs, and cripple his cultivation. Let us see if we can extract useful information from him. Understood. The four seasoned experts of the Zhang family promptly acknowledged the command and immediately transformed into four streaks of darkness. Boom! Their auras surged violently, revealing their cultivation at the divine ability realm. They acted swiftly and decisively to prevent Su Yian from making an immediate escape. However, Su Yian remained unfazed by the onslaught of the four divine ability realm experts. Instead, he reached into the space around him and retrieved a bronze box. Approximately half his height, intricately engraved with countless ancient cloud patterns, exuding an air of antiquity. Without any unnecessary hesitation, Su Yian forcefully struck the bronze box. Crack! The bronze box unfolded like a jade fan. 8 ancient swords, each radiating terrifying sword energy and reflecting a chilling light under the moon, emerged from a box. This was no ordinary bronze box. Rather, it was the treasure he had previously acquired, the 9 nether sword chest. Go! At this moment, with his index and middle fingers aligned as if forming a sword, he pointed upwards. Swish, 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 4 ancient swords, surrounded by fierce sword energy, soared into the sky as if infused with life, resembling azure dragons roaming the vast expanse. They independently surged towards the 4 divine ability realm experts. Moreover, the 4 ancient swords appeared as if grasped by an unseen swordmaster. In the boundless sky, they even executed varied sword techniques on their own, slicing, cleaving, vertical and horizontal strikes, piercing, countless sharp rays of sword light intertwined, forming a pure white sword net in the darkness of night. From the beginning to the end, Su Yian remained steadfast, not moving an inch. With a gentle upward motion of his finger, for ancient swords levitated effortlessly, as if imbued with life, swiftly subduing the 4 practitioners of divine abilities. Zhang Chun, who witnessed this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment and fear. However, he was not overly intimidated, for behind him stood a formidable being of life and death. You, a mere child so young, possess such a terrifying mastery of the sword. Truly intriguing. If you are willing to turn back and relinquish your consciousness, allowing my young master to plant a slave mark upon you, becoming a loyal hound at his command, perhaps I might spare your life. In the next moment, an aged voice suddenly echoed. The space behind Zhang Chun warped and twisted, swiftly forming a vortex of emptiness. An old man, clad in gray robes, small in stature, hunched over and leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from within. His murky eyes were fixated intently on Su Yian. In truth, Su Yian's presence struck him as peculiar. He could not discern the specifics of his cultivation realm. However, he assumed that Su Yian must possess a treasure that concealed his true capabilities. The youth appeared exceedingly young, at most a practitioner of divine abilities, and could not possibly rival someone of his life and death realm. I say, you decrepit relic, how can you still feign strength better than I did in my youth? Su Yian scoffed, raising his hand slightly. The ancient sword that had just cleaved through the neck of an unyielding practitioner of divine abilities now soared into his grasp with a whistling wind, akin to a soaring dragon. Simultaneously, as he grasped the sword, an astonishing change swept through him. A torrent of fierce sword aura erupted from within him like an overwhelming flood. The gray-robed elder, who had previously regarded him with a hint of disdain, now felt a palpable shift in Su Yian's aura, causing his gaze to freeze in astonishment. The terrifying sword energy emanating from Su Yian instilled within him a visceral sense of danger. Young master, be cautious. Something is amiss with this individual. The elder retreated slightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Chun. What do you mean, elder? Zhang Chun, though harboring a disdainful attitude toward the other practitioners of divine abilities, seemed to heed the gray-robed elder's words. Upon hearing his statement, a wave of trepidation washed over him. It was known that this elder was a formidable figure of the 5th level of life and death, a pillar of strength in this world. The fact that even someone of such stature would feel a sense of dread towards a youth nearly his own age was indeed alarming. Yet, Su Yan paid no mind to their idle chatter. The sword energy around him surged dramatically, as if it were being compressed within the long sword he wielded. Strike! With that command, Su Yan executed a horizontal slash. Boom! In the vast, inky darkness of night, Su Yan's sword, seemingly as insignificant as a silver needle, erupted into a dazzling light that spread across the heavens, akin to the brilliance of the Milky Way. The tumultuous sword energy surged forth, engulfing the air with an overwhelming force aimed directly at the elder in gray. It was only at this moment that the elder finally discerned Su Yan's true cultivation level. He was a formidable figure at the life and death realm. How could such a young individual possibly possess such power? However, the shock in his mind was swiftly drowned by the relentless onslaught of sword energy. Let us not forget that Su Yan bore the identity of the snowstorm swordsman, coupled with the clarity of sword heart as his innate quality, along with attributes that had been elevated to a significant degree. The might of his strike was such that even the elder, utilizing all his strength, could not withstand it. The divine manifestation he had summoned shattered, and countless protective artifacts exploded in a cacophony of destruction. The elder, unable to endure even a single strike, was akin to fresh snow scorched by the blazing sun, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Thanks to the elder's efforts in absorbing much of the sword energy, along with Zhang Chen's possession of various rare protective artifacts, he was spared from being directly slain by Su Yan's sword. Su Yan, unfazit, approached Zhang Chen, who lay on the ground, his body severely broken and writhing like a dying dog. Behind him, ancient swords, seemingly possessing their own consciousness, dispatched the remaining 3 powerhouses of the divine passage realm. Blood trickled and pooled upon the ground as 3 long swords returned to the 9 nether sword box. Please spare me. I am the scion of the eternal Zhang family. Killing me will only bring calamity upon yourself. If you let me go, I swear on my heart's intent that I will never seek revenge. The heavy footsteps that fell upon the ground echoed like a death knell, sending shivers down Zhang Chen's spine, his spirit nearly fleeing. In that moment of terror, he appeared a far cry from the arrogant figure he had been earlier. After all, the elder he had relied upon had just been cleaved down by Su Yan. Yet Su Yan remained cold and unyielding, drawing closer with each step. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Zhang Chen shifted to threats. I possess special prohibitions. If you kill me, the scenes of my demise will be transmitted back to my family. Your name and visage will be known to my family's experts. And what awaits you is nothing but a grave without a resting place. However, the previously impassive Su Yan suddenly broke into a smile. Is that so? Then I, Liamo Xie, would gladly welcome the esteemed members of your family. As he spoke, Su Yan raised his hand and struck with his sword, blood erupting in the night. Ahead, eyes wide with the terror of impending death, sword high into the air, Su Yan paid no further heed to the corpses behind him. He sensed the approach of powerful figures who had detected the commotion. Yet, he was indifferent. The ones Liamo Xie had slain were of no concern to him. Su Yan, Chapter 72, Calamity brought forth. Someone slanders me. I hope the bloodline tracing technique of the Zhang family proves sufficiently powerful. A faint smile graced Su Yan's lips. Otherwise, the considerable effort I exerted to meticulously disguise the unique aura fluctuations belonging to Limagia would have been in vain. When performing a charade, one must commit to the entirety of the act. Previously, while assuming the guise of the heavenly mechanism diviner, he had infused a mark into Limagia's body and simultaneously deciphered the distinctive essence of Limagia's origin through divination techniques, enabling him to replicate and disguise it flawlessly. To genuinely conceal one's original essence, one must transcend to the reincarnation realm, a feat currently beyond Limagia's reach. By chance, during his travels across myriad realms, he had come across whispers of a certain technique. He was aware that the Zhang family's bloodline tracing method could perfectly replicate a cultivator's original essence. This serendipitous alignment perfectly suited his intent to frame Limagia. Moreover, he could conveniently divulge this essence belonging to Limagia to the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, potentially fetching a handsome price. With a light chuckle, Su Ian gradually vanished into the moonlit night. Meanwhile, far away in the territory of the Zhang family within the Eternal Green Realm, a magnificent palace suddenly reverberated with an enraged roar imbued with boundless killing intent. Who dares to lay such a lethal hand upon my son? The booming voice echoed like a great bell, sending ripples through the entire Zhang family. Before long, numerous powerful members of the Zhang family, alerted by the commotion, gathered in the main hall. Patriarch, what has transpired? One elder inquired, perplexed. Did not the young master depart for the Taishan realm to seek Miss Xiu? How could such calamity befall him? Especially with 4 formidable protectors from our family and a death realm expert accompanying him? Not only this elder, but many others shared similar bewilderment. Their gazes fixated on a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes on the verge of madness. His name was Zhang Qing, the current patriarch of the Zhang family and the father of Zhang Chun. The moment the soul mark he had left within Zhang Chun vanished, he had sensed something amiss. Ignoring the inquiries from the elders below, Zhang Qing's aura surged violently, causing the void to twist and distort as if influenced by some potent force, conjuring countless ancient characters. As these characters coalesced, a divine mirror, shimmering with ripples and entirely formed from the power of special laws, soon manifested before everyone. My son, return to me. Soul of mine, reveal to your father the visions you beheld before your demise. I shall avenge you. Your father will ensure their remains are scattered to the winds, a fitting tribute to your spirit in the heavens. As Zhang Qing recited ancient incantations once more, the divine mirror distorted again, swiftly revealing the scene seen by Zhang Chun in his final moments. Beneath the moonlight, a man with a cold smile, wielding a long sword, severed Zhang Chen's head in one decisive stroke. Remember, I am Li Mo Xie, the one who will guide you to the underworld. Zhang Qing clenched his teeth, his eyes bulging with fury as he watched the scene unfold in the divine mirror with a grimace. In his crimson gaze, he had indelibly etched the visage of Li Mo Xin, even the essence of his being, into his memory. Excellent. Li Montak Si, a splendid Li Macao Xia. You dare to take the life of my son, Zhang Qing, even if it requires the full might of the Zhang family. I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, aboard a passenger airship racing through the depths of the heavens, Li Mo Xie, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill creep down his spine, an ominous premonition rising within him. It was as if he'd been unjustly branded by an unseen force. Shaking his head, Li Mo Xie swiftly cast aside his unease, attributing it to the relentless pursuit of the dark demon guards. Li Mo Xie had never felt this constrained before. Previously, to escape the enigmatic calculations of an unknown entity, he had willingly sacrificed nearly half of his primordial blood essence. Yet to his dismay, even such a painful cost had not freed him from the pursuit of the dark demon guards. Wherever he appeared, they would follow. Moreover, he had narrowly escaped capture several times, relying on the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel for assistance in evading danger. Otherwise, he would have long since fallen. However, it mattered not. With the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel by his side, given sufficient time, he would rise once more, exiting his meditative state. Li Mo Xie made his way to the deck and sought out an informant to inquire about any recent underground bounty missions. After all, his current identity was far too sensitive. Aside from the dark demon guards hunting him, the imperial family of the Taishan Celestial Dynasty was also dispatching agents to pursue him. He would refrain from revealing his true identity if he could help it. To sustain himself, he had no choice but to accept underground bounty missions. As fate would have it, the informant smiled slightly, revealing to be honest. A cousin of mine from the Chongqing realm recently presented me with a lucrative task. You don't need to kill the target. Simply providing clues or whereabouts will earn you at least 700,000 spirit stones. What is the name of this target? Li Mo Xie inquired, his interest piqued. The informant chuckled lightly, producing a unique piece of jade from his robe. The person is named Li Mo Xie. Just last night, he brutally murdered the heir of the Zhang family in Songhai City, inciting their furious wrath. The Zhang family is now mobilizing their entire clan to search for this Li Mo Xie. It seems this Li Mo Xie has become quite the notorious figure lately. I hear he's also being hunted by the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, and now the Zhang family has joined the fray. This fellow truly fears not for his life. He has already angered the Taishan Celestial Dynasty, and yet foolishly provoked a family of longevity as well, truly courting disaster. Upon hearing these words, Li Mo Xie's pupils widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth? The young master of the Zhang family, renowned for longevity, has he committed murder? As reality dawned on him, Li Mo Xie nearly trembled with rage. Defamation. Someone has slandered him. He had been residing aboard this merchant vessel for some time, with no opportunity to commit such heinous acts. Who among them dared to cast such vile accusations upon him? It was truly despicable and shameless. Yet, after his initial fury subsided, Li Mo Xie realized that the perpetrator was merely masquerading behind a facade, and he himself would remain unscathed. At that moment, the information dealer began to chant an incantation, and a peculiar jade talisman in his grasp emitted waves of strange energy. Furthermore, the Zhang family of longevity employed a method of bloodline tracing to recreate the essence of the thief who had slain their young master. This essence was then inscribed onto the jade stone through a special process. With this talisman in hand, should the rogue Li Mo Xie be nearby, it would emit a radiant glow and tremble. Almost simultaneously with the dealer's words, the jade stone in his hand began to shake violently, releasing an incredibly brilliant light. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Mo Xie's pupils widened, and he was momentarily stunned. Was it possible that the impostor who had assassinated Zhang Chun had also perfectly replicated his essence? The information dealer stood frozen, his gaze vacantly shifting between the jade talisman and the figure of Li Mo Xie before him. A thunderbolt of realization struck his mind, and his expression changed dramatically. Li Mo Xie. You are Li Mo Xie. Get the hell away. Although Li Mo Xie reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to strike at the neck of the dealer, the latter managed to utter his warning. Instantly, the majority of those aboard the merchant ship, like Li Mo Xie, were unable to walk freely due to various reasons and could only accept clandestine bounty tasks. Li Mo Xie. Where's Li Mo Xie? At that moment, numerous cultivators who had caught wind of the lucrative bounty began to converge, each eager to claim the reward. After all, capturing Li Mo Xie not only promised substantial rewards, but also the favor of the esteemed Taishan Celestial Dynasty and the influential Zhang family of longevity, presenting an unparalleled opportunity to reverse their misfortunes and ascend to greatness. Damn it! Feeling the encroachment of numerous cultivators around him, Li Mo Xie erupted in a fit of curses. Who was responsible for framing him in such a treacherous manner? He, Li Mo Xie, would never rest until he avenged this slander. Chapter 73. What nonsense is this about killing someone and developing affection? Meanwhile, Su Ian had long returned to his own secluded abode, where he now sat in tranquil meditation. The surrounding aura of the laws surged like a tempest, transforming into graceful, swirling golden characters imbued with an ancient and profound essence. Before Su Ian unfolded vibrant and resplendent star maps. Alternatively, it manifested as a torrent of sword energy, coalescing into a cascading river of sword light. These two utterly contradictory phenomena intertwined, only settling down after a considerable time. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed once more. Ding! The profession Snowstorm Swordsman and Heavenly Diviner have experienced a rise in their respective abilities. The Master has successfully unlocked 2 new talent abilities associated with these professions. Snowstorm Swordsman, Sword Domain. The will of the sword transforms the domain, and all within it becomes part of the sword energy. Those who tread within the domain shall be subjected to the absolute suppression of its master. Heavenly Diviner, stargazing, observing the celestial constellations, harnessing the power of the stars. Where the starlight reaches, all things are silent. Note, can initially summon the very power of heaven and earth, influencing the basic fortune of cultivators and beings. Remaining identity points, 89. Seeing the newly unlocked talent abilities for his 2 professions, Su Ian felt a sense of satisfaction. deeming it a worthy reward for his diligent accumulation of identity points. However, he was slightly troubled that the identity points required for each profession's advancement doubled each time. Fortunately, he was currently engaged in several substitute tasks simultaneously, which allowed him to accrue identity points even without direct encounters. Ding! Detected that Su Wanqing harbors a strong yearning for the master. Identity points 7. Ding! Detected that Mei Xianyan harbors a strong yearning for the master. Identity points 9. Ding! Detected that Bai Linger harbors a strong yearning for the master. Identity points 6. Ding! Detected that Pei Shiyu. Moreover, he discovered that he could garner identity points not only from his current substitute targets, but also from those he had previously completed tasks for. Should they similarly develop strong emotions toward him, he could still earn identity points. For instance, Bai Shuhe, for whom he had already fulfilled the substitute task, contributed to this as well. It could be said that as long as he lived each day, identity points would continue to flow into his account. Once he organized his emotions, Su Ian contentedly departed from his residence. Transforming his appearance into that of Su Changqing, he proceeded towards the human pavilion. However, upon his arrival, he found himself encircled by several cultivators at the divine ability realm, who appeared to have been lying in wait for some time. You're Su Changqing, correct? We are members of the Zhang family of longevity, and we require your cooperation in an investigation. You must come with us, the leading cultivator asserted, his tone leaving no room for refusal, tinged with an authoritative undertone. Su Ian raised an eyebrow slightly. The Zhang family's response was rather swift. They must have uncovered the conflict he had with Zhang Qin yesterday, leading them to suspect him as a potential culprit. But so what? They had no evidence and could not convict him. I refuse. Su Ian let out a light laugh, disregarding the displeasure etched on the face of the leader as he strode past him. You audacious fool. The leader, a formidable figure in the realm of divine powers, felt humiliated and instantly erupted in fury, extending his hand in an attempt to seize Su Ian. If your filthy paw dares to touch him, I shall have you all slaughtered, chopped into pieces, and fed to the dogs. This chilling yet cold voice suddenly resonated through the air. The divine power wielder's hand froze in place, as terror gripped the gazes of his companions. Unbeknownst to them, Pei Shiyu had already appeared at the entrance of the human realm pavilion. Behind her, the formidable Li Lao, who had reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm, emerged quietly, a terrifying aura firmly locking onto the group. Miss Shiyu, you must understand that our young master met a tragic end last night, and we suspect it may be related to Su Changqing. We are merely following orders. One of the Longsheng Zhang clan members began. Hasn't the Zhang family already identified the murderer? What does this have to do with my family, S. Changqing? Pei Shiyu's icy tone interrupted the voices of the Longsheng Zhang clan members. If you seek retribution, go after that Limajia. What is the merit in harassing my Changqing? Should you be looking for trouble? Pei Shiyu did not finish her sentence, yet the glint of cold, killing intent in her narrowed eyes conveyed volumes. Our Shiyu is a refined lady among the many cultured scholars. How can you utter such coarse words so freely? Su Ian smirked slightly, unable to resist teasing her. At his words, Pei Shiyu blinked in surprise and rolled her eyes in annoyance. Do you think I do this for anyone else? Enough. Let us ignore these rabble. I shall sing for you. With that, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the onlooking cultivators, she pulled Su Changqing into their lavish private room. Boss, what should we do now? Once Su Ian's figure had vanished completely, another approached the leader of the divine power realm, whispering inquiringly. Wait, the family head has stated that Su Ian is also highly suspect. We must bring him back. The divine power wielder, recently likened to a mere stray cat or dog by Pei Shiyu, wore a grim expression. His prowess was among the finest in the cultivation world. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet he directed his simmering anger towards Su Ian. Meanwhile, within the opulent private room, once they were alone, Pei Shiyu finally composed herself, her gaze serious as she focused intently on the tea-drinking Su Ian. Ian, please tell me honestly, did you kill Zhang Qin? To be frank, had it not been for the Longsheng Zhang clan's revelation that the killer was a fellow named Limajia, she would have harbored suspicions about the seemingly gentle and sunny man before her. Who knows? A silence enveloped them for a moment. Su Ian took a sip of tea before breaking into a light laugh. Pei Shiyu gazed at him silently, her lips curving upward into a breathtaking arc. Indeed, he was nothing more than a deceased individual. If you were truly responsible for his demise, I would be grateful to you. He had been a persistent nuisance for quite some time, incessantly spreading rumors that I was his fiancé. His death is, therefore, a fitting consequence. Although Pei Shiyu maintained an outward calm, her demeanor entirely unperturbed, deep within her, a surge of joy made her heart race. Especially at the moment she turned around, her delicate face flushed slightly, and a myriad of thoughts instantly cascaded through her mind. This must have been the doing of Su Yian. Su Yian undoubtedly regarded her as his own. Just yesterday, Zhang Chun had the audacity to offend her and brazenly claimed her as his future wife, a statement that surely provoked Su Yian's wrath. Thus, Su Yian must have eliminated Zhang Chun. It could only be so. Su Yian's affection for her is indeed overwhelming. To protect her from unwanted advances, he undertook such a perilous act, disregarding his own safety. If the Zhang family were to uncover the truth and ascertain that Su Yian was the perpetrator, even if it meant imploring her father for assistance or paying a tremendous price, she would ensure Su Yian's safety. Ding! Detecting Pei Shiyu's profound affection towards the master. Master Identity Points 12. Su Yian, who was sipping his tea languidly, nearly choked upon hearing the abrupt system announcement, staring in bewilderment at Pei Shiyu, who had turned her back to him. What nonsense is this? He merely killed a man. Why on earth does Pei Shiyu suddenly harbor such intense feelings for him? What misunderstanding has this fellow fallen into now? Meanwhile, a white carriage was rapidly approaching Songhai City. Sister, ahead lies Songhai City, said Luo Siwei softly. Waning Ning had visited here not long ago. If all goes well, brother-in-law is likely to be here as well. As she spoke, Luo Siwei discreetly glanced at her sister. Ever since her sister's confrontation with Chu Qingxian in the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, her condition seemed to have worsened. What affliction? The love sickness. Thankfully, Su Wanning had recently returned to the Multiverse Merchant Alliance for matters of her own. Otherwise, she genuinely feared that her sister, in such a state, might come to blows with her dear friend Su Wanning. Chapter 74. Walking into the trap, just as intended yet, unbeknownst to Luo Qingga and Luo Siwei. Another vessel lay concealed in the depths of the void, swiftly approaching from behind them. This vessel belonged to Chu Qingxian. Although Su Yian had provided the Taishan Celestial Dynasty with intelligence on Limajia's whereabouts the previous night, which had reached her ears, her present concern lay not with Limajia, but rather with the movements of Su Yian, particularly after learning that Luo Qingga possessed a means to trace Su Yian's whereabouts. She had devoted considerable effort to discreetly observe Luo Qingga over the past few days. At last, her patience bore fruit as she awaited Luo Qingga's actions. Gazing at the distant Songhai City, Chu Qingxian's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Could Su Yian truly be here? Before long, Luo Qingga's celestial craft gracefully descended upon Songhai City. To avoid alarming any observers and alerting Su Yian to her presence, she refrained from exercising her authority as the Princess of Yaodai. Thus, despite her strong belief that Su Yian was still within Songhai City, the vast crowd rendered the task of locating a single individual exceedingly challenging. Sister, now that we have arrived in Songhai City, with sufficient time, we will surely be able to find Su. Brother-in-law, seeing her sister's downcast demeanor, Luo Siwei quickly interjected, moreover, we are at least closer to him now, are we not? Although it felt particularly embarrassing for Luo Siwei to refer to someone she once looked down upon as brother-in-law, she had little choice in the matter. Her sister's decade-long self-imposed seclusion had seemingly given rise to a certain psychological ailment. Initially, she had intended to call Su Yian by name, but her sister's gaze had appeared almost entranced. Luo Qingga nodded softly, her previously dim eyes brightening once more. In this world, no task is insurmountable. It is only the lack of determination that poses a challenge. She had endured over 10 years, What were a few more years or even decades? In the grand scheme of things, as long as he remained alive, she would have the opportunity to find him, to redeem him, rather than languishing in regret over the past decade for that fateful incident. Sister, I've heard that Shanghai City is a hub for trade alliances from various realms, and it boasts numerous specialties from other worlds, Luo Siwei continued. I recall that brother-in-law used to delight in collecting such trinkets. Why don't we seize this opportunity to gather some unique items to gift him? He would surely be pleased. Luo Siwei's words evoked a torrent of memories for Luo Qingge, recalling the time spent with Su Yan. He had relished traveling and would always return with curious little treasures. Back then, she had deemed such items childish and uninteresting. Yet now, she found herself plagued by regret each day, lamenting why she had impulsively destroyed the gifts he had so thoughtfully chosen for her. To this day, apart from a letter he once left behind, she possesses nothing that bears his trace. Over the past decade, even the so-called nostalgia evoked by familiar objects has eluded her. Furthermore, a tinge of trepidation lingers in her heart. Su Yan is undeniably alive, yet throughout these years, he has shown no inclination to seek her out. Could it be that her sword strike still weighs heavily on his mind, leaving him with no desire to forgive her? Luo Qingge's spirits dipped slightly as she strolled through the bustling streets, until she passed by the human pavilion, her steps momentarily faltering. Yet, the thoughts swirling in her mind were quickly cast aside. In her recollection, Su Yan would never venture into such a place. Searching within would merely be a futile endeavor. Unbeknownst to Luo Qingge and Chu Qingxian, Su Yan remained unaware of their arrival, spending the entire day at the human pavilion until nightfall. As he prepared to return to his residence, he suddenly paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Through his identity as the heavenly oracle, he sensed that Li Mo Xie, who had recently vanished without a trace, had re-emerged and was making his way towards Shanghai City. This fellow truly is fortunate to have survived. According to previous intelligence, Li Mo Xie had been pursued by numerous formidable opponents, ultimately finding himself in a desperate flight that led him into a mysteriously appearing void rift. This rift was a gateway to another chaotic and fragmented realm. Crossing this void would either require formidable spatial abilities akin to Mei Xianyan, or one would need to attain the realm of life and death. With Li Mo Xie's current cultivation, his entry into the void realm would likely lead to certain demise. Yet astonishingly, the seemingly doomed Li Mo Xie has managed to escape once more. Though the means of his survival remain a mystery, he is now poised to walk straight into a trap. Such a splendid opportunity shall not be overlooked. Those who have taken offense against him must be dealt with decisively to eliminate any future threats. With resolve in his heart, Su Yan summoned his powers and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the outskirts of the city. However, no one noticed the fleeting smile that graced his eyes as he cast a seemingly casual glance over his shoulder. This lad appears to be leaving the city. Our chance has arrived. The cultivators from the Zhang family, who had been lying in wait outside the human pavilion all day, were elated to see Su Yan head towards the city's exit. To them, he was merely a young prodigy. No matter how strong his abilities, could he truly surpass their ranks? The leader of the group, a formidable cultivator, curled his lips into a cruel smile. In Shanghai City, Su Yan may have enjoyed the luxury of protection under Pei Shiyu, but once he steps beyond the city gates, his fortunes would surely dwindle. Moreover, even if they failed to bring Su Yan back to the Zhang family, eliminating him would suffice. After all, the myriad beasts outside Shanghai City claim countless lives daily. Meanwhile, in the skies above a mountain range hundreds of miles distant from Shanghai City, a figure, tattered garments and covered in wounds, is desperately soaring through the air. This individual is none other than Li Mo Xie. Thanks to Su Yan's intervention, he has incurred the enmity of the Zhang family of Changshan, with a bounty on his head that has multiplied several times over. Last night, he was relentlessly pursued by numerous bounty hunters. Ultimately, it was only with the aid of the spirit of the bronze immortal vessel that he managed to extricate himself from peril, albeit at the cost of sustaining grave injuries, leaving him on the brink of death. Yet, as the saying goes, misfortune may lead to fortune. Having been swept into the chaotic currents of the void, he found his essence imbued with a fragment of spatial power, causing fluctuations in his innate aura that could assist in concealing his presence. It is all due to that wretched individual who has been scheming against me in the shadows. Liemo seethed with fury, cursing vehemently, vowing that should he ever lay hands on that person, they would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Su Ian had completely departed from the boundaries of Songhai City. However, he suddenly halted in midair, opting not to proceed further. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance, his voice devoid of warmth. I had actually afforded you an opportunity. Since you insist on choosing your own demise, I shall oblige. Upon exiting the human realm pavilion, he had already sensed the gaze of several powerful members of the Zhang family of Changsheng directed at him. There is no need for speculation. The Zhang family must believe he is equally implicated in Zhang Qin's demise. They are prepared to go to any lengths to capture him for interrogation. Although acting hastily might disrupt the scheme of diverting troubles onto Liemo Xie, allowing these individuals to take him back to the Zhang family would only invite greater complications. Thus, it would be wiser to act decisively, to eliminate them all and resolve the issue at its roots. Chapter 75. His breath emerged. He must be taken back in the fleeting moment when thoughts arose in his mind. Su Yan had already extended his palm towards the void. In the blink of an eye, he drew a gleaming longsword from his storage space, its cold light shimmering under the moonlight. On the other side, the members of the Zhang family, who had no intention of concealing themselves, were poised to strike fiercely and subdue the suspect Su Yan, intending to bring him back to their family. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the leader, who was about to sneer and reveal himself, suddenly found his expression frozen in shock. In their astonished and incredulous gazes, they witnessed Su Yan gripping the long sword and slashing it back towards them. Boom! In an instant, a magnificent surge of sword energy erupted, resembling a crescent moon spanning the vast sky. Before the members of the Zhang family could react, their vision was engulfed by the dazzling sword light. Su Changyin, you seek death. How dare you strike at us? Exclaimed the leader of the Zhang family, his complexion shifting dramatically. He had never anticipated that Su Yan, whom he perceived as demure and seemingly devoid of combat prowess, could unleash such terrifying sword energy, even prepared to kill them outright. Though they had been dispatched to apprehend Su Yan, their suspicions were merely tentative. Su Yan's attack altered the situation fundamentally. This would undoubtedly solidify the accusations against him, leading to relentless persecution from the Zhang family. Did he not fear the consequences? While their hearts swelled with shock and fury, the Zhang family members reacted swiftly. Some invoked defensive techniques, while others summoned top-tier defensive artifacts, attempting to withstand Su Yan's onslaught head-on. However, they gravely underestimated the ferocity of Su Yan's strike. Beyond the formidable sword energy he commanded, his cultivation had reached the realm of life and death, which was far beyond what mere practitioners of the divine ability realm could withstand. Boom! In the next moment, the resplendent sword energy surged forth, its overwhelming power effortlessly tearing through the defenses of 4 practitioners. Amidst the thunderous roars of the sword energy, fragments of divine artifacts mingled with countless shards of flesh, exploding in the air like fireworks, raining down upon the ground. Yet, one among them was fortunate, positioned favorably, though he too was caught in the wave of sword energy. He sustained severe injuries but remained alive, unable to move. Now, as he beheld Su Yan descending slowly with a long sword in hand, an overwhelming fear surged through him. You cannot kill me. My status is not the same as theirs. I am an attendant of the Zhang family, and if you slay me, the Zhang family will certainly. Before he could finish his plea, Su Yan swung his sword. In a flash of cold light, the head of the man, still bearing the terror of impending death, soared high into the air. Having crossed the line, Su Yan no longer cared about the consequences. At worst, he would continue to cast blame upon Limagia, a path he had already traversed with ease. Furthermore, he has been navigating the realm of cultivation for many years, holding numerous cards close to his chest. To speak candidly, Even when faced with the formidable Zhang family of longevity, he remains undaunted. With a mere gesture, he summoned the storage rings from the fallen elite warriors. Drawing upon the perceptions in his mind, Su Yian continued to advance towards Lian. Simultaneously, at the bustling streets of Shanghai City, Luo Qinggu, in the midst of selecting gifts, paused abruptly, instinctively lifting her gaze towards a particular direction. "Sister, what is the matter?" Luo Siwei inquired, observing the sudden shift in her sister's demeanor with a hint of confusion. Luo Qinggu offered no response, her eyes fixated on that direction, until a familiar fluctuation of aura resonated once more. It was then that she finally snapped back to reality, her body trembling with excitement, her expression radiant with joy. "I found him. It is he. Tu Bai. Tu Bai is right there." With that exclamation, Luo Qinggu unleashed her cultivation. Soaring into the air, the surge of her energy sent shockwaves that scattered many nearby cultivators, yet she paid them no heed, racing towards a point beyond Shanghai City. "Sister, wait for me." After extending apologies to the surrounding cultivators, Luo Siwei hastily mobilized her own power, pursuing the direction in which Luo Qinggu had departed. "Quick, we must catch up to her. She has a lead on Ian." Witnessing this scene from a distance, Chu Qingxian urgently called to the cultivators behind her, also following in the swift footsteps of Luo Qinggu towards the same destination. She, too, felt a surge of exhilaration. Initially believing that Su Yian would take a considerable time to be found amidst the multitude, she was pleasantly surprised that following Luo Qinggu would yield results so swiftly. This time, she was determined to bring Su Yian back to the Taishan Celestial Dynasty. On another front, the terrifying aftermath of Su Yian's confrontation with several formidable beings from the Zhang family of longevity caught the attention of Lian. His brow furrowed in concentration as he hovered in the sky, his gaze alertly fixed ahead. The moment the sword energy had manifested, an ominous premonition stirred within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Little boat, what level of cultivation does the entity that just unleashed that sword energy possess? Will it come for me? Do you have any means to counter it? After several harrowing escapes, even the slightest disturbance heightened Li Mo's vigilance to its peak. After all, thanks to Su Yian, his current circumstances were indeed dire. A single lapse in attention could lead to being pursued by a bounty hunter from the shadows. Rest assured, from my perception, it appears to be just one individual. Earlier, there were too many to contend with, but now I can easily assist you with this solitary opponent. The spirit of the bronze celestial vessel declared confidently, despite having been indirectly ensnared by the spirit of the bronze celestial sovereign not long ago. Li Mo's heart brimmed with grievances. However, the bronze celestial vessel's spirit is now his greatest trump card, the sole reliance he possesses. That accursed Su Yian. Were it not for this wretched individual, I would have long since rekindled my connection with Qingxian, perhaps even garnered the attention of the royal family. Instead, I find myself hunted like a rat scurrying through the streets. Once I attain a measure of power, I shall ensure he pays dearly. The mere thought of Su Yian ignited a fire of fury in Limaji's eyes, his pupils betraying an unrestrained wrath towards Su Yian. Clearly, he attributed all the injustices he had recently endured to this individual. The price? I find myself intrigued. What manner of price do you intend for me to pay? A voice, laced with amusement, suddenly resonated through the space ahead. It was akin to a bucket of icy water poured over him, plunging Limaji into a frigid abyss, chilling him to the bone. He recognized that voice all too well. Could it be Su Yian? What is he doing here? Chapter 76. The Bronze Celestial Vessel. Once the sovereign of an era, Mosia quickly evade. That fellow lacks martial virtue and resorts to ambush. At the same moment, alongside the warning sound emitted by the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel, a brilliant sword light, slicing through the void and accompanied by a fierce sonic boom, surged forth. In an instant, the dazzling sword light descended from the horizon, whistling past Li Mo's body. The terrifying residual sword energy did not diminish in an instant. It cleaved the colossal mountain behind Li Mo in two. With a resounding crash, The tumultuous sword energy, intertwined with the collapsing mountain debris, gradually descended, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although Li Mo Xie narrowly escaped, thanks to the early warning from the vessel's spirit, the dreadful residual sword energy still inflicted several bloody wounds upon his body. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, as if struck by a cannonball, crashing forcefully to the ground, his body sinking into a deep pit. At that moment, Su Ian arrived, soaring like a long rainbow from the horizon, gazing down upon the swirling dust with an expression of surprise in his eyes. Not particularly strong in cultivation, yet remarkably resilient. Is this the fabled protagonist's invincibility buff? From Su Ian's perspective, he sensed that Li Mo Xie had not perished. He had merely sustained severe injuries. Moreover, through his unique vision, he perceived an inexplicable aura enveloping Li Mo Xie, reminiscent of fortune, yet not entirely so. The source of this power seemed to originate from within Li Mo Xie, possibly linked to that mysterious treasure of his. Just then, Li Mo Xie, disheveled and covered in bloody wounds, struggled to rise from the rubble. Ignoring the intense pain coursing through his body, his bloodshot eyes fixated fiercely upon the figure in the sky, radiating an anger that seemed capable of igniting flames. Suiyan, are you the one who has been secretly divining my fate? Li Mo Xie was not foolish. He had gleaned some insights through the details of recent events. The coincidences were too striking. Su Ian, who should have been in the Taishan celestial dynasty, appeared so fortuitously on his path of escape, as if he had anticipated Li Mo Xie's every move. This could only imply that his whereabouts had likely been tracked by Su Ian. Furthermore, the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel had issued another warning. Sensing a familiar aura emanating from Su Ian, strikingly similar to that of the individual who had previously identified him. If Li Mo Xie still failed to comprehend the situation, it would be truly lamentable, given his years of cultivation seemingly wasted. Su Ian remained silent. His aura surged once more, and the sword energy surrounding him was compressed to its utmost limit, distorting the very space behind him in chaotic turmoil. Boom! Without any superfluous words, as Su Yan raised his sword and struck forward, a more terrifying sword aura surged forth, akin to a torrent breaching a dam, poised to obliterate Li Magia and the surrounding area entirely. Witnessing this scene, Li Magia felt a chill of dread, and even the frenzied glare he wore out of anger suddenly cleared in an instant. How long had it been since he departed from the Taishan Immortal Dynasty? Previously, Su Yan had seemed only slightly stronger than him, yet now he could effortlessly unleash such a formidable sword energy. How could this be possible? What Li Magia found even more intolerable was that he had regarded Su Yan merely as a substitute, an imposter. Yet this substitute, this imposter, was now significantly stronger than he himself. This was truly unacceptable. Fool, what are you doing? Get out of the way. The spirit of the bronze immortal vessel roared in frustration. It too felt a sense of helplessness. After waiting for so many years, it had finally encountered a young cultivator with decent potential in the ruins, only to discover he was a complete idiot. The sword energy was about to strike him, and he was still lost in his thoughts. Were it not for the binding with Li Magia, and the fact that breaking this bond shortly after awakening would harm its primordial power and jeopardize its ultimate plan, it would have already abandoned him based on Li Magia's recent performance alone. Boom! But the impending sword energy did not allow Li Magia a moment to regain his composure. The magnificent sword aura crashed down, unleashing an endless tempest of sword energy. The power released this time was even more terrifying than before, shattering the ground and forming a colossal chasm in an instant. Boy, spare me where you can. Amidst the swirling dust, a mysterious presence suddenly permeated the air. Ancient runes shimmering, transforming into a shield akin to an energy barrier. Li Magia's figure once again surged forth from within, setting aside the fact that it was his meddling that disrupted Li Magia's plans, which was only natural for him to bear a grudge. If you are willing to cease hostilities today, I can guarantee a complete mediation between you and him. I assure you that from this day forth, He will no longer trouble you, and your grievances shall end here. What do you think? Su Yan looked at Li Majia, enveloped within a special energy barrier not far away, his brows slightly arched. To be precise, the current Li Majia was not truly Li Majia. His physical autonomy had been temporarily usurped by a more powerful presence. Although Su Yan was unaware of the existence of the bronze immortal vessel spirit, he recognized that the peculiar transformation occurring within Li Majia was inseparable from that mysterious treasure he possessed. Su Yan couldn't help but smirk. This fellow Li Majia was indeed receiving treatment akin to that of a protagonist in a novel, unable to win a one-on-one battle. He had his helper possess him to fight on his behalf. Such a glitch occurrence was truly unfolding before his eyes. If I am not mistaken, you must be the spirit of a treasured artifact belonging to Li Majia, or perhaps some other form of a unique ethereal essence. Su Yan's lips curled slightly, suggesting a desire to mediate the discord between them. However, would you be willing to separate from him and align with me? An artifact possessing its own consciousness is indeed an exceedingly rare entity. Li Majia, not only enamored with spirit stones, also holds a profound affection for treasures. After all, these are vital assets for survival in this merciless realm of cultivation. While such sentient artifacts may potentially rebel against their bearers, Li Majia's other hidden cards could effectively restrain any backlash. As for resolving the conflict between him and Li Majia, with Li Majia's demise, the discord between them would naturally cease to exist. The countenance of the spirit controlling the bronze celestial vessel shifted to one of displeasure. If one were to consider the allegiance to a master, Su Yan is undeniably a superior choice. Yet, he has already pledged loyalty to a true master. His master is not the useless Li Majia, but rather a formidable figure from ancient times, revered as the everlasting true king. The ancient ruins that Li Majia once entered were, in fact, a unique contingency left behind by his master before his complete demise. Should a person of great fortune from future generations successfully navigate the trials and gain the approval of the bronze celestial vessel, it would temporarily nurture them. At the opportune moment, they would be led to the ruins of the everlasting true king and subsequently be possessed, achieving a true resurrection. Although Su Yan exhibits greater potential and talent, the mysterious nature of his being is disconcerting. Even with the accumulated knowledge of the spirit, it is utterly incapable of discerning Su Yan's true essence. He excels in both the sword path and divination, managing to traverse two entirely disparate avenues to such an extent. The spirit of the bronze celestial vessel shuddered. To acknowledge him as a master would undoubtedly result in being completely subjugated, in contrast to the uncontrollable Su Yan, who could potentially dominate him. The ineffectual Li Majia remains the more favorable option for now. Chapter 77. I will not allow you to bully the innocent. How did she find her way here? Although the subtle changes in Li Majia's expression were nearly imperceptible, Su Yan observed them with clarity. However, he was unfazed. Regardless of whether the spirit of the bronze immortal vessel yielded to him, he would not spare Li Majia. In an instant, another radiant beam of sword light was effortlessly unleashed by Su Yan, hurtling once more towards Li Majia. This detestable fellow, the spirit of the bronze immortal vessel, seethed with frustration. In its original scheme, Li Majia was perfectly suited for its master. By reviving its master at the opportune moment, successfully usurping Li Majia's identity, the master would possess a myriad of ways to seize control of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty. Subsequently, the master could center their authority around the Taishan Immortal Dynasty, expanding their influence across the myriad realms, thereby establishing a mightier force. However, due to Su Yan's interference, Li Majia had not only lost his standing as the legitimate heir of the National Defense House, but was also relentlessly hunted by the denizens of the Taishan Immortal Dynasty. All this turmoil was the result of Su Yan's actions. Now, neither it nor Li Majia had sought retribution against him. Yet he was the one instigating trouble for them. Buzz, the spirit residing within Li Majia, fervently summoned its internal power, conjuring intricate ancient inscriptions upon the surface of Li Mo Xie's body. Presently, Li Mo Xie's cultivation prowess paled in comparison to Su Yan's. Defeating Su Yan was an impossibility. The only chance for survival lay in utilizing the primordial power amassed over the years to forcibly inscribe certain ancient symbols, thus augmenting Li Mo Xie's strength. In an instant, as 10 ancient inscriptions materialized around Li Mo Xie, his cultivation soared to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Feeling an exhilarating surge of power, Li Mo Xie bellowed, charging straight at Su Yan. Boom! Yet it proved futile. With a resounding crash, Li Mo Xie was sent flying by a single sword strike from Su Yan. Soon thereafter, as the spirit of the bronze immortal vessel unleashed even more primordial power, 5 additional ancient symbols appeared beside Li Mo Xie, further elevating his aura to the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. With my current strength, I am but a step away from achieving the life and death realm. This time, I shall surely. A confident smile began to form at the corner of Li Mo Xie's mouth. Is this never-ending? Suddenly, Su Yan materialized before him, delivering a powerful kick to his face. The sheer force caused Li Mo Xie's features to compress inward, propelling him violently away. Yet, mid-flight, Su Yan swiftly grasped his ankle. To be honest, I merely sought to earn a little extra. So why must you stir up trouble in the Taishan Immortal Dynasty? If you hadn't provoked me, there would be no issues. You insist on bullying the innocent, do you? I shall not permit you to bully the innocent. As he spoke, Su Yan tightened his grip on Li Mo Xie's ankle and forcefully slammed him into the ground. It must be said that Su Yan's method lacks any sense of aesthetics. He resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, while Li Maojia was like a powerless, lifeless dog in his grasp, being mercilessly slammed to the ground. Each strike left a massive, inward caving crater, causing the very earth to tremble violently. This was not a clash of equals. It was a one-sided obliteration. Li Maojia, treated like a dead dog, felt both humiliated and enraged. With such formidable combat prowess, how could he dare to claim he was an honest man? It was utterly shameless. As Su Yan assaulted Li Maojia, Luo Qingda, already aware of the commotion and racing towards the scene with her companions, felt a familiar, intensifying aura ahead. Her beautiful eyes began to gleam, and an excitement coursed through her. After waiting for so many years, would she finally see him again? What expression should she wear, and what words should she speak? What if he did not wish to see her or forgive her? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind. Shaking her head vigorously, Luo Qingda cast aside her unrealistic musings. It was all right. She had long prepared for the worst. If necessary, she would invest everything she had into Su Yan this time. At last, as she crossed the mountains obstructing her view, the landscape opened up before her. Luo Qingda stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, her expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Sister, do you see brother-in-law? How come? Before Luo Siwei could finish her sentence while breathlessly catching up, a series of deafening roars captured her attention. Instinctively looking up, she was met with a scene that shattered her worldview. Before her, Su Yan was gripping Li Maojia's ankle, slamming him into the ground like a frog, his movements grand and brutal, epitomizing violence. Sister, are you sure that is brother-in-law? Luo Siwei asked hesitantly, swallowing hard. Although she too had not seen her brother-in-law for many years, in her memories, he was a dashing sword cultivator, revered by countless practitioners. He would slay enemies without lifting a finger. A mere gesture would summon his sword, effortlessly claiming the lives of numerous foes with grace and beauty. Now, a once great swordsman was using such barbaric and aesthetically void tactics, treating his adversary like a lifeless dog. This era left her with a fragmented sense of her imagined brother-in-law's image. What had he endured during these years? Just as Luo Qingda and Luo Siwei stood in stunned silence, a voice filled with boundless joy suddenly rang out from behind them. Yan, I knew you still cared for me. The two women instinctively turned their heads, only to find that the newcomer was none other than Chu Qingxian. Unfazed by the astonished and bewildered gazes of the two, Chu Qingxian's attention was solely fixated on Su Yan, her eyes brimming with palpable excitement and joy. In her rather peculiar logic and perspective, Su Yian's aggressive confrontation with Li Magia was perceived as an act of vengeance on her behalf. What did this signify? It indicated that Su Yian undoubtedly still harbored feelings for her. As Su Yian relentlessly pounded Li Magia into the ground, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him. However, upon hearing Chu Qingxian's voice, his movements momentarily faltered. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound. To his dismay, it was indeed Chu Qingxian. Although they had spent 2.5 years together, his relationship with her had been purely transactional. He merely fulfilled his duties for a fee while extracting some identity point from her, devoid of any emotional attachment. Moreover, the recollections of their time together were far from pleasant for him. Not only did Su Yian see Chu Qingxian, but he also caught sight of Luo Qingge. Despite the many years that had passed since their last encounter, he recognized her instantly. After all, she was the very woman who had once stabbed him with a sword years ago. What was she doing here? Chapter 78, The Nine Dragons' Soul Pearl. A special client from the demon realm? As Su Yian cast her gaze forward, Luo Qingge's eyes met hers as well. Tai Bai, at last, I have found you. Tai Bai. Although Su Yian's current appearance bore no resemblance to the Li Tai Bai of her memories, that unmistakable aura, reminiscent of a decade past, was something she could never misidentify. She had finally located the person she had longed for over the past 10 years. There were so many words she longed to express. A fervent desire to tell Su Yian that she had been mistaken. She hoped he would grant her another chance to rekindle their bond, to provide her with an opportunity for redemption. However, the sudden appearance of the two women caused Su Yian to furrow his brows slightly. He genuinely did not anticipate encountering these two individuals in such a place. He must have neglected to consult the almanac today. His luck was indeed rather unfortunate. But just as he momentarily paused in surprise, a sharp sound of flesh being severed abruptly pierced the air, seizing the moment while Su Yian's attention was diverted. Li Magia showed no hesitation, transforming his vital energy into blades of wind and severing his entire right leg. He understood that his right ankle was firmly grasped by Su Yian, and no amount of struggle would free him. To escape unscathed, he had no choice but to sacrifice his limb for survival. Li Magia's speed was swift, yet Su Yian's was equally formidable. The sword energy erupted from his palm, instantly obliterating the right leg he held, reducing it to a mist of blood. Then he extended his hand once more, threads of pale lightning swirling between his fingers, reaching directly for Li Magia's crown. Xiaozhou, act quickly. Li Magia let out a desperate and agonized roar. The pain of his severed limb paled in comparison to the overwhelming sense of peril emanating from the white lightning entwined in Su Yian's grasp, which struck a chord deep within his soul. If he did not flee this place swiftly, he would undoubtedly perish. Yet, in the next moment, a bronze celestial vessel, roughly the size of 2.5 basketballs, adorned with countless ancient inscriptions and exuding an aura of timelessness, materialized abruptly before Li Magia and Su Yian. What is this? Su Yian furrowed his brow, a rare flicker of surprise glimmering in the depths of his pupils. The bronze celestial vessel that obstructed his path shone brilliantly, instantly enveloping the entire world in a cloak of pure white. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into an unknown realm by this force. Following closely was an enormous, ethereal figure, resembling an immortal mountain, manifesting within this mysterious space. This colossal form loomed like a divine specter, gazing down upon Su Yian with an air of inherent superiority. Though devoid of any discernible soul fluctuations, the gaze directed at Su Yian was imbued with an innate arrogance, akin to looking down upon a pitiful ant. With a resounding rumble, a colossal hand reached out, causing the pristine white world to tremble. Su Yian seemed to find himself at odds with the entirety of this realm, a formidable pressure emanating that could make any living being's soul quiver. This was one of the trump cards belonging to the spirit of the bronze celestial vessel. It is, in essence, a projection of what left behind by the true sovereign, the everlasting true king. This force possesses the capacity to effortlessly annihilate even the most formidable masters of the reincarnation realm, utterly extinguishing their souls and reducing them to mere soulless husks. In such proximity, Su Ian had no chance of evading it. He could only brace himself to endure the impending blow. Even with his cultivation at the threshold of life and death, he was assuredly facing inevitable demise. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant light emanated from Su Ian's brow, and a complex array of intricate inscriptions abruptly materialized. As ripples of water-like light spread from the formation, a pearl emanating a resplendent nine-colored glow, enveloped by 9 vividly lifelike dragons, suddenly emerged. An indescribable ancient aura unfolded around Su Ian, acting as a barrier that repelled a significant portion of the oncoming force. This was the treasure of the demon realm, the 9-dragon soul-determining pearl. Having always regarded Su Ian as a mere ephemeral shadow that could be effortlessly crushed, it now seemed as if this entity was imbued with a newfound essence, involuntarily emitting a cry of astonishment. The voice carried an unmistakable undertone of fear and shock, revealing its awareness of the item's origins. Even it felt a surge of trepidation upon recognizing the significance of the treasure. However, before it could comprehend how such a precious artifact of the demon realm had come into the possession of a mere young human, it was reminded of the legend, that of the inheritor of the demon lineage, who was destined to wield such a primordial treasure. Roar! In the following instant, an earth-shattering dragon's roar echoed. 9 colossal golden dragon apparitions surged forth from the 9-dragon soul-determining pearl, opening their massive jaws to seize the ethereal figure. With the initial wave of impact, the overwhelming dragon energy generated by the 9 golden dragon phantoms crashed against the illusion like a tsunami upon rocks. The titanic force instantly shattered the spectral figure that could so easily obliterate the souls of reincarnation realm practitioners. Though one of the bronze celestial ship's hidden trump cards was effortlessly neutralized, it nevertheless bought precious moments for it to aid Li Mo Xie in his escape. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the bronze celestial ship's spirit once again expended its primordial power, forcibly creating a rift in the void, pulling the still wailing Li Mo Xie into the depths of the fissure. "You're dragging me in now. I might perish," Li Mo Xie cried out in a mix of anguish and dread. Previously, when he had ventured into the void fissure at his peak, he had nearly lost half his life. Now, severely wounded by Su Ian, attempting to flee through this rift was akin to courting death. Remaining here would only lead to a more tragic fate. "You spineless creature, even now, you cower in fear. I have expended a tremendous trump card for your sake." The bronze celestial ship's spirit was unperturbed, forcefully channeling its power to propel Li Mo Xie deeper into the void fissure. "Where do you think you're escaping to?" Su Ian bellowed, regaining his composure. With a flick of his wrist, pale lightning intertwined upon his longsword. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the confrontation intensified. The sword chi resembled a white thunderbolt cleaving through the void, leaving behind a brilliant arc in midair before vanishing into the impending closure of the rift. However, due to the nature of this blind strike, compounded by the sheer luck of his opponent and the unwavering protection of the bronze celestial vessel's spirit, he could only hear a wailing sound receding into the distance. Moreover, whether it was a mere figment of his imagination, he faintly discerned something akin to a vital essence. Could it be that his fateful strike had inadvertently severed Li Magia's male essence? Furthermore, he appeared to have gravely underestimated the origins of this bronze celestial vessel, just as the 9 dragons' soul-settling pearl manifested in his mind. It aided him in fending off the harrowing attack. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. However, this extraordinary treasure was also linked to a former client of his. Should the other party become aware of it and seek him out, it could lead to considerable complications. At that moment, Chu Qingxian and Luo Qingge were already exclaiming as they soared towards him from 2 distinct directions. Su Yan furrowed his brow. "Could you keep your distance?" In the next instant, a sweeping storm of sword chi erupted around him, radiating outward in all directions. The terrifying sword energy transformed into a tsunami-like force, crashing towards the 2 women. They found themselves momentarily frozen in midair, utterly unprepared for Su Yan's sudden aggression. Chapter 79. Unconventional Logic. I have no connection with you. The sudden scene caused both Chu Qingxian and Luo Qingga's pupils to constrict in unison, rendering them as stiff as statues in midair, momentarily forgetting to defend against the onslaught of sword energy. For in their memories, Su Yan had always been a remarkably gentle soul. He would never have laid a hand on them, let alone allow them to suffer any harm. Indeed, there existed a misunderstanding between them. There was at least a thread of affection shared. Now, after such a long separation, why did Su Yan regard them with the gaze of a complete stranger? Why did he attack them with such ruthless intent? Princess, be cautious. Protect the esteemed princess. At that moment, the powerful warriors trailing behind the two women regained their composure. They immediately unleashed their formidable powers, conjuring a barrier woven from countless runes, which instantaneously shielded the two from the terrifying impact of the sword energy. Boom! The ensuing wave of sword energy collided with the energy barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. It was evident that had the warriors not erected the protective barrier, Chu Qingxian and Luo Qingga would have been rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force of the sword energy. Su Yan, what is the meaning of this? Luo Siwei was the first to regain her wits, her expression a tumult of confusion and anger. My sister and I have invested so much effort and time in searching for you, and yet you dare to attack her. I had a significant opportunity to eliminate Limajia just now, Su Yan replied with a smile, and now you appear and ruin my plans. Yet you expect me to treat you with kindness? How brazenly shameless you are. Furthermore, we have no ties or relations at present, do we? Having gradually regained their senses, Luo Qingga and Chu Qingxian felt an inexplicable pang in their hearts upon hearing his words. For both Su Yan's blunt remarks and the icy gaze he cast upon them were so foreign, as if their relationship had been reduced to that of complete strangers. Yan, your treatment of Limajia just now was for my sake, was it not? Chu Qingxian suddenly spoke up. You need not concern yourself with that despicable man. My father has dispatched adept trackers to investigate this matter. It won't be long before Limajia is captured. Will you return with me to the Taishan Immortal Dynasty? The specifics of our contract matter not. I do not care for your initial intentions in approaching me. We can start anew, embarking on a fresh chapter together, as long as you are willing to return. Chu Qingxian's reasoning remained intriguingly unconventional, for in her memories, during times when she was ensnared by rumors, it was Su Yan who had stepped forward to vehemently refute them, aiding her in proving her innocence. She had even witnessed him incapacitating the leading cultivators who had spread the most vicious of slanders against her, coupled with his previous acts of fury on her behalf. Su Yan had always been her staunch defender. This realization instinctively made her feel that Su Yan's actions to suppress and even torment Limajia were also a means of avenging her. Su Yan's gaze was remarkably perceptive. Through Chu Qingxian's words and various subtle expressions, how could he not discern the thoughts within her heart? It was merely a case of him deluding himself into believing that everything he did was to defend her honor. Did he truly think that his past actions were simply a display of deep affection, an elaborate performance to strike down the rumor-mongers? In reality, he was merely acting on someone else's request, conducting business for a fee. Chu Qingxian had offered him a substantial incentive to address the unfavorable rumors surrounding Chu Qingxian in the capital. When reason fell on deaf ears, he resorted to physical confrontation. Yet somehow, a certain loose-tongued palace maid began to spread rumors indiscriminately. One rumor led to 10 to 100, and the tales grew increasingly outrageous. Ultimately, it evolved into the notion that Su Yan was overly sentimental and would not permit anyone to speak ill of Chu Qingxian. Otherwise, they would face his bloody retribution. This eventually reached Chu Qingxian's ears, leading her to firmly believe in the veracity of these claims. Chu Qingxian, your father must have shared many things with you from the past. I shall not conceal the truth. Let's speak plainly. During our 2.5 years together, I never regarded those memories as beautiful. Moreover, everything I did was merely a transaction for payment. Your father provided me with ample resources and spirit stones, and I assisted you in overcoming the shadows of your past affections. It's as simple as that. As for Li Majia's situation, it arose because I disrupted his plans, which led him to harbor resentment against me. To ensure my safety, I decided to eliminate him. All my actions were for my own benefit and had nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Although Chu Qingxian was once his client and he had received considerable advantages from Chu Tianxing, he was not one to look back. Furthermore, he had fulfilled the terms of the contract almost perfectly, and his attitude towards Chu Qingxian now was solely based on his mood, free from any psychological burden. Su Yan thought that he had conveyed his thoughts clearly. If Chu Qingxian had any sense, she would surely comprehend and gracefully accept the steps he had provided to conclude their relationship. However, I did not believe it. Chu Qingxian's eyes were swollen and brimming with tears. I refuse to accept that you are so shallow as to disregard emotions entirely for spirit stones and so-called cultivation resources. Moreover, I have spent 2.5 years with you. Perhaps my previous indifference has wounded your heart, prompting you to say such things to provoke me. By the end of her declaration, her gaze shimmered with determination, and she was convinced that he was not that kind of person. Hearing her words, Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, are you out of your mind? I am indeed the kind of superficial person who values money over human connections. After 2.5 years together, do you truly understand who I am? You know nothing. You speak with such audacity. You are Li Bai, aren't you? At that moment, a voice, tinged with a hint of sadness and hoarseness, once again captured Su Yan's attention. He turned his gaze to find Luo Qingge's eyes reddened, her beautiful orbs shimmering with crystalline tears. Su Yan furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to deny it. However, he watched as Luo Qingge carefully retrieved a yellowed letter, stained with blood, from her bosom and delicately unfolded it. This is the letter you left behind when you departed. Over the years, I have treasured it dearly, reliving the essence of your presence captured upon the paper. I know you are Li Bai, aren't you? The same words echoed once more, but this time, her tone was imbued with a blend of certainty and hope. Su Yan chuckled softly, his voice calm, yet distant. Luo Qingge, I remember clearly that I have returned the future you desired to you. There is no need for you to call me Li Bai again. Did you not slay Li Bai on that fateful night? We are now strangers, and you need not seek me out again. I have no desire to rekindle any past connections with you. Chapter 80. Have you taken the wrong medicine? The world around fell into an utter silence. Although Su Yan's voice was clear, it drifted far away with the cold wind, especially resonating in Luo Qingge's ears. Within this unremarkable tone lay an overwhelming sense of estrangement and unfamiliarity. She was utterly convinced that the man before her was Li Bai, whom she had longed for over the past decade. Both the sword aura he had unleashed earlier and the very essence he exuded were strikingly reminiscent of the memories she held dear. Yet, inexplicably, Su Yan's demeanor and words felt so foreign that they chilled her heart. Bai, I acknowledge that my actions back then were misguided. However, I was led astray by Jiang Xian's manipulation, momentarily blinded by deception. I have regretted my decisions over the years, constantly lamenting my actions on the night of our wedding, mourning the love I lost. Bai, I truly understand my mistakes. Could you grant me a chance to start anew? We could wed, fulfilling the marriage that was left uncompleted. I vow with all my heart to be the best wife possible, to make you the happiest husband in the world. As she spoke, Luo Qingge retrieved a meticulously crafted crimson wedding garment from her storage space. Although it appeared new at first glance, a closer inspection revealed subtle signs of mending, a testament to the exquisite skill that made it nearly imperceptible. Su Yan recognized it instantly. This was the very attire he had worn during their wedding a decade ago. The atmosphere grew even more silent. Luo Siwei and even Chu Qingxian fell into a hushed reverie, their gazes fixed on Su Yan, awaiting his response. As a cold breeze swept through, Su Yan's indifferent expression finally shifted. A subtle smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Luo Qingge's eyes, once filled with hope and expectation, froze in place, her entire being momentarily suspended in disbelief. Clearly, the apology she had rehearsed countless times in her mind had failed to rekindle Su Yan's affections. Not only was she rejected, but the dismissal was also devoid of compassion. "Sister," Luo Siwei exclaimed, rushing forward to support her swaying sibling. After a moment of concern, her expression morphed into one of fury as she glared at Su Yan. Su Yan, as a grown man, must you be so petty and harbor grudges? My sister has admitted her faults and recognized that she was misled by Jiang Xian's machinations. She is willing to apologize and dedicate her life to atoning for her past mistakes. Can't you grant her chance? Yet, before Su Yan could respond, a chilling voice echoed, "Chance? What gives you the right to seek an opportunity for my brother, Yan?" As this voice resounded, a surge of demonic energy pulsed from Su Yan's chest. Subsequently, a unique jade pendant flew forth from his robe, gracefully hovering in the air. As the dense aura of demonic energy permeated the surroundings, an ethereal figure gradually emerged from within. This individual was none other than Mei Xianyan, a projection of her will. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that Mei Xianyan, who had recently returned to the Nine Nether Demon sect and was preoccupied with significant matters, would take the time to assist him in his predicament. The will projection of Mei Xianyan gazed down coldly at Luo Qinggu and the others, her mocking voice resonating through the air. To be frank, whether it was Chu Qingxian or you, Luo Qinggu, you are fundamentally of the same ilk, utterly revolting. What do you seek from my Ian? Have you suddenly realized your past affections? No, you are merely clinging to the warmth and kindness my brother once offered you. Honestly, you two have truly broadened my horizons. Despite belonging to two distinct celestial dynasties, both of you exhibit the same wretchedness. One, having been deceived by a fleeting romantic interest, now remembers my brother's virtues and shamelessly pursues him. The other, under the pretense of being misled, struck my brother with a dagger from behind, only to suddenly awaken to the truth, claiming that my brother is your true love. Is it not? That both of you are so base in your conduct? With your kind, do not dare call yourselves princesses. The two of you combined could easily be unrivaled in your disgrace. Perhaps it is a matter of temperament. Or perhaps the current Mei Xianyan was genuinely infuriated, leading her words to carry a distinctly aggressive tone. Instantly, the expressions of the two women shifted, their faces flushed with embarrassment. All right, Sister Xianyan, do you not have important matters to attend to in the Nine Nether Demon sect? This trivial matter does not require your intervention. I can handle it, rest assured. After soothing Mei Xianyan to quell her anger, Su Yan's gaze shifted back towards Chu Qingxian and her companions. You have heard my sentiments clearly. They align with Sister Xianyan's. Unless there is a pressing matter, refrain from disturbing me. I have no desire to revisit the past with you. Should you insist on seeking trouble? Su Yan did not complete his sentence, yet the chill in the air around him became palpable, clearly conveying his unspoken intent. Yantai Bai, hear me out. Chu Qingxian and Luo Qingji's voices echoed in unison, attempting to halt their advance. However, the only response they received was a frigid retort. Moments later, the air shimmered with ripples, as formidable members of the Shadow Demon Guard, loyal to Mei Xianyan, stepped forth. They directly obstructed Chu Qingxian, who sought to pursue Su Yan. Step aside. Luo Qinggu, her emotions running high, could hardly contain her agitation, especially as she witnessed her beloved retreating further away, prompting her to act recklessly. Yet, the Shadow Demon Guard were not to be trifled with. With a disdainful snort, they unleashed their demonic energy, engaging in a fierce melee with Chu Qingxian and her companions. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ensuing chaos, Su Yan had already summoned his powers, vanishing swiftly into the distance. Meanwhile, several miles away, in a range of mountains, the scene unfolded. Nurtured by an enigmatic force, Limagia, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to pain, felt his eyelashes flutter and gradually roused from his stupor. My leg, Limagia exclaimed, instinctively reaching for his right leg. It remained intact, fully restored. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Although it was feasible to employ rare, celestial treasures to mend his right leg, the thought of enduring a period of lameness was unbearable to him. However, just as he began to relax, the spirit of the bronze, immortal vessel suddenly materialized, emanating waves of soulful energy. Limagia, I bear tidings, one good, one bad. You have likely surmised the good news. Your right leg has been restored by me. The bad news is, The voice of the bronze immortal vessel wavered momentarily before continuing, "Your third leg is gone. Moreover, due to the peculiar nature of that sword energy, no means will suffice to restore your third leg. It appears you shall remain thus for all your days." Chapter 81. A Second Chance? What right do you have to blame me? The third leg? Li Mo Xie, momentarily stunned by these words, found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped his lower body, an icy feeling that seemed to penetrate within, as if struck by lightning. He trembled and reached out to touch the source of his masculine pleasure. Yet, what he felt was emptiness, nothing at all. In that moment, Li Mo Xie felt as though the entire world had collapsed around him, his body rendered completely motionless, akin to a lifeless statue. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his senses, his face contorted with overwhelming rage and anguish, culminating in a roar that startled the surrounding creatures. "Su Ian, I curse you! I curse you!" A torrent of profanities erupted from Li Mo Xie, yet it proved futile. No matter how vehemently he denounced Su Ian, the reality remained unchanged. Nearby, the bronze vessel spirit, listening to Li Mo Xie's furious outburst, felt a twinge of frustration. After all, Li Mo Xie had passed the trial, destined to be the vessel for his master's resurrection. Now, with his body so severely marred, it would indeed be challenging to explain this to his master. However, a being of such invincible prowess as his master would likely not be concerned with such trivialities. "Don't go. Return Taibai to me." Luo Qinggu's eyes brimmed with crimson fury, a tempest of icy winds swirling around her, propelled by her will as it surged toward a formidable dark demon guard. Yet, this dark demon guard appeared disinclined to remain and engage further, swiftly vanishing into a spatial vortex behind him. Boom! The overwhelming icy storm struck empty air, its terrifying power capable of freezing a towering mountain into a snow-capped peak. Meanwhile, another fierce storm of laws erupted, stirred by Chu Qingxian and her companions. Yet they too could not prevent the dark demon guard's escape. "It's all your fault," Chu Qingxian shouted at Luo Qinggu, her face flushed with anger. "If you hadn't shamelessly pressured my Ian into marrying you from the very start, he would never have left. I had a chance to win him back today." Overwhelmed with grief from Su Ian's departure, Luo Qinggu transformed her sorrow into a raging fury upon hearing Chu Qingxian's accusations. "All I did was voice my singular wish, a desire I have harbored for the past decade. What is wrong with that? Moreover, how are you any better? Are you not equally despicable? What right do you have to judge me? I warned you previously to mind your own business and not to follow me. Yet you dare to sneak behind my back. Will you not provide me with an explanation?" Boom! As her words fell, the icy tempest surrounding Luo Qinggu howled fiercely. A myriad of ice crystal runes coalesced into a colossal spear of frost, instantly exuding a power that pierced through the void and hurtled towards the direction of Chu Qingxian. "Absurd! Is the Xiantian realm your domain? This princess will go wherever she pleases. Who do you think you are to demand an explanation from me?" Chu Qingxian stood her ground, flames surging behind her as a magnificent fire phoenix soared, enveloped in a torrent of rolling flames, colliding violently with the icy tempest unleashed by Luo Qinggu. The stage was set for another fierce clash between the two. "Enough! Stop fighting!" Luo Siwei cried out sharply, hastily advancing with a group of powerful individuals to intervene. The battlefield, which had only just begun to settle, was once again thrown into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed a peculiar flying insect hovering in the air, its multiple glossy eyes capturing every detail of the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, several miles away, Su Yan's lips twitched slightly upon viewing the images transmitted by his personal goo worm. The purpose of dispatching this goo worm for intelligence gathering was to ascertain how these two individuals had managed to locate him. Yet upon speaking, they immediately began hurling accusations at one another, engaging in senseless bickering and inexplicably coming to blows. In essence, these two were of the same ilk. How could they possibly have the standing to condemn each other? Nevertheless, the sight of two princesses embroiled in such a fierce conflict was indeed a spectacle to behold. If circumstances allowed, you would have relished the opportunity to enjoy this dramatic performance with some snacks. However, he had another matter to verify and address. Earlier, aside from Limagia and Chu Qingxian, he had sensed an elusive gaze scrutinizing him from the shadows. This gaze felt deliberately focused on him. Although faint, it was nonetheless distinctly perceived. At that moment, as a wave of spiritual energy emanated from his goo worm, ancient runes flickered within the depths of Su Yian's pupils, connecting his vision completely with that of his goo worm. Indeed, as soon as he detected this peculiar gaze, he dispatched the hidden star insect to investigate several suspicious locations. Now, it seemed that he had made a breakthrough. On a mountain peak several miles away, 3 figures stood resolute. They appeared to be employing some form of special concealment artifact, blending seamlessly into the surrounding natural environment, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. Moreover, their pupils glimmered with strands of golden light. Empowered by this force, they could clearly observe all that transpired in the distance, despite the considerable separation. Without a doubt, the individual named Su Yian was the one that the master sought, Li Tai Bai. The leader turned to inquire, "Has the message been relayed back?" "Rest assured, elder brother. I transmitted the information at the first opportunity. Lord Jiangxian must have received it by now. However, the fellow named Su Yian evidently possesses formidable skills in disguise and transformation. Even if we ascertain his identity, it may prove futile." Another individual proposed, "Though he has departed, I surmise he cannot have strayed far. Shall we follow this trail to pursue and investigate him? If we can truly ascertain his identity and even subdue him, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement, and we shall surely earn the favor of Lord Jiangxian." I concurred. The final figure clad in black echoed, "Although Su Yian has just demonstrated formidable strength, he is currently in the light while we remain in the shadows. Thus the advantage lies with us." Seeing both of his subordinates harboring such intentions, the leader felt a stirring in his own resolve. However, before he could voice his thoughts, an unexpected buzzing sound, akin to the flapping of some insect's wings, suddenly emerged. Before the group could react, the noise escalated, becoming overwhelmingly dense until it enveloped them from all directions. A cacophony of the unsettling sounds of wings and crawling insects. A profound and indescribable sense of peril surged through their bodies, causing the 3 men's faces to turn as pale as paper, instinctively filled with dread as they glanced around. Yet, what unfolded before their eyes left their hearts momentarily suspended and their mouths agape in utter astonishment. What they beheld was an ominous swarm of strange insects, surging towards them with relentless fervor. In the air and on the ground, their vision was inundated by the sheer multitude. It seemed as if all the venomous creatures of this mountainous region had, drawn by an unknown force, converged upon their location. Chapter 82. The Celestial Pestilence Worm. Heading to the appointment cursed. What on earth is happening? The expressions of the 3 individuals shifted dramatically as they prepared to unleash their powers to forcefully dispel the overwhelming toxic miasma and the worms within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, accompanied by 3 piercing sounds, 3 ebony-like, needle-thin silver darts, resembling stingers, swiftly penetrated their flesh. In that instant, as the stingers entered their bodies, the trio experienced a wave of dizziness, their gathered spiritual energy dissipating in an ephemeral moment. Yet in that brief daze, the surging tide of venomous worms surged forth, engulfing them entirely. The 3 living beings found themselves shrouded in the indistinct outline of writhing worms, struggling in agony amidst the swarm, before swiftly falling silent. Time passed, though it was hard to discern how long. A figure clad in white descended slowly from the horizon. The once dense and dark mass of worms, which had dimmed the light in this forest, suddenly parted, revealing a space ample enough for a single person to stand. This individual was none other than Su Yian. As he fully alighted upon the ground, a creature exuding a dark golden hue, possessing 6 pairs of wings as delicate as those of a cicada, gracefully settled upon his shoulder. It was evident that the source of this gathering of countless venomous worms in the mountains was this unique pestilence worm upon his shoulder. The Celestial Pestilence Worm, an ancient legendary creature, long thought lost to time. Its bloodline was exceptionally rare, naturally emanating a peculiar aura that suppressed and even commanded all other worms in existence. Moreover, the toxins it possessed had the capacity to forcibly dissipate the spiritual energy within cultivators. To nurture this worm, he had expended nearly 100 million spirit stones, along with countless rare treasures of heaven and earth. After all, good steel must be used for the blade. The majority of the spirit stones and rare materials he had amassed over the years had, in fact, been transformed into this unique trump card. It is worth noting that he had initially intended to exploit the situation during his confrontation with Limagia. However, the bronze celestial vessel's spirit was exceedingly peculiar, having established a barrier of special laws that seemed to emit an invisible aura, influencing the consciousness of such extraordinary beings as worms and spiritual beasts. Thus, he temporarily abandoned that plan, casting aside his thoughts. Su Ian approached the figure completely enveloped by various poisonous worms. As he drew near, the multitude of toxins and worms surrounding this individual retreated of their own accord, revealing a man in black whose complexion alternated between pale and ashen. Su Ian gently raised a finger, an invisible force lifting the black-clad man as if he were a mere chick, bringing him before him. "I just heard the name Qingxian from your lips. Are you of Qingxian's faction? Tell me, where is he?" He felt no need to inquire further about intentions. There was no need for contemplation, as Luo Qingga had already found him, even knowing he was still alive. At that moment, he was uncertain of the means to escape, and now, the elusive Qingxian likely possesses knowledge of his situation. Having confirmed his true identity, he must be contemplating revenge for the disruption of his plans. The man in black instinctively sought to struggle, yet the myriad of toxins and parasites within him rendered him utterly feeble. Speaking was an arduous task, let alone attempting to resist. "I am aware of your intentions. It would be wise to cooperate with me," stated Su Ian, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his sunlit features. "Otherwise, I shall be compelled to inflict wounds upon you, allowing these ravenous creatures to burrow into your flesh." Upon hearing this, the man in black felt a chill run down his spine. "Is this man even human?" he thought. "I can divulge information, but you must spare my life," he managed to utter with great difficulty. "Not a problem," Su Ian replied with a gentle smile. "He is currently within the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty. The precise location is—" But the man in black could only speak half of his thought. Suddenly, he was seized by an agonizing pain, his pupils dilating as his eyes became bloodshot. "Help, save me." In that instant, as his plea echoed, the man in black seemed to undergo a violent backlash, his body erupting into a grotesque explosion of flesh and blood, creating a horrific crater in the ground. "TSK, Qingxian is indeed cunning. He must have anticipated the possibility of a failed plan leading to the exposure of his identity," Su Ian mused, having already sidestepped in anticipation. Thus, he had likely established a certain rule of binding deep within the consciousness of his subordinates. Should anyone dare to reveal his whereabouts, the force of that binding would unleash, silencing them permanently. Shaking his head, Su Ian turned to depart as countless parasites and toxins surged forth like a tide, consuming the remaining two men entirely. There was no need for further contemplation. Since Qingxian had foreseen this step, he would undoubtedly leave no vulnerabilities. The souls of the other two were likely ensnared by special binding as well. Although he could, with his current abilities, unravel the soul restraints within their minds, doing so would be of little significance. Such an act could compromise their memories, preventing him from acquiring the intelligence he sought. Meanwhile, several miles away, within the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, Qingxian received feedback almost instantaneously upon the demise of his subordinates. Slowly opening his eyes from a meditative state, he felt the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy coalesce within him. "It seems my current identity has also been perceived by Su Ian." A cold glint flashed in Qingxian's eyes. According to the intelligence relayed by his subordinates, he was acutely aware of the extent to which Luo Qingga had humbled herself in her desperate attempts to win back Su Yian. In the past, he too had shared a romantic bond with Luo Qingga. During their most affectionate moments, he had loved her with a profound humility and cautiousness. Even though they had since parted ways, he still harbored a flicker of sentiment in his heart. However, it now vexed him greatly to hear that the once proud woman he loved was displaying an even greater subservience before someone he utterly despised. This infuriated him to the core, igniting within him a fierce desire to tear Su Yian apart. Moreover, he had a reasonable understanding of Su Yian's current capabilities. At most, the latter had merely reached the realm of divine mastery. In contrast, he himself had ascended to the 5th level of divine mastery. In the realm of the younger generation, his cultivation could be deemed exceptional. With the realization that the Li Tai of Yer was indeed Su Yian, he resolved that, upon acquiring concrete intelligence next time, he would lead his elite subordinates to personally hunt down Su Yian. He would ensure that Su Yian comprehended the folly of provoking Jiangxian and disrupting his grand ambitions. After entrusting the Dark Demon Guards with the task of investigating Jiangxian's whereabouts in the Yaoqi Celestial Dynasty, Su Yian prepared to head to the human pavilion. Although Su Wanqing had departed, Bai Shuhe was expected to visit him again soon. He dreaded the thought of this increasingly darkened, obsessive senior sister encountering Pei Shiyu, as he could only imagine the ensuing complications. Just as Su Yian was honing his time management skills, contemplating how to avoid a clash between the two women, he felt an instinctive pull to retrieve a special communication jade talisman from his pocket. Suddenly, a mature and composed voice resonated in his ear. Yian, soon it will be Ling'er's birthday. To ensure the upcoming banquet proceeds smoothly, I would like to meet with you tomorrow. Are you available? Also, my father, Ling'er's grandfather, wishes to take this opportunity to meet you as well. Su Yian was momentarily taken aback. The one who had sent him this message was none other than Bai Yulian, the esteemed daughter of Baidi City. Chapter 83. The journey of self-strategy grows ever more distant within the walls of Baidi City. After confirming the time and place for a meeting with Su Yian, Bai Yulian severed the communication, yet a knowing and enchanting smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Can you truly regard this utterly unremarkable wild boy as ZMO? It was only when a cold snort echoed that Bai Yulian's delightful musings were abruptly interrupted. Following the sound, she beheld an elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, adorned with a goat-like goatee, emanating an air of authority without the need for anger. He was none other than Bai Chengtian, the current lord of Baidi City, a true formidable presence standing at the pinnacle of power, renowned as the true king of Shattering Void. I do not concern myself with whether he possesses the extraordinary talents you claim, capable of portraying my son ZMO with such finesse, but I implore you, Yulian, to remember this. He is ultimately but a substitute. He cannot be your son, nor can he ever be my grandson. Were it not for my beloved granddaughter Ling'er, I would never allow such a lowly individual to be associated with Baidi City. Listening to her father's words, Bai Yulian let out a deep sigh. It was evident that her father held a significant prejudice against Su Yian. This was understandable, for her own child, Bai ZMO, had indeed been the most exceptional of their lineage. Had he not met an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have reached the realm of the true king in the future. She remained unaware of Su Yian's innate talents, yet she couldn't help but feel that he could not possibly compare to her late son, Bai ZMO. Meanwhile, having interrupted the communication with Bai Yulian, Su Yian fell into a contemplative state. In truth, during their conversation, Bai Yulian had indirectly revealed some information. Her father, the lord of Baidi City, appeared to harbor a substantial bias against him. Should any unfortunate events transpire, she hoped Su Yian would exercise restraint, assuring him of further compensation. Su Yian did not dwell on this. He understood that this journey was inherently fraught with prejudice. As long as his bottom line remained unbreached and the compensation was adequate, he would simply turn a blind eye. Simultaneously, aboard a celestial vessel racing through the depths of the sky, Su Wanning furrowed her delicate brows, clutching a communication jade stone. Siwei, what has been troubling you lately? Why do you incessantly inquire about Yian? Could it be that you... No, I merely wish to. On the other end of the communication, Luo Siwei was overtaken by a palpable sense of panic upon hearing these words. Confronted by her own conscience, she felt a twinge of guilt towards her dear friend. After all, The matter concerning Su Yan inherently involved her close companion, Su Wanning. As a friend, she was, quite absurdly, digging for information about Su Yan through Su Wanning herself. This left her with a bizarre sense of betraying her friend, aiding her sister in clandestine affairs. Should Su Wanning ever perceive the truth of the situation, she truly had no idea how to explain herself to her cherished friend. I see you are eager to hear the gossip between Ian and me, are you not? Su Wanning's voice rose slightly at the end, imbued with a sense of delight. Unfortunately, that fellow is rather dull, his thoughts consumed solely by spirit stones. Am I not more alluring than mere spirit stones? Moreover, he seems to have a great fondness for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, occasionally visiting the human pavilion to listen to melodies. I had initially intended to leverage my connections to invite the renowned poetess of the cultivation realm, Fairy Chu, to perform a piece for him as a surprise. However, a sudden influx of matters has arisen, and what was supposed to be at least half a month's time spent with Ian has now dwindled to just a few days before being set aside once more. Luo Siwei, well acquainted with Su Wanning's character, played the role of a competent listener, occasionally nodding in agreement. It was only when she sensed an increasingly peculiar aura emanating from her sister that she chuckled lightly, observing, "It is evident that the relationship between you two has progressed. Do remember to share any further developments with me. By the way, there is something else. Let us not discuss it now. We shall gather another day to chat." Gazing at the communication jade stone in her hand, now devoid of its special resonance, Su Wanning pinched her weary brow. Sigh. If only I could escape the burdens of being the young lady of the Celestial Merchant Alliance, with an unending stream of matters and negotiations. It has severely curtailed the time I can spend with Ian. I can only imagine that Ian must be restless, unable to sleep at night, missing me after so many days apart. Yet, as compensation, she can still engage in nightly communication with Ian, allowing him to hear her voice and hold onto a semblance of connection. Oh, it seems the Eastern Emperor Merchant Alliance is to host a grand auction, featuring an array of poetic works and artworks inscribed by eminent Confucian scholars. I wonder what style Ian would prefer. Perhaps I should simply acquire all of them and bring them back as gifts for him. Although, in terms of status, Ian is entirely unworthy of me. His recent behavior has truly pleased me. He is both obedient and affectionate. The various details he exhibits unmistakably reveal his profound affection for me. As recompense, I ought to prepare some delightful surprises for him. After all, alas, due to familial reasons, it seems unlikely that we will be able to be together. Sister. Luo Siwei bit her lip, steeling herself to speak. I cannot assist you any longer. You're my sister, but Wanning is also my dear friend. Ian hold a unique significance for Wanning. If I continue to gather information about Ian through her, it feels like an indirect betrayal. Yes, I understand. Luo Qinggu appeared to have anticipated this, displaying little emotional upheaval. After all, this matter is inherently her own. Her sister's ability to assist her has already touched and delighted her immensely. There is no need to let her own mistakes cause a rift between her sister and her closest friend, leaving them both in a precarious position. How about accompanying me to the Human Realm Pavilion? I just heard from Su Wanning that your brother-in-law seems to have a keen interest in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Given that he has spent some time in Songhai City, it is highly probable that he has visited the Human Realm Pavilion as well. At this point, a flicker of anticipation sparked in Luo Qingji's eyes. Perhaps she might encounter Ian once more at the pavilion. Yet, even if fate does not align, she is prepared. She is ready for a new encounter with Ian and is willing to transform for him. If Ian currently enjoys the arts, then she shall embrace learning them. It is said that the renowned poetess of the Immortal Realm resides in the Human Realm Pavilion of Songhai City. Perhaps she could seek guidance from the poetess, learning the ways of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chapter 84. On the matter of cultivating rivals recently, I have some important matters to attend to, which will require me to leave Songhai City and may delay my return for a few days. Rest assured, I will be back at the latest before the Fengyan conference. Upon receiving the message from Su Yan, Pei Shiyu's delicate face immediately fell. How vexing. Here she was, taking time out of her busy schedule to travel a great distance from the Chongqing realm, simply to spend more time with Su Yan. in the entire realm of cultivation. Those who wished to share even a single day with her were plentiful, extending from the Taishan realm to the Chongqing realm. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to approach him, and Su Yan, that unromantic fellow, seemed indifferent. A cultivator should know that staying up late could lead to hair loss, hence the importance of a good night's rest. Otherwise, he must have other matters to attend to, leaving her in the lurch. She even suspected whether Su Yan was on the path of emotional detachment, as he showed no interest in her, an exquisite fairy skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. All he seemed to care for were spirit stones. Please take care of yourself. Recently, members of the Zhang family from Changsheng have contacted me, expressing concern that several individuals sent to investigate you have gone missing. They suspect you may have harmed them and wish for me to hand you over, which I have refused. If you plan to travel, it would be prudent to be cautious of the Zhang family. Should you encounter any trouble or unforeseen circumstances, do not hesitate to reach out to me. At that moment, just as Pei Shiyu severed her communication with Su Yan, there was a sudden knock at the door of the private room. Come in. After receiving her permission, a maid swiftly entered, bowing respectfully. Miss Shiyu, the Grand Princess of the Yaoqi Fairy Dynasty, Luo Qingge, wishes to see you. She hopes to discuss matters pertaining to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and would be grateful for your guidance. Luo Qingge of the Yaoqi Fairy Dynasty? Pei Shiyu had heard of her, though they were not acquainted. However, given her noble status and upbringing, combined with the fact that she was also a woman, Pei Shiyu did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Soon after, the door of the private room was pushed open once more, and the maid entered with the sisters Luo Qingge and Luo Siwei. I have long admired the name of Fairy Shiyu. Seeing you today truly confirms your extraordinary presence, Luo Qingge remarked with a gentle smile, bowing without any airs of royalty. You flatter me, Princess Qingge. After inviting the sisters to sit, Pei Shiyu wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. It seems you have never studied the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What prompted you to seek counsel with me today? Years of immersion in the arts had granted Pei Shiyu a unique sensitivity, enabling her to discern whether a cultivator had any acquaintance or training in these disciplines. Luo Qingge smiled gently, revealing her thoughts without reservation. My fiancé has a passion for the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet we have recently encountered significant discord. In an effort to bring him joy and to mend our rift, I yearn to seek the guidance of the immortal poetess, Pei Shiyu. Is that so? Pei Shiyu suddenly expressed interest, inquiring about the name of your fiancé. Is he perhaps a prince from some celestial dynasty? No, Luo Qingge gently shook her head, her voice imbued with warmth and nostalgia. He is merely an ordinary sword cultivator. Yet, I care not for his status. He holds immense significance in my life, and I am unwilling to let him slip away so easily. Thus, I am willing to undertake any endeavor to win him back. Upon hearing these heartfelt words, Pei Shiyu felt a surge of emotion. Princess Qingge, I must say, with your beauty and noble standing, countless men in the realm of cultivation would vie for your affection. Yet, you remain humble and devoted to your seemingly unremarkable fiancé. In light of your profound affection, I am compelled to impart to you some of my cherished skills. Pei Shiyu felt as though she had found a kindred spirit, someone who shared similar sentiments. Her love for Su Yan mirrored Luo Qingge's feelings for her fiancé. It was truly unexpected to encounter someone so akin to her own emotional journey in the vast expanse of the cultivation world. Princess Qingge, learning the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting is a gradual process. Patience is key. Pei Shiyu continued, recently, our Mortal Pavilion will host a grand event, inviting esteemed scholars and eminent figures from various realms. You may remain here and join us for this gathering. I assure you, Princess Qingge, you will acquire valuable insights. Notably, Pei Shiyu reflected on her current endeavor of nurturing her rival, regretting each moment as if she could slap herself for it. Meanwhile, Su Yan remained unaware of the events transpiring at the Mortal Pavilion. Having departed from Shanghai City, he was now en route to the appointed Tianfeng port. His choice of this location to meet Bai Yulian and others was not solely due to its status as a junction between the Taishan realm and the Fantian realm, but also because he had a special client awaiting him there. Calculating the time, he realized it was nearing the moment for their meeting. The mere thought of the client's personality caused him a slight headache. This individual, known as Su Su, was one of the 4 divine maidens of the Wanxiang immortal sect, and he was to play the role of her Tao companion. This title, however, was merely superficial, a nominal designation devoid of any intimate bond or shared cultivation. Furthermore, being her Tao companion was a burdensome task, as he had been conjured from thin air by Su Su, solely to serve as a shield against adversity. As a paragon of the celestial sect, with an unparalleled beauty coupled with an extraordinary talent seldom seen throughout the ages, Su Su has garnered an innumerable array of admirers. It is noteworthy that many years ago, Su Su was not the revered goddess of the Wuxiang sect, but merely a core disciple with a modicum of influence. During that time, he encountered Su Su within a unique secret realm. Subsequently, due to a particular circumstance, Su Su engaged his services, expressing her desire for him to assume the role of her foe partner, aiding her in thwarting certain cultivators who might disrupt her ascetic pursuits. Since Su Su ascended to the status of the goddess of the Wuxiang sect, her admirers have multiplied exponentially, which has inadvertently escalated his workload far beyond the remuneration initially agreed upon. Upholding the standards befitting an exemplary professional substitute, and with the daily influx of identity points, he gritted his teeth and adhered to the terms of the contract. Were it within his power, he would indeed wish for Su Su to breach the agreement. While continuing their journey, Ian suddenly halted, sensing a series of clandestine waves trailing him from behind. He sighed, realizing it was yet again the Zhang family of the Eternal Life sect. It truly seemed unending. It appeared he would need to seek a suitable, auspicious location to entomb them once more. Chapter 85. Terminating the contract? This person is quite remarkable within a palace of the Wanxiang sect. Su Su, you are now the goddess of the Wanxiang sect, possessing both identity and status. In the realm of cultivation today, you stand as a paragon of excellence. To be candid, I believe it would be wise for you to sever ties with that fellow named Fong by sooner rather than later. After all, the disparity between you two is insurmountably vast. You inhabit entirely different worlds. Furthermore, the past is the past. The present is what truly matters. You now possess superior conditions and, naturally, the legitimate right to pursue your own happiness. If Fong Bai truly harbors affection for you and values your place in his heart, he will surely support your quest for fulfillment. Should he wish to continue dragging you down and delaying your progress, it reveals his indifference towards you. At this moment, a pure-hearted maiden fervently articulates what seems to be heartfelt sentiments. Tang Huiru, a dear friend whom Su Su met upon joining the sect, has greatly benefited from Su Su's success, enjoying an elevated status within the sect as a result. As a quintessential example of a manipulative persona, she delights in employing various tactics to ensure her dear sister adheres to her wishes, thus facilitating actions that align with her own interests. Yet, Su Su's character remains remarkably innocent, particularly when it comes to heeding Tang Huiru's advice. Noticing Su Su's pursed lips and furrowed brow, which suggest a flicker of uncertainty, Tang Huiru continues to stoke the flames of persuasion. Oh, Su Su, you must not emulate those foolish romantics in the cultivation world. As the saying goes, men are like garments, sisters are like limbs. After all these years of acquaintance, would I intentionally lead you astray? I understand that you are a person of deep emotions, and while Fong Bai has been away honing his skills, he occasionally brings you unique cultivation materials. Frankly, the trifles he possesses are beneath my notice, scarcely distinguishable from alms. What cultivation resources do you lack now? You need not concern yourself with his meager offerings. Instead, you could present him with a few precious herbs of a millennium's worth, and he might just bow in gratitude. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. The gulf between your current status and his is simply too vast. You will part ways sooner or later. It is better to make this decision now. At last, under the relentless eloquence of Tang Huiru, Su Su exhales deeply, a glimmer of resolve shining in her faintly crimson eyes. You are right, Huiru. Feng Bai and I ultimately belong to different worlds. My sole focus now is on cultivation, on becoming stronger and more exceptional. I have no desire to squander time on matters of romance. In essence, I owe Feng Bai nothing. I can simply return the affection he has shown me over the years, and that shall suffice. In reality, over the years of their companionship, she has come to believe that Su Ian has truly fallen in love with her. This is not mere self-adoration. The myriad of Su Ian's actions and subtle nuances serve as evidence reinforcing her suspicions. However, in reality, this belief may be nothing more than her own presumption. After all, as a professional substitute with high ethical standards, Su Ian's principle is to treat every client with utmost sincerity. Each of them has paid for their services, and she has even reaped a considerable amount of identity points from them. Guided by a sense of humanitarian concern, coupled with a peculiar occupational habit, he extends his genuine care to all clients, leading many to mistakenly believe that Su Ian has genuinely fallen for them. Such a misconception is indeed a wise strategy. Witnessing the efficacy of her emotional manipulation, Tang Huiru's countenance brightened with joy. My dear Su is exceptionally talented. She must not be delayed by that insufferable man. By the way, a dear brother of mine, the young master of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, has decided to host a banquet tomorrow, inviting the prominent young ladies from various esteemed families. He is very eager for you, Su, to attend, especially since you are now one of the 4 divine maidens of the Wuxiang Immortal Sect, a status of great distinction. This would be an excellent opportunity for you to engage with other noble families, to cultivate connections that could benefit your endeavors, for as the saying goes, having more friends opens more paths, does it not? You are right, Huiru. I shall attend, Su nodded. Hearing these words, Tang Huiru nearly beamed with delight. As the close confidant of Su, who now holds considerable influence over her thoughts, she is well aware of the numerous disciples from illustrious families eager to forge connections with Su. Their hope is that she might speak favorably of them to Su, aiding their pursuits. Among them is Wang Yu, the young master of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, one of Su's most ardent admirers, who has previously bestowed many advantages upon her, simply requesting that she bring Su to his banquet. If she can successfully pair Su with him, he has promised substantial rewards as gratitude. The rewards from the young master of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion are beyond her imagination. Now, having achieved the first step of separating Su from Su Ian, it is time to proceed to the next phase. However, to be prudent, she encourages Su to take decisive action and part ways with Su Ian without delay. Alas, she is utterly reluctant to go, especially to the Wuxiang Immortal Sect. Moreover, each time she must pretend to have just returned from her travels, even having to bring back some rare, celestial materials at her own expense. Su Ian is caught in a dilemma. To maintain a better relationship with his clients, he has assumed the persona of a wandering cultivator who returns from his travels bearing precious, celestial treasures for Su. Of course, the finest treasures are beyond her consideration, as he has already been incurring losses, and yet he is expected to provide the best. Casually, he ventured into the mystical realm to gather some ordinary spirit mushrooms, merely to make do. However, the recent haul had been overwhelming, and those items consumed considerable space. To create room for his spirit stones and other cultivation resources, he had previously sold the lower-tier treasures, just as Su Ian contemplated whether to simply seek out a merchant to purchase a few low-tier treasures. A sudden fluctuation emanated from a piece of sound transmission Jade nestled in his arms. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, a cool and ethereal voice swiftly resonated in his mind. It is I, Su. I have something important to discuss with you. Suspended in midair, Su Ian hovered against the vast sky. Recognizing that familiar tone, he had a premonition of what was to come. Initially, he felt somewhat disadvantaged in this transaction. Yet, it appeared that the other party was inclined to relieve him of his burdens, intending to terminate the contract early. This person was rather considerate indeed. Chapter 86. Grateful for your patronage. He will come to find me by the reckoning of time. You should have arrived at the Wuxiang Immortal Gate by now. The voice of Su, emanating from the communication Jade Stone, paused momentarily before continuing. You need not come again. Our contract concludes here. I shall deposit the remaining spirit stones, along with the compensation I owe you for these years, into the commercial bank. And you may simply go there to exchange them when the time comes. Thank you for your dedication over the years. However, I have now ascended to the status of a goddess in a grand immortal sect, and we exist in entirely different realms. Even if you truly cherish me, it is evident that we are destined for divergence. I hope for an amicable parting, and thus I bid you farewell. As her words fell, silence enveloped both ends of the communication jade stone. The strands of Su Su's hair, tousled by the cold wind, fluttered as she exhaled a long, heavy sigh. After a prolonged silence, it must have been an unbearable heartache, was it not? Surely, Su Ian on the other end of the jade stone would also be enveloped in anguish upon hearing her declaration, struggling to compose himself, perhaps taking a long time to emerge from such despair. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Su Ian exhibited no signs of sorrow. Instead, his body trembled slightly, not from sadness, but from uncontainable joy. He was exceedingly elated. This unprofitable arrangement was finally coming to an end, and he was to receive additional recompense. What a double delight! Moreover, the relationship with Su had always been transactional. Such dealings have been established from the outset, benefiting both parties. If the transaction became a limiting factor, then it was prudent to part ways. Did he truly come to play a substitute merely to seek romance or a spouse? He only wished to be an emotionless machine, accruing identity points and spirit stones. Understood, Su Ian replied, suppressing his emotions and responding calmly. Initially, Su had envisioned a myriad of sorrowful reactions from him on the other side of the communication jade stone. But upon hearing this unexpectedly composed response, her expression froze. Her mind momentarily went blank, leaving her feeling as stiff as a statue. Well, okay. Is that all you have to say? Don't you wish to express anything else? Su instinctively, clearly dissatisfied with the absence of any heartfelt words from Su Ian. Grateful for your patronage, farewell. With that, Su Ian unilaterally severed the communication. Did he really think he was oblivious to Su's thoughts? She simply craved to see him display a visage of profound sorrow, pleading for her not to leave him. Let her dream her whimsical dreams. This was not merely a matter of spirit stones. It was a matter of principle. After all, the one once referred to as the Queen of Substitutes by the denizens of the Blue Star, his master, had once spoken of this truth. A true substitute must not only understand how to gracefully retreat, but also do so with dignity and a sense of grandeur. Your purpose is merely to earn a living by providing emotional value, not to play the role of a sycophant. Once the transaction concludes, it is as simple as turning away and leaving. There is no need to demean oneself for the sake of money, as doing so could tarnish one's reputation and ruin their brand. Furthermore, should the other party claim to have deposited the compensation and outstanding balance with the merchant, they can simply collect it at their convenience, making further contact unnecessary. After erasing all traces of Su's aura from the communication jade stones, akin to a complete severance, Su Ian proceeded towards Tianfeng port. While Su Ian moved on with elegance and poise, Su remained rigid as a statue, clutching the communication jade stone. Upon regaining her senses, she was instantly shattered, especially when Su Ian referred to her as esteemed patron, which was profoundly insulting. This not only indicated that he had never held her in high regard, but also revealed that he had never loved her to the extent she had imagined, let alone become infatuated with her. All of this had merely been the product of her own absurd and laughable fantasies. Fangbai, Su seethed, her teeth clenched, her eyes ablaze with fiery indignation. No matter how one looked at it, she was a goddess of a prominent celestial sect. Did Su Ian truly harbor no desire to possess or be entangled with her? Su, how have you managed the situation? At that moment, the door swung open, and Tang Huiru stepped out, her face a mask of curiosity. Your expression seems rather unwell. Is that fellow persistently pestering you? At this, Tang Huiru's demeanor soured, resembling a worried guardian, fearing that Su, like a prize cabbage, might be taken advantage of. The situation has unfolded even more smoothly than I anticipated. Su Su briefly recounted the events. Ah, will he come to Tianfeng port seeking you again? He will, Su Su stated with conviction after a moment's hesitation. Su Ian's calmness was unnaturally serene, as if feigned. After all, they had spent several years together. Even two dogs living in proximity would develop feelings, let alone humans. Therefore, Su Ian's tranquility must be an act. He would undoubtedly seek her out again. Some individuals take time to process loss, often falling into profound sorrow days later. This is reminiscent of the saying from Blue Star, "Let the bullets fly for a while." Beside her, upon hearing this, Tang Huiru's expression darkened, her almond-shaped eyes flickering with a cold intensity. If the other party insisted on being ungrateful and jeopardizing her plans, she would not hesitate to teach them a lesson through Wang Yu, ensuring they learned their place. After all, he had long heard of Su Ian's reputation from Su Su. How could a mere wandering cultivator be compared to Wang Yu, the young master of the drunken immortal pavilion? Inside the drunken immortal pavilion at Tianfeng port, Wang Yu exclaimed, "Father, what are you doing?" I had already arranged with my friends to use the luxurious top-tier private room to host them. You promised to support me fully. How could you suddenly give the finest room away for free to someone else? You realize this will embarrass me in front of my friends, don't you? Wang Yu's face was flushed with anger as he confronted a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, who appeared somewhat portly. It seemed he was so accustomed to being submissive that he spoke without restraint, showing little respect for his father. I don't care. I must have that top-tier room today. You must let me have it. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Caught off guard, Wang Yu stumbled to the ground, clutching his stinging cheek, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at his father. You insolent fool, be quiet. Wang Fuguwei shouted in anger. What dignity do you seek? Do you know who occupies the top-tier room? It is someone from Baidi City, and a person of considerable influence, no less. If you dare to cause a scene or provoke the significant figures from Baidi City, I will sever our father-son relationship without hesitation and make you pay dearly. Chapter 87. Time transforms one into a commoner struck to the ground. With a stinging cheek, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in shock. White Emperor City, the reputed stronghold of Imperial Realm experts. What brings them to Windy Harbor? Though Wang Yu had never endured such a slap before, the anger and grievance welled within him. Yet, the mere mention of White Emperor City felt like a heavy blow to his psyche. He could only suppress his emotions, refraining from uttering another word. Sigh. Observing his son storm away in a huff, Wang Fuguwei let out a deep sigh. As a man who had fathered a child late in life, he had always indulged Wang Yu, nurturing him as his only heir. This indulgence had fostered Wang Yu's arrogant and willful demeanor. Wang Fuguwei wished to aid his son in reforming, yet he felt powerless, knowing that after a few days, Wang Yu would revert to his usual self. Perhaps, he mused, while his health still permitted, he might consider taking a few more wives in hopes of securing a second child. As time drifted by, several figures arrived at the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion. These individuals, both male and female, donned lavish attire or exuded an air of distinguished grace. Clearly, they hailed from prominent families or were successors of elite sections. Among them, Su Su, one of the 4 divine maidens of the Wuxiang immortal sect, stood out like a star amidst the constellations. Divine Maiden Su, my father recently brought back some youth-preserving pills crafted from the legendary beauty tree. May I offer you a few? One admirer proposed. Your exquisite beauty deserves the utmost care. I have heard of your fondness for swordsmanship, Divine Maiden. Our Li family possesses a tome, a fragment left by the Tsangyun Sword Immortal, which you are welcome to peruse. Another added eagerly, as one of the esteemed Divine Maidens. I imagine your training demands are substantial. This talisman, drawn by a master talisman artist at my father's behest, enhances one's cultivation potential and promotes inner tranquility. At that moment, both men and women encircled Su Su, showering her with various treasures in an attempt to curry favor. After all, the title of Divine Maiden of the Wuxiang Immortal Sect held considerable prestige within the cultivation realm. Amidst this scene, Tang Huiru observed with a flicker of jealousy in her eyes, though it quickly vanished. Oh, please do not trouble my Su Su, she interjected, pushing through the crowd to link arms with Su Su. As the divine maiden of our Wuxiang immortal sect, she lacks for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Your trifling offerings are of no consequence. Su Su appreciates your intentions, but let this matter rest without further discussion. Her words rendered the crowd somewhat awkward, yet a few discerning individuals couldn't help but smirk, well aware that Tang Huiru was attempting to extract benefits from them. Only when they provided substantial rewards would they find favor. As Tang Huiru, a dear friend of Su Su, extolled her virtues before her, Su Su, with an innocent demeanor, cast a grateful glance towards her companion, acknowledging her timely intervention. Alas, despite Su Su's understanding of Tang Huiru's intentions, she remained reticent for many years prior. Before ascending to the status of a celestial maiden, she had encountered a peerless beast tied within a secret realm. It was only through the fortuitous arrival of Tang Huiru that she managed to escape with her life. Since that fateful day, Su Su had not only regarded Tang Huiru as a cherished sister, but also as her savior. Even after her elevation to celestial maiden, she never forgot to include her benefactor in her endeavors. One could ponder whether others would commend her for her virtuous nature and grateful heart, or deem her excessively naive. At the moment Su Su resolved to follow her beloved sister Tang Huiru into the drunken immortal pavilion, she abruptly paused, instinctively glancing across the street. Tang Huiru, sensing the shift in her demeanor, slightly halted and looked up as well. On the other side of the street, Su Ian was deep in thought after communicating with Aunt Yulian, who awaited him at the drunken immortal pavilion. Accompanying by Yulian was the Lord of Baidi City, the true king of Broken Sky. As a prominent figure in the cultivation world and the father of his esteemed client, Su Ian contemplated whether to prepare a gift to curry favor before him. After some reflection, he dismissed the notion. His relationship with Bai Yulian was merely transactional, and he had no intention of extending extravagant offerings. The sentiment behind his actions was what truly mattered. "Fan Bai, what brings you here?" At that moment, an enchanting and familiar voice captured Su Ian's attention. He instinctively looked up to find a woman in a snow-white gown, her hair elegantly styled, exuding purity and grace. Her exquisite features framed by a delicate frown as her captivating eyes sparkled with complex emotions, gazing intently at him. "Su Su, what are you doing here?" Su Ian was taken aback, surprised to encounter a former client in such an unexpected setting. However, his sincere and casual tone struck Su Su as somewhat contrived and disingenuous. In her perception, Su Ian was a wanderer, rarely gracing Tianfeng Harbor with his presence. His current appearance here could not possibly be a mere coincidence. It was evident he had deliberately sought her out, masquerading as a chance encounter. She recalled their earlier conversation regarding the termination of their collaboration, during which he had maintained an unnaturally calm facade. Now, with his seemingly fortuitous arrival, she had pieced together the truth. His composed demeanor was but an act, concealing the turmoil stirred by her words. It is precisely due to an inability to accept this outcome that she yearns to encounter him by chance, hoping to elicit an explanation. The more Su Su reflects on this, the more her feelings intensify. A surge of pride intertwines with disappointment within her heart. The pride stems from the realization that over the years, Su Ian has indeed succumbed to her allure, falling utterly in love with her. The disappointment arises from the recollection of Su Ian's straightforwardness in the past. How has he now become so convoluted in his actions, even adopting a veneer of insincerity? One can only conclude that time transforms all, and people inevitably change. The corners of Su Ian's mouth quiver subtly. As a professional stand-in, he discerns the thoughts of his counterpart through the subtle shifts in Su Su's expressions and the emotions reflected in her gaze. He too is struck by a sense of nostalgia. Previously, he had believed Su Su to be the most sensible among his recent clients. Little did he anticipate that time would ultimately alter her essence. The once innocent Su Su has gradually morphed into an ordinary woman, shaped by the relentless passage of time. Chapter 88. Constant reversals, yet all are merely the delusions of the divine maiden. The drama of a petty mind is ubiquitous. Before Su Ian could utter a word, Tang Huiru, as a close friend, cast a sharp glare at him, her words laced with disdain. "Fan Bai, you are a grown man. Learn to let go and move on. Has Su Su not made it abundantly clear? She is now the divine maiden of the Wanxiang sect. Her status in the realm of cultivation is unparalleled. You are but an inconspicuous loose cultivator, entirely from different worlds. If you truly loved her, you would learn to release her and support her, rather than clinging on like a stubborn vine after being cast aside, thus hindering my Su Su. Tang Huiru's voice was not soft, drawing the attention of passing cultivators, who turned their curious and perplexed gazes towards the unfolding scene. Whispers of intrigue spread among them. Who is that man in white? He seems to have a close connection with the Divine Maiden. I recognize him. His name is Fong Bai, rumored to be the Divine Maiden's partner. Does the Divine Maiden truly have a partner? Is that real? How come I have not heard of this? You have only just arrived at Tianfeng Port, so it's no surprise you are unaware. Before the Divine Maiden ascended to her current status, Fong Bai had already been by her side, assisting her in warding off mundane distractions to allow her to focus on her cultivation. It appears that now, having achieved great heights, she is preparing to sever ties with her former companion. The onlookers could only marvel at the Divine Maiden's prowess, for she was indeed the most gifted in swordsmanship among the 4 Divine Maidens of the Wanxiang sect, cutting off her former ties with such decisiveness. Truly impressive. As some cultivators, privy to the intricacies of the situation, began to disclose past details, a wave of commotion swept through the crowd. The majority of gazes that had been fixed on Su Ian were now collectively directed towards Su Su, their expressions tinged with mockery and contempt. This scene caused even the usually composed Su Su to feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, she was a divine maiden. If rumors were to spread, tarnishing her reputation, it would be detrimental to her standing and could even invite repercussions from her sect. Initially, she had hoped to downplay the situation for the sake of their past, wishing to avoid causing embarrassment to Su Ian. However, she found herself increasingly agitated. Fong Bai, what do you mean by this? Su Su's countenance darkened. I have compensated you for all that is owed, including the sacrifices you made for me over the years. I owe you nothing. Moreover, you accepted my recompense. Yet you deliberately show up here to feign a chance encounter and create this scene. Are you attempting to provoke me? Or do you feel my recompense insufficient and seek more? As her words fell, the crowd momentarily paused, then erupted again in fervor. From the Divine Maiden's words, it seems they have parted amicably, but Fong Bai appears to have turned against her, seeking to exploit the situation. Men, who appear quite respectable on the surface, often reveal themselves to be narrow-minded and insidious individuals. The fickle opinions of the crowd have once again been swayed. Indeed, it is evident that he lacks the merit to be worthy of the esteemed Su Shan. If he truly cherished Su Shan, he ought to strive for excellence, to become stronger, and to seek a partnership that befits their respective statuses. Su Shan is on the verge of attaining divine mastery. While he remains woefully inadequate